My name is Lin Fan. I find myself in a state of urgency, devoid of cultivation, strategy, or connections, yet unexpectedly mistaken for the revered ancestor of a sacred land, burdened with the fate of humanity. This plot seems rather peculiar, does it not? Welcome, holy ancestor. Welcome to your chicken feathers. In the dilapidated stone chamber, Lin Fan gazed around in confusion. Once an ordinary youth from Blue Star, he had inadvertently traversed into this world, landing in the seclusion chamber of a certain ancestor. Alas, the ancestor, who had failed to break through, had long since decayed into mere bones. Feeling the chill, Lin Fan stripped off the tattered garments of this unfortunate figure to drape over himself. Just as he prepared to depart, he was suddenly met with a cacophony of voices from outside. Welcome, holy ancestor. Oh no, the ancestor failed to break through, and I've taken his clothes. If his subordinates discover this, I shall surely be executed on the spot. The ancestor system has awakened. The host need only impersonate the ancestor to combat the demon clan and will receive rewards. Phase 1 task: destroy the demon clan's invasion plan. Lin Fan, both bewildered and exasperated, thought, I have no external support or cultivation. How can I possibly play this role? Moreover, are you serious? You want a mere mortal like me to thwart the invasion of the demon clan? As his thoughts spiraled in disarray, the grand doors suddenly crashed open. Lin Fan's dazed gaze fell upon several elegantly attired men, who knelt respectfully in his direction. It was over. Everything was over. He was utterly convinced he was just an ordinary person. His impersonation of the ancestor would be discovered instantly. The inevitable outcome would be a swift execution at the hands of these cultivators. To make matters worse, he had no time to escape. The leading nobleman raised his head, a look of confusion on his face as he regarded Lin Fan. Just as Lin Fan attempted to speak, he was abruptly interrupted. I see now. I understand everything. Indeed, these cultivators were remarkably perceptive. Nothing could elude their scrutiny. It seemed that his demise was imminent. In a state of despair, Lin Fan shut his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Congratulations, holy ancestor, for achieving mastery. Truly, it is the legendary heavenly shield technique. None of us can discern your cultivation level, and your appearance has reverted to youthful splendor. Truly a miracle. All disciples, heed my command. We shall welcome the holy ancestor from seclusion and return to the sect at once. Lin Fan stared in bewilderment. What did you just say? Had he truly been inexplicably mistaken for the ancestor? It was only then that he realized the robe he wore possessed a mysterious ability to resist pressure. As for why they could not see through his lack of cultivation, it was simply because he had none at all. Such a role as an ancestor cannot be maintained for long. I must flee at once. Just as Lin Fan contemplated escape, the elders and disciples began to ascend into the air, rushing towards the sect, leaving him, the so-called ancestor, standing there in a daze. Holy ancestor, why do you not depart? The elders questioned in confusion. Depart? In a situation where all disciples could fly, how could he, an ancestor, remain earthbound without immediately being exposed? This was truly the end. The leading elder frowned, suddenly raising his right hand, as if preparing some grand move to eliminate this young man impersonating the ancestor. In the next moment, that hand came crashing down upon another elder's head. Holy ancestor has just broken through. Do you intend to let the demon clan become fully aware of our intelligence with such a grand return? Thanks to the holy ancestor's quick thinking. Remaining still to remind us has averted a grave mistake. Now, everyone, follow my command. We shall walk back to the sect. Lin Fan's lips twitched, and he found himself enveloped in the throng of disciples, utterly devoid of any chance to escape. The leading elder leaned in with a smile. Holy ancestor, perhaps you do not remember me. You may call me Xiao Di. With your strength, I trust the demon clan's rabble poses no threat. Through Elder Di's words, Lin Fan gleaned a rough understanding of the situation in this world. 8,000 years ago, a war erupted between humans and demons. Over millennia, the demon clan had vanquished 8 of the 9 sacred lands of humanity. Now, only their sacred land remained as the last glimmer of hope for the human race. We were worried about how to counterattack, but now that the ancestor has emerged from seclusion, dealing with the demon clan should pose no problem. What? Lin Fan was taken aback. Did this fellow suggest he confront the demon army? Just him. He believed the expectations placed upon him were exceedingly high. Indeed, such a grand conflict was beyond his capacity to engage in. He should seize the opportunity to flee while he could. Fearful that speaking further might betray him, Lin Fan maintained an air of mystery as he followed the others back to the sect. He quickly devised a reason to extricate himself from the elders' company. Send me to confront the demon clan? What nonsense. Now that I am alone, I must make my escape. I cannot fulfill this task in the slightest. Lin Fan promptly slipped out the back door, but as he ran, he suddenly felt something was amiss. With no money to his name, How would he manage outside? I am still an ancestor. I could simply raid the treasury for a few treasures to sell and live a life of leisure. The demon clan took millennia to conquer the previous 8 sacred lands. They should not be able to seize the 9th sacred land in the short term, allowing him ample time to enjoy a carefree life as an ordinary person. As for fulfilling this absurd task of impersonating the ancestor to gain system rewards, such a ludicrous endeavor was utterly unattainable. Having made up his mind, Lin Fan leveraged his status as the ancestor to have disciples open the treasury doors, the echoes of their voices still resonating in his ears. Truly the heavenly shield technique. It appears to emit no aura whatsoever. If I did not know better, I would think he was just an ordinary man. Hush, speak softly. To treat the ancestor in such a manner is a grave disrespect. Be careful, lest he merely clap his hands and extinguish you. Lin Fan chuckled to himself, feeling that these disciples were overly concerned. Upon entering the treasury, he could hardly discern the value of the items within. However, anything housed here was undoubtedly valuable. Snatching a couple of items would suffice to make him wealthy. He pretended to nonchalantly tuck 2 treasures into his waist pouch, and, once outside the treasury, made a beeline for the back door. Along the way, he encountered disciples, instructing them to step aside, and he moved forward without obstruction, nearing the edge of the sacred land. Ah, the beautiful life of a commoner, here I come. Just as he was about to step beyond the threshold, 3 figures plummeted from the sky. Looking up, he recognized them as 3 high-ranking elders, the pillars of strength for the sacred land. With the demon clan approaching, why does the holy ancestor seek distance? Where are you headed? Oh no. Lin Fan's heart sank. His actions had proven far from discreet, failing to evade the notice of these powerful cultivators. Should his identity be revealed, his demise was all but assured, not to mention the treasures he bore from the treasury. Seeing the 3 elders draw forth their own life treasures, Lin Fan's lips twitched. Was such a grand display necessary to deal with him? This was simply excessive. My identity is compromised. It seems I am destined for death today. Chapter 2. The Ancestor's Ingenious Calculations. Our duty is to eliminate the disrespectful. The 3 elders exuded a tumultuous aura, yet in the next moment, they simultaneously turned to gaze at an ordinary disciple not far away. The disciple's eyes momentarily narrowed, before an overwhelming aura of demonic energy erupted from him. With a wicked smile, he spoke softly, I never anticipated such a formidable expert existing in the sacred ground, capable of detecting my presence. We did not foresee this. Elder D expressed a sense of fortunate surprise, realizing that an ordinary disciple was, in fact, a hidden expert of the demonic clan at the pinnacle of the 9th heaven. In this world, cultivation is divided into 4 realms: human, earth, heaven, and sacred. Each realm comprises 9 levels. Only the 10 leaders of the demonic clan and the 9 ancestral elders of the sacred ground possess the qualifications to engage with the sacred realm. Beyond that, experts of the 9th heaven are regarded as invincible beings in the world. Yet, even this is not sufficient. The fact that this individual has remained undetected for so long suggests he wields a sacred realm-level cloaking artifact. It is thanks to the guidance of the sacred ancestor that we could identify this concealed danger. Elder D felt a surge of gratitude, recognizing the ancestor's cunning. To avoid alarming the adversary, he deliberately refrained from flying and chose to approach on foot, allowing them time to follow. Indeed, the sacred ancestor is terrifyingly astute. Such a realm is beyond our reach. Yet fortunately, this is a significant figure of our human race. Lin Fan observed the tense standoff before him, momentarily bewildered. Had he inadvertently stumbled upon a formidable foe? Previously, he had heard that the 3 elders were of the 7th heaven level, and even united. They could not contend with a 9th heaven demon. At least his identity remained concealed, which was a silver lining. He would allow them to summon reinforcements to subdue this individual. Lin Fan cleared his throat twice, preparing to wield the authority of the ancestor. And mystique enveloped his words. You should know what to do. How impressive this sounds. Provided the 3 individuals are not foolish, they will undoubtedly seek aid. The 3 elders exchanged knowing smiles and, under Lin Fan's watchful gaze, retreated a few steps. Of course we know. Presumably, the sacred ancestor has a plan in mind. We merely need to observe and witness his prowess. What? He has a plan? How could he be unaware of it? Lin Fan suddenly realized that in their perception, he was a sacred realm expert, capable of dealing with a 9th heaven demon as easily as crushing a small creature. Thus, it was entirely reasonable not to call for reinforcements. However, the problem lies in the fact that even a mere first realm practitioner could effortlessly eliminate him. Yet, to back down in this situation would be tantamount to revealing his true identity as an imposter. Lin Fan found himself in a precarious predicament, yet he had no time to waste. He could only feign confidence and step forward. I am the ancestor of the vast sacred ground. You youngsters are unworthy adversaries. Surrender, and perhaps you may find a sliver of hope. In this dire situation, he could only hope to overwhelm his opponent with his name. The demon furrowed his brow, murmuring, "Your sacred ground ancestor is indeed not dead." Seeing that the adversary seemed to waver, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, but in the next moment, he stood frozen in place. However, there are no surrendering warriors among the demons. Even in death, I shall seize a piece of your flesh. Lin Fan shuddered at the thought. If a confrontation were to ensue, it would be far more than merely biting off a piece of flesh. Instinctively, he glanced back at the three elders, who all raised their thumbs in unison, signaling their anticipation for the performance of the revered ancestor. Fear not. We are well aware of the etiquette in battles between experts. We shall not interfere in your esteemed combat. Cursed be this system for not providing even a novice gift pack. To hell with it. Observing the demon clan before him, who were poised and ready to unleash a formidable attack, Lin Fan decided to act without hesitation. He drew the weapon he had retrieved from the treasure vault. Regardless of its origin, let it prove its worth. Lin Fan wielded the weapon as if he were a sorcerer, appearing somewhat impressive, yet in truth, it was utterly useless. For he possessed no cultivation at all, and thus could not harness the power of the magical artifact. In his hands, it was no more effective than a mere brick. Elder D exclaimed in astonishment. Truly, the divine arts of concealment are remarkable. One cannot discern his cultivation in a normal state, yet when attempting to activate the artifact, not a hint of power is revealed. The other two elders concurred. The venerable ancestor's cultivation is indeed unfathomable. It seems we can lower our guard and enjoy his performance. Even if you are an unparalleled powerhouse, I shall not concede. The demon from the celestial realm bellowed, raising his right hand with fervor, only to be momentarily taken aback, for the weapon that had been in Lin Fan's grasp was now inexplicably in his own. Alas, in a battle where the disparity in strength is too great, all artifacts from the weaker party will be forcibly seized by the stronger. Lin Fan suddenly recalled this piece of common knowledge he had heard from the disciples. In front of the three elders, the sword in his hand had been snatched away, starkly revealing that his cultivation was vastly inferior to that of the demon before him. With his identity exposed, facing the elder's ire and the life-threatening peril from the demon clan, his demise was inevitable. The three elders were momentarily stunned, their minds seemingly unable to process the situation. They could hardly fathom that the so-called invincible human ancestor would be robbed of his artifact by a demon from the celestial realm. The demon clan was equally bewildered. Yet whatever thoughts occupied his mind could not impede his next course of action, activating the artifact in hand and reducing the person before him to mere ashes. Boom. As the demonic energy collided with true energy, the demon's body erupted violently, leaving behind only a frail remnant on the brink of collapse. Cough, cough. What a treacherous human ancestor. Though possessing superior strength, you resort to such despicable tactics. Are you attempting to humiliate me? Elder D shouted in realization. That is a trap artifact. Once activated, it will self-destruct, rebounding its effects based on the user's cultivation level. The three elders paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. No wonder. No wonder the ancestor's artifact was seized. It was all part of the plan. How amusing that this fellow truly believed his prowess could surpass our ancestors. What a brilliant stratagem. With just a slight maneuver, the adversary is toyed with. There is no need for direct confrontation to bring about his demise. Lin Fan exclaimed, Huh? Is this my strategy? Cough, cough. I mean, of course, this is my strategy. In a twist of fate, even a blind cat may stumble upon a dead mouse. Has this unfortunate fellow incurred the wrath of Lady Luck? Another elder leaned in to inquire. However, if the holy ancestor could extinguish this individual with a mere wave of his hand, why squander a precious artifact? Oh, it is quite simple. Before Lin Fan could muster a retort, Elder D interjected with an explanation. This individual was hardly worthy of the holy ancestor's direct intervention. He was not even deserving of death at the hands of such a revered figure. A hint of embarrassment crossed Lin Fan's face as he forced a smile. Yet the four were oblivious to the fact that the fallen demon race member was not entirely deceased. A chilling smile crept upon his lips as dark energy began to coalesce in his hands. Chapter 3. The terrifying power of the human race's holy ancestor. Unbeknownst to the four, the demon suddenly surged with energy, enveloped in a swirling miasma, his face adorned with a maniacal grin. Despite his grievous injuries, he felt compelled to accomplish one final act. This is dire. The artifact merely incapacitated him. It did not deliver a fatal blow. A demon of celestial realm, even in a state of injury, could unleash formidable combat prowess. He could easily defeat Lin Fan 100 times over. At that moment, Lin Fan's thoughts were consumed with frustration. How could this individual still be alive? Why had the three others failed to alert him? Even if they had noticed, they would not dare speak up. They were likely convinced they had everything under control. Control my foot. Lin Fan's protective attire could withstand a measure of residual battle energy, thanks to the fabric's innate defensive properties, yet facing a direct assault would be tantamount to certain death. Prepare to experience my ultimate strike. The celestial demon roared, prompting the three elders to furrow their brows in unison and step back, shielding Lin Fan behind them. Holy ancestor, we entrust this to you. Entrust to whom? Him. In an instant, the demon made his move. He plunged his hand, shrouded in ominous energy, into his own heart. Wait, what? Whose heart is he piercing? Are you serious? You create such a spectacle only to commit suicide? Even the holy ancestor of the human race ultimately pales in comparison to me. The demon laughed as if liberated from torment. You intentionally used an artifact to gravely wound me rather than directly annihilating me. You must seek to capture me alive, hoping to extract secrets of the demon race through some arcane method. But alas, I have seen through your scheme. You shall gain no intelligence from me. With that declaration, he succumbed to laughter, quite literally laughing himself to death. Lin Fan's lips twitched. He seemed on the verge of articulating something, yet found himself at a loss for words. A celestial being at the 9th level is an absolute pillar within any faction. How could he be toyed with so effortlessly by their holy ancestor, dying in such a disgraceful manner? The three elders simultaneously knelt, exclaiming, truly, the might of the holy ancestor is unparalleled. That individual sought to keep secrets, yet it seems the holy ancestor had already gleaned the truth. In their eyes, since Lin Fan had not intervened to prevent the suicide, he must have already possessed the knowledge, rendering the demon's existence redundant. One elder broke into a cold sweat. Previously, he had harbored doubts about the ancestor's departure, suspecting fear of the demon race might have prompted a retreat. Now, however, that notion felt utterly blasphemous. The holy ancestor's actions are truly beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. Never again shall we doubt the holy ancestor. With precision, he first extracted the trapped treasure from the treasure vault, and then, disguised as a mere mortal, stealthily located the demonic spies. Within less than a minute, he caused them to collapse in despair and take their own lives. Such meticulous arrangements and terrifying schemes were executed merely by the holy master upon returning to the sect, indicating that he discerned the presence of the enemy almost instantaneously upon his arrival. We beseech the holy ancestor to accompany us back to the sect's council hall at once, to convene a meeting and disclose the secrets of the demon clan to the upper echelon of our sect. Lin Fan chuckled. Honestly, I am not particularly eager to return. Do you believe me? What secrets does he know? What purpose does this meeting serve? To have the entire sect merely stare blankly. Just as he pondered this, a system prompt echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the first phase of your task by eliminating a top-tier demonic spy and thwarting their invasion plans. Reward: Human Realm 9th Layer Cultivation. Click to claim. Please continue your efforts to disrupt the demon clan's plans and earn more rewards. Lin Fan's heart surged with joy. Even for the most exceptional talents, ascending from a mortal to the 9th layer of the human realm could take years. For ordinary disciples, this might be a height they could never hope to reach in their lifetimes. Yet he could attain such cultivation in an instant. However, just before he could claim it, his expression suddenly froze. At present, he possessed no cultivation whatsoever. He could still put on a facade. But if he transformed into the 9th layer of the human realm, it would be an obvious revelation. No. Claiming it now would be tantamount to certain death. This reward can be stored. He must wait until he acquires some artifact to conceal his aura or accumulates a bit more cultivation before claiming it all at once. With these thoughts in mind, he was compelled to return to the sect hall, flanked by the three elders. At Tianma Peak, within the territory of the demon clan, a round table was surrounded by dozens of high-ranking demons, their expressions grave. An elderly man with graying hair sighed. Demaluo is dead. He was an expert at the 9th layer of the celestial realm, and he could not relay any information to us, indicating he was erased in a remarkably short period. Another gasped sharply. Even among us, he was an absolute master. Who could possibly eliminate him in an instant? A terrifying term surfaced in everyone's minds: Holy Realm. It seems our previous speculation was indeed accurate. The last holy ancestor of the human clan has awakened, and his power is likely more formidable than before his slumber. Cold sweat covered the brows of several high-ranking demons. Such a powerful figure is beyond our capacity to contend with. Calm yourselves. The elder grasped a crystal ball from the void. This is a Holy Realm artifact left by our leader. Even a Holy Realm expert will reveal their precise cultivation level under its divination. Let us ascertain the level of the last holy ancestor of the human clan and decide whether to request reinforcements. He meticulously rubbed the crystal ball. and all waited silently for the answer. However, several minutes later, the elder's face turned to one of shock, filled with disbelief. It cannot be. The crystal ball indicates that there is no holy realm expert within the human domain. Everyone's faces turned ashen with fear. Even the sacred realm crystal sphere was unable to discern the situation. The adversary's concealment abilities were so formidable. Could it be that he had indeed mastered the legendary art of the heaven-obscuring technique? A diminutive member of the demon clan spoke up. Could it be that they truly lack a sacred realm expert? The elder looked at him as if he were a fool, hastily shaking his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If the opponent is not a master of the sacred realm, then how did Demoluo perish? Are you suggesting it was suicide? The few surviving leaders among us were gravely injured in the last Sacred Land War and cannot reach the front lines. We must buy time. Relay my command. The frontline warriors are to immediately fall back 3 cities. We shall not engage the human race for the time being and await the reinforcement of our sacred realm experts. A long sigh escaped everyone. It seemed a storm of blood and carnage was imminent. Chapter 4. This sacred land requires a sacred ancestor. A bewildered Lin Fan sat at the head of the table, gazing at the solemn elders. No way. They actually summoned him for a meeting? Elder D began by briefly explaining the infiltration of the celestial realm demons, which left the other high-ranking members in shock. My heavens. The 9th level of the celestial realm. This is nearly the pinnacle of power beneath the sacred realm, the other party. Thankfully, the sacred ancestor intervened, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. The elders looked at Lin Fan with reverence, prompting him to awkwardly smile in return. Elder D continued, the sacred ancestor has acquired extremely vital intelligence. I implore everyone to listen carefully. We must not be negligent. Lin Fan thought. What vital intelligence? He possessed none of that. Don't speak carelessly. Sacred ancestor, please proceed. All the elders sat upright, the atmosphere in the conference room heavy with gravity. Lin Fan felt that if he couldn't produce something substantial, he would be letting these individuals down. However, as he struggled to find words, he raised his right hand and pretended to clear his throat. No hurry, no hurry. I have my plans. At that moment, just as Lin Fan finished his sentence, a disciple rushed in with urgent news from the front lines, capturing everyone's attention. Sacred ancestor, elders. The demon clan has retreated a full 3 cities. They have left us ample defenses. What? A range of 3 cities? Elder D sprang from his seat, instinctively looking towards Lin Fan. The sacred ancestor had just stated he had plans, and the demon clan retreated 3 cities. Could it be that, unbeknownst to us, he had already taken action against the demons? For the demon clan to pay the price of 3 cities to withdraw? It could only mean several celestial realm experts must have perished. This is the sacred realm, quietly claiming lives. It is indeed terrifying. Elder D immediately bowed with a mix of fear and excitement. Sacred ancestor, your might is unparalleled. The other elders, seeing this, similarly bowed as if awakened to a realization. Their voices echoing throughout the assembly hall, resonating without end. At this moment, all doubts in their hearts vanished without a trace, and they felt entirely reassured by their sacred ancestor. What did he do? How did he become so invincible? Although Lin Fan had yet to fully comprehend what had transpired, he could make a tentative guess. It seemed that his reputation had momentarily intimidated the other party. But such a facade could not endure indefinitely. Every charade is destined to be unveiled. Lin Fan knew he must discover a genuinely effective method before that day arrived. Saint Ancestor, shall we reclaim these 3 cities? No. Lin Fan instinctively shook his head. It was clearly a bait. An ambush awaited. He was no fool. How could he fall for such a trivial ruse? Then please, Saint Ancestor, divulge the confidential intelligence to us. We shall immediately formulate a strategy against the demonic race. Confidential. Ah, indeed. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Lin Fan feigned an air of mystery, declaring, if you were to know, it would impact my subsequent plans. Thus, this meeting must conclude here. I must return to prepare. Having established his authority previously, the assembly, while sensing something amiss, harbored no substantial doubts. Elder D gazed longingly. How grand must the Saint Ancestor's plans be? I am truly eager to know. As Lin Fan was about to depart, he felt a sudden jolt, almost losing his footing. He, too, was curious about the nature of his plans. It was evident that the position of a leader was not one for the faint-hearted. Lin Fan increasingly felt uncertain, and fleeing indeed seemed the wisest choice. Perhaps he could return to the Treasury to seek some treasures? All that he had previously taken was gone. As he traversed the path of the sect, Lin Fan envied the disciples soaring through the air while making his way to his residence. Nearby, whispers of the disciples reached his ears. The Saint Ancestor is truly a genuine practitioner, even preferring to walk rather than fly. This is the essence of the grand path. To his surprise, Many disciples who had been flying blushed and hurriedly descended to walk instead. Saint Ancestor, a melodious childish voice called from behind, prompting Lin Fan to turn and look back. A little girl, clad in disciple robes, wore a sweet smile as she extended a food box towards him. Though the Saint Ancestor has likely entered a fasting period, this is a token of my sincerity. I hope you will accept it. She timidly reached out her hands. Lin Fan smiled as he received it and gently ruffled her hair. Where are your parents? They have passed away. The little girl, with an adorably beaming face, spoke words that belied her expression. They died in battle against the demonic race, with their souls unable to linger, according to my master. They likely have no chance of reincarnation. I am sorry. No, the Saint Ancestor need not apologize. The little girl leaned in a bit closer. It is the Saint Ancestor who has given us hope. Without you, we would all be dead. You saved us all. Lin Fan felt an overwhelming bitterness in his heart. Yet his smile remained unwavering. Regrettably, he was merely a fraud, not the omnipotent Saint Ancestor. What is the Saint Ancestor planning to do now? He chuckled inwardly, thinking, your Saint Ancestor is contemplating how to flee. Of course, such words could never be spoken aloud. Lin Fan adjusted his tone once more and affectionately patted the little girl's head. Rest assured, as long as I am here, the demonic race shall never conquer the sacred land. Perhaps we may even find an opportunity for a counterattack. Even he himself does not believe those words. As he gradually distanced himself amidst the adoring gaze of the little girl, Lin Fan began to realize a grim truth. This was the last bastion of humanity. There was no retreat left for mankind. Should the holy ancestor perish within this sanctuary, the demon hordes would no longer hold back and would descend upon them with overwhelming force. The ensuing devastation would be catastrophic, leaving no sanctuary untouched. Thus, humanity is in dire need of a holy ancestor, whether genuine or counterfeit. A peculiar sense of responsibility weighed heavily upon his shoulders, despite the fact that it had nothing to do with him. Lin Fan muttered to himself as he retrieved a flaky pastry from his food box and slowly brought it to his lips. Those wretched elders hadn't prepared any sustenance for him. He couldn't help but suspect that if he continued to play the role of the holy ancestor for another fortnight, he might very well starve to death within the sect. However, those of the holy realm did not require food. If he were to be caught sneaking a meal, it would surely raise suspicions. Yet, as the revered ancestor, surely it would be acceptable for him to openly enjoy the offerings presented by his adorable disciples. Nevertheless, who could provide him with a plan to counter the demons? As the primary executor of the strategy, it was rather disconcerting that he remained ignorant of its very details. Chapter 5. When did I ever disrupt the demon's plans? Within the demon realm, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the entire conference hall. 2 days had elapsed, and the enemy had not dispatched additional forces to reclaim the 3 cities. In fact, they had even withdrawn some troops, rendering these cities nearly deserted. The elders of the demon clan were perplexed. They had retreated voluntarily, yet why had the enemy not sent anyone to take control? Damn it! The elder in the lead cursed inwardly. The enemy was sending a clear signal. They had no intention of reconciling with us, even if we were to willingly concede a portion of our interests. Upon reflection, it was evident that the opposing side possessed a holy realm expert, which indeed granted them such audacity. A timid elder from the demon clan weakly raised his hand. Could it be that we retreated too hastily, failing to leave sufficient goodwill signals, leading them to perceive this as a trap, thus refraining from taking risks? Such foolish thinking, the leading elder scorned. Feeling a sense of disappointment, do you think a holy realm expert would be oblivious to whether there were traps within those cities? Our own schemes would surely be as transparent to that existence as daylight. He simply refuses to negotiate with us. The faces of the elder council were soon marked with trepidation, based on their prior intelligence. Even a mere first-level holy realm expert was not something those of the celestial realm could contend with. Once, 10 ninth-level celestial realm experts had surrounded a first-level holy realm expert, only to inflict minimal damage upon the latter, while the former suffered devastating losses. Since that day, no celestial realm expert had dared to challenge a holy realm expert again. The opponent's strength had evidently increased compared to before their slumber, suggesting they were far beyond a mere first-level holy realm. This was a formidable force that our entire frontline army would struggle to match. The leading elder paced back and forth, then gritted his teeth and produced a treasured artifact that caused him immense pain to part with. This is a sacred artifact personally crafted by the leader, capable of masquerading as an ordinary bird. It emits no aura and possesses no combat prowess, but it excels in the transmission of intelligence. The others felt a surge of joy, swiftly comprehending the immense power of such an artifact. The absence of any detectable aura implies that no one could discern it as a tool, rather than an ordinary avian creature. However, Activating this device requires at least half the magical power of 3 practitioners at the 7th level of the heavenly realm. To obtain accurate intelligence, sacrifices must be made. Within the vast sacred land, Lin Fan grumbled to himself, I am so hungry. The damned Elder Council hasn't provided even a single meal. Clutching a crossbow, he ventured into the woods. Prior to this, he had used the privileges bestowed by the ancestor to disperse all nearby elder disciples, preparing to hunt for some game. He had already ascertained that this forest posed no dangers, serving as a leisure area for the sect. Even ordinary individuals could enter without a hint of peril. The crossbow in his grip was a heavenly realm artifact, but without infusing it with magical energy, it was no different from an ordinary weapon, sufficient for hunting birds. At last, he could satiate his hunger, for the offerings he had received were devoid of any substantial meat, and the quantity was pitifully meager. With a touch of helplessness, Lin Fan gazed upwards, just in time to spot a plump black bird soaring overhead, which perched on a tree branch, locking eyes with him. Simultaneously, the atmosphere within the Demon Clan's council chamber was charged with excitement. There he is, the human race's saint ancestor. So youthful. Indeed, he has mastered the celestial concealment technique. The appearance of practitioners tends to grow more youthful as their cultivation progresses, though it does not imply they are immune to aging. Anyone who has cultivated to the sacred realm is typically an elderly individual. The most gifted among them might only exhibit a visage of over 30 years. It is utterly impossible for a 20-year-old to exist in the sacred realm. Only those legendary beings who transcend the sacred realm are said to possess eternal life, though that is clearly just a myth. Just as this group prepared to observe further this terrifying entity, they witnessed Lin Fan break into a confident smile. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt shot forth, striking the rotund black bird with unerring precision. As the elders of the Demon Clan stared in astonishment, the projection on the wall abruptly vanished, leaving an overwhelming silence and dread in its wake. One among them collapsed in shock, exclaiming, "This is impossible. This artifact bears no detectable aura. How could he discern it at a mere glance?" This occurrence surpassed everyone's understanding. Moreover, his confident smile suggested he had been lying in wait, as if anticipating our descent into the trap, truly terrifying. Suddenly, the elder in the main seat burst into laughter, only to spit out a mouthful of blood. We completely overlooked it. The opponent has mastered the celestial concealment technique, the pinnacle of concealment methods. Engaging in stealth tactics before him is akin to brandishing a broadsword before Guan Yu. It is sheer folly. Immediately recall all our concealed scouts. I have ample reason to suspect that they have all been exposed. Immediate damage control is imperative. Yes, the elder's replies resonated with a tone of desolation and fear. Indeed, this is sufficient to satiate my appetite. A renewed confidence flickered across Lin Fan's face. He was undeniably assured of his abilities, at least from a mortal's perspective. To stumble upon such a plump target shortly after arriving here truly indicated his fortuitous luck. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, destroying the Demon Clan's intelligence gathering. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, capturing the Demon Clan's spy network, distributing rewards, spirit summoning technique X1, wind control leaf X1 huh? Lin Fan, who was roasting the bird meat, suddenly froze in place, his head adorned with large question marks. When did he destroy the Demon Clan's intelligence operations, and when did he capture the spy network? He hadn't even glimpsed a shadow of a spy. Has this system gone awry, bestowing me rewards indiscriminately? That is simply marvelous. Lin Fan eagerly anticipated the system to dispense all those rewards. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy emanated from within the sect, indicating a clash involving experts of the heavenly realm. Instantly, it captured his attention. Did demons infiltrate the sect? Damn it, was relinquishing the city merely a delaying tactic? I must hurry to assist. But wait, it seems I am of no help even if I go. Thus, the ostensibly strongest individual of the human race, yet in reality, a rather feeble Lin Fan believed that rushing over would serve little purpose and might even place him in peril. Instead, he decided to delve into the rewards he had received. Chapter 6, if you can guess, it's spooky. Having completed 2 tasks simultaneously, it was only natural to receive 2 rewards. However, unexpectedly, the rewards this time did not come in the form of accumulated cultivation. The spirit summoning technique allows individuals without cultivation to extract the residual true energy from objects, albeit feebly, making it nearly impractical for combat. The wind control leaf requires a small amount of true energy to activate, enabling those without cultivation to fly. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. While each item held no direct utility for him, their combination was inexplicably beneficial. He promptly utilized the spirit summoning technique to attempt to draw forth the residual true energy from his garments, then employed it to activate the wind control leaf. finally achieving his first flight in midair. At last, he could maintain a semblance of the dignity befitting an ancestor. If he could not even manage basic flight, he would inevitably be exposed. Over time, others would surely notice the discrepancies. Now, he had resolved a significant dilemma. Lin Fan couldn't help but exhale in relief as he flew toward the direction of the battle. He need not intervene directly. Merely intimidating the adversary with his reputation would suffice, assisting the other elders instead. Indeed, displaying grandeur is an essential course for any transmigrator. As he approached the battlefield slowly, Lin Fan observed Elder D leading a group of senior sect members and numerous disciples surrounding the plaza, at the center of which lay the subdued and bound demon spies. Astonishing. He hadn't anticipated the elders to act with such efficiency. It is evident that preparations were made in advance, rather than in haste. Lin Fan descended beside Elder D, who had suddenly taken flight. No one found it strange, for it was entirely natural for the holy ancestor to soar through the skies. You have performed admirably. Elder D abruptly turned, clasped his fists, and half-kneeled. All of this was anticipated by the holy ancestor. Thanks to his guidance, we were able to prepare for this operation ahead of time. What? Thanks to his guidance? Lin Fan could not help but feel bewildered. He had no recollection of having offered any counsel to Elder D, nor had he uttered a single word regarding the specific plans. As he scrutinized the bound demons once more, he discovered that the leader among them was a former elder from their sect, and his status was quite significant. The elder spoke with a chilling tone, his expression rife with malice. Truly, the holy ancestor is formidable. He must have long since detected our whereabouts, waiting for the opportune moment to ensnare us all. Such tactics are worthy of admiration. He emphasized the words worthy of admiration with gritted teeth, leaving no doubt about his murderous intent. Elder D stepped forward, issuing a sharp rebuke. Before the holy ancestor, how dare you be so loud? However, he could not help but acknowledge, your methods of concealment are indeed masterful. Had it not been for the holy ancestor's reminders, you might have escaped our grasp. He laughed heartily. Previously, when the holy ancestor summoned us for a meeting yet said nothing, I was somewhat perplexed. Now it all becomes clear. Lin Fan was taken aback. What did it mean that he had called everyone to a meeting? Was it not Elder D who had summoned them? He was, after all, the one forcibly brought to the meeting. Clearly, such trivialities had long since been forgotten by the Council of Elders. No one would remember who had convened the meeting. They only recognized the highest authority present, this esteemed holy ancestor. Even if they did remember, they would undoubtedly believe that Elder D was acting on the holy ancestor's orders. Elder D continued, moreover, if we were to hear the plan, it would influence its development. As mere loyal executors, how could we possibly affect the plan's trajectory? This indicates the presence of negative elements among us. Indeed, the holy ancestor must have discerned that there was a traitor among us, which is why he withheld the information, to keep this traitor in the dark, coupled with the fact that a demon of the ninth heaven had infiltrated our ranks unnoticed. It stands to reason that someone among us must have been aiding him. Thus, everything falls into place. Lin Fan stroked his chin, realizing that the holy ancestor had already identified the traitor. Truly impressive. The traitorous elder's expression grew increasingly dark. I have lurked in the sacred land for a century, without detection. To think that after just one encounter with you, you would unmask my identity. So, you informed the Council of Elders, preparing for today's ambush. Just as Lin Fan was about to respond, Elder D cast a contemptuous glance at the elder. With your intellect, you could never keep pace with the holy ancestor's line of thought. What do you mean by not keeping pace? What exactly is his line of thought? The elder questioned. Striking too swiftly will only ensnare you, unable to eradicate us entirely. The holy ancestor harbored suspicions that among us lurked additional traitors, thus secretly entrusted me with a mission. A clandestine task? Lin Fan grew increasingly perplexed. When had he ever assigned this individual a covert undertaking? For the past few days, his activities had been limited to idly lying in bed or preparing to hunt birds, with no other endeavors occupying his time. The other elders cast bewildered glances, clearly unaware of this matter. Elder D spoke with a tone of pride. The ancestor is typically authoritative, yet during the meeting, he unabashedly propped his leg up, and at that moment, I sensed something amiss. Lin Fan vowed to the heavens that it was merely a habitual gesture. Indeed, one of the ancestor's toes pointed directly at me, while the other indicated this traitor. Such a subtle insinuation could not possibly be deciphered by a third party. If one could discern it, something would surely be amiss. Following the clues provided by the ancestor, I indeed uncovered this individual's treachery. Consequently, I promptly prepared in secret, during which no other elder was aware, ensuring that the intelligence remained secure. The other elders were astounded. They had not anticipated that the holy ancestor's thoughts were so meticulously crafted. Even withholding information from the second elder, they only learned of this plan on the day of action. Indeed, even if there were other traitors among us. There would be no time for communication now. A chill of sweat crept down everyone's back. Opposing the ancestor left no avenue for survival. Lin Fan nearly lost control of his expression. However, upon reflection, having a subordinate capable of interpreting leg crossing as a covert signal rendered all seemingly irrational occurrences rather reasonable. The traitor's face was a mask of astonishment, prompting him to retort, "How can you be so certain this fellow comprehends your hints? And how can you be sure he is trustworthy? You have only just awakened. It is impossible for you to know the situation of these individuals." Indeed. How did he know? Lin Fan himself was tempted to pose this very question. Elder D scoffed dismissively. Can the holy ancestor's judgment of character ever be flawed? Surely. Upon seeing me for the first time, he discerned that I, D Sipai, am the individual most attuned to his essence in this world. Chapter 7. Indeed. There must be fraudulent dealings afoot. Holy ancestor, why do you appear so unwell? Obviously. Can the holy ancestor maintain a pleasant demeanor when betrayal lurks within the elder council? D Sipai waved his hand nonchalantly. Initially, we merely intended to monitor you, yet you unexpectedly brought forth all the spies in a bid to flee, conveniently falling into our grasp. Even he himself was puzzled as to why these spies would suddenly embark on such an escape. He had initially believed this was a long-term infiltration task. To capture the entire spy network, one must delve deeper step by step. Alas, before D Sipai could commence his in-depth actions, the adversary revealed themselves, thereby conserving much of his effort. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan finally comprehended why these fools had been apprehended. It was indeed their own voluntary exposure, which was simply nonsensical, even in the absence of prior preparations. Such a large-scale exodus would inevitably leave behind a number of individuals who would be captured by their sections. How enlightening. The elder's pupils dulled, and he lowered his head in despair. It becomes clear that everything was orchestrated by you. His mind raced. They could not have been foolish enough to reveal themselves voluntarily. It was only due to the urgent message from within the demon clan urging them to flee that they were compelled to act thus. Just as we received news of our exposure and the need to escape, we were caught red-handed. It was as if we had walked into a trap. Indeed. It must be so. There are spies embedded within the demon clan, disseminating false intelligence to us. He let out a pained roar, his voice resonating throughout the square. Human ancestor. Who could have imagined that within a mere 2 days, you could infiltrate us to such an extent, forcing us to expose ourselves? What a cunning strategy. Upon hearing this, Dispay and the other elders were momentarily taken aback, only to then display expressions of realization. So that's why these fools would expose themselves. It was the handiwork of the ancestor. Everything suddenly made sense. Indeed. The ancestor has insisted on acting alone these past few days. Surely, he has been tirelessly engaged in this very matter. What makes sense? It makes no sense at all. Lin Fan realized that an invisible blame was being placed upon him, yet he could not refute it without undermining the profound and enigmatic image of the ancestor. However, he truly could not fathom how his recent idle pursuits could possibly be linked to the demon clan spies. In an instant, clarity dawned upon him. Of course, it was these fools who inadvertently exposed themselves, yet to lend an air of significance to their demise, they needed to attribute their downfall to him, thus rendering their deaths meaningful. By doing so, this individual could shift the blame onto the enemy's overwhelming prowess. Truly, a master of deceit, even in death. He clung to his old craft. Lin Fan felt a strong conviction in his assumptions, a genuine smile gracing his face, which only deepened the admiration of those around him. Observing the ancestor's expression, it was evident that everything was within his control. To perish under such scheming, what could he say? All he hoped for was not to be adversaries in the next life. The elder closed his eyes, seemingly resigned. Yet he was actually channeling his final essence to transmit a message back to the demon clan. He suddenly spat blood and collapsed. A victim of the secret technique's toll. The demise of the spy instantly captured the attention of everyone present. This is bad. This fellow burned his life to relay a message. Why did the ancestor not intervene? The elders looked towards Lin Fan with puzzled expressions. They had not been oblivious to such threats, yet they believed that with the ancestor present, there was no need for concern. Why didn't he stop it? Lin Fan could only curse inwardly. What could he possibly do to intervene? He was, in fact, the last person among them to realize that the opponent had employed a secret technique. Damn the demon clan for learning so many esoteric arts. And all of them at the cost of their lives. Did they all intend to self-destruct like reckless fools? With a hint of sarcasm. He felt the situation before him was somewhat awkward. The demon clan had actually transmitted intelligence right in front of them. This rendered him, the holy ancestor, seemingly inept. Moreover, the greater peril lay in the fact that if the adversary retaliated based on this information, they would find themselves in an absolute disadvantage. No, wait. The intelligence he transmitted might not be useful at all, Lin Fan pondered, since this individual had been fabricating accounts until his demise. It was certain that someone must be aware of these deceptions, as his actions held significance only under such circumstances. Therefore, the message he sent back was undoubtedly a mere excuse for his own demise. Indeed, to be slain by the enigmatic and discerning holy ancestor only accentuated his loss, rather than portraying him as a fool. This individual's aim was to craft a commendable posthumous image. After all, any valuable intelligence would have been relayed prior. The information transmitted now must pertain to events that had just transpired. Upon this realization, Lin Fan felt entirely at ease, and thus, feigning indifference. He waved his hand dismissively. That intelligence is of no consequence. Let them peruse it at their leisure. In any case, it would serve no purpose. Upon hearing this, the elders were taken aback. This implied that it was not that the holy ancestor had failed to intercept the intelligence in time, but rather that he had intentionally allowed it to be transmitted. Dispai stepped back, his face a canvas of astonishment and admiration. Silently contemplating, it is likely that not only is it useless, but it may also possess a certain misleading quality. It could even be content that had been altered by the holy ancestor. The ability to manipulate intelligence transmitted through secretive arts is utterly terrifying. What secrets could possibly be conveyed in the presence of the holy ancestor? This seemingly trivial intelligence, once in the hands of the demon clan, could incite internal discord, allowing the human side to easily vanquish them. Dispai immediately clasped his hands in reverence. This stratagem by the holy ancestor will surely lead to the disintegration of the demon clan. It is truly a masterstroke. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Was it merely a message of self-aggrandizement sent back after death? How could it lead to the collapse of the demon clan? Surely, such flattery cannot be taken to such extremes. He swiftly waved his hand, indicating that it was not that significant. The holy ancestor waved his hand, signaling that all was well. My conjecture was indeed correct. I, Dispai, am truly the one who comprehends the holy ancestor best within the entire vast sacred land. He puffed out his chest with pride, observing the elders beside him with expressions of confusion, quietly deriding them as fools, while he alone grasped the deepest implications of the holy ancestor's intent. Yet, one question lingered. If the aim was to mislead the demon clan, shouldn't he feign regret? Such an overt declaration in the square would surely alert the demons to the falsity of the intelligence, leading them to disbelieve it. Chapter 8. Truly inscrutable, utterly inscrutable. If the holy ancestor's purpose was to mislead the demon clan, then his actions appeared contradictory. Dispai found himself momentarily perplexed, beginning to doubt whether he had misinterpreted the holy ancestor's intentions. After a few seconds of contemplation, a spark of confidence reignited in his eyes. The authenticity of such intelligence being transmitted was inherently dubious. To feign sorrow would only invite suspicion. Thus, the generous dissemination of the message would render the boundaries between truth and falsehood ambiguous. Let the demonic clan be utterly deterred from rash actions. Ensnared in a spiral of mental exhaustion, on one hand, they are reluctant to place their trust in the contents of the note, hesitant to act impulsively. On the other, they cannot completely dismiss it, inevitably stirring a portion of their ranks. Truly, the wisdom of the saint ancestor is unparalleled. It is certain that only I, Dispai, can comprehend his line of thought. Lin Fan cleared his throat. Ahem, you may handle the remaining matters as you see fit. Interrogate where necessary, detain where required. I have more pressing concerns to attend to. The elders and disciples gazed at him with adoration. The significant matters alluded to by the saint ancestor must pertain to the very survival of both the human and demon realms. Only such a towering figure could command the attention of the entire world with his every action. Lin Fan resolved to return for a rejuvenating afternoon nap, followed by a leisurely stroll through the disciple quarters, hoping to procure a few more delectable pastries as offerings. After all, even the ancestors require sustenance. Within the confines of the demon realm, the council chamber was enveloped in an eerie silence. Our undercover operatives above the realm level have nearly been eradicated, leaving only a few insignificant pawns who currently dare not reveal themselves. It seems the adversary has intentionally spared these spies, serving as a grim warning to us. The chief elder reclined in his chair, appearing utterly drained. I had suspected that they had uncovered our identities, which is why I ordered their retreat. Alas, I was still a step too late. This is all my fault. I should have alerted them sooner. No, great elder, this is not your fault. After a chorus of lamentations, the elder retrieved a luminous orb from behind him. This is the final intelligence they left behind. Let us examine it together. We have traitors within, spies in high positions. Moreover, please take good care of my wife. One of the demon elders erupted, slamming his hands on the table. What? This is utterly shocking. He actually has a wife. This cannot possibly be the crux of our focus. One pondered, is she beautiful? I have never seen her. Is the emphasis truly on the wife? The priority lies in the spies. Spies in high positions. Does this not imply that the traitor is among us? While they were uncertain how such a conclusion had been drawn, the intelligence received was highly credible, as the adversary had no reason to fabricate lies. Wait. The great elder interjected, at that moment. With the human saint ancestor present, how could such intelligence have reached us? A timid voice from the back of the chamber raised a hand. Could it be they were unable to intercept it? The great elder sharply rebuked the suggestion. What a foolish notion. The might of the sacred realm is beyond your comprehension. How could they fail to intercept a mere piece of information? Thus, this must be intelligence deliberately released by the opponent, intended to sow seeds of doubt regarding our internal security. Another elder, with a grim countenance, countered, no, that is the human saint ancestor. Would he resort to such trivial tactics against us? This action undoubtedly carries deeper implications. What if he anticipated our disbelief in the note's contents, intentionally leaking information about traitors to obscure the true infiltrators? As long as they are convinced that no spies exist within, the genuine traitor could operate freely, serving humanity. No. In the event that he has calculated our suspicion regarding the contents of the letter, anticipating that we would foresee his anticipation of our foresight, thereby continuing to mislead us. What then? At this moment, all the elders felt a chill run down their spines as they gazed at the intelligence report before them, finding themselves in a quandary, neither fully believing nor wholly disbelieving. They came to a profound realization of the terrifying prowess of the ancestor of humanity, not merely in terms of strength, but also in the alarming skill of manipulating human emotions. Cursed be it. The grand elder gritted his teeth, slamming his fist onto the table. To what extent has the opponent calculated? I cannot fathom it. I truly cannot see through it. A shadowy infiltrator is akin to a needle lodged in their throats, rendering them incapable of advancing or retreating, paralyzed from taking any further action. Finally, the grand elder reclined in his chair, despair etched across his face. This is not an adversary we can contend with. We cannot triumph in strength. We cannot discern intelligence. And our strategies have crumbled. Immediately send a message to the leader. We require his personal support. We need a powerful being from the sacred realm to confront the opponent's sacred realm expert. The atmosphere was more serious than ever. Confrontations between sacred realm beings often occur only at the brink of life and death. Previous strategies against the sacred grounds had always been thus. Little did they expect that upon merely attempting to assault the vast sacred grounds, they were already compelled to summon experts of the sacred realm. This is nothing short of a disgrace for the entire demon clan. Half a day later, an aged voice echoed within the council chamber of the demon clan. I shall arrive at the front lines within half a month. Until then, you must hold your ground against the opponent and avoid direct confrontation with their sacred realm experts. Given their fear of traps, they will likely refrain from launching a full-scale assault against you. If you can endure for half a month, I will demonstrate to them the true horror of our clan's sacred realm. This is the confidence emanating from one of the 10 leaders of the demon clan. This is the assurance of a genuine master of the sacred realm. Indeed, we await the leader's arrival with great anticipation. Lin Fan finally enjoyed a refreshing slumber, hoping to serendipitously encounter a kind disciple bearing offerings, and thus meandered through the sect. This made him feel less like an enigmatic ancestor and more like a vagabond wandering aimlessly within the sect. However, it mattered not, at least in the eyes of others. His image remained impeccable. Look, the ancestor is out inspecting the sect once more. It is only natural that, during this tense period of confrontation between our sacred grounds and the demon clan, the ancestor would not dare to relax. Yet, why does he not remain in his cave, employing his divine sense to scan the entire sect? Would that not be a more efficient method? Lin Fan stumbled slightly, hastily walking away, feeling somewhat guilty. Do you think he wouldn't want to? If he could, he too would wish to scan the sect with divine sense. The ancestor's actions are not for us to predict. Do not indulge in speculating the thoughts of prominent figures. On this point, Lin Fan felt a deep sense of agreement. After all, he still could not discern what exactly occupied the minds of those elders. Chapter 9. I shall refine the chicken feather pill. The alchemy room. Lin Fan wandered aimlessly within the sect without a clear purpose, fortuitously finding himself in the alchemy room, which was quite serendipitous. Alchemy is indeed one of the essential disciplines for practitioners, with some dedicating themselves entirely to this art, earning the title of alchemist. Elixirs not only assist in cultivation but also enhance combat efficacy, demonstrating significant utility across various domains. Those possessing potent elixirs can even wield them as strategic artifacts. Upon Lin Fan's arrival, the disciples in the alchemical chamber rose in unison, bowing respectfully. Lin Fan gestured dismissively, indicating his intention was merely a casual observation. The elder in charge of the alchemical chamber, known as Yun, promptly emerged to personally greet him. This elder, a cultivator at the third level of the heavenly realm, was the strongest alchemist within the sect, securing his esteemed position at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Even the ninth-level elder would afford him a measure of deference. Naturally, in the presence of the ancestor, Yun dared not exhibit any form of insolence, remaining as quiet as a child of several centuries. Is there something amiss in my alchemical chamber? Lin Fan mused, somewhat exasperated, pondering whether his mere presence was perceived as an omen of calamity. Could he not simply be here to observe? I mean, no trouble. I am merely here to take a look. Yun nodded, though his expression grew unusually grave, contemplating the reality of his own inadequacies. Perhaps there were matters of which he was unworthy to be informed. Suddenly, amidst their quiet observation of the disciples crafting elixirs, a furnace erupted explosively before one disciple, leaving him in a cloud of soot. The disciple coughed violently, brushing the ash from his face with an awkward smile. While such explosions, though rare, were not unheard of in an alchemical chamber, they were hardly events warranting concern. Lin Fan regarded the scene thoughtfully. It was evident that alchemy was no simple endeavor. His initial inclination to acquire knowledge in this field was swiftly extinguished. Yun, however, grew increasingly anxious. Such a trivial incident as a furnace explosion should not capture the ancestor's attention. Why did Lin Fan remain fixated on the scene, his gaze unwavering? Lin Fan stroked his chin, recognizing the necessity for vigilance to avert any unwarranted losses. After all, a furnace of this caliber must be quite costly, and repairing it would require a considerable expenditure of spirit stones. As the sect's ancestor, the funds of the sect were, in essence, his own, necessitating prudent management. What unwarranted losses? Yunyan's mind surged with tumultuous thoughts. A furnace explosion was a trifling matter, not deserving of the ancestor's concern, indicating the presence of other underlying factors. The ancestor would not arrive without reason, and upon his arrival, a furnace had exploded. This revelation sparked an epiphany in Yun, recalling the hints mentioned by Elder D. Fearing the presence of hidden traitors, the ancestor often refrained from disclosing matters directly, instead employing subtle cues to convey his intentions. Through these clandestine signals, he sought to achieve his goals. Yet, lacking Elder D's insight into the ancestor's mind, Yun found himself bewildered, his anxiety manifesting on his face. Lin Fan, noticing this, gently placed a hand on his shoulder. There is no need for concern. All the disciples present are students of Yun, while Lin Fan holds the position akin to Yunyan's superior. It is only natural for Yun to feel a sense of shame when a student damages the sect's treasured possessions in front of his superior. Lin Fan comprehends this sentiment well. However, he is not an overly harsh superior and chooses to forgive this minor transgression of the disciple. What? The holy ancestor has stated that there is no need for concern, which means that the situation remains under his control. Yun immediately regained his composure, his gaze sweeping across each disciple present, feeling a sense of suspicion that any one of them could be a spy left by the demon clan. Foolishly, I cannot discern the holy ancestor's true intentions, so I shall leave the decision-making to him. Yun clenched his fists, preparing to entirely hand over the stage to Lin Fan. This is undoubtedly the most prudent choice at this moment. Everyone, please pause. Before breaking through to the holy realm, the holy ancestor was a formidable alchemist. Surely, his skills have deepened considerably since then. His guidance will undoubtedly prove more valuable than my own. Henceforth, let the holy ancestor demonstrate the alchemical process for everyone. Be sure to observe closely. This will be your greatest opportunity to enhance your alchemical skills. As the words left his lips, a weight lifted from Yunyan's heart, and he smiled as he stepped aside, gesturing for Lin Fan to take the stage. What is happening? Lin Fan's lips twitched. He had merely come to observe, not to concoct any elixirs. Why was this fellow suddenly insisting he go up to refine pills? Was the explosion of the alchemical furnace earlier enough to scramble this guy's brain? Ahem, I must say, Elder Yun, I find this somewhat inappropriate. Indeed, it is quite inappropriate. Yun nodded emphatically. Such a subpar alchemical furnace was unworthy of the holy ancestor. Someone, fetch high-grade spiritual herbs and a ninefold phoenix alchemical furnace for the holy ancestor. A smile played at the corner of Yunyan's lips. The holy ancestor's reluctance to act immediately suggests he does not wish to resolve matters hastily. Or perhaps he simply does not want to intervene himself. The art of alchemy is captivating enough to draw attention, and preparing the materials requires ample time, which allows the holy ancestor to maneuver. The holy ancestor's subtle hint of discontent surely indicates a desire for a superior alchemical furnace. Indeed, this must be the holy ancestor's true intention. The ninefold phoenix alchemical furnace, being the pinnacle of the sect's alchemical tools, could also serve as a formidable weapon or a means of control. It is certainly worthy of matching the elite of the Holy Realm. The Holy Ancestor, in his guise, has brought no other treasures with him, since he has arrived at the alchemical chamber and provided me with such an indication. He must be seeking my retrieval of the furnace. The furnace itself can serve as a powerful artifact without attracting suspicion. Truly, the Holy Ancestor is brilliant. This is indeed a clever stratagem. Yet, what puzzles Yun Yin is that Lin Fan, being a master of the Holy Realm, should not require the power of artifacts even to contend with these minor adversaries. Upon reflection, it seems the Holy Ancestor has never truly taken action himself. The defeat of the Celestial Demon clan relied on forcing them into despair and self-destruction, while capturing the espionage group was achieved by compelling them to reveal themselves under duress, culminating in a sweeping victory through coordinated efforts. As Yun Yin pondered deeper, an unsettling thought took root in his mind. Everyone was aware of the Saint Ancestor's profound and inscrutable power, yet not a single soul had ever witnessed him in action. There lay an enigma, including today's incident, where the Saint Ancestor seemed to be deliberately avoiding any active engagement. This suspicion gradually expanded within Yun Yin's heart, leading him to contemplate a potential inquiry in the future. Lost in thought, Lin Fan, situated beside him, was engulfed in confusion. This was untenable. The moment he attempted alchemy, his true identity would surely be exposed. What caliber of alchemist would be fortunate enough to receive Yun Yin's guidance? It could be said that all the disciples present, even the one who had previously caused an explosion, were elite alchemy masters in their own right. Even during the pinnacle of humanity's 9 sacred lands, such figures would command respect wherever they roamed, let alone in this present age where human stars had nearly diminished. Before these masters, merely setting up the alchemy furnace might lead to an immediate revelation of his true capabilities. Lin Fan was frantically searching for a suitable excuse to make a discreet exit. A trip to the restroom? Ridiculous. It seemed absurd for the foremost expert of humanity to require such a mundane excuse. Wouldn't he that suggest the complete hopelessness of the human race? Saint Ancestor, the items you requested have arrived. Alas, this was not at all what he needed. Because the order originated from the Saint Ancestor and the foremost alchemist Yun Yin, the servants dared not delay, promptly utilizing a teleportation array to deliver the furnace and high-grade spirit herbs. Wait. This speed leaves me no time to escape. Should he refuse to practice alchemy, it appeared that the venerable image of the ancestor would be irreparably tarnished. Gazing into the adoring eyes of the gathered disciples, Lin Fan sat before the furnace, feeling utterly guilty, and was compelled to commence his performance. With no other options, he resolved to attempt the crafting of the highest-grade elixir. As the premium spirit herbs had conveniently arrived, it is widely known that the failure rate increases with the quality of the elixir. He was not an expert in alchemical concoction, and even a saint could fail. In such a case, he could easily fabricate an excuse about his subpar condition and flee as far as possible, vowing never to return to this dreadful place. Lin Fan believed his plan to be flawless, perfectly safeguarding the venerable image of the ancestor. For after all, the ancestor was not a deity and could not be infallible. Just as he was mulling this over, his hand froze mid-air as he reached for the spirit herbs. What on earth was the formula for high-grade elixirs? He stared blankly at the heap of so-called high-grade spirit herbs, which merely resembled weeds at a glance, utterly indistinguishable. To directly inquire about the elixir's formula would undoubtedly expose him as a fraud. Moreover, to engage in alchemy, one must first ignite the flames. Without any true energy, the spirit energy summoned by the method was woefully inadequate to support the alchemical process. This was akin to wanting to compete in an esports tournament, yet being unable to even power on the device. Lin Fan coughed awkwardly, the air thick with an uncomfortable tension. Cloud Yin was adorned with several large question marks above his head, as were the observing disciples, who could only see the great Saint Ancestor wearing a solemn expression, yet hesitating to take action. What was the Saint Ancestor up to? It was uncertain. Perhaps it was a necessary preparatory step before concocting a high-tier elixir. However, it seemed that Elder Cloud Yin had never performed a similar task before. Hush! The actions of the Saint Ancestor are beyond our comprehension. We should remain quietly observant and not disturb him. Yet, the expression on Cloud Yin's face grew increasingly grim, as a conjecture within him magnified, instilling a fervent desire for verification. Lin Fan clenched his teeth, realizing that if this delay continued, the disciple's reverence would gradually transform into doubt, then into skepticism, ultimately leading to the revelation of his true identity. Regardless, what was the big deal about alchemy? It was akin to cooking, wasn't it? After all, it involved merely igniting a fire to prepare a dish. With that thought, He cursed Cloud Yan's ancestors under his breath and unceremoniously tossed all the high-grade spiritual herbs surrounding him into the alchemical furnace. What? At that moment, everyone was left bewildered. It was their first realization that alchemy could be approached in such a manner. The ratio of spiritual herbs used in each elixir was typically scrupulous. Even the slightest deviation could lead to failure. Yet, the Saint Ancestor had thrown all the herbs in at once. This ratio was unprecedented. The immense pharmacological properties would undoubtedly clash, leading to an inevitable failure. Indeed, the methods employed by the esteemed figures of alchemy were markedly different from those of the rest. The many disciples lowered their heads in shame. They had previously thought that their distinction from true masters of alchemy lay solely in precision. Today's revelation exposed the absurdity of their assumptions. Did the Saint Ancestor intend to convey that even with completely disparate material ratios and irreconcilable pharmacological properties, one could rely on their own prowess to harmonize them and create an entirely new elixir? They had only known to adhere to existing ratios in their alchemical practices. Yet, if that were all there was to it, they would never uncover the methods for forging new elixirs. Truly, the Saint Ancestor had imparted a profound lesson. Indeed, my anticipation for the elixir that the Saint Ancestor would produce has grown immensely. The disciples whispered among themselves, their previous silence shattered by the overwhelming impact of the spectacle before them, rendering it impossible to calm their tumultuous emotions. Cloud Yan, however, harbored his own thoughts and refrained from interjecting. Before Lin Fan lay a formidable challenge, one that was perhaps even more vexing than the spiritual herbs themselves. How was he to ignite the fire? Was he to merely stare blankly at the herbs within the furnace? If that were the case, he would soon find himself engaging in a futile stare-down with the King of Hell. Lin Fan, determined to seize the moment, immediately employed the spirit summoning technique to channel the true energy within his garments, only to find it woefully insufficient to ignite the spiritual flame. Undeterred, he pressed his right hand against the alchemical furnace, continuing to invoke the spirit summoning technique, attempting to harness the residual true energy within the furnace. Please, even the tiniest flicker of flame would suffice. At the very least, grant me a spark. Otherwise, I would be stripped of any opportunity to defend myself. In the next moment, he suddenly felt a searing heat surging forth from his hand, enveloping the entire alchemical furnace. While a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed throughout the hall, Lin Fan had awakened the true energy concealed within the furnace, yet it appeared that alongside this energy, something else had emerged. Yin was taken aback, exclaiming in shock, "Is that the ninefold phoenix true flame?" He beheld the crimson glow intensifying, and Lin Fan sensed that another glance would lead to his body being incinerated, prompting an instinctive retreat. How perilous! Had I not reacted swiftly, coupled with the fortuitous protection of my garments, I might have been scorched in an instant. Boom! The uncontrollable flames triggered a fierce explosion. Lin Fan had tragically caused the furnace to detonate. Chapter 11. Truly pathetic heavens. Until now, we had always utilized our own true energy to manipulate spiritual flames, neglecting the fire spirit inherently contained within a high-tier alchemical furnace, which is far more volatile and challenging to control. The disciples gasped in astonishment, while Yin found himself in a state of utter confusion, never expecting the ancestor to unleash such a tremendous commotion. This left him increasingly perplexed about the ancestor's intentions. Thick smoke billowed before him, and Lin Fan coughed a few times, yet his heart was no longer gripped by fear. At the very least, he had conjured fire. Although it appeared somewhat unruly, it might seem to perfectly align with the strength he had displayed. Revealing my lack of alchemical prowess is preferable to exposing my utter lack of strength. The demon clan fears the might of the Saint Realm, not merely formidable alchemical skills. Thus, as long as Lin Fan's true capabilities remain intact, the other matters are of little consequence. However, today's debacle would undoubtedly be a blow to his pride, and he must be cautious in the future to avoid repeating such mistakes. The ninefold phoenix alchemical furnace exploded. That is the pinnacle of alchemical furnaces. The disciples' cries surged like a tidal wave, with several alchemists losing their composure, prostrating themselves on the ground but hesitating to advance due to the fierce flames. Truly, the ancestor is remarkable. Lin Fan felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet steeled himself to bear the disciples' grievances. The ancestor is truly astounding. It is my first time witnessing someone harness the ninefold phoenix true flame. Moreover, the ninefold phoenix alchemical furnace had withstood attacks from the Saint Realm without sustaining any damage. Yet today, it was destroyed in the hands of the ancestor. What? Lin Fan was utterly unprepared for the disciples' reaction, as their emotions seemed to be more of excitement and astonishment rather than blame. Indeed, it appears that even the ninefold phoenix alchemical furnace cannot match the current strength of the ancestor, leading to its lamentable destruction. This is a flaw of the equipment. not of the ancestor. The ancestor has returned from his breakthrough, his prowess elevated, yet based on past experiences, unleashing full power was anticipated. I merely did not expect this contraption to be so fragile. Even before Lin Fan could speak, the disciples had convinced themselves and gazed at him with immense admiration. Ingenious gently cleared his throat twice, tacitly acknowledging the disciples' assertions. Currently, the sect possesses no higher-grade alchemical furnaces, and it would be prudent for the patriarch to refrain from alchemy for the time being. Lin Fan exhaled in relief, although the unfolding events were somewhat peculiar. As long as he was not compelled to continue refining pills, there was no further risk of exposure, granting him a semblance of peace. Indeed, masquerading as the patriarch is a burdensome task. One misstep could lead to revelations. He fervently wished for the patriarch to withdraw his divine capabilities. Feeling the intense heat before him, the alchemical furnace was already damaged, yet the ninefold phoenix true flame continued to blaze in midair. It could not be allowed to burn indefinitely. What? Withdraw his divine powers? Lin Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. He was adept only in the art of spirit summoning, not in the art of spirit retraction. Furthermore, merely approaching the flames induced a sensation of imminent melting, let alone subduing them. Cough, cough. Elder Yin, please attend to the matters here. At that moment, having a competent subordinate truly felt like a blessing. Lin Fan entrusted all concluding tasks to Ingenious, and without allowing the latter a moment to respond, he turned and made his swift exit, leaving only his silhouette behind. Patriarch, how should I handle this? I do not know. Do not inquire further. Lin Fan repeatedly chanted this phrase awkwardly in his mind, then turned to give him a look, urging him to figure it out on his own. What he discerned was no longer Lin Fan's concern. Yunyan's lips twitched. Seeing that the patriarch had no intention of looking back, he promptly assigned a nearby disciple to oversee the raging flames, instructing him to refrain from any further actions for the time being. Delegating tasks to subordinates was indeed a splendid decision. However, subordinates also have their own subordinates. And so forth, there is always someone to bear the brunt of responsibility. With questions swirling in his mind, Ingenious hurried to the abode of the disciples' faction. Upon arrival, before they could exchange pleasantries, Ingenious immediately grasped the other's shoulders. Elder D, you know the patriarch best. Please, I implore you to provide me with an answer. Hearing the phrase "you know the patriarch best," DCP's lips noticeably curled upwards, and he even nodded unconsciously. Please, Elder Yun, speak. Every action of the patriarch is laden with his own intent, and certain signals are exceedingly intricate. I fear only I can decipher them. So it is only fitting that you seek my counsel. Ingenious promptly recounted all the strange occurrences that had transpired, concluding with, I suspect the patriarch's revival is far from perfect. His power has likely been significantly diminished, which accounts for these anomalies. This was already an exceedingly diplomatic expression, yet he believed DCP would grasp his true meaning. However, contrary to his expectations, DCP shook his head with a profoundly disappointed expression. How tragic, Elder Yun. Huh? What is wrong with me? The bewildered Yin appeared utterly perplexed. I lament that you have discerned numerous irregularities in the patriarch's actions, yet can only arrive at such conjectures. Is that not tragic enough? DCP fixed him with a gaze of exasperation, causing Ingenious to feel increasingly uneasy. In confrontations within the sacred realm, possessing prior knowledge of the opponent's intelligence would undoubtedly confer significant advantages. Thus, it is evident that the holy ancestor has refrained from intervening, clearly harboring a particularly significant trump card within the realm of breakthrough, preferring not to reveal it prematurely. This notion may indeed align with your observations. Ingenious furrowed his brow in retort, questioning how the holy ancestor could have experienced an explosion while refining pills. As a competent alchemist, I cannot fathom how he could be incapable of controlling the intensity of the spiritual flames. The previous explanation might suffice to deceive those disciples at the mortal or earthly realms, but Ingenious remains unconvinced of such assertions. This stems from the confidence of a top-tier alchemist. The ninefold phoenix pill furnace, even within the entire sect, stands as a premier treasure. I fail to see any objective that would warrant its destruction, and subsequently, there was no evidence of infiltrators from the demonic clan present there. Elder D scoffed dismissively. Elder Yun, your perspective is rather myopic. You observe the holy ancestor's furnace explosion and conclude it to be a failure in his alchemical techniques. Yet you have not considered the possibility that he might have intentionally orchestrated the explosion. That is implausible. What benefit would he derive from destroying the ninefold phoenix pill furnace? This would only serve to diminish our own power. Each premier treasure is a strategic asset for the sect, and I refuse to accept such reasoning. That is precisely why I deem your insight to be limited. Elder D lowered his gaze. Your mind, solely focused on alchemy, cannot comprehend this, but fortunately, you sought my counsel. The astute among us have long discerned the ancestor's intentions, grasping that magnificent concept which only he and I could conceive. Chapter 12. The Holy Ancestor's plan is about to surface. Noticing Yun Yan's continued bewilderment, DC smiled, opting to elucidate with a more straightforward analogy. Let me pose a question. For those mundane beings unversed in cultivation, are the vials containing pills not exceedingly precious? Indeed. Yun Yan nodded without hesitation, yet remained puzzled as to why such a question was posed. In truth, it is not merely the vials. Even a rag used by a practitioner of the earthly realm, once it reaches the mortal world, becomes a coveted treasure. This delineates the chasm between the immortal and the mundane. Even the most exalted emperor among mortals yearns for the company of the lowliest practitioners. DC continued to smile leisurely. If the pills within the vial must be shattered to extract them, would you shatter the vial? Yun Yan, not a fool, quickly grasped the underlying implication. Are you suggesting that the Holy Ancestor destroyed the ninefold Phoenix pill furnace to retrieve another, even more vital item? Precisely. DC twirled non-existent whiskers. Mundane beings can only perceive the value of the vial, often overlooking the more significant pill within, just as your entire focus rests upon the furnace, neglecting the more crucial element contained within. Yun Yan began to expand his thinking. If there were indeed something that necessitated the destruction of the furnace for retrieval, it could only be the ninefold Phoenix true flame. In the end, you assert that the Holy Ancestor did not personally claim the true flame, but rather tasked you with the subsequent affairs. Can you not discern his intentions? He has bestowed upon you the greatest opportunity. Yet, rather than grasping his meaning, you have come here to consult me. I can only surmise that the Holy Ancestor must be exceedingly disappointed in you. At this moment, Yun Yan's mind erupted with a deafening clarity, rendering him momentarily dazed. As everything began to coalesce, precisely as Disbay had articulated, with formidable adversaries looming, we require offensive artifacts rather than mere alchemical furnaces. Thus, the Ancestor was willing to obliterate the furnace to extract the immensely destructive true flame. It was he who sought me out directly. It was he who subtly urged me to retrieve the furnace. No, I must return immediately. Elder D, I bid you farewell. In an instant, Yun Yan vanished, while Disbay's lips curled into a faint smile as he stroked his chin. If that is indeed the case, the Saint Ancestor had no need to destroy the furnace in front of all disciples. It seems he harbors a deeper scheme. I must follow him, lest this fool jeopardize the Saint Ancestor's plans. The two elders retraced their steps to the alchemy chamber, while Yun Yan's expression turned vacant. The once central blazing ninefold Phoenix true flame had inexplicably divided into 4 blossoms, now attached to 4 disciples. No, my ninefold Phoenix true flame. Yun Yan nearly broke down in tears, lamenting the loss of his premier spiritual flame, now diminished in potency due to his negligence. It is entirely my fault for failing to grasp the Saint Ancestor's hint in a timely manner. However, it is not too late for remedy. At this moment, Yun Yan's earlier doubts regarding Lin Fan had evaporated, replaced by the anguish and frustration of losing a treasured asset. He resolved to forcibly detach the 4 divided flames from the disciples and absorb them anew. Wait. At the same moment, Disbay intercepted him. Perhaps your actions had long been anticipated by the Saint Ancestor. He likely foresaw that you would not absorb the true flame immediately. Perhaps all of this is within his control. Damn it. Why does it feel as if I, the Ancestor, have lost grasp of everything? Lin Fan sat in the administrative hall, a visage of melancholy. Though referred to as an administrative hall, it was, in truth, an expansive cavern, solely belonging to him. Even elders must be summoned to gain the privilege of entry. One must remain ever vigilant, ensuring no slip-ups, yet over time, one must inevitably reveal flaws. Ultimately, it all boils down to strength. I must swiftly thwart the demonic clan's schemes through the system, thereby securing the corresponding rewards, enabling me to genuinely possess the power of the saint realm. As long as I attain the strength of a saint, I shall have the confidence to stand tall. At that point, even if I am not the human race's Saint Ancestor, I shall embody the essence of one. As for how to dismantle the demonic clan's plans, lacking tangible power is inconsequential. Past events serve as excellent examples. By leveraging my intellect, coupled with a flawless strategy and effectively mobilizing my resources, I can still inflict severe blows upon the demonic clan. Lin Fan resolved to abandon idleness. From this moment forth, he would adopt a genuine authoritative demeanor, gradually assuming control of the sacred land's affairs and becoming the true master. After all, the mission demands my involvement in dismantling the demonic clan's actions. Otherwise, I will not be eligible for the system rewards. With determination, he set forth to act. He immediately rummaged through the files, dismissing trivial matters. Only genuine, valuable tasks warranted the opportunity for experiential learning. He needed to find a mission of sufficient rank that was not overly perilous, serving as a preliminary endeavor. Just then, a request for an audience from Elder D and Elder Yun echoed from outside the door, prompting him to grant them entry. Ancestor, a significant quantity of high-grade spiritual herbs has been damaged, and we wish to procure another batch. Here is the list, ready for submission. Yun Yin respectfully presented a list, omitting any mention of the incident involving the 4 disciples possessed by Fan Yin. He believed such matters had likely been anticipated by the ancestor, and bringing them up would only make him seem foolish. At the same time, he hoped to subtly indicate the need for guidance regarding the spiritual herbs. Eager for further instructions. A list of spiritual herbs? Lin Fan was taken aback. It seemed that his previous alchemical mishap had indeed resulted in the destruction of a considerable number of high-grade spiritual herbs, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Surely, these items must be quite costly. Just how great of a calamity have I caused? Realizing that the spiritual herbs had perished due to his actions, he recognized their strategic importance. They were of sufficient caliber, and he currently lacked a mentoring task to hone his skills. Cough. Let this list remain with me, and I shall oversee the procurement task. What? DC Pei and Yun Yin were both astonished. Spiritual herbs, even high-tier ones, were not particularly rare. As long as one was willing to spend, they could be acquired at any time. Typically, such procurement tasks only required a nod from the ancestor for the subordinates to manage the entire transaction process without any high-level intervention. Yet now, the ancestor was taking on such a remarkably simple task. DC Pei's heart raced. He sensed that the ancestor's grand plan was about to unfold. Chapter 13. Must it be so dismissive? Across the vast continent, the conflict was not solely between the human and demon races. Rather, they were among the most fiercely opposed of several factions. Beyond them lay various demon clans, primordial spirit races, and some obscure, hidden races that truly governed the land. The human race had once briefly held dominion over the continent, but following the ultimate failure of their last ancestor's ascension, they gradually fell from grace, teetering on the brink of extinction. Therefore, even amidst the human-demon wars, they had ample channels through which to procure supplies from other races, who were more than willing to profit from the turmoil. Some organizations trading in spiritual herbs even conducted business with both sides of the conflict, a fact no one dared to expose. The continent's vastness and the multitude of organizations selling spiritual herbs contributed to the perception that, while high-grade spiritual herbs were costly, they were not scarce and could hardly be deemed strategic resources. One could always purchase them when needed. Purchasing spiritual herbs for alchemy and subsequently selling the resulting elixirs was a common financial strategy for sects. The alchemy chamber functioned as a colossal profit-generating enterprise. Lin Fan casually set aside the list and opened the scroll detailing the process of acquiring spiritual elixirs, hoping to familiarize himself with the specifics for his own ease of execution. The term high-grade spiritual elixirs exuded an aura of prestige. Surely, it would necessitate a meeting between the leaders of 2 factions to negotiate a contract. Thus, he resolved to prepare meticulously for the occasion. He nodded thoughtfully as his gaze swept over the procedural details. What was this? All that was required was for him to nod in agreement, then exchange payment for goods. So utterly simple. Not only would there be no formal negotiations between the 2 faction leaders, but even communication would be non-existent. This realization left Lin Fan feeling somewhat embarrassed. Having just proclaimed that he would personally undertake this mission, he now discovered that it entailed minimal effort, which was rather undignified for him. In an attempt to salvage his reputation, he decided to at least engage in some superficial show of diligence. Ahem. You should recruit 4 additional individuals to escort the trading caravan, he declared. Yes, that will do. Should any unforeseen incidents arise on the journey, be sure to inform me immediately. After all, he needed to project the image of a dedicated patriarch who had made an effort. The 2 elders maintained an outward calm, yet internally they were in turmoil. The patriarch suggested there might be unexpected occurrences. Indeed, if there were no surprises, what warranted his esteemed attention? With such speculation, both elders regarded this trading caravan with heightened importance. Dispai recalled Lin Fan's previous instructions to dispatch for more individuals to escort the caravan. In transactions of this nature, both parties typically assign celestial realm experts for protection, albeit without excessive concern, usually just those of the first or second tiers. Such individuals, lacking any extraordinary abilities, were generally mid-ranking members of their sects, the lesser powers among the elite. Of course, such ranks were rarely mobilized. They were often merely war captives branded with slave marks or guards procured from other factions, entirely disconnected from the sect's core. The Patriarch's directive to dispatch for additional guards indicated that this mission was of considerable significance. At the very least, they would need to send experts of the 5th tier of the celestial realm or higher. But wait, Wouldn't such a move leave their internal forces depleted? Moreover, why was it specifically 4 individuals? Upon this realization, both elders suddenly felt a jolt of alarm. It was evident they had recalled the 4 alchemists previously possessed by Fan Yin. Indeed, everything from the explosion of the alchemical furnace, through possession by Fan Yin, to the current trading mission was intricately woven into the Patriarch's grand design. Everything was connected. Yin perceived Lin Fan as unfathomable, truly terrifying, and felt a pang of regret for his earlier assumptions about the Patriarch, which had been profoundly blasphemous. Fortunately, the esteemed Patriarch was magnanimous. Not scrutinizing a mere child of several centuries too harshly, he resolved to seize this opportunity to atone for his misjudgments. He summoned those 4 individuals. They must regard this mission with utmost seriousness, leaving no room for complacency. Elder D, we shall also secretly accompany the mission to ensure its flawless execution. Before long, the 4 anxious alchemists were brought before Lin Fan. Patriarch, we have summoned the additional 4 guards. Lin Fan gazed at the 4 individuals summoned by the 2 elders, nearly spitting out the tea in his mouth. What is this? Although he could not directly discern the depth of the others' cultivation levels, he could still make some distinctions based on the disciples' attire. Among the 4, only one was of the earth realm, while the other 3 were merely at the human realm level, all dressed in alchemist robes. Was this a mockery? It was one thing to engage individuals of lower strength, but to summon 4 alchemists for this task was utterly perplexing. Were they so desperate for manpower in their sect? Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a profound concern for the future of their sect. It seemed that this mission truly posed no significant issues. Both parties were already well versed in the transaction process, merely sending someone to go through the motions. He waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. There's no need to send these 4. Let things proceed as they were meant to. He could not be bothered with this trivial matter any longer and preferred to seek out other tasks for practice. What? Upon hearing this, Yin was instantly taken aback, and the expressions of the 4 disciples mirrored his astonishment. They had been summoned by the holy ancestor himself, initially believing they would be entrusted with an important role, only to be told they were no longer needed. What was going on? Had they misinterpreted the holy ancestor's intentions? Just then, Disbai smirked mischievously, gripping Yin with one hand while beckoning the 4 disciples to hastily depart from Lin Fan's presence. Clearly, expecting you to comprehend the holy ancestor's meaning was a futile endeavor. Fortunately, I followed. Otherwise, you would have jeopardized a significant matter, having learned from previous experiences. Yin did not dare to be negligent and promptly inquired, Elder D, what does the holy ancestor truly mean? Isn't it evident? Disbai replied, resembling a mischievous dragon king. He is reminding us to include 4 additional individuals, yet now tells us not to let them join the escort team. He wants them to follow discreetly and play a crucial role at a pivotal moment. I fear that not only will we be following, but the holy ancestor himself may also be trailing behind us. Realization dawned upon Yin, and he quickly smiled in agreement. Indeed, Elder D, you truly possess the insight to discern the holy ancestor's true intentions. Without further ado, they promptly organized the trading group, adhering to the original plan, and made contact with the 3rd prince of the demon realm. Chapter 14. The incident. The 3rd prince of the demon realm is, in fact, the 3rd prince of the Jiao Dragon clan. Since true dragons have not graced the world for millennia, the Jiao Dragon clan proclaims itself as the overlord of the demon realm, and the 3rd prince of Jiao Dragon refers to himself as the 3rd prince of the demon realm to enhance his stature. Naturally, most demon clans do not acknowledge this claim. Consequently, after establishing contact with the demon realm, the peculiar trading group set forth. A steward of the 8th level of the earth realm, carrying sufficient spirit stones and accompanied by a 1st level of the heavenly realm servant and several subordinates, stealthily departed from the sect. This type of transaction would certainly necessitate using a teleportation array to reach the destination directly. However, there exists a certain distance between teleportation arrays, and the arrays of the human and demon realms cannot seamlessly connect. The journey ahead is fraught with peril. Beads of sweat appeared on the forehead of the steward, as the elders had forewarned him of the imminent dangers and urged him to exercise utmost caution. Yet, there is no need for trepidation. The elders assured that 4 exceptional masters would discreetly safeguard us. Thus my safety is presumably ensured. A team of 1 earth realm and 3 human realm experts stealthily followed behind. Senior brother, any of those dozen or so attendants would surpass you in skill. Do you truly believe we can be of any assistance by trailing behind? The youngest sister among the 4 expressed her doubts. The sole earth realm senior brother confidently interjected. Everything is orchestrated by the holy ancestor. Moreover, with 2 elders covertly protecting us, the danger is likely minimal. We must have faith in them. Disbai and Yin concealed themselves in the shadows, employing their spiritual senses to survey the area. Suddenly, Yin realized, we haven't even left our sect's territory. Why do we feel like thieves lurking here? Caution, caution, Elder Yin. This is merely to help you acclimatize to the surroundings. As an alchemist, you typically wouldn't undertake such tasks, which is precisely why they fear you lack experience. Remaining within the sect's confines allowed them to utilize their spiritual senses freely. However, once they ventured beyond this zone, their presence would easily be detected by those of higher cultivation. Of course, this was of little consequence to Dispay, a formidable seventh layer of the celestial realm, but Yin, a mere third layer, felt as vulnerable as a lamp in the night. This task is personally entrusted by the Holy Ancestor, indicating a significant level of risk. I still feel somewhat uncertain. Fear not, since we are covertly protecting the trading caravan. The Holy Ancestor is undoubtedly watching over us as well. At that moment, Lin Fan resolved to take a restful slumber, seeking to soothe his weary spirit. As for the trading caravan, surely such a simple matter does not require the direct involvement of the venerable ancestor. As night deepened, the caravan passed through the first teleportation array and arrived at the first in along their route, choosing not to travel further under the cover of darkness. The contacts from the demon realm also opted against night travel, so even if they were eager to proceed, no one would be there to meet them. Cultivators do not necessarily require rest, but the night poses greater dangers. Many demonic techniques gain terrifying enhancements in darkness, whereas human techniques are comparatively weaker in this regard. Given the critical nature of this mission, the steward dared not take risks and prudently chose to rest. Establishing an inn among cultivators implies the possession of appropriate means to guard against danger, making this location notably safer than the outside world. The four disciples trailed behind, feigning to be independent cultivators, and took a separate table, casually ordering food and drink. The combination of one earth realm and three human realm individuals indeed resembled a small, inconspicuous sect, minimizing suspicion. The two elders diligently suppressed their cultivation levels, ensuring that those below the celestial realm perceived them merely as wandering cultivators. Thus, in the vast and mysterious Holy Land, three groups of individuals found themselves seated at three separate tables, enveloped in an atmosphere thick with tension and awkwardness. As everyone was torn between the desire to observe and the fear of being caught, Yin lowered his voice, questioning, "Are we not meant to protect in secrecy? Why have we brazenly entered the scene?" He expressed concern that the masters of the heavenly realm might discern their underlying issues. With a subtle smile, Dispay placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Entangled in such matters, our strength is insufficient for true protection. Instead, let us reveal ourselves, allowing our adversaries to believe we are but two, thus enabling the hidden ancestor to operate more comfortably. The implication was clear. They were to act as bait. Yin nodded, finding no fault in the plan, reassured by the presence of the ancestor lurking in the shadows. Knowing that their lives would not be at risk as bait, he hoped a fool would soon reveal themselves. Igniting his curiosity about the ancestor's considerable efforts, were they aimed at the demonic clan? The night at the inn was surprisingly tranquil. What once passed as a fleeting night for practitioners now felt interminable. Suddenly, the heavy door creaked open, revealing a figure clad as a chivalrous warrior, their hat obscuring half their face, exuding an air of foreboding and aloofness. The Holy Land's inhabitants, already tense, instinctively turned their gazes towards the newcomer. Could this unexpected arrival be the very target the ancestor had warned them to guard against? The man, feeling the weight of numerous eyes upon him, hesitated momentarily, pondering if he had stumbled into a den of iniquity. Yet, considering his own capabilities, he cleared his throat and stepped into the inn. Dispay narrowed his eyes, discerning that while this individual projected the cultivation of a mortal realm, there was an unsettling fluctuation in his aura. He was concealing his true strength, which was undoubtedly beyond the earthly realm. Had he been of the earthly realm, Dispay would have easily perceived the veracity of his cultivation. Instead, it was evident that this stranger was a master of the heavenly realm. His essence did not resonate with that of the human race. He merely assumed a human form, arriving here by mere coincidence. This man harbored secrets. As the stranger took his seat, he ordered a pot of spirit wine and turned to engage in a silent exchange of glances with Dispay. Both, being masters of the heavenly realm, could readily detect the irregularities in each other's cultivation. The man raised his right hand, forming a complex gesture. Dispay's pupils constricted. The gesture conveyed a significant message. I hail from a powerful faction, and we have urgent matters at hand. Should you wish to avoid conflict with us, I advise you to withdraw. This was a subtle signal exchanged among great powers, designed to avert unnecessary confrontations. However, under the directive of the ancestor, Dispay could not simply retreat. He believed this was precisely why the ancestor had entangled them in these affairs. This individual possessed information of paramount importance. Chapter 15. What? You too wish to infiltrate? Despy, confident in the ancestor's covert protection, regarded even a master of the ninth tier of the heavenly realm as no more than a trivial adversary. With fear set aside, there was no reason to withdraw. He feigned ignorance, declaring himself merely a solitary cultivator, indifferent to the situation. The other party lowered their brows, their expression growing increasingly somber, yet they uttered not a word, simply turning their head away. The atmosphere in the inn thickened with tension, reminiscent of the eerie calm before a storm. Suddenly, the creaking sound of the door shattered this heavy silence as a group of over a dozen individuals entered, unabashedly flaunting their dragon horns. The leader, a cultivator at the 6th level of the celestial realm, made no effort to conceal their prowess. Do not mind us. We are merely here to find lodging. We shall not disturb you, they proclaimed. Yet how could one remain indifferent to a figure of such stature entering so boldly? This group, adorned with dragon horns, could only belong to the dragon clan, or perhaps the lesser-known Jiao-Long lineage, for the true dragon clan had vanished millennia ago. It was also plausible that other factions were masquerading as the Jiao-Long to set a trap. However, the arrival of yet another celestial expert undeniably muddied the waters further. Moreover, this was merely the visible strength. The hidden cultivators lurking in the shadows were an unknown quantity. Yuanyin swallowed hard. Having anticipated that the task arranged personally by the holy ancestor would be formidable, yet he had not envisioned it reaching such terrifying heights. 3 distinct factions were present. Their sacred grounds boasted 3 representatives, while the other 2 factions each had their own, bringing at least 5 celestial masters into the open. Could it be that the holy ancestor's intention in sending them to negotiate was not for the sake of trade itself, but rather for the inn they were passing through? The concealed celestial experts had not surprised the junior disciples, but the blatant display of power from these newcomers truly startled them. The youngest sister trembled, exclaiming, "It feels as though the 3 of us do not belong in this inn. Oh, dear holy ancestor, what on earth did you summon them for?" At that very moment, their beloved holy ancestor was peacefully slumbering in his cave dwelling. Outside, the rain began to fall in a gentle drizzle, and a scholar, braving the downpour, pushed open the inn's door. What terrible luck to encounter such rain on my way to the capital for the examination. I had planned to travel through the night. Now, that is impossible. With no other inns nearby, he reluctantly decided to make do with this one, despite never having been there before. As the scholar lifted his gaze, he found all eyes in the inn fixated upon him, sending a shiver down his spine. "Is there something on my face?" he inquired, but no one responded. The atmosphere thick with an unsettling silence. The scholar exuded no aura of power, clearly a mere mortal, if he were not. One might suspect him to be a master of the holy realm, an absurd notion indeed. "Landlord, please prepare a room for me." Observing the peculiar stares from the gathered patrons, some even adorned with strange ornaments, the scholar felt a chill envelop him, prompting him to hastily request a room before retreating upstairs. At that very moment, 4 disciples sensed an unusual reaction within them, as if their inner flames resonated subtly with the scholar. Startled, they pondered whether this was the true purpose behind the holy ancestor's summons. However, they dared not reveal their unease immediately, waiting until the hall was empty before approaching Dispay to share their discovery. Indeed, something was amiss. However, how did the saint ancestor discover it in advance? He had never left the sect. Although it seemed perplexing, given that he was the saint ancestor, everything appeared quite reasonable. I shall observe if there is anything unusual about that scholar. As the night deepened and the entire inn extinguished its lights, Dispay, accompanied by a disciple, retrieved a cloaking artifact from the treasure chamber to conceal their presence and stealthily entered the scholar's room. With this artifact, no one beneath the 9th heaven would be able to discern his movements through mere spiritual perception. His actions were not so much to guard against the scholar, but rather to keep an eye on those seemingly suspicious individuals lurking nearby. While the saint ancestor would provide covert protection, I must also prepare myself, as I cannot rely solely on his intervention for every situation. Dispay waved his hand to scatter a dust of slumber, ensuring the scholar would not awaken prematurely. Approaching, the disciple sensed the connection between his own flame and the scholar's, immediately noticing the crimson paper figurine hanging from him. "Elder, it is this object." Dispay squinted his eyes and employed a transference technique to remove the paper figurine from the scholar. It felt unremarkable in his hands, appearing to be an ordinary paper figure. However, when he attempted to destroy it, he found it impossible to tear apart. Indeed, it was a treasure of the world. Dispay tucked the figurine into his pocket. "This must be the item the saint ancestor wanted us to retrieve. I am still unsure of its purpose. I must inquire with him later." Just as he was about to leave, Dispay noticed the scholar's empty waist and decided to take out a piece of paper from his pocket. He magically dyed it red and clumsily cut out a paper figurine to hang it back in its place. "Elder, your cutting seems rather abstract. Do you truly think it won't be discovered? Are you questioning this elder? He scoffed. I have added an illusion to it. This mere mortal will surely not perceive anything amiss. Let us depart. In the scholar's room, only the sound of snoring remained. Moments later, a new figure appeared within the chamber, the lone man clad in the guise of a hero. He skillfully scattered slumber dust, and the scholar's expression instantly grew bizarre, resembling that of a lifeless pig, with his tongue hanging out. Do these mortals sleep so soundly at night? Had I known, I would not have wasted my slumber dust. He pulled down the paper figurine hanging from the scholar's waist, a smile creeping onto his face. According to the sect leader, this was a treasure of the world, yet, with my discerning eye, I could not fathom its secrets and must carefully keep it for further study. However, why does this treasure appear somewhat unsightly? Perhaps such natural wonders appear thus. Saying this, he solemnly placed the paper figurine, cut by Despy, into his treasure box. Then rummaged in his pants pocket for another paper figurine. This one was also an ordinary red paper figure, yet even more abstract and ugly than the one cut by Despy. The scholar slept like a dead pig, completely oblivious. Even if someone were to kick him now, he would show no signs of awakening. In the stillness of the room, a fine dust of sleep-inducing powder seeped through the cracks, and a shadow once again emerged. Chapter 16. What on earth is this paper figure? Lin Fan found himself bewildered, as his beautiful dream was abruptly interrupted by a secret letter sent back by Despy. Why send me a letter at this hour? Could such a simple task possibly go awry? But wait, why was the letter from Despy? Has he also arrived? A venerable elder of the seventh heaven realm going to procure spiritual herbs. What a leisurely state to be in. After much effort, Lin Fan finally overcame the allure of his warm bed, rising to open the secret missive sent back by Despy. It contained but 4 words. I understand now. Originally, Despy intended to detail all his experiences in the letter, but upon reflection, realizing everything was already anticipated by the holy ancestor, he deemed such elaboration unnecessary. After fruitlessly attempting to contact the holy ancestor, he understood that the holy ancestor preferred not to be directly exposed. Thus he returned the letter to the sect, hoping the holy ancestor nearby could intercept it discreetly. Of course, no one intercepted it, and the missive swiftly made its way back to the sect, landing in Lin Fan's hands. He understands? What could he possibly comprehend? Lin Fan himself was at a loss. What on earth transpired? Why not just say it? Were those 4 words intended for me to guess? Unable to contain his frustration, Lin Fan cursed under his breath, reminding himself of his current identity as the ancestor, thus needing to exhibit some decorum. The elders around him were all riddlers, which deepened his concern for humanity's future. He examined the letter from every angle, finding nothing but those 4 words, until he finally discovered the paper figure tucked within the layers of the envelope. What on earth is this? Lin Fan felt that if this cryptic exchange continued, communication with the elders would become significantly problematic. Therefore, he decided to be straightforward and wrote a letter inquiring directly about the origin of the paper figure. After posing this question, he returned the paper figure along with the letter to its envelope, instructing the recipient to send it back the way it came. Subsequently, Lin Fan resolved to devote the remainder of his time to more meaningful pursuits, sleep. The next morning, Despy stood at the inn's entrance, refreshed, with an unmistakable smile on his face. Turning around, he noticed a man dressed like a knight standing beside him, who also bore a subtle smile. The two exchanged glances, then quickly averted their eyes, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. Haha, what splendid weather today. Indeed, the weather is truly delightful. As they pushed open the inn's door, they were greeted by torrential rain, lightning, and howling winds. In perfect harmony, they each retreated back inside. The sound of footsteps echoed as a group of dragon-horned individuals descended the stairs, the 3 factions exchanging glances. The dragon-horned man cleared his throat, visibly embarrassed, his gaze evasive. It appeared that neither party had yet realized the paper figure had been swapped. They awaited news from the holy ancestor before proceeding with their next move. Despy pondered this. Somewhat perplexed, logically, if the holy ancestor was indeed nearby, he should have received the letter by yesterday. Why has he still not received a response from the sacred ancestor? Alas, all we need is to seize the paper figurine. The sacred ancestor has much to contemplate. We must not rush, absolutely not. Exercising caution, he resolved to act only upon receiving the next directive. Until then, he would remain at the inn, refraining from any impulsive actions. As for the transaction, surely, that matter pales in comparison to our current predicament. Any excuse could suffice later on. The atmosphere grew oddly tense as the 3 groups sat at their respective tables, none daring to order breakfast, their gazes fixated on the tabletop, silence enveloping them. The disciples felt the resonance of power dissipate, momentarily easing their minds. Yet the weighty ambience left them in disarray. What could the true intention of the sacred ancestor be? Indeed, We are utterly unable to fathom his thoughts. Before long, the innkeeper dragged a comatose scholar from his room and unceremoniously tossed him into the hall. It was evident that the fellow had only paid for one night's lodging and had exceeded his stay. Yet, for reasons unknown, he remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. Simultaneously, the gazes of Dispai and the heroic man narrowed. The paper figurine hanging from the scholar's waist appeared exceedingly crumpled, even more abstract and unsightly than the one I had previously cut. This thought simultaneously crossed the minds of Dispai and the heroic man. The dragon-horned man, feeling somewhat sheepish, averted his gaze. "Brothers, we shall meet again in the mountains and rivers. I must take my leave first." In an apparent attempt to mask his embarrassment, the dragon-horned man hastily departed the inn with his companions, disregarding the torrential rain and lightning outside. What a jest, with a guardian of celestial prowess. Who would fear a mere downpour? A wave of the hand could easily shield them. "I shall also take my leave." The heroic man wasted no time and followed suit, albeit in a different direction, venturing toward another destination. In the blink of an eye, the inn's hall was left with only the members of the vast sacred land, exchanging glances in silence, none willing to speak first. Amidst the snores of the scholar, a sealed letter accompanied by the paper figurine was delivered to Dispai. Not daring to hesitate, Dispai promptly opened the envelope, revealing the sacred ancestor's characteristically crooked script. Where did this paper figurine originate? Dispai and Yunyan leaned in closely, Yunyan's mind befuddled. Where could this paper figurine possibly come from? Where else could it have come from? Was the sacred ancestor not right beside them? How could they be unaware of such a matter? No, that was a rhetorical question. Where did this paper figurine come from? It served as a reminder that the figurine itself was not of paramount importance. They needed to ponder its origin. Dispai's gaze instantly shifted to the scholar on the ground. All eyes fixated on the paper figurine, neglecting its owner, the unassuming scholar, the very essence of ordinariness. Why, despite being an ordinary individual, did he possess such a treasure? Truly, the sacred ancestor has unveiled the profound truth. However, this individual, regardless of how one perceives him, appears to be an ordinary mortal, devoid of any cultivation. Could he truly be a figure of great significance? Why concern yourself with such matters? Despair clapped his hands and proceeded to hoist this individual onto his shoulder, carrying him back to the sect for further examination. Surely, there are elements we cannot discern that the holy ancestor would perceive. In any case, this individual must not fall into the hands of rival factions. Just as Yun Yen was about to nod in agreement, the inn's door was suddenly thrust open with a loud bang. Chapter 17. It turns out we are allies. Despair's gaze shifted towards the entrance, where a furious swordsman stood, tightly gripping a crumpled paper effigy in his palm. "Humans, you must provide me with an explanation." His aura surged forth, revealing a power level of the seventh heaven, placing him on par with Despair. Such strength would undoubtedly rank him among the upper echelons of any faction, marking him as a formidable figure. His presence here signified the immense importance of that paper effigy. "I am the Ink Swordsman of the Celestial Mechanism sect." The Ink Swordsman hurled the torn paper effigy into the air, declaring, "This paper effigy belongs to our sect. Return it swiftly." The Celestial Mechanism sect. This is also a significant force within the continent, with its leader, Tianji, being a first-level sage of the innate spirit race. The Celestial Mechanism sect is an eclectic assembly, permitting any race to join. Though its numbers are limited, the presence of a sage grants it a status worthy of being termed a top-tier power. In an era of relentless conflict between humans and demons, provoking the Celestial Mechanism sect is decidedly unwise. The Ink Swordsman was nearly consumed with rage. After finally acquiring the treasured artifact long coveted by their leader, he discovered upon reuniting with the sect master that it was a counterfeit. "Perhaps there exists some misunderstanding between us." A voice resonated, and in an instant, the torrential rain and lightning outside vanished, revealing a clear blue sky. A man clad in white robes materialized in the center of the inn, the master of the Celestial Mechanism sect, Tianji, a first-level sage. Despair momentarily paled but quickly recalled that his own holy ancestor was also a sage, and indeed more formidable than this individual. Thus he felt less apprehensive. Tianji spoke with a smile. "Just now, I employed the art of astrological divination and discerned that this paper effigy originated from your human race. I believe this is merely a misunderstanding. As long as you return the effigy, our Celestial Mechanism sect will continue to be allies with your vast sacred land." His words were amiable, yet the underlying implication bore a threat. Should your vast sacred land refuse to return the effigy, the Celestial Mechanism sect shall become your adversary. Yun Yin whispered, "It is unwise to offend a powerful faction over a mere artifact." "You fool, be silent." Despair shot him a glare. "Do you not realize that the holy ancestor has shown no inclination to emerge thus far? Indeed, the holy ancestor lingered nearby, yet the opposing sage had already revealed himself. And still, there was no sign of the holy ancestor's intent to intervene. This demonstrated that, in the eyes of the venerable one, the current situation did not warrant his direct involvement. Despair lowered his gaze. The holy ancestor must have long since been aware that the celestial mechanism sect has set its sights on this paper effigy, yet they still dispatched us to seize it, indicating that this paper figure is of greater significance than the heavenly machine sect, regardless of the consequences, even if it offends the heavenly machine sect. Today, Despai must reclaim what the ancestor desires. As the human figure before him remained unresponsive, Tianji's expression darkened progressively, while the inked swordsman beside him stood ready for action. Master of the sect, since this group of fools lacks awareness, let us proceed directly to seize it. Surely, these few at the heavenly realm cannot hinder you. The vast Holy Land is currently embroiled in fierce conflict with the demon clan and dares not engage us recklessly. No, Tianji waved his hand to halt him, his gaze shrouded in an unfathomable depth. These human beings possessed an overabundance of confidence, to an eerie extent. This implied they were certain they could not inflict any substantial harm upon them. Could the human ancestor be concealed nearby? Tianji was startled by this conjecture and hastily employed his adept skill in star divination to discern the movements of the human ancestor. He held absolute confidence in his abilities, though he ranked among the weaker in combat within the same realm when it came to divination. None beneath the third tier of the holy realm could escape his discerning eye. How could this be? The outcome was utterly devoid of results. Tianji was taken aback, involuntarily stepping back a pace, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His findings indicated the absence of the human ancestor's presence. Yet this revelation brought him no solace. Rather, it instilled a profound sense of dread. It was as if a fearsome beast lurked within an unseen shadow, poised to pounce and consume him. Despai, observing his subtle movements, couldn't help but smirk, inwardly acknowledging that the ancestor had indeed instilled a sense of intimidation within this fellow. The mere master of the heavenly machine sect, a mere first tier in the holy realm. To others, he may seem a significant figure, but in the eyes of the ancestor, he was no different from a minion. The more Tianji pondered, the more apprehensive he became. Given the importance the opposing side placed on the paper figure, it was improbable they had not dispatched a formidable expert of the holy realm. And if their holy realm expert arrived, how could he ascertain their presence? If the human ancestor had indeed attained the third tier of the holy realm, encountering him would pose a risk of obliteration. What on earth should he do? What on earth should he do? The always astute and calculating Tianji found himself hesitating at this moment, his mind taut with tension, his body adopting a defensive stance. Damn you, Tianji. Prepare to pay with your life. A surge of immense power erupted from behind him, unmistakably a strike of holy realm caliber. Tianji immediately summoned his full strength, the stellar brilliance erupting around him as he launched a ferocious counterattack. The dual forces of the holy realm unleashed their might, and even though the target was not Despai, he could feel an overwhelming sense of fear. The three heavenly realm experts from the vast holy land immediately shielded their disciples with all their might, barely preserving their lives. Could it be that the ancestor had intervened? Despai looked up, yet sensed within that power of vast water element, which did not resemble the handiwork of the ancestor. Tianji, indeed, you have taken the paper figure ahead of us. The newcomer, appearing frail and aged, donned a robe interwoven with blue and gold, his golden dragon horns unmistakable. He was the Dragon King of the Jiaolong clan, a first-tier expert in the Holy Realm. Upon receiving the paper figure from his subordinates and inspecting it, he swiftly discovered it was nothing but a counterfeit. Utilizing a unique method of tracking, he swiftly discerned that the paper figure he sought to replace originated from the Heavenly Machine sect. In an attempt to seize the paper figure, he returned with lethal intent. However, he merely intended to test the waters, yet the Heavenly Machine retaliated with full force, catching him off guard and inflicting considerable injury. Despai felt a surge of trepidation. A mere paper figure had incited a fierce confrontation between two formidable masters of the sacred realm. Indeed, an artifact favored by the ancestor of the saints must possess significance beyond measure. Yet, with the paper figure firmly in our possession, why would the Dragon Emperor engage the Heavenly Machine? Despai found himself momentarily perplexed about the underlying motives. Yet it was evident that the ancestor of the saints played a crucial role. Upon reflection, the target of this spiritual medicine transaction was precisely the Dragon Clan. Could it be that the ancestor had orchestrated this arrangement in advance? Undoubtedly. The ancestor instructed us merely to complete this transaction. The true essence of the deal was not the spiritual medicine, but the paper figure itself. Our human race and the Dragon Clan conducted a transaction through the paper figure, known only to the two masters of the sacred realm. We are allies. Chapter 18. Everything is the ancestor's design. Upon grasping this revelation, Disbay immediately signaled to his ally, the Dragon Emperor. A question mark slowly emerged above the Dragon Emperor's head. Was this human experiencing discomfort in his eyes, prompting such a gaze? Meanwhile, the heavenly machine suddenly trembled. No wonder the Dragon Emperor had attacked me directly. They had already forged an alliance with the vast sacred land. Indeed, no matter how one reasoned, the secret of the paper figure would never reach the ears of the human race. It must have been leaked by the Dragon clan in search of a powerful ally. During the era when the 9 sacred lands coexisted, the human race was indisputably a dominant force. At that time, the heavenly machine sect would not have dared to provoke the human race. Even now, with only 1 sacred land remaining, as long as that terrifyingly powerful ancestor of the human race exists, humanity cannot be disregarded as a formidable power. Ultimately, we must be grateful for the war of humans and demons. Otherwise, our factions would have had no opportunity to rise. 8 of the 9 ancestors of the human race perished, and the demon leaders met a similar fate. The heavenly machine briefly reflected on this, then soared into the air. As the surrounding inn was reduced to dust by the residual shockwaves, if the Dragon clan and the human race formed an alliance, he would have no chance of victory today. Thus, his decision was simple: to flee. While the paper figure was significant, it paled in comparison to his life. Heavenly machine, you intend to escape? Yet, contrary to his expectations, the Dragon Emperor did not accept this victory. Instead, he charged forward with even greater ferocity, forcing him to defend himself. Dragon Emperor, have you lost your mind? In his view, the paper figure was now in the hands of the human race. Should not the Dragon Emperor be inclined to share the spoils with them? Why was he still fixated on him? The Dragon Emperor bellowed, hand over the item today, or perish here. Do you truly believe my Dragon clan fears your heavenly machine sect? Hand over what? The first thing that came to the heavenly machine's mind were the sacred artifacts on his person, and he felt a wave of revulsion. The face before him was grotesque, and the greed palpable. The paper man has already been relinquished to you, and yet you still wish to seize the remaining treasures from him, truly believing that his secrets are mere clay to be molded. Boom. Witnessing the fierce battle between 2 formidable saints in the sky, Disbay could not help but stroke his non-existent beard. Who would have thought that the Dragon Emperor would fight so vigorously? Truly a reliable ally. With both saints engaged in combat, a decisive victor would not emerge anytime soon. Considering his alliance with the Dragon clan, Disbay hesitated to take the paper man and flee. Thus, he resolved to resort to his usual method, writing a letter to contact the ancestor, seeking his esteemed guidance. Confident that the ancestor was privy to all knowledge, he did not elaborate extensively, merely sketching the current situation in 2 succinct sentences. Even now, the ancestor had yet to make an appearance, truly a master of the shadows. Exhibiting remarkable composure, he hoped that the ancestor would swiftly intercept the letter he had dispatched. Consequently, this letter found its way into Lin Fan's hands. What? Lin Fan was utterly bewildered. He had merely instructed these individuals to procure a spiritual herb, and inexplicably, they returned with a letter and a paper man, resulting in such a monumental upheaval. Just for a spiritual herb, they managed to provoke both the Dragon clan and the Celestial Mechanics sect? How reckless could these fools be? This is dire. 1 demon clan was already overwhelming. With the addition of 2 powerful factions backed by saints, what hope remained? Furthermore, it was rumored that the Dragon clan was comprised of hot-headed individuals, and they might come directly to his doorstep without the restraint shown by the demon clan. Lin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of dread. In the span of a single nap, humanity's prospects had dimmed. From the current circumstances, it was evident that the paper man was indeed a valuable item, yet he had no idea how to utilize it. Bringing it back was no different from acquiring a scrap of paper. The Dragon clan and the Celestial Mechanics sect possessed intelligence corresponding to the paper man, making it a treasure in their hands. Yet Lin Fan lacked any such intelligence. This paper man could not be retained. Bringing it back would serve no purpose and would only invite calamity. Without hesitation, Lin Fan immediately composed a letter to Disbay, advising him to seize the opportunity to discard the paper man and extricate humanity from this predicament. Alas, this ancestor truly was not a being of this realm. Amidst the ongoing clash of the 2 powerful saints, Disbay received an urgent reply from Lin Fan. Yin promptly leaned in, eager to ascertain the wise and sagacious ancestor's further directives, only to be taken aback. We exerted such effort to obtain the paper man, and the ancestor actually desires us to relinquish it. Well, it seems we didn't exert that much effort after all. Disbay promptly shook his head, sensing that the ancestor's words held a meaning far deeper than the surface indicated, requiring profound contemplation. Yes, Elder Yin, do you recall the letter the ancestor sent previously? Reflect upon the true origin of this paper man. Thus, the paper man is not the crux of the matter. it merely serves as a facade. What the ancestor truly seeks is that scholar. Indeed, the aftermath of the battle in the sacred realm was so terrifying that the unprotected mortal scholar emerged unscathed. As for that paper figure, ha ha ha, look at how things have escalated. Two formidable experts from the sacred realm clashed violently. This is indeed the greatest utility of the paper figure. It is utterly frightening. Yin felt his body tremble, realizing that such an ostensibly insignificant object could incite a fierce confrontation between two powerful factions. How ridiculous that we remain oblivious to the true intentions of the sacred ancestor. Just as those two fools are deceived into believing that this paper figure holds any real significance. Both sacred realm masters are mere puppets in the hands of the sacred ancestor, and what can we mere mortals expect? Having grasped the sacred ancestor's intentions, Disbay promptly produced the paper figure, carelessly tossed it to the ground, and hoisted the scholar, resembling a lifeless pig, over his shoulder, leading everyone back to the sect without hesitation. Heavenly mechanism. Surrender the paper figure, and I shall spare your life. What do you want the paper figure for? It resides with the human race. Suddenly, the two combatants, deeply embroiled in a life-and-death struggle, sensed something amiss and halted, awkwardly hovering in midair. Are you suggesting the paper figure is not with you? Are you claiming you have not allied with the human race? Then what are they fighting about? In an instant, they flashed to the ruins of the inn, only to find no trace of any person, save for the crimson paper figure lying quietly on the ground. Chapter 19. The human race's sacred ancestor, truly a cunning villain. The paper figure lay there silently, causing the faces of the two sacred realm experts to twitch. With their prowess, they could easily discern that the paper figure before them was genuine, meaning the human race had left this most precious item behind. Humph! Heavenly mechanism scoffed. As expected of the crafty human race, I fear their true intention is not the crimson paper figure, but rather to incite a struggle between our two factions, thereby reaping the benefits themselves. The Dragon Emperor remained silent, yet his expression was profoundly grim. The crux of the matter is that the paper figure is not in the possession of the human race, thus they have no justification to seek trouble with them. Instead, it is the two of them here, and there is but one paper figure. Could it be that a ceasefire has just been declared, only to plunge into war once more? Heavenly mechanism immediately extended his hand. Dragon Emperor, given the circumstances, might we take possession of the paper figure for the heavenly mechanism sect? Subsequently, I shall dispatch individuals to deliver 5 million spirit stones, considering it a shared bounty. In his view, since the sacred ancestor of the human race desires a contest between their two great factions, he would transform conflict into peace. Thwarting the scheme of that wily individual, the Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes. Very well, the paper figure shall belong to me, and I will send you 6 million spirit stones. In that moment, the gaze of heavenly mechanism dimmed considerably. Truly, the sacred ancestor of the human race possesses an astute understanding of human nature. The paper figure lies here, and neither side wishes to relinquish this celestial treasure. As long as greed exists, it is impossible for them to turn swords into plowshares. What a cunning sacred ancestor of the human race, a master of strategy. Heavenly mechanism gritted his teeth, aware that he had fallen into the opponent's trap, yet he remained unwilling to surrender the paper figure. Dragon Emperor. This paper figure must undoubtedly belong to my heavenly machine sect. Words are futile, let us engage in battle. In the vast sacred land, within the ancestral cave of the holy ancestor, Lin Fan hurriedly approached the returning trading group and inquired of Disbay, have you disposed of that paper figure? Disbay, still lamenting the holy ancestor's foresight in returning to the sect before them, instinctively responded with a non-committal sound. The two individuals were still embroiled in a fierce struggle over the paper figure. Lin Fan nodded, relieved to have sent this trouble away. Regardless of who among the two factions secured the figure, it would no longer concern the human race. Very well, it is resolved. You may depart now. The two elders were somewhat astonished. They had successfully brought back the scholar, and they anticipated a grand, impassioned address from the holy ancestor regarding the forthcoming plans. They were eager to hear the holy ancestor's arrangements for the next steps. Why were they being dismissed so abruptly? Was there no further plan from the holy ancestor? A subsequent arrangement? Lin Fan paused, contemplating what further plans could exist. Indeed, due to the repercussions of this incident, it seemed the trading group had not conducted their transactions as normal. In other words, the high-grade spiritual herbs had not been procured. The next step is merely for you to continue with your previous tasks. Just secure the high-grade spiritual herbs, and this matter will be settled. Continue with our previous tasks? Disbay pondered over these words, and then took Yin with him as they exited the cave. It appeared the holy ancestor's schemes had not yet reached their final phase. Was there something we had yet to uncover? Just as the two departed their cave and soared above the sect, a disciple of the earth realm hurriedly approached, cupping his hands in greeting. Dispai immediately recognized him as one of the 4 alchemists from before. Noticing the disciple's anxious demeanor, he realized that something significant had transpired. What has happened? We have sensed that resonant power once more. The alchemist quickly clarified, noting that it was evidently not emanating from the paper figure, but rather from that scholar. The scholar, who had previously exhibited no signs of resonance, was now gradually displaying this potent force. Dispai slapped his thigh in realization. Is this the true intent of the holy ancestor? No wonder the holy ancestor had insisted on bringing those 4 along. It must be that the divided flames within them had triggered the true power within the scholar to resonate. The genuine power was about to awaken, and the force of that paper figure might gradually wane. As the Dragon Emperor and the heavenly machine battled only to discover that it was merely a useless paper figure, Dispai could already envision their expressions. The ability to resonate with the divided flames indicated that this individual undoubtedly shared an intricate connection with the ninefold Phoenix true flame. In light of this, the holy ancestor's earlier decision to destroy the alchemical furnace was exceedingly justified. He had foreseen this matter long before any of us. Dispai dared not delay and promptly made his way towards the scholar's location. The inn, which could now only be referred to as a ruin, lay in complete devastation. Everything around had been leveled to the ground. This was the result of the 2 exercising a modicum of restraint, not out of compassion, but out of fear of attracting the attention of other experts from the sacred realm. Tianji, disheveled and bloodied, staggered unsteadily. The Jiao-Long Emperor bore a massive wound in his chest, blue and red blood gushing forth, with visible signs of fracture upon his dragon horns. The paper figure must be mine. Both were acutely aware that this venture would undoubtedly end in loss. Yet, as long as they secured the paper figure, there remained a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. If they failed to obtain it, their injuries would be in vain, with no compensation in sight. Just as they contemplated a final desperate struggle, they suddenly noticed the aura of the paper figure on the ground gradually dissipating. The ferocious essence of the fire spirit seemingly shifting towards another direction. That direction was the vast sacred land. With a cough, Tianji expelled a mouthful of blood. Descending in confusion, cradling the paper figure in his hands, the Jiao-Long Emperor's face contorted in agony, yet he made no move to impede him. Stop. No matter how hard he tried, he could not halt the flow of power escaping. It was then that he finally realized the most crucial truth. The Xinyan paper figure. Ha. We have all been deceived, duped by that scoundrel of the human ancestral line. The Xinyan paper figure is a treasure of heaven and earth. How could it truly manifest as merely a paper figure? It had long since taken form. That scholar was its true embodiment. How ludicrous that the 2 of them had engaged in a life and death struggle over a mere avatar, nearly facing annihilation. Meanwhile, the true puppet master lay comfortably at home, having secured the most vital treasure. The human ancestral line. Truly the most insidious of villains. He had surely been present just moments ago, perhaps anticipating our confrontation, and had planted psychological suggestions or cast illusions upon us. This individual, not only profound in power, but also masterful in the art of deception. Chapter 20. Everything was foreseen. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. The Jiao-Long Emperor, known for his volatile temperament, could not bear the humiliation of sustaining such grievous injuries without tangible gain, lest he be mocked by all. For some, reputation holds greater value than life itself. He could hardly swallow this indignity. Tianji, let us each summon our forces and converge upon the vast sacred land to exert pressure. I refuse to believe that the human ancestral line alone can withstand the wrath of 2 formidable factions. Very well, Tianji readily acquiesced, determined to extract some advantage from the Xinyan paper figure. At this juncture, both men had relinquished hope of reclaiming the paper figure from the humans. They merely sought to exert pressure, compelling the humans to suffer significant losses, with the demon race lurking menacingly. The vast sacred land would undoubtedly avoid direct conflict with their 2 great factions, thus bolstering their resolve. Ultimately, they could expect the sacred land to compensate each of them with several million spirit stones, serving as a form of recuperation fee, allowing them to salvage a modicum of dignity. Let us depart. The 2 returned to their respective factions, rallying a throng of subordinates from the realms of heaven and earth, marching grandly towards the vast sacred land, prepared to demand an explanation. Such a splendid day it was. The demon race had not launched an attack, indeed, a day to survive once more. Lin Fan, with a hint of a smile, ascended above the sect, poised for his customary inspection. Yet, he soon discerned a multitude of dark figures swiftly approaching from afar. Ancestral master of the human race, today, you must provide us with an explanation. The voice of the Dragon Emperor reverberated throughout the vast sacred land, prompting countless disciples to gaze upwards, while the demon faction promptly dispatched individuals to monitor the developments. What brings the Dragon Emperor here, demanding an explanation from us? Surely, the Master must have committed some earth-shattering act, but there is no cause for alarm. A mere Dragon Emperor cannot stir up a tempest within our vast sacred domain, especially with our Master presiding over us. The disciples and elders of the sect exhibited not the slightest hint of panic, their faith in Lin Fan unwavering. What nonsense is this? An explanation for today's events? Lin Fan felt a twinge of uncertainty and bewilderment. Hadn't the paper figures been surrendered to these two fools? What further explanation could he provide? It seemed these two had come to extort him. They had voluntarily relinquished the paper figures. To retreat further would only seem peculiar. Thus, Lin Fan adopted a resolute stance, determined to respond firmly to these extortionists. This was the mindset befitting an ancestral master. On this day, we, the human race, have committed no wrongdoing. Lin Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, suspended in the air, his robes billowing in the gentle breeze. I believe it is unnecessary for me to offer you any form of compensation. I have already bestowed upon you the finest of paper figures. And you dare to demand further reparations? Dream on. The Dragon Emperor's expression contorted slightly, to think that even after receiving the finest paper figures, the human race would not part with a single gem. How miserly could this ancestral master be? Were they here seeking compensation? No, they were after face saving. Surely, they could at least part with a few million spirit stones as a gesture. Dispai arrived shortly thereafter, witnessing his ancestral master's unwavering stance. Well aware that the Venerable One held no fear of the two adversaries. Indeed, Dispai soared into the air, appearing beside Lin Fan. Since ancient times, treasures of the world have belonged to the capable. Their failure to acquire them only underscores their inadequacy. Lin Fan, puzzled, gazed at him with a question mark forming above his head. Wasn't he at the human race that had failed to secure the paper figures? Was this fellow betraying his own kind? No. A sudden premonition of impending trouble gripped Lin Fan's heart. Dispai wore an exaggeratedly self-assured expression, seemingly disregarding the two formidable beings before him, despite being merely at the celestial realm. Our ancestral master, with foresight and wisdom, has long predicted that the true treasure lies with that scholarly figure. If you choose to seize the paper figures, do not blame us. Now that our human race has obtained the treasure, it is both heaven's decree and the strategy of our ancestral master. What business do you have in this matter? And yet, you dare to brazenly come to extort us? How audacious! As Dispai grew increasingly animated in his speech, the expressions of the two Saint Realm beings twisted further, while Lin Fan found himself in a state of utter confusion. What treasure belonged to the scholar? What heavenly decree? What scheme was he unaware of? At that moment, the disciples below erupted in a wave of cheers. So it turns out they came seeking to beg after failing to seize the treasures. Truly, the holy ancestor is deserving of reverence. Seizing treasures from these two individuals is as effortless as partaking in a meal or quenching one's thirst. At this moment, Lin Fan finally comprehended the magnitude of the unintentional act his kin had committed. A treasure capable of inciting a fierce battle between two formidable saints had been intercepted by them. Initially, Lin Fan believed the visitors merely sought to extort a sum of money, thinking that a show of resolute demeanor would suffice to send them on their way. However, it now appeared that their intentions went far beyond mere extortion. They harbored a murderous intent. This was no trivial discord, but rather a profound enmity. The holy ancestor of the human race, the Dragon Emperor, unleashed an overwhelming aura, his first-level saintly prowess laid bare, though he appeared somewhat wan due to his grievous injuries. Yet, even a wounded saint remains a force to be reckoned with, far beyond the capabilities of a mere ninth-level heavenly practitioner. I no longer desire spirit stones. I shall slay you. The Dragon Clan, known for their volatile nature, could no longer contain their fury when subjected to such humiliation in plain sight, prompting an eruption of rage. Tianji, too, raised his hand, causing flickering starlight to manifest. Although he retained his composure, he resolved to take action. Should he endure this humiliation today, it would undoubtedly become a haunting specter, hindering his cultivation progress, with the risk of regression looming ominously. It was imperative to strike against the holy ancestor of the human race. Otherwise, his inner demons would become insurmountable. With a multitude of experts at their disposal and the demon clan lurking nearby, poised to join the fray, even the holy ancestor of the human race would be hard-pressed to withstand such overwhelming forces. With a united front from three factions, even if they ultimately failed to vanquish the holy ancestor, Tianji held absolute confidence in his ability to escape alive. Given the compelling reasons to act and the assurance of a safe retreat, there was little left to fear. Do they truly believe we are intimidated? Despai's 7th-level heavenly prowess was evident, leading the uninitiated to mistakenly perceive him as a 7th-level saint. Lin Fan could hardly contain his exasperation. Despite the adversaries appearing resolute in their intent to strike, the moment combat commenced, their true colors would undoubtedly be revealed. Tomorrow's headlines might very well read, "Shock. The holy ancestor of the human race is instantly slain by the Dragon Emperor." Alas, what a wretched turn of events. Chapter 21. Frenzied spirit flames. Lin Fan wished to take action in response, but soon realized that, given his current strength, he was utterly powerless. Thus, he could only lament with a wry smile that at least perishing under such an onslaught would be devoid of suffering. Boom. A violent explosion resonated from below. The Dragon Emperor instinctively shifted from offense to a defensive stance, casting a wary gaze downward. What cunning schemes were these human beings concocting? Lin Fan, brimming with curiosity, peered below and witnessed a crimson figure breaking free from restraints, charging into the heart of the plaza. Surrounding disciples and elders were repelled by the searing aura, none daring to approach. Who is this individual? I do not recognize him. Clad in the garb of a mundane scholar, this person was not a disciple of the vast Holy Land. Lin Fan failed to identify him in time, but beside him, Dispai recognized the individual at a glance. "Forgive me, Holy Ancestor. We have liberated this individual from his constraints." The 4 alchemists assigned to the task rushed forth without hesitation, seemingly impervious to the searing heat that surrounded them, drawing closer to the scholar's position. Before the elders could voice their objections, the 4 had already encircled the scholar. Undeterred by the terrifyingly high temperatures that left others in awe, this spectacle left the elders and disciples astounded. If even beings of the celestial realm could not approach this scholar, how were mere mortals capable of doing so? Lin Fan observed this scene with great interest, treating it as mere entertainment, unperturbed by the potential escalation of events. After all, the Dragon Emperor's fist could descend upon him at any moment. Could things possibly worsen than that? Watching the serene demeanor of the ancestor saint, Dispai fell into deep contemplation. Just as those 2 launched their assault on the sacred ground, the scholar managed to break free from his confines. What a remarkable coincidence. Among the crowd, only Tianji's gaze swiftly transitioned from confusion to sheer terror. "Quick, prevent him." A resounding phoenix cry echoed throughout the vast sacred ground. Suddenly, the flames within the 4 alchemists erupted from their bodies, spiraling towards the central scholar. Tianji's complexion turned ashen. The crimson flame puppet harbored a ferocious fire spirit, capable of being forged into a treasure of the sacred realm or a formidable puppet with the strength of a 9th-tier celestial being. Such a puppet could nearly graze the sacred realm, representing the pinnacle of combat prowess. No sect could afford to overlook it. I had initially believed this was the objective of the human race's ancestor, but I never anticipated his ambitions to be so terrifying. The Dragon Emperor quickly turned his head. What exactly does he intend to accomplish? Cold sweat beaded on Tianji's forehead, his body trembling. If the inherently volatile fire spirit were to merge with an even more ferocious flame, it would unleash a power several times its own. That is the true phoenix flame of the human race. Moreover, it appears this is not something hastily refined on site. The humans were evidently prepared in advance, possibly having orchestrated their plans ahead of us. And this madman, he has divided the phoenix flame into 4 parts, placing them within the bodies of the 4 alchemists. Each alchemist already possessed their unique flame. Nurturing it within them could yield 4 ultimate flames, identical in essence, yet differing in attribute. Consequently, should these 4 ultimate flames fuse with the crimson flame puppet, the resulting puppet would likely possess combat capabilities on par with the sacred realm. This is the true aim of the human race's ancestor. He seeks to empower the human race with an additional being of sacred realm combat strength. What audacious ambition! Tianji's face twitched, yet such formidable power is unlikely to be tamed even by ordinary sacred beings. Does this individual truly possess such confidence that he can successfully refine this puppet? It is worth noting that our Tianji sect also possesses the methods for crafting such puppets, and we too command at least 1 ultimate flame. Yet Tianji dares not attempt it, dares not. Sacred realm experts are not invulnerable. While dangers that threaten their lives may be scarce in this world, they certainly exist. Dispai seized the opportunity and immediately drew the bodies of the 4 alchemists before him, preventing them from being consumed by the flames. At that moment, he realized that their realms had all been elevated to the earth realm, with the leader even showing faint signs of breaking through to the celestial realm. This was the transformation bestowed upon you by the ancestor. Your significant contributions in this mission were not in vain. Observing the increasingly violent flames below, Dispai relinquished his body, gesturing for the ancestor to take the stage. The Dragon Emperor and Tianji were momentarily bewildered by Lin Fan's true intentions, thus refraining from acting recklessly. To them, their own lives were of paramount importance. They wished to see how this individual would suppress the paper figurine. Lin Fan gazed at the raging flames with an expression of calmness, seemingly unfazed. Yet his mind was utterly blank. Who could enlighten him on the current situation? In any case, death was inevitable. It mattered little. Being struck dead by the Dragon Emperor or being obliterated by a fireball seemed to hold no distinction. Coming to this realization, he resolved to quietly await his fate. Doing nothing. What was the ancestor waiting for? The Grand Elder of the vast, sacred land silently opened his eyes. The ninth layer of the celestial realm was no trivial matter. It represented the pinnacle of strength beneath the sacred realm, and the Grand Elder resided within that tier. Before the ancestor broke through, the Grand Elder had led humanity in battles against the demon race several times. Though he could not turn the tide, he had inflicted considerable damage upon the enemy, earning the respect of his kin. Such ferocious flames, if one were to create a puppet, would require a vessel of at least the ninth layer of the celestial realm. Yet, he had received no prior notice. In this rush, where could he procure a vessel of such caliber? It was not as simple as picking cabbage by the roadside. If a sacrifice were necessary, it could only be him. The Grand Elder rose, seemingly embodying the awareness expected of a top-tier figure among humanity. If his sacrifice could grant humanity an additional sacred realm puppet, he would not hesitate. If left unchecked, this conflagration would truly enter a state of madness. At that point, aside from the great ancestor, it was likely that no one would survive in the vast sacred land. The Grand Elder stepped forward. A surge of demonic energy erupted in the plaza, drawing the gaze of all present. A twisted figure of a demon stood in the square, and upon closer inspection, one would notice that it bore no trace of life. It was nothing but a corpse. Wasn't this the celestial realm spy of the demon race that the ancestor had slain days prior? So that was it, the Grand Elder murmured, laughing heartily. How foolish of me. Consumed with confusion, it turns out the ancestor had already orchestrated everything. No wonder he had not shared anything with us. The Venerable One had planned everything alone. Chapter 22. A Palm to Annihilate Two Saints. Lin Fan seemed to have forgotten a crucial detail. When he initially retrieved the artifacts from the Treasury, there were two items. One was a sword intended as a trap, and the other was a black ring. Naturally, both of these items had been forcefully seized during the battle against the demon race. At that moment, he lamented that had it not been for the inherent anti-plundering properties of his attire, he would surely have been stripped bare on the spot. After the demise of that demon, the ring inexplicably remained within his possession, unnoticed by anyone. This ring, known as the puppet ring, seemed to have found its master. As the raging flames instantly surged towards the puppet, merging them almost completely, the spy's expression was one of astonishment. He had believed himself sufficiently acquainted with the great saint ancestor to anticipate his actions, yet he had severely underestimated him. This demon was dealt with by the saint ancestor upon his return to the sect, indicating that the planning for today had commenced from that very day. What then? Had he been scheming over the past few days? Everyone assumed that the saint ancestor had merely dispatched a demon spy with little effort, unaware that he had already laid the groundwork for the subsequent crafting of a saint realm puppet. The Dragon Emperor did not hide the gloom on his face. It appeared that the human saint ancestor had long since discovered a method of counteraction. Should we take action? The celestial mechanism briefly replied, no, it is unnecessary. Our celestial mechanism sect possesses the complete method for crafting saint realm puppets. And we are well aware that the most challenging aspect is never finding a vessel at the ninth heaven level. He lowered his gaze. When a saint realm puppet is forged, it will instinctively seek out the nearest and most intimate saint level existence, violently plundering their power as its foundation for existence. If a first realm saint is plundered, their demise is virtually assured. A second realm saint would also find themselves grievously wounded and on the brink of death. Even a third realm saint would only escape with their life, but would be left severely injured and unable to fight normally for an extended period. This is fundamentally why many factions dare not attempt to craft saint realm puppets. The cost is far too steep. Without the power of a saint to offer for the puppet's plunder, failure in the crafting process is inevitable, needless to say. A faint smile crept upon the lips of the celestial mechanism. The aura closest to the puppet must undoubtedly originate from the human saint ancestor, a fact from which he cannot escape. So, he had long prepared to withstand the puppet's demands? How audacious! Ha ha ha, Dragon Emperor. It seems that our encounter today is indeed fortuitous. The crafting of the puppet had long been scheduled, leaving no room for last-minute alterations, and they happened to collide perfectly. Should the human saint ancestor choose to forego the puppet as creation, the two would undoubtedly turn and depart, resulting in a scenario where all three factions incur losses with none reaping any gains. However, if the human saint ancestor is willing to expend his own power to forge the puppet, the two could seize the opportunity to extort a substantial sum during his moment of vulnerability, thus recouping their investments. In the aftermath, as long as they joined the demon faction's anti-human alliance, they would not fear the wrathful retaliation from the humans, as they possessed the confidence to withstand it. Moreover, to be candid, they did not believe that the humans would have the capacity to retaliate against two additional factions. Even if this individual were at the third realm of the saint level, he could not evade a state of severe injury. The two had not even considered the possibility of Lin Fan being at the fourth realm of the saint level, for if that were the case, fleeing immediately would be of no avail. Every level, starting from the fourth, signifies a profound transformation. At present, among all the prominent forces, there exists not a single living master of the fourth realm. It is likely that such terrifying beings lurk only in the most secretive corners of existence. The raging flames within the puppet twisted, as if suppressed by some overwhelming force. After a minute or two, they suddenly erupted. Here it comes. This is the ultimate step in the creation of the puppet, a demand from the sacred realm. A massive crimson hand burst forth from the puppet. Reaching violently towards Lin Fan, he indeed intended to bear the consumption required for the puppet's formation. Under the watchful gaze of all, that enormous hand bypassed Lin Fan and seized the dragon sovereign behind him. The dragon sovereign's expression shifted from shock to fury, and then to sheer terror. Tianji, how dare you deceive me? Was it not agreed that the puppet's target would be the one closest to the sacred realm? The scholar was awakened within the territory of humanity, which should have meant he bore the strongest human essence. Could it be that this was all a facade? Had Tianji colluded with humanity, intending to lure him here as a sacrificial offering? The dragon sovereign struggled desperately, attempting to muster all his strength. But with his already grievous injuries, he found it impossible to resist such a summoning ritual. At this moment, Tianji's gaze was equally filled with bewilderment. Were the teachings he had absorbed since childhood erroneous? It shouldn't be. There were only three masters of the sacred realm present. He, the dragon sovereign, and the human ancestral spirit. Logically, it should have been the latter chosen as the target. Could it be that his concealment technique had reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to mask his presence from the ritual? Only this could explain why the ritual selected the dragon sovereign instead of the human ancestral spirit. Amidst the anguished cries, the dragon sovereign was entirely transformed into the nourishment for the ritual, heralding the fall of a master of the sacred realm and signaling the decline of an entire race. Tianji's mind was blank. The fall of a master of the sacred realm was a momentous event that would reverberate across the continent. He recalled the last such fall occurred during the 8th Holy Land War against the demons, where the second-tier human master sacrificed himself alongside a demon leader. The human ancestral spirit was terrifying. Had he calculated everything beforehand? The dragon sovereign was dead, utterly reduced to ashes. However, the remnants of the dragon sovereign's power from his earlier battle with Tianji were insufficient to satiate the ritual's demands. Thus, that searing hand sought a new target. This is bad, Tianji exclaimed, the human ancestral spirit. I am willing to offer 10 million spirit stones, and the eternal friendship of the Tianji sect. I can assist you in resisting the demons, please don't. Tianji's figure was consumed into ashes within the blazing demonic hand. The disciples of the vast sacred land held their heads high. From this day forth, the tale of the human ancestral spirit extinguishing two sacred realm entities with a single strike shall endure throughout the continent for ages to come. Chapter 23. You have once again saved humanity. In the eyes of the majority, they remain oblivious to the fact that the sacred realm puppet can still be refined, and they are utterly unaware of what their revered ancestor is currently engaged in. To them, it merely appears that their ancestor has casually employed a small measure of power to summon a colossal crimson flame hand, swiftly obliterating two individuals of the sacred realm. Perhaps it is some sort of magical artifact, or perhaps a divine technique, yet such details are of little consequence. What matters to the disciples and lower-ranking elders is the undeniable prowess of their ancestor. However, those who can discern the underlying truth perceive Lin Fan's display as even more terrifying. The Ink's swordsman swallows hard. He has deliberately orchestrated this trap, luring the sect leader here, using his own body as a sacrificial offering. No wonder they, having received the news ahead of time, insisted on colliding with us at the same inn. From the very beginning, they regarded the leader as their target. The presence or absence of a sacred realm powerhouse is a matter of monumental significance for any faction. From this moment forth, the formidable force known as the Heavenly Mechanism sect shall cease to exist. Whether the Heavenly Mechanism sect gradually declines or directly fragments is a concern that pertains solely to their internal affairs. These individuals of the heavenly and earthly realms have always relied on the backing of sacred realm experts to flaunt their power at the entrance of the vast sacred land. Now, with their leader deceased, the remaining experts of the Heavenly Mechanism sect and the Dragon clan dare not hesitate. They flee in panic. fearful that lingering too long would render them sacrificial materials as well. Am I truly that fearsome? Lin Fan cannot help but mutter. For he has yet to fully comprehend the events that have transpired, yet it seems the outcome is favorable. He recalls a saying from his homeland. As long as the money is there, who cares how it came about? Lin Fan finds this phrase aptly encapsulates his current sentiment. Victory is all that matters, regardless of how it was achieved. After all, every additional day of life is a gain. Amidst the sacrifices of the two sacred realm beings, the crimson flame puppet finally takes shape, exuding a palpable aura of the sacred realm. The elders of the sacred land are moved to tears. Since the annihilation of the 8th sacred land, humanity has once again secured multiple forces of sacred realm combat strength. Sacred realm artifacts and sacred realm puppets are fundamentally different in value. A sacred realm artifact requires a sacred realm expert to unleash its true potential. In the hands of others, it is merely slightly superior to an earthly realm artifact. However, the sacred realm puppet is distinct. It signifies a genuine augmentation of combat power at the sacred realm level. For any faction, this represents a transformative leap in strength. Dispay expresses his sentiments. Though this puppet's power pales in comparison to that of our ancestor, it nonetheless constitutes a commendable combat strength at the first level of the sacred realm, sufficient for guarding the entrance. Should our ancestor ever need to venture forth to execute his plans, at least we will have an additional sacred realm level combatant to safeguard us. Lin Fan likewise notices that everyone's gaze has gravitated towards the puppet, and he senses a faint aura of familiarity emanating from it, signifying that the puppet acknowledges him as its master. From the murmurs nearby, he discerns that this coal-like entity possesses genuine combat prowess at the sacred realm level. In other words, humanity now truly possesses a sacred realm expert, alleviating the uncertainty that once loomed over them. Moreover, this entity has acknowledged me as its master, which is undeniably more impressive than any rewards previously bestowed by the system. Lin Fan envisioned the glorious scene of leading the puppet to conquer effortlessly. Yet he awkwardly discovered his inability to exert control. The spiritual energy drawn through the spirit guiding technique was utterly insufficient to activate the puppet to its minimum capacity. This predicament felt rather embarrassing, akin to having a fully leveled character yet forgetting the password. What a frustrating situation. Lin Fan, undeterred, considered directly engaging with the fiery puppet to awaken its internal energy, albeit with trepidation of inadvertently igniting a blaze that could reduce him to ashes. After 2 lengthy minutes of attempts, he finally managed to communicate with the puppet that recognized him as its master, issuing a fundamental command to protect the vast sacred land and proactively confront the encroaching enemies. Given his current strength, he could only issue such rudimentary and rigid directives. Like simply indicating where to strike, the notion of commanding the puppet to launch an attack independently was beyond his reach. Thus, the sacred land now possessed a combat force that would only retaliate passively. Lin Fan continually reassured himself that it was better than having nothing at all. Should he have the opportunity to enhance his cultivation in the future, he would be able to optimize the puppet's utility. If he were to claim the accumulated 9th level of human realm cultivation, he wondered how much control he might exert over the puppet then. Perhaps it was prudent to reserve that as a trump card until absolutely necessary. As the Saint Ancestor seemed to settle into studying the puppet, no one dared to utter a sound until Lin Fan took 2 steps back. Then, the surrounding voices of congratulation surged forth like a tidal wave. Congratulations to the Saint Ancestor on acquiring a sacred realm puppet. Congratulations on the great defeat of 2 formidable factions. Our human race's renown shall surely resound throughout the immortal domain. Dispay, with hands on his hips, laughed heartily with the Saint Ancestor's prowess. Even if that surviving leader of the demon race from the 3rd level of the sacred realm were to come knocking, they would only meet their demise. Oh, but if they truly arrived, would you not be displeased? Lin Fan could not help but retort. The existence of such a leader among the demon race was undeniably dreadful news. If such a figure were to personally confront them, the current strength of the vast sacred land would be utterly inadequate to withstand the assault. After all, this so-called Saint Ancestor was merely a facade. Saint Ancestor, you have once again saved humanity. A sweet, youthful voice chimed from behind. Lin Fan turned to see the familiar little disciple, who presented him with the same offering box. Ah, such an adorable little disciple is truly the Saint Ancestor's little treasure. However, he mused that while he was somewhat weary of the pastries, perhaps next time they could be replaced with buns? Lin Fan had subtly conveyed his fondness for the tributes, resulting in an increasing abundance of offerings in recent times, alleviating his concerns regarding sustenance. Yet, the offerings felt a tad monotonous, prompting him to ponder whether the inhabitants of this sacred land held a peculiar affection for pastries. They were not inedible, but rather dry. In any case, Requesting water from those foolish elders would only result in them providing that perilous spiritual spring that could obliterate mortals upon consumption. Survival in the sacred land proves to be no simple endeavor. The wind howls as a member of the dragon clan stands with arms crossed, poised on a desolate road, flanked by 2 carts of spiritual herbs. Damn it, those human folks promised to trade herbs. Yet where are they? I've been waiting here all day, and not even a ghostly shadow has appeared. Chapter 24. No need for pretense, Lord of all laws. Ultimately, this Dragon Clan member received the news of his leader's explosive demise. The Dragon Clan's status within the demon realm would plummet following their loss of the sacred realm. Indeed, it was a tale of mixed fortunes. The demon clan, previously intimidated by Lin Fan's recent exploits, had refrained from venturing out, seemingly as if no war had ignited between humans and demons. For a brief moment, both sides enjoyed a period of peace. That was until a distinguished figure arrived at the demon clan's front lines. At Tianma Peak, the once arrogant elders of the demon clan lowered their heads and knelt in reverence, welcoming the arrival of this esteemed presence. It was the demon clan's ostensible strongest combatant, the first leader, Cavalro, a formidable master at the 3rd level of the sacred realm. The demons had long awaited this top-tier expert at the front lines, and in that instant, they deemed the human ancestors utterly inconsequential. With their leader taking the field, who could possibly stand in their way? Cavalro entered the conference hall with an expression of calm indifference and casually inquired, "I haven't kept a close eye on the developments across the continent these past few days. Could you provide me with a brief report? Has there been any significant activity from the humans recently?" The Grand Elder's countenance flickered with a hint of embarrassment, his tone evasive. "Well, there hasn't been anything major. Share a few critical matters with me. In truth, there was nothing of great consequence, merely that the humans had acquired an additional sacred realm puppet, and their ancestral figure had effortlessly eradicated 2 sacred realm masters, utilizing them as materials for crafting puppets." Yes indeed, an elder chimed in. "It's merely that 2 major factions have indirectly suffered decline due to human influence, which doesn't significantly concern our demon clan." Cavalro felt an overwhelming urge to slap this individual across the face. The humans had gained an additional sacred realm combatant and annihilated 2 opposing forces. How could that not be deemed significant? It appeared that our assessment of the human ancestor was misguided. Despite my efforts to overrate him, I still underestimated his prowess. Cavalro sighed inwardly. His presence at the front lines was merely for show, as he remained gravely injured and dared not take action. Upon reflection, it was clear that if the demon clan had a peak sacred realm master, they would have swept through their enemies long ago, rather than waiting until now. As it stood, I can only muster the strength of a 2nd-level sacred realm combatant. If the human ancestor is indeed a 3rd-level master, I must avoid direct confrontation. Advance the front lines by 1 city. I wish to observe the enemy's response before making further plans. Previously, the demon clan had surrendered 3 cities, and the humans had yet to send anyone to reclaim them. Thus, pushing forward now would encounter minimal resistance. Human ancestor, what schemes are you concocting now? As it turns out, Lin Fan was simply sleeping. Once, a philosopher pondered the notion of seizing the time spent in slumber to pursue more cherished endeavors. Lin Fan, deeply reflecting on this statement, ultimately realized that his most fervent desire was, indeed, to sleep. Amidst the hazy mist, Lin Fan awoke, suddenly enlightened to the fact that he was dreaming. The occurrence of such a lucid dream is exceedingly rare. Typically, individuals remain in a state of confusion within their dreams. The emergence of such clarity in this fantastical realm could only indicate something extraordinary. Could it be that someone had infiltrated his dreams to test him? Goodness, he could hardly withstand such trials. A mere examination in slumber could swiftly transform into a deadly encounter. The following morning, if the elders of the sect discovered that their ancestor had not awakened, it would surely be quite the spectacle. Lin Fan cautiously surveyed the surrounding mist. Yet, he soon considered that vigilance might prove futile. After all, even if he discerned the intruder, he would be powerless to confront them. Thus, he adopted a nonchalant demeanor, reclining with his legs crossed, awaiting the dream intruder's revelation. What a delightful occasion, Daojun. Suddenly, the mist above parted, revealing a man clad in a robe of interwoven black and yellow. He stood with his eyes firmly shut, yet 2 eyes were inscribed upon his palms, fixated upon Lin Fan below. This man exuded no palpable pressure, yet an intangible aura enveloped him, imparting an overwhelming presence. Lin Fan could not help but think how formidable this individual was, before realizing an undeniable truth. Any cultivator surpassed him in prowess, which was hardly surprising. Why did he address me as Daojun? The man in the black and yellow robe spoke leisurely once more. What is this? Your expression suggests you wish to feign ignorance of my identity. Yet, I am familiar with many of your secrets. For instance, the true progenitor of the human race has long since perished. Am I correct? Astonishment washed over Lin Fan. This revelation constituted his greatest secret, one that arguably represented the most significant truth of the entire human race. Should this man divulge such information to the demon clan, it was easy to foresee that the vast sacred land would soon lie in ruins. The atmosphere shifted, becoming heavy and tense. In the next moment, the man in black and yellow chuckled heartily. Huh? Wanfa Daojun, do you truly believe I would not recognize you? You have just descended to the lower realm, and yet, the human race has inexplicably acquired a new ancestor of the sacred realm, thwarting the demon clan's schemes while effortlessly securing two major sacred territories. Your masquerade is rather ingenious. Yet perhaps your actions are a tad too ostentatious? A bit more restraint would serve you well. Just a moment ago, Lin Fan was still reeling from the fact that this stranger knew his greatest secret, but the more he listened, the more he sensed something amiss. Who is Wanfa Daojun? What is this lower realm nonsense? No, I feel you must be mistaken about something. Still attempting to conceal the truth from me? The expression of the man in black and yellow shifted to one of evident displeasure. I even came down here to offer you a warning, and yet, my goodwill is met with ingratitude. Enough. My avatar cannot linger in the lower realm for long. Let me advise you once more, as a powerful sage. Do not reveal your true capabilities in this realm, lest you attract the attention of the enforcers. Additionally, the man from the Xianyuan sect cast forth a Bagua token, which had previously been mentioned as a means of communication for gathering. By infusing it with one's vital energy, one could join the assembly, which convenes annually. Do remember not to be absent. No sooner had he voiced this than, without allowing Lin Fan further explanation, the man's figure slowly dissipated, causing the entire dreamscape to blur. Lin Fan's lips twitched. He felt an overwhelming sense of misunderstanding. Had the other party mistaken him for a figure of considerable stature from a higher realm, based on his demeanor? This was not an intentional deception on his part. He had attempted to explain, yet his words went unheard. Indeed, people often prefer to believe what they wish to believe. Lin Fan stared contemplatively at the Bagua token in his hand. Chapter 25. The Bagua gathering. Lin Fan abruptly awakened from his dream, instinctively reaching out into the surrounding space. And, as anticipated, his fingers brushed against the Bagua token that had integrated into the real world. It was indeed real. Such ostentation was clearly not a virtue, as it had attracted peculiar individuals to his doorstep. Yet, why should that concern him? He had never sought to be ostentatious. Lin Fan felt he had done everything possible to keep matters from escalating. Who could have foreseen that they would develop to such an extent? The higher realm, the level of the Holy Sovereign? From the peculiar man's words, Lin Fan could vaguely discern many critical pieces of information. Firstly, the combat prowess of this world was not as terrifying as he had imagined. Even those at the Holy Realm only had a lifespan of a few thousand years, which was evidently not on par with the cultivators from his previous life. Moreover, this realm possessed the concept of ascension. Yet, in all recorded literature, no one had succeeded. Thus, it could be inferred that the lower realm must correspond to the higher realm. Ascension was entirely feasible. Was the Holy Sovereign a level beyond the Holy Realm? Lin Fan could not be certain. Suddenly being mistaken for such a powerful being left him uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. It felt rather inconsequential. After all, he lacked any cultivation. In any case, whether misidentified as a being of the Holy Realm or Holy Sovereign, what difference did it make? Once exposed, it would all lead to a similar demise. However, what did ascension have to do with him? He would likely remain in the lower realm for his entire life. Furthermore, that individual had cautioned him against revealing his true capabilities in the lower realm. How amusing. If he were to unleash his genuine power, it would surely be terrifying. In summary, from the man's discourse, it could be deduced that those from the higher realm faced significant restrictions in the lower realm. Lin Fan was not overly concerned about being targeted by individuals from the higher realm. His primary focus should remain on the demonic clan. He weighed the Bagua mirror in his hand, which was currently the most formidable artifact at his disposal. He wondered if he could utilize it effectively given his current strength. Without hesitation, Lin Fan employed the spirit drawing technique to infuse a small amount of vital energy into it. Expecting failure, he was astonished to find that a connection had indeed been established. Look. This is a truly remarkable artifact. A genuinely powerful treasure should be accessible to the masses. He could not help but exclaim, and soon thereafter, he felt his consciousness drawn into an immense space. A circular table adorned with the Taiji symbol stood at the center, surrounded by 8 chairs, each engraved with the corresponding Bagua symbols. While a mist of black and white swirled beyond, Lin Fan could only discern the indistinct figures of 7 other ethereal beings, their faces obscured and impossible to identify, all directing their attention towards him. With everyone present, the gathering was officially commencing. Was this truly the beginning? Lin Fan felt utterly oblivious to the circumstances. Wasn't this progress a tad too rapid? However, judging by the previous demeanor of the yellow-clad man, it was evident that the Taoist of 10,000 laws, who was supposed to attend the meeting, must have already received prior information, as should the other members. Hence, the host of the assembly offered no further explanation. The only thing Lin Fan understood was that his corresponding hexagram was Cohen, and in this gathering where identities were unknown, the hexagrams served as their code names. He wondered what the code name of that yellow-clad man was, but the images here were too blurred to discern anything from mere appearances. The first to speak was a man with the code named Xian. I require a Holy King pill in exchange for goods, as I believe you will not accept monetary transactions. A Holy King pill? What on earth was that? Lin Fan, lacking any substantial knowledge of cultivation, was utterly bewildered and could not comprehend the conversation at hand. It was apparent this item was rare and valuable. After an awkward silence lasting several seconds, it became clear that the trade had fallen through. No one possessed such an item, or if they did, they were unwilling to part with it. With one person initiating, the rest began to express their own needs, sharing some known secrets. Yet Lin Fan understood not a single word, relegated to the role of a mere observer. How frustrating. The gathering felt excessively sophisticated, and the other 7 individuals appeared to be beings from a higher realm. He had hoped to glean some vital information, but instead, he found himself utterly lost. This meeting was a wasted trip. Just as Lin Fan sighed with discontent, he suddenly heard a question arise. I know the probability is slim, but may I inquire if anyone among us is in the lower realm? Why pose such a question? The questioner was a woman with the code name Sun, her gender only vaguely discernible, leaving Lin Fan uncertain if she was indeed female. His first instinct was to remain silent, avoiding any troublesome entanglements. The caliber of this assembly was clearly beyond his reach. Yet, he recalled that the yellow-clad man was aware of his presence in the lower realm and was also part of this gathering. If he were to refuse to respond, could that arouse suspicion? I am here. Is there something you need? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Fan decided to express his presence, curious about what assistance they might require of him. If it proved unfeasible, he could simply decline. Having remained silent throughout the discussions, he had felt like a transparent individual. If this behavior continued in every gathering, it would certainly raise eyebrows. Ms. Sun appeared visibly delighted. Taoist Kuan, I never expected there to be someone in the lower realm. How splendid. I would like to request your assistance. The Sacred Sword secret realm in the lower realm is about to open, and I require the Falling Sunset, sword from within. This item may seem like a mere trinket to you, a broken sacred realm treasure of little significance, but it holds tremendous importance for me. I hope you can assist me in this matter. Ms. Sun expressed her concerns, evidently worried that Lin Fan might covet the enigmatic sword of the Falling Sunset, thus preemptively clarifying that it would hold little value for him. Lin Fan nearly twitched at the corners of his mouth. A dilapidated sacred artifact? Then the center of their vast sacred land as treasury must be filled with such debris. I cannot promise you anything, but should the opportunity arise, I shall assist you on my way. I doubt such an opportunity will ever present itself. That suffices. Ms. Sun smiled with satisfaction, inquiring what kind of artifact he would desire in exchange for his assistance. Lin Fan had surmised from earlier conversations that the gathering possessed a mechanism for item exchange, alleviating his concerns about the feasibility of the transaction. Yet, it was evident that Ms. Sun hailed from a higher realm, her cultivation level not to be underestimated. Even if she were to produce formidable artifacts, who among their sacred land would be capable of utilizing them? If he merely requested artifacts of the heavenly or sacred realms, would that not arouse suspicion among the gathering members? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan relaxed. After all, he had no intention of fulfilling her request, so he might as well propose something arbitrary. Just prepare a sacred monarch-level artifact. It was the only level of upper realm cultivation he was familiar with, conveniently at hand for casual mention. However, as soon as he uttered those words, an abrupt silence enveloped the gathering, plunging it into a momentary stillness. Chapter 26. The Tao sovereign of Xianhuang observing the hushed atmosphere, Lin Fan felt a pang of anxiety. Could there be an issue with the remuneration he proposed? No. That couldn't be right. He had heard the Xianhuang man earlier mention that the level of the sovereign of all methods was indeed that of the sacred monarch. As he adopted this individual's identity to attend the gathering, what could be amiss in requesting a sacred monarch-level reward? A deal is struck. Friend Kuan, I await your good news. Ms. Sun's voice resounded once more, albeit with a discernible hint of gritted teeth. Lin Fan exhaled in relief. Did this not signify her agreement? It suggested that the value was not too disparate, so why were the others so astonished? It was truly perplexing. Could this be a common trait among the adept? This gathering draws to a close. I look forward to our reunion in a year. The Dao sovereign of Xianhuang awakened his consciousness, gripping the Bagua talisman in his hand. Reflecting on the previous scene, yet his brow furrowed deeply. Indeed, he was the one who had entrusted Lin Fan with the Bagua talisman within the dream. In the Bagua gathering, he corresponded to the Qian code name. Kuan must be the sovereign of all methods, and his silence indeed aligned with this fellow's nature. Yet why did the sovereign of all methods choose to expose his presence in the lower realm? Did he not wish to conceal his affairs in the lower realm? Previously, I thought I had discovered him, but now it seems he might have intentionally divulged information for me to discern. A mere lower realm secret realm could capture the attention of two individuals simultaneously. That the sovereign of all methods suggested a sacred monarch-level artifact as remuneration was one thing. But that Baiwa actually consented? In an instant, the Dao sovereign of Xianhuang realized a crucial fact. Within this small secret realm, there must undoubtedly be a sacred monarch-level artifact hidden away. Moreover, it was likely of immense significance to these two. Is this the true purpose of the sovereign of all methods descending to the lower realm? Yet why would he voluntarily expose himself? This cannot stand. I must comprehend the intricacies of the situation. I cannot allow events to spiral out of control. The master of the Xianyuan Dao swiftly gestured, summoning a devoted disciple. The newcomer, clad in simple robes and appearing to be around 20 years of age, immediately knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "Master, you shall employ the secret arts to descend to the lower realms at once. I shall safeguard you. Your mission is to investigate the sacred sword's secret realm. Should you encounter anything unusual, return and inform me promptly." Yes. Just as the disciple prepared to depart, the master of the Xianyuan Dao called out to him once more. "Be mindful. While you may disregard others, there is one individual you must heed, the ancestor of humanity. Under no circumstances should you provoke this person." The disciple's face reflected confusion. Why? A mere sacred realm being is as easy to slay as crushing an ant. What is there to fear? You are not the only one who can descend to the lower realms. It requires a considerable price, the master of the Xianyuan Dao replied coldly. Casting a glance at him, you need only understand that he is a senior you cannot afford to offend. You must absolutely refrain from antagonizing him. If necessary, you may even assist him to demonstrate our goodwill. Understood. After hearing this, the disciple felt a twinge of trepidation, etching his master's admonition firmly in his mind before retreating to prepare for his descent. In the lower realms, at the vast sacred land, Lin Fan lamented. There has been no meaningful gain. As he contemplated the next gathering scheduled for a year hence, he wondered if he would even survive until then. With a dismissive gesture, he tossed the 8 trigrams order beneath his bed. This wretched gathering is utterly useless. In the end, I must rely on myself. The most significant intelligence surely pertains to the news of the sacred sword's secret realm. If prepared in advance, humanity might secure considerable benefits. Yet, he pondered whether the sacred realm puppets could wield the power of sacred realm artifacts. Regardless, I shall retrieve it first. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Fan stepped out of his cave dwelling, adopting an air of authority as he flew towards the council hall. Upon entering, he observed that over 70% of the elders were gathered within. Upon his arrival, they promptly bowed in respect and reported the latest developments. Ancestor, according to reports from our scouts at the front lines, the demon clan has advanced to another city, exhibiting intentions of encroachment. Reliable sources indicate that their strongest leader, the triple sacred realm Cavalro, has personally arrived at the front lines to command. However, with you, ancestor, here, we need not fear. What? The leader of the demon clan in the triple sacred realm has come to the front lines? Lin Fan thought to himself, the more I fear something, the more it materializes. While others felt secure with the ancestor present, he, as the ancestor, was the one most apprehensive. The demon clan has revealed their intent to attack. Ancestor, I believe we should retaliate immediately to let them know our might. One elder proposed. Indeed, it would be best if the ancestor personally led the charge, ensuring the adversaries understand who truly rules this land. Retaliate? Let. Lin Fan inwardly cursed the ancestral lineage of these two elders, incredulous that they would dare suggest he take the lead in battle. Do they dare test my resolve? He was acutely aware that his primary role at this moment was to instill fear in the enemy. A nuclear bomb exerts its utmost influence solely before detonation. Even if it is merely a dud, there is no need for haste. I have my own plans. Lin Fan smiled faintly, though he himself was uncertain how such a smile had emerged. Let us hold our positions for the time being and instruct the scouts stationed near the front lines to withdraw further. It is prudent to stabilize our position, for if the enemy were to come knocking, they would still have the Holy Realm puppets to bolster their strength. Should we take the initiative to attack, however, such advantages would vanish. Why, ancestor? Lin Fan replied with a mysterious smile, slowly uttering 4 words: Holy Sword Secret Realm. In truth, the Holy Sword Secret Realm had no connection to the demon clan. It was merely a statement of enigmatic significance, adhering to the rules of ostentation, intended to divert attention at this moment. After all, he was not lying. The Holy Sword Secret Realm would eventually manifest. How one interprets those 4 words is a matter for his subordinates. Should any misunderstanding arise, it would be their misinterpretation, not his ancestor's fault. As he spoke, Lin Fan took his seat of authority, listening to further reports from the elders. He intended to seek out and disrupt the demon clan's other schemes, thereby accumulating system rewards. The combat prowess of the demon clan was derived from their own training, superficial and insubstantial. In contrast, my strength is bestowed by the system, solid and formidable. The disparity is evident. Over time, victory must inevitably belong to us. Of course, whether we can endure until that time is uncertain. Lin Fan found himself unknowingly crossing his legs, recalling a subordinate who interpreted such a gesture as a hint. He promptly uncrossed them. Wait. After having crossed my legs for so long, would suddenly uncrossing them not be misconstrued as a hint? Never mind. I shall continue to keep them crossed. Not far away. The eyes of Dispy gleamed with excitement. Chapter 27. The Opening of the Secret Realm. It appears that those human brats are undoubtedly terrified. Within a city newly claimed by the demon clan, a commander of the 9th level of the Earth realm laughed heartily, mercilessly mocking the opposing human faction before him. Excluding slaves and external members, the demons of the celestial realm already constitute the upper echelons or quasi-upper echelons, seldom assuming direct command of troops. The senior officers of the 9th level of the Earth realm lead the intermediate officers of levels 7 to 5, who in turn command the junior officers newly entering the Earth realm. The subordinates of these junior officers consist of an uncountable number of demons from the human realm, thus forming a rudimentary structure of the demon army, albeit the actual situation is undoubtedly more intricate. Previously, the human faction had not dispatched anyone to reclaim the 3 cities. Although the high-ranking demons unanimously interpreted this as a declaration of war from the humans, they could not convey such sentiments to their subordinates. They seized this opportunity to propagandize that the humans were afraid, aiming to bolster the morale of their demon troops. This strategy proved successful. However, the recent grand gestures from the human holy faction doused them with cold water. Only after reclaiming a city did the demons hastily begin to boast once more, leaving one uncertain whether their confidence was genuine or merely a facade to mask their inner fears. No matter, with the leader present, what kind of storm could the humans possibly stir? The leader of the demon clan, Shan, chuckled softly and instinctively took a step forward, only to feel as if his foot had stepped upon something. He glanced down in confusion, only to be met with a surging wave of sword energy that instantaneously engulfed his body. No, it was not just his form. The silhouettes of all the surrounding demons simultaneously vanished within the radiance of the sword. Thus, the sacred sword secret realm was set into motion. Saint Ancestor! Saint Ancestor! In a hurry, the vast Holy Land convened an emergency meeting. Lin Fan sat in the conference room, bewildered, as he listened to the chaotic reports from the elders under his command. Just moments ago, the city recently seized by the demon clan was consumed by the sword light. Along with numerous experts of the heavenly realm, a large number of soldiers had perished, and the losses were beyond estimation. Such a terrifying assault could only be at the sacred realm level. And now, it was obvious who among the sacred realm was opposed to the demon clan. At that moment, nearly everyone turned their gaze toward Lin Fan, leaving him helplessly raising his hands. I truly did not do this. Not only this time, but he had never been responsible for such matters before. Why was it that every time the demon clan encountered trouble, the blame fell upon him? Such a large-scale attack was no mere petty action. Hence, after Lin Fan's denial, the elders refrained from drawing further conclusions. If it was not the Saint Ancestor's doing, then whose could it be? Had he summoned a super expert with combat prowess rivaling his own to aid humanity? I understand now. It's the secret realm. Dispo was the first to react, unable to conceal his overwhelming joy. Do you all remember what the Saint Ancestor mentioned last time? When we inquired how to deal with the demon clan, we received only 4 words in response: Sacred Sword's Secret Realm. Reflecting on the previous refusal of the Saint Ancestor to reclaim the cities, the elders had thought he was merely seeking stability. Little did they realize that it was not a pursuit of stability, but rather a grand gift bestowed upon the demon clan. One can only imagine that had humanity occupied those cities early on, the ones now suffering great losses would have undoubtedly been them. Once again, the Saint Ancestor had unwittingly saved humanity while simultaneously delivering a substantial blow to the demon clan. If this truly was the secret realm, then based on the circumstances surrounding its emergence, the treasures contained within would surpass any discovered in the past 5 000 years. As Dispa made this conjecture, he could not help but draw a sharp breath. The appearance of the secret realm was utterly unpredictable. How could the Saint Ancestor have foreseen its imminent emergence? Considering the Saint Ancestor's refusal to reclaim the cities from the very first day of his awakening, had he anticipated the arrival of the secret realm from the start? So it was indeed the Sacred Sword's secret realm? Lin Fan, having already received news from the gathering, did not display much astonishment. He simply had not expected the secret realm to manifest precisely at the location of the city where the demon clan had stepped. Thank you, esteemed Mr. Cavalro. If you were to orchestrate such commands more frequently, I dare say I would no longer need to worry about the threat of the demon clan. Just as Dispa had asserted, the Sacred Sword's secret realm undoubtedly harbors treasures. After all, the falling sunset sword within is a coveted artifact sought after by beings from the upper realms. Dispa immediately suggested, Saint Ancestor, we must immediately dispatch personnel to explore the secret realm, ensuring that we acquire the vast majority of the treasures within. Such a level of secret realm could not only elevate the power of great forces, but might even give rise to an entirely new power. To leave it unexplored would be a grievous waste. Lin Fan nodded. To refuse would seem exceedingly odd, yet even in agreement, he felt a twinge of anxiety within. The saint-level puppets can only remain in the vast sacred land, and cannot engage in combat independently. As an elder of the saint realm, he was merely a figurehead, and if he participated in the contention for the secret realm, the human side would possess no saint-level combat strength. Meanwhile, the demonic faction clearly had 3 saint-level warriors on the front line. Moreover, the news of the secret realm's emergence could not be concealed and would undoubtedly attract other races, leading to an influx of saint-level experts. The thought of such chaotic scenes was already a source of headache for Lin Fan. After careful consideration, he resolved to allow only the personnel from the vast sacred land to explore the periphery, abstaining from the core contention. The adage of less action, less error resonated with him. He would simply claim to have ventured into the core alone, finding a place to rest, and returning with news of failure in the competition. After all, the Saint Ancestor is not omnipotent, and he sensed that others would naturally speculate about him being besieged by several saint-level beings, providing ample justification. With this in mind, Lin Fan waved his hand. You shall immediately arrange for personnel to organize the exploration of the periphery of the secret realm. Remember, if you encounter individuals from other races, do not initiate conflict. As for the contention for core treasures, I shall take full responsibility. You need not concern yourselves. Prioritize your own safety. I do not wish to see any of you fall, understood? Yes. The elders raised no objections. Previously, they might have found it peculiar for Lin Fan to single-handedly oversee the core area, but now there were no issues whatsoever. They even believed that the esteemed Saint Ancestor could easily manage the core region alone. You may organize the exploration of the peripheral area. The contention for the outer region will not involve the Saint realm, so entrusting it to the elders poses no problems. With that, Lin Fan departed the conference room, heading towards his own cave. Observing this, Dispai hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 28. Who are you, my friend? Lin Fan intended to return to his cave and continue his leisurely existence, spending his time researching information on the demon race and napping when idle. Though the Sacred Sword's secret realm appeared significant, his responsibilities were straightforward. Make an appearance at the start and another at the conclusion, nothing more. The prospect of engaging in battle? Out of the question, at least for the time being. The demon race would need to recuperate its severely battered forces while simultaneously maintaining vigilance over the secret realm, thus refraining from launching a comprehensive offensive. This was precisely the scenario Lin Fan wished to see. As for Lady Sun's request during the gathering, he had no intention of assisting with such a clearly perilous endeavor. It was not even worth contemplating. Saint Ancestor, wait for me. Dispai promptly pursued him, and amidst the swirling mist, only the 2 of them remained. The other elders still in the conference room. Is there something you need? Uncertain whether the Holy Master might lend the Crimson Flame puppet for use, I contemplate the dangers posed by the opening of the secret realm. For the safety of my disciples, I wish to ensure their protection as effectively as possible in the initial stages. Ordinarily, such matters would be handled by experts from the heavenly realm. However, the scale of this secret realm is unprecedented, causing great concern for Dispai, hence the request for the Holy Ancestor to employ the sacred puppets at his command. Had it been feasible, I would have done so long ago. Lin Fan could not help but inwardly scoff. Had he the ability to fully command the puppets, he would have directly sent them in to plunder treasures, thereby rendering his disciples unnecessary. Alas, his connection to the puppets relied upon the immense human aura of the Holy Land, and once he departed, even basic control would be unattainable, let alone issuing complex commands. Coughing lightly to feign profundity, he declared, I do not intend to utilize the puppets. I have my own plans. As for what those plans entailed, he himself was uncertain, leaving Dispai to ponder in due time. Yet, he felt compelled to remind the fellow to exercise caution, lest they underestimate the situation and jeopardize the lives of the disciples. The holy ancestor has other intentions, Dispai mused over this phrase, sinking into contemplation, yet hesitated to voice his inquiries, fearing it might reveal his ignorance. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a shift in the air, and upon looking up, he beheld a stranger materializing behind Lin Fan. The individual's attire was markedly different from ordinary celestial robes. It appeared somewhat modest yet exuded a certain charm, adorned with hints of black and yellow. The figure appeared to be in his 20s, youthful in visage, standing in mid-air without a hint of presence, akin to a mere mortal. Despai's heart raced. The stranger could fly and had appeared out of thin air, surely not an ordinary person. He could not discern the depth of the individual's power. They could either be a concealed practitioner at the 9th level of the heavenly realm or a master of the sacred realm. The mere thought of such a master infiltrating the vast holy land undetected was terrifying. As he grappled with his alarm, a realization struck Dispai. Lin Fan remained unperturbed amidst the clouds and mist, indicating no immediate threat. If he could not perceive this individual, then the holy ancestor undoubtedly could. The absence of any defensive action from Lin Fan suggested that this was an ally. Observing the fluctuating expressions on Despai's face, Lin Fan initially assumed the fellow had momentarily lost his wits. However, upon following his gaze, he was startled when had another person appeared behind him without his notice. How utterly unnerving. As Lin Fan turned, a semblance of displeasure flitted across his features, prompting the unfamiliar man to perform a respectful bow, stating, "I pay my respects, senior." "What do you mean, pay my respects? Who are you addressing as senior?" Lin Fan inquired, perplexed. He had been in this position long enough to be acquainted with the upper echelons of the sect, and he was certain that the individual before him was not among them. Dispai's expression flickered momentarily before returning to normal. The conclusion was clear. The individual was merely an ordinary disciple of the sect. Due to being merely an ordinary disciple, he left little impression on the higher-ups. At first glance, Dispai mistook him for a stranger, which elicited an emotional response from him. However, upon recognizing this individual as just a disciple, his demeanor returned to normal. Furthermore, since this fellow had shown him the respect due to his senior, all deductions fell into place. Indeed, he was merely an inconsequential junior disciple. Lin Fan could not discern the other's cultivation level, yet he thought it inconsequential, possibly someone at the human or earth realm. "What brings you to me?" he inquired. The man immediately replied with deference, "On the orders of my master, I have come to pay my respects to you, esteemed senior." Lin Fan surmised that this individual's master was likely a steward of some earth realm sect, sending a disciple to forge a connection with the ancestor in pursuit of greater benefits. Lin Fan scoffed at such behavior. If one wished to curry favor with the ancestor, it should be done personally, not through a disciple. "All right, I understand. You may return," he stated. Observing Lin Fan's indifferent demeanor, the man was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a surge of pride within him. He, Song Li, was after all a direct disciple of the Xian Huang Dao Jun. He represented the Xian Huang Dao Jun in this visit and had already lowered himself as much as possible. Yet why did this senior seem to disregard him entirely? Just as he was about to express his anger, he recalled his master's warning. This was a senior he must never provoke. Thus, he immediately suppressed his irritation and spoke even more humbly. "Senior, is there anything I can assist you with?" The attitude of the other seemed to suggest that he did not even regard his master with any respect. This compelled Song Li to reassess his estimation of the individual's strength. A saint level? No. Could it be at the Saint King level? Regardless of which, he was an existence that could be crushed with a mere finger. Bowing to such a being was not a matter of great significance. Lin Fan internally scoffed. "What can a lowly disciple like you possibly assist with? It would be a blessing if you do not cause any trouble. I do not expect you to be of any help. Just contribute a little during the exploration of the secret realm, and that will suffice." Song Li was utterly astonished. This senior had discerned his purpose of exploring the secret realm at a glance. Yet, this was a task personally entrusted to him by his master, the Xian Huang Dao Jun, who had even gone to great lengths to send him to the lower realm. As for Lin Fan's earlier remark, "I do not expect you to help me," it was a blatant reprimand. It was as if the senior was informing him that they were not on the same level, and he should suppress any inappropriate thoughts to avoid jeopardizing his life. "Yes, esteemed senior." Song Li's tone became increasingly respectful, as if he were merely a servant. The will of the senior was his own will. Chapter 29. A storm approaches. Upon overhearing their conversation, Dispai remained silent outwardly, yet inwardly. He began to speculate about their relationship. Concealing one's aura was no simple task. There were two scenarios. 1. in which a Saint Realm expert could voluntarily suppress their presence, rendering it undetectable to cultivators of the Heaven Realm and below, unless they possessed special detection artifacts. In situations where the mobilization of true energy is required, the matter of combat is self-evident. It will undoubtedly expose one's true aura. Furthermore, certain fundamental applications of true energy, such as flight, will inevitably result in the leakage of one's energy signature. Under such circumstances, most practitioners encounter difficulties in concealing their aura. Even a master of the sacred realm, despite their efforts to restrain their presence, may be detected by practitioners of the celestial realm during flight, revealing their true strength. Only their esteemed sacred ancestor, who has mastered the legendary art of concealing one's presence, can navigate even the throes of battle without betraying a hint of energy. It is evident that such individuals are singular in their existence. Dispe, though merely at the 7th level of the celestial realm, does not belong to the pinnacle of those beneath the sacred realm. However, his discernment techniques are far from simplistic. The opponent, suspended in midair, clearly exudes true energy. Yet, Dispe could not detect even the slightest fluctuation of true energy, indicating that the opponent is at least at the peak of the 1st level of the sacred realm, and most likely above the 2nd level. When did the human race acquire an ally of the 2nd level of the sacred realm? It is imperative to recognize that experts of such caliber among the previous 9 sacred lands were regarded as ancestral figures. The opponent emitted no detectable aura, leaving Dispe unable to ascertain their race. Yet an inexplicable sense of familiarity led him to believe that the individual was, indeed, of the human race. Upon further reflection, the fact that this individual pays respect to an ancestor suggests they belong to the same faction. Could this be a disciple nurtured in secrecy by the sacred ancestor? Goodness! The sacred ancestor, without a word, managed to orchestrate such a significant affair? Other factions' leaders undoubtedly also cultivate talents covertly. Yet those capable of reaching the celestial realm are few and far between, as this cohort primarily represents the future. Yet, the genius cultivated by their ancestral figure has directly attained the level of the sacred realm, and not merely at the 1st level. Such a revelation is astonishing. Were it not witnessed firsthand, Dispe would never have believed such occurrences were possible. It is utterly terrifying. For a moment, Dispe found himself at a loss as to whether it was the genius's inherent talent that was formidable, or if it was the sacred ancestor who nurtured them that was even more fearsome. The human race now possesses a puppet at the 1st level of the sacred realm, a genius at the 2nd level, and an ancestor at the 3rd level. While this configuration pales in comparison to the peak era of humanity, it nonetheless constitutes considerable strength in the current landscape of major powers, sufficient to instill trepidation in the demonic race and deter them from aggression. Capturing 8 sacred lands consecutively represents not only a triumph for the demonic race, but also an immensely costly loss. The current circumstances are not as optimistic as one might presume. Realizing his thoughts had wandered, Dispe promptly refocused his attention. Previously, the ancestor had indicated he had his own plans, which likely pertained to this formidable master of the sacred realm. Indeed, what could offer greater assurance than being personally escorted by a master of the sacred realm? No wonder the sacred ancestor hesitated to employ the sacred realm puppet. It appears there exists a superior candidate, rendering the 1st level puppet utterly beneath contempt. In the depths of his heart, Dispe, who harbored disdain for the puppets of the sacred realm, seemed to have overlooked a certain fact. His cultivation was merely at the 7th level of the celestial realm. At this moment, Lin Fan found himself momentarily speechless by the other's words. Your will is my will, he thought. What an absurd display of sentimentality. One might easily mistake this individual for a trusted confidant. Enough of this. Do what you must, and strive to contribute to the team. Contribute to the team? It was now Song Li's turn to be perplexed. Having descended alone to the lower realms, where was the team he was supposed to contribute to? However, after a brief pause of 2 seconds, he grasped the elder's intent. The elder wished for him to look after their sacred land's reconnaissance team, which made sense. His prowess was far too formidable, and a reckless display of power could attract unnecessary attention. In comparison, although his own strength was not of the sacred realm caliber, it was insignificant next to that of the elder. Perhaps, in the elder's eyes, he was no different from the insignificant insects of the sacred realm. With a respectful bow, Song Li then vanished into the mist. You all should prepare as well. Remember, be extremely cautious, and never let your guard down. Lin Fan reiterated his warning to Dispe. Not merely for appearances. He genuinely did not wish to witness his disciples perish during their exploration, even if he was unfamiliar with most of them. Yes, Dispe nodded affirmatively. Yet his heart brimmed with confidence, knowing that a master of the sacred realm was covertly aiding them, dispelling any lingering doubts he had. The magnificent sword light surged forth for 3 days before it gradually came to a halt, fading into the void. Although the news of the sacred sword mystic realm did not directly spread across the entire continent, it was undoubtedly known far and wide in the surrounding regions. Leaving the Grand Elder and the Sacred Realm puppets to guard the vast sacred land, Lin Fan, the figurehead known for his ostentation, led Dispy and the reconnaissance team directly to the entrance of the sacred sword mystic realm. Just show your face, and then return to slumber. As long as other factions were aware that the human race's sacred ancestor was involved in this endeavor, it sufficed. Whether he intervened or not made little difference, as it would ultimately be futile. At this moment, it was the peak of midday, the sun blazing fiercely. For most of the human race's techniques, this was a period of enhancement, while conversely, it was the most detested time for the demon race. Indeed, it should have been so. Yet, now despite it being midday, the sky was shrouded in darkness, with not even the moonlight or starlight able to penetrate the heavy clouds above, casting a pall over the entire land. Many techniques of the demon race thrived in darkness, but they were not limited to the night. This meant that as long as they could create darkness on a grand scale, they were not bound by the constraints of time. All this darkness emanated from the demon race's foremost expert, the third-tier leader of the sacred realm, Cavalro. His domain of utter darkness was sufficient to transform the surrounding area into a battlefield advantageous to the demon race. This served both as encouragement and intimidation. Numerous mid-sized factions, lacking a sacred realm guardian, upon witnessing this vast expanse of darkness, hastily organized their sects to retreat, daunted by the prospect of participation. A small fraction even opted to join the ranks of the demon race, seeking to share in their fortunes. Naturally, a larger number of individuals soared toward the direction from which the human race had come. The recent prominence of the holy ancestor of the human race has been nothing short of remarkable, even though the current situation still favors the demon race. An increasing number of individuals are willing to place their bets on the human race. The conflict between these two formidable forces is never confined to a mere struggle between them. Chapter 30. A tense standoff. Lin Fan harbored no concerns regarding the perils of this venture. Before engaging in the contest for a certain secret realm, it was quite commonplace for the leaders intent on competing to exchange fierce words. It was rare for them to resort to direct confrontation at this stage. Such a clash would only occur if there were a significant disparity in strength, say, one party at the third level of the sacred realm while the other was at the first level or completely devoid of any sacred realm presence. In such cases, it would be rather peculiar not to engage in combat. Lin Fan was confident that his current reputation was sufficient to intimidate others during the initial phase. As for what lay beyond that early stage, absurd. By then, he would hardly need to venture out. As he gazed upon the completely darkened sky, Lin Fan marveled at the wonders of nature, only to soon notice several teams hastening towards their direction. We come to pay our respects. The newcomers were representatives of several humanoid races forming a medium-sized force, all lacking a sacred realm presence. Clearly, in such a fierce contest, they were inherently at a disadvantage and could only attempt to align themselves with more powerful factions. Lin Fan welcomed them without reserve. After all, this was standard procedure. And they indeed required more hands. Well, more cannon fodder. With these individuals in tow, Lin Fan continued onward into the encroaching darkness. It struck him as curious that the demon race had already unleashed their domain, yet the holy ancestor of the human race had made no indication of response. The leader of the newly joined humanoid faction began to ponder aloud. Logically, shouldn't they have immediately countered with their own domain? This was a matter of utmost importance regarding the morale of their entire race. Having never directly experienced the terrifying presence of the holy ancestor, their understanding of this great being was largely derived from hearsay. Thus, the scene before them prompted a flicker of doubt. Was this holy ancestor truly as formidable as the legend suggested? Otherwise, why did he not respond to the provocation from the demon race? As they carefully observed those of the human race around them, they were astonished to discover that the gazes directed at their holy ancestor were filled with reverence and trust. The faith of these individuals remained unshaken, even amidst the enveloping darkness. What an astonishing cohesion! Even in their decline, the human race was akin to a dying centipede, still capable of movement. The humanoid leader set aside his doubts, redirecting his focus ahead. He beheld a sliver of dawn, a glimmer that steadily expanded, breaking through the darkness. In an instant, the pervasive darkness of the area was dispelled. Sunlight bathed every individual, akin to a divine miracle. At that moment, all were rendered speechless. The gazes of the disciples of the human race remained unchanged, as though this was entirely normal, as it should be. What a strange weather phenomenon! Lin Fan murmured in bemusement, before dismissing the matter, for it was of no concern to him. From the shadows of darkness, Song Li stepped forth, a gentle smile gracing his face. I abhor darkness, and I detest the demon race. I hope the elder can forgive my impudence. like a divine miracle. At the demon race camp, Cavalloro muttered to himself. He had envisioned utilizing his domain, only to be forcefully dispelled by the human ancestor. For his current strength was not yet complete. In his imagination, the two parties would engage in a mutual display of respect before he gradually succumbed, with the primary aim of probing the true capabilities of his opponent. However, he never anticipated that his domain would be instantaneously and utterly shattered. Was such a feat truly achievable by someone at the third level of the sacred realm? Cavalloro gradually found himself perplexed, while he had intended to gauge strength. The actual result left him discontented. No, he must refrain from hasty judgment. Perhaps the opponent had employed some formidable sacred artifacts or secret techniques. In any case, further observation was essential. One thing was certain. The prowess of the human ancestor was indeed as the legends foretold. Truly, a man capable of easily ensnaring my demonic forces. Cavalloro snorted and returned to his ranks, choosing not to attempt the use of his domain's power again. Moments later, Lin Fan traversed two deserted cities and officially arrived at the location of the sacred sword's secret realm. The air above the secret realm still shimmered with the glint of swords, the entrance tightly sealed, emanating an aura of unimaginable peril and a terrifying presence. Of course, all of this was merely Lin Fan's imagination, as he could discern nothing. He called forth the first trial. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan ascended into the air to confront the leader of the demon clan, Cavalloro. Despay dared not follow, fearful that the sudden outbreak of a battle at the third level of the sacred realm would reduce him to mere dust. In the stillness of the sky, the aura of the sacred realm pulsated around Cavalloro, while Lin Fan exuded not the slightest trace of energy, appearing as an utterly ordinary mortal. Oh wait, he was indeed a true mortal. Lin Fan marveled at the quality of his attire, which managed to withstand even the pressure of the sacred realm. Ahem. It seems the weather is quite fine today. Lin Fan remained acutely aware that his opponent was a master of the sacred realm, so he understood that exchanging harsh words was merely a formality. Otherwise, if he truly provoked his adversary, he might not know how he met his demise. Cavalloro's face suddenly twitched slightly. Fine weather? Was this not a veiled mockery of his domain being shattered in an instant? Such subtle derision bore a far greater sting than overt insults. Cavalloro, control yourself. The opponent is a master of the third level of the sacred realm. He struggled to calm his emotions, repeatedly reminding himself that he could only wield the strength of the second level of the sacred realm. If a fight were to break out, he might not even comprehend how he perished. Thus, it was evident that exchanging harsh words was enough to satisfy the formality. Clearly, Cavalloro did not wish to meet an untimely end. He forced a smile that was more grotesque than a grimace. Yes, indeed, the weather is quite pleasant. The final words were almost spat out through gritted teeth. Lin Fan was taken aback by the politeness exhibited by this demon leader, unlike the typical savagery associated with his kind. Yet, for the sake of humanity's future, he still hoped this fellow would meet his demise immediately. Shall we begin? Ahem. Shall we commence the contest for the secret realm? Ha ha ha, shall we begin? The two exchanged forced smiles, and for a moment, the atmosphere grew eerily silent. Neither dared to unleash harsh words, fearing that the other might strike them down in an instant. Human ancestor, we shall show no mercy. Cavalloro casually uttered a remark devoid of impact, seemingly fleeing back to the demon camp. Lin Fan exhaled deeply, realizing that the most arduous trial had been surmounted. Now, he could simply await the outcome in the comfort of his home. As he descended slowly, his gaze was drawn upward once more, where he discerned a multitude of dark figures drawing near, entities not belonging to either the human or demon factions, but rather other formidable powers. Chapter 31. The Crane Saint Lin Fan, now recognized as an elder of the Holy Land, took advantage of his private moments to bolster his understanding of the continent's fundamental knowledge, at least becoming acquainted with the major forces in the vicinity. The entire continent, or rather the lower realm, was of such vastness that no one could fully explore it, seemingly devoid of boundaries. Thus, the various powers regarded those expansive, uninhabited territories as demarcations of specific regions, which were termed the celestial domains. Due to the extensive uninhabited areas that separated these celestial domains, they were merely aware of each other's existence without any significant interaction. Lin Fan had meticulously compared maps and deduced that the area of their current celestial domain was slightly larger than twice that of the total land area of his previous world. Blue Star. From the perspective of cultivators, this was not particularly expansive. Of course, the war between humans and demons was confined within this celestial domain and did not extend to external forces. With scant records and many texts regarding the events of other celestial domains, Lin Fan had never contemplated the affairs of other celestial domains, as resolving the troubles within his own was already a source of considerable distress. Apart from the Jiaolong clan and the Tianji sect, which had already lost their holy realms, there were 32 forces in the entire celestial domain boasting the presence of a holy realm. This was the threshold for a major power. Among these 32 forces, nearly half possessed only a single holy realm expert. Those with multiple holy realm experts, or those of the second rank or above, were considered quite formidable within the realm of major powers. However, the aforementioned strengths were merely superficial. Every major force harbored hidden trump cards, the dynamics of which were governed by the balance of strength and weakness. Besides the human and demon factions, for other major forces had arrived on the scene, each a formidable competitor in the contest for the secret realm. A middle-aged man clad in a pristine white robe, holding a feather fan, hovered in the air. His robe remained immaculate, as if imbued with a power that repelled all dust. Everyone in his faction donned similar white robes, yet none exuded the same commanding presence as their leader, appearing instead as if merely conforming to a uniform aesthetic. He was the Crane Saint from the Crane Feather sect, a second-rank holy realm expert. It was said that his father belonged to an innate spiritual race while his mother was human, rendering him a hybrid. However, he had never acknowledged his human lineage nor forged any alliances with the human race. Upon seeing him, Disbay scoffed disdainfully, remarking, "Though he bears human semblance, he does not act in accordance with humanity. I've heard he has clandestine dealings with the demon race. Is possessing human blood a source of shame for him?" The gaze of the Crane Saint Lord swept disdainfully over the group of humans, only to abruptly fixate on Lin Fan, causing a momentary shock before hastily withdrawing his attention, feigning ignorance of the unfolding scene. Apart from him, the three other formidable figures present were the Lionheart King of the Beast clan, the Ghost King of the Phantom clan, and the Celestial Rune Sovereign from the Rune sect. The former two were merely at the first stage of the Saint realm, while the Celestial Rune Sovereign had no connection to the true Sovereign level, being only at the second stage of the Saint realm. Logically, in a contest involving a third stage Saint, their positions as first and second stage Saints rendered them largely unqualified to partake in the spoils. Yet, given the current standoff between the human and demon factions, the two superpowers would inevitably clash, presenting ample opportunities for them to engage with newfound confidence. Lin Fan, indifferent to the thoughts of these individuals, let out a nonchalant yawn, eager to conclude the grand opening ceremony and retreat to slumber. Despai's eyelids twitched, recognizing the wisdom of the Saint Ancestor. While others were tense and fixated on the secret realm, the venerable elder appeared ready to doze off, seemingly unimpressed by the mystery before them. Upon reflection, it was clear that the Saint Ancestor had likely discerned the secret realm's presence long ago and possessed intricate knowledge of its details. Accompanied by a second stage Saint covertly watching over him, ensuring that no issues would arise, the entrance to the secret realm remained firmly shut, as if patiently awaiting someone to unlock it. At that moment, it became imperative for the most capable individual to shatter the impasse, prompting all eyes to silently gravitate towards Lin Fan and Cavalro. Ahem. Lin Fan cleared his throat, dismissing the notion of action. With his rudimentary spirit summoning technique, he would take 8 centuries to unlock the entrance. Ahem. Cavalro also cleared his throat, acutely aware that their intelligence regarding the secret realm was virtually non-existent. With the human Saint Ancestor remaining inactive, he dared not make a move. Should he encounter danger and inadvertently expose his second stage Saint capabilities, he would surely be obliterated by the opposing human Saint Ancestor. The two exchanged a knowing glance before awkwardly turning their heads in unison. Perhaps it would be prudent to let the opportunity be seized by the youth. Heroes often share similar visions, aligning perfectly with my sentiments. Observing the two prominent figures on stage remaining inactive instilled a sense of hesitation among the rest. This stalemate was untenable. Immediately, Cavalro discreetly signaled to the Crane Saint Lord. The Crane Saint Lord promptly understood and turned to convey a message to the elder beside him, who in turn signaled to his most capable disciple. The disciple, with a swift kick, propelled the junior disciple ahead. This seems unwise. The young disciple from the human realm trembled, but dared not defy the command, slowly making his way towards the entrance of the secret realm. For several moments, nothing transpired, but as he drew near the entrance, a formidable beam of sword light erupted instantaneously, reducing him to a crimson mist. Alas, how tragic! Lin Fan silently lamented, realizing that abstaining from reckless action had been the correct choice. Had he approached, he would likely have met a swifter demise. With a thorough understanding of the Crane Feather sect's intelligence, he felt no sympathy for its members. Their deaths were inconsequential, as they bore no relevance to his kin. The expression on the face of the Crane Saint was somewhat displeased, not due to the demise of his disciples, but rather because of a slight to his dignity. With a vigorous flourish of his feather fan, a tempestuous wind erupted, dispersing the overwhelming sword energy entirely. Are you all frightened by a mere gate to a secret realm? He scoffed with a hint of disdain, as if he had regained a modicum of pride, though in truth, no one regarded him with any seriousness. He promptly vanished, appearing before the gate of the secret realm in an instant. Ah, so you could have resolved this easily. Then why send your disciples to their doom? It seemed that this fellow's subordinates were indeed cursed by a string of misfortunes. The crane saint placed his hand upon the gate, gently channeling his true energy within, while simultaneously remaining on guard for any potential dangers that might arise. The first exploration of a secret realm is fraught with peril, yet it may also yield unexpected rewards. Lacking the raw strength of the human and demon races, he could only resort to such hazardous methods to secure greater gains. Chapter 32. I share your personality. Awkwardly. Despite the crane saint's full exertion of true energy, the gate showed no signs of yielding. 1 minute, 2 minutes passed. The crane saint, his face awash with embarrassment, released his grip. What a farce. Am I, a master of the second tier of the sacred realm, unable to open a door? This secret realm truly was exceedingly bizarre. Who among you will give it a try? He swiftly stepped back, allowing others the opportunity. After all, if he could not open the gate, no one would be able to explore. Since he had failed, it was prudent to let others attempt. I will. Me too. Observing that the crane saint had not faced any assault, both the Lionheart King and the Ghost King stepped forward, yet regardless of their efforts, they could not budge the gate even slightly. At that moment, all present were engulfed in astonishment. The secret realm was utterly impenetrable? What was there to explore? Everyone might as well return to their own domains. The heavenly talisman's sovereign approached cautiously, made a brief attempt, and then shook his head in resignation. Cavaro, arms crossed, harbored no inclination to try. If even the crane saint and the heavenly talisman sovereign could not accomplish this feat, he, with his current second-tier powers in the sacred realm, would fare no better. To open the gate before the ancestors of the human race would only expose his true capabilities, inviting a devastating backlash. He would rather forfeit the secret realm than reveal his authentic strength. As all eyes turned toward him, Lin Fan stroked his chin, finding the current situation quite unexpected. However, it was preferable this way. What he desired was to maintain the status quo. It would be best if no one entered the secret realm. After all, if no one could open it, then his inability to do so was entirely justifiable. Even Cavaro had given up, as long as he attempted to try. Demonstrating the inability to open it, no one would dare to continue, thus concluding this expedition to the secret realm perfectly unscathed. Ah, what a splendid plan. It even spared him the trouble of a concluding task. To uphold his dignity, Lin Fan said nothing, slowly gliding toward the entrance of the secret realm. However, in essence, it was simply that he had yet to master the art of teleportation. He was grateful to the crane saint for dispelling the sword energy. Otherwise, he would have stood even farther back than Cavaro. Under the watchful gaze of all, Lin Fan extended his hand towards the gateway of the secret realm. To avert any unforeseen incidents, he refrained from employing even the simplest invocation technique, merely gesturing instead. As for the onlookers who failed to perceive the fluctuations of true energy, questioning whether he had infused any at all, what a jest! Was his heaven-obscuring divine art merely for show? The warmth of his palm met the cold stone door, and in an instant, Lin Fan felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Standing at the forefront of the group, the crane sage was approached by an elder who inquired with curiosity, "Master of the gate, does that door pose any danger?" "No real danger," the crane sage scoffed. "Merely some incomprehensible murmurs, easily countered by those of Earth realm level. It is hardly noteworthy. Surely, no one would be incapable of overcoming such a trivial trick?" At that moment, Lin Fan could have cursed aloud. Why did those fools not mention that touching the door would yield complications? Would it have killed them to say a word? Clearly, the sage-level beings did not perceive that others might struggle with this issue, nor did they feel obliged to share any information. Countless ethereal whispers invaded Lin Fan's mind, nearly dissolving his thoughts, leaving him frozen in place, motionless for what felt like an eternity. This profound psychological impact left him utterly defenseless. Seeing the human clan sage place his hand upon the stone door, and remaining motionless for over 10 minutes, others began to lose their bearings. What was happening? If it was futile, why not simply withdraw? The crane sage snorted derisively. "Are you too embarrassed to retreat, lingering here?" His disdain for the human clan was evident. Cavaro silently turned away, indicating he did not know this individual. Should the human clan sage decide to discipline this fool, he assured himself he would not intervene. He desired no part of the ensuing chaos. Superficial, Dispai retorted scornfully. "Clearly, the sage has discovered a method to break the seal and is attempting to do so. Do you think everyone is like you, stuck at the door, unable to proceed?" "You." The crane sage's face flushed crimson, wishing to swat Dispai away in an instant. Yet, glancing at Lin Fan, who stood at the third stage of sage realm, He resolved to temper his reaction. A mere verbal jab sufficed. He wished to live a few more millennia. Evidently, most still leaned towards despised assertion, believing that this powerful and enigmatic top-tier expert of the human clan must have uncovered some pivotal insight. Even Cavero dared not interrupt, and not a soul moved. Thus, a competition for the secret realm had morphed into Lin Fan's solitary exhibition. It was not until a full 30 minutes had elapsed that Lin Fan finally emerged from the chaotic murmurs, faintly discerning a clear voice amidst the cacophony. Ahem. It was a voice of immense age, as if it had just crawled out from a coffin. I did not expect someone to dare release their consciousness to heed my message. Young one, you exhibit remarkable courage. Lin Fan's lips twitched slightly. Did he truly wish to release it? He had no choice. Simultaneously, he came to a realization. Those with sufficient strength would naturally shield themselves from the whispers, rendering communication with this voice impossible. Thus, even the weak possessed their own advantages. He silently contemplated this in his heart. Who are you? Who am I? The aged voice faltered momentarily. I cannot recall. I have forgotten everything, including my name and my identity. Young man, may I request you to? I refuse. Lin Fan was certain this would lead to considerable trouble. The best way to evade such turmoil was to not even lend an ear to it. After all, this individual was evidently the master of the secret realm. At the very least, he must be a remnant of consciousness. Would it be appropriate to send a mere mortal to complete such a formidable task? Lin Fan was acutely aware of his own limitations. All he wished for was to return to his slumber. The ancient voice was abruptly stifled, seemingly taken aback by the decisive rejection from the person before him. I can offer you. I refuse. Lin Fan's expression was one of disdain. I am but a feeble wretch. You should hasten to release me. With so many sacred beings around, would it not be more advantageous to employ any of them as labor rather than me? What a unique yet humble young man you are. I have decided to present you with a surprise. I possess the temperament of a bovine. The elder seemed incapable of comprehending human speech. Suddenly, the urge to strike out surged within Lin Fan. The sensation of being frozen vanished in an instant. The scene before him flickered, and when he looked again, he found himself surrounded by a dense thicket. Is this the core of the secret realm? What a jest! In such a land where heavenly beings are as common as dirt, what business does a mere mortal have here? Chapter 33. The terrifying sword chi of the Guardian. A resounding crash echoed as the gate of the secret realm swung wide open. The heavy sound, accompanied by a torrent of sword chi, reduced several disciples standing nearby to mere dust. It has opened. It has truly opened. The celestial crane master wore an expression of disbelief, while Dispai and the members of the human race felt it was only to be expected. It would be the true anomaly if the great ancestral being could not unlock it. Wait, the Lionheart King of the Beast Clan bellowed, pointing at the entrance. Where is the human ancestral being? Why is he absent? He has vanished. The heavenly symbol sovereign furrowed his brow. Even I can scarcely discern anything. It seemed that at the very moment the stone door opened, his figure had disappeared, and I was utterly unable to detect his aura. Damn it! The celestial crane master cursed angrily. That treacherous scoundrel. He must have known how to open the gate to the secret realm the moment he approached it, feigning ignorance to buy time. This way, he could extend his consciousness throughout the entire secret realm, seizing information in advance, and then directly teleport to the area with the most treasures. Imagining how they had stood idly for over half an hour, watching the performance while accomplishing nothing, the celestial crane master was incensed. He had dared to act first, hoping to seize the initiative, yet now he had obtained nothing and had made a complete fool of himself. To directly probe the secret realm with his consciousness? Truly, the human ancestral being was audacious. Willing to undertake such a reckless act in the face of a secret realm of this caliber, the Lionheart King expressed his admiration. And a thought arose within him. One must never become adversaries with the human race. At the very least, not until after this great being has perished. Among all present, the one who perceived the situation most clearly was none other than Song Li, hidden in the shadows. The task assigned to him by his master was to explore this mysterious realm and discern any anomalies within. His duty was to infiltrate discreetly. He could not simply open the grand portal of the realm. Fortunately, a senior practitioner intervened. Otherwise, it seemed that no one else would ever manage to unlock the door. Song Li felt a twinge of shame, as he could not comprehend how the elder had opened the portal, for there was not even a hint of vital energy fluctuation. The only certainty he possessed was that upon opening the door, the elder had employed some secret technique to swiftly enter the realm. As for the exact location, he remained oblivious. He did not dare to recklessly scan the entire realm with his spiritual consciousness, while his current strength allowed him to do so with ease. Two reservations held him back. Firstly, this was a realm of significant concern to both his master and the elder, and there might be hidden dangers lurking within. Even if it appeared to be at the sacred realm level, he could not afford to explore recklessly. Secondly, he feared offending that elder. Since the portal had already been opened, he felt he need not hesitate any longer and could simply step inside. Not only did Song Li entertain this thought, but others from various factions, witnessing that the ancestor of humanity had already entered, were also reluctant to delay, fearing they would miss out on precious treasures. The sacred venerable crane was the first to dispatch his subordinates, promptly assembling a small team led by a third-layer Earth Realm practitioner and accompanied by 7 ninth-layer Human Realm members, who flew into the mysterious realm. Oh, just as the previously turbulent sword energy had calmed, it suddenly surged once more, annihilating all those who entered into mere dust. The expression on the face of the sacred venerable crane turned grim. He quickly sent forth a puppet of first-layer celestial realm, hoping to bypass the sword energy at the entrance through a teleportation technique, yet met with the same disastrous outcome. The puppet was instantly shredded. Anyone attempting to pass through the entrance would be assailed by the sword energy. Even utilizing teleportation to enter the realm would result in detection. The celestial realm puppet met a tragic end beneath the sword energy, and the intensity of the sword energy appeared to differ from before, indicating that the stronger one's cultivation, the greater the force endured. The sacred venerable crane hesitated to take any reckless risks. He could not afford to gamble with his life, even without being directly slain. Sustaining severe injuries from the sword energy would suffice for the other sacred realm practitioners present to seize a significant advantage. If even teleportation would be detected, how had the ancestor of humanity managed to enter? Had he endured the onslaught? No, that individual possessed the divine concealment technique, rendering him undetectable. Cursed be it. The grand portal of the mysterious realm remained ajar, yet none dared to venture inside. Alas, if this continued, the treasures within would be entirely plundered by the ancestor of humanity, leaving them with nothing but scraps. What potent sword energy! Disbay pondered, stroking his non-existent beard. Recalling the words of the ancestor from before, the ancestor had stated that they would be responsible for the outer regions while he alone would oversee the core area. Was this not precisely the situation at hand? The ancestor must have directly teleported to the core area, just as initially planned. Yet how were they to traverse the sword energy at the entrance? It was no wonder the ancestor had not deployed sacred realm puppets to guard them. This mysterious realm likely unleashed varying levels of energy, sword energy, based on one's cultivation. The first layer of sacred realm was the most precarious stage. For having reached the sacred realm, one would endure the fiercest sword energy attacks. Yet, being at the bottom tier of the sacred realm, one could very well sustain grave injuries because of it. Indeed, the esteemed saint ancestor has truly mastered the intricate details of the secret realm, which is why he has discreetly assigned a formidable expert of the second tier of the saint realm to guard us. Though the sword aura emanating from the saint realm is formidable, the prowess of a second-tier saint far surpasses that of the first tier. Possessing the capability to withstand such a level of sword energy, while also managing to shield others in the process. Realizing this, Dis swiftly gestured for everyone to embark immediately. Elder D, are we truly setting off without delay? The other elders cast puzzled glances, for the human faction was led by the sect's second elder, a 9th-tier Heaven Realm Master. Logically, it should not fall upon Dis to speak or lead. Nonetheless, considering that Dis is a trusted confidant of the Saint Ancestor, none dared to dismiss his counsel. With a charming smirk, Dis declared, everything is orchestrated by the Saint Ancestor. With no further objections, the group surged forth towards the entrance of the secret realm, while other factions merely observed with indifference, none daring to intervene. The enigmatic human Saint Ancestor may have left some contingency, and while it might seem straightforward to ambush the humans now, it could harbor significant peril, even causing Cavalro to hesitate. Seeing this group of individuals nearly unprepared to enter the secret realm left Song Li somewhat astounded. Are they truly this foolish? He mused. As they entered simultaneously, the sword aura would erupt at the hands of the highest cultivator among them, meaning that each individual would have to withstand an onslaught of heaven realm level sword energy. In his estimation, once this group of humans stepped inside, those below the second tier of the heaven realm would likely not survive. Sighing, he thought, though there are distinctions between the realms, we are all of the same human race. I cannot bear to witness my compatriots meet their doom like this. The elder must have sensed this and deliberately left me behind, presumably for this very purpose. Chapter 34. Such magnanimity, I am in awe. Naturally, Song Li feared even more that the elder would emerge to find all his charges had perished, leading him to a similar fate. With that thought, he shivered involuntarily, unable to intervene directly, lest the sword energy erupt at his own cultivation level. Leaving him as the sole survivor, he devised a plan. Swiftly, he retrieved a strand of silk thread from his storage ring and cast it towards the direction of the human elders and disciples. This thread expanded in the air. Yet aside from Song Li, none present could perceive its existence. A heaven realm artifact, the Silken Sacrifice. While Song Li possessed an abundance of artifacts of Saint Realm caliber and above, he was concerned that utilizing such powerful artifacts might provoke the secret realm to escalate the sword energy's intensity. Thus he resorted to the heaven realm artifact for immediate use. This artifact served a singular purpose, to compel the user to bear the harm for all those connected at the other end of the silk thread. And it could be employed only once. Due to its significant limitations, in certain circumstances, it was akin to a self-sacrifice, which is why it was merely of heaven realm quality. He had only this single strand, yet it would suffice to ensure the safety of his fellow humans through the threshold of the sword energy. Of course, he remained indifferent to the safety of the accompanying humanoid races, harboring no intention to protect them whatsoever. The second elder was the first to step through the grand entrance, only to feel an overwhelming surge of sacred sword energy descending upon him from above. His expression changed instantly as he attempted to muster all his cultivation to withstand it. However, in the next moment, the sword energy enveloped him, yet it felt as gentle as a bath, inflicting no harm whatsoever. This was nothing short of a miracle. The second elder had previously been perplexed about how the sacred ancestor would aid them in overcoming this crisis. He had anticipated some formidable ability to mitigate the sword energy, but instead, they were granted complete immunity. This was sacred sword energy, not mere bathwater. Remarkably, not even a trace of its residual might penetrate it. How impressive was the sacred ancestor! With his extraordinary power, even a casual gesture could fend off such a formidable assault. At this moment, Song Li's face twitched. He had anticipated enduring only the heavenly sword energy, yet he now found himself subjected to the sacred level of attack. Alas, he had been overly careless. It was evident that the elders possessed sacred artifacts, and such a scenario was hardly surprising. The sword energy that all human elders and disciples were supposed to endure was now entirely redirected onto Song Li, causing a qualitative transformation from the sheer volume, leaving him momentarily astonished. Nevertheless, it was merely a fleeting concern. Phew, fortunately, I have attained the level of the sacred sect. Even 100 such attacks combined would be unable to harm me. As the human race stepped forward in awe of the sacred ancestor's greatness, formally entering the secret realm, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from behind. The humanoid races that followed were eradicated within the sword energy, with those in the front ranks almost entirely annihilated. Those who had yet to enter the secret realm immediately retreated, cold sweat pouring down their brows. Despair turned back, clearly taken aback by this turn of events. Did the sacred ancestor possess the ability to protect only his own disciples and lack the power to shield these others? Humans, how ruthless you are! Cried one of the humanoid disciples, tears streaming as he gazed ahead. If you did not wish to protect us, you could have simply said so. Why remain silent, leading to the deaths of so many of my kin, witnessing the mass demise of their kind? The Lionheart King and the Ghost King on the other side also felt that the humans were being somewhat ungracious. They had explicitly offered to serve as allies. Why betray their own brethren? Despair, momentarily perplexed by the sacred ancestor's intentions, was about to apologize when he noticed the expression of Crane Saint was contorted, radiating immense fury. What was the meaning of such a countenance? Shouldn't the unfolding events be a blessing for them? Observing the mass casualties among his kin, one surviving humanoid leader was left in shock, spiraling into endless despair. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, he did not confront the humans. Instead, he knelt in midair, repeatedly slapping his own face. "O great sacred ancestor, I know you are watching over us. It was my folly. I should not have heeded Crane Saint's words, feigning submission while plotting betrayal. In your magnanimity, spare the remainder of my kin." Suddenly, the others present comprehended the truth. These humanoid races had been undercover agents procured at great expense by Crane Saint. They had pretended to pledge allegiance while secretly preparing to betray and seize treasures. Regrettably, this minor scheme had long been discerned by the ancestor of the human race, ultimately leading to their own downfall and the annihilation of a significant portion of their combat prowess. The visage of the Crane Sage twisted in dismay. He had expended a considerable fortune for this expedition into the secret realm. Due to insufficient preparation time, he had to lavishly bribe these factions, incurring exorbitant costs. He sought to secure the most substantial opportunities within the secret realm at a price many times that of others, aiming for his ascension to the third layer of the sacred realm, thereby becoming a true top-tier powerhouse with a voice in matters of significance. Aware that he could not triumph over the human race in direct confrontation, he resorted to covert tricks. Yet, his seemingly flawless plan was foiled before it even commenced. Despair let out a cold snort, his heart gripped by trepidation. Among these humanoid races were several experts at the ninth layer of the celestial realm. In the absence of the ancestor, Should these individuals find the opportunity to betray, it could result in catastrophic losses, potentially leaving even the second-layer Sacred Realm expert stationed for protection unable to intervene in time. The leader of that race knelt for an extended period. Seeing no one rise to slay him, he hastily surrendered all his possessions to the humans and fled with the remnants of his kin in a state of panic. The Lionheart King and the Ghost King nodded in agreement. The restraint exhibited by the ancestor of the human race was commendable, a testament to true mastery and broad-mindedness worthy of admiration. The Crane Sage was nearly provoked into action. If you lot refused to cooperate, then at the very least, return the gold you previously offered. What do you think you are doing, bestowing gifts upon the humans? To his dismay, the bribes he had given were swiftly returned to the humans' coffers. Was he then bribing or merely aiding the enemy? The Lionheart King and the Ghost King clasped their hands in respect. Esteemed elders, please convey our regards to your ancestor. We hope to share a drink together one day. Both were merely at the first layer of the Sacred Realm, and the cost of entry was exorbitant, prompting their decision to withdraw from the contest. It was evident that the strength demonstrated by the human race's ancestor had instilled a sense of respect within them, and their goodwill would undoubtedly signify their respective factions' alignment with the humans in the future. The ancestor would surely not refuse such overtures. After receiving a friendly response from the humans, the two Sacred Realm experts promptly retreated with their factions. The Crane Sage, filled with resentment, clenched his fists tightly, his aura becoming somewhat chaotic. Damn the humans. If one day I can break through to the third layer of the Sacred Realm, the first to face annihilation will be your inferior bloodline. Chapter 35, Terrifying. Despair paid no heed to the still lingering Crane Sage and immediately entered the secret realm with the second elder and the members of the human race. As the ancestor had commanded, the core area was under his purview, while the rest of the outer regions were our responsibility. Thus, everyone was instructed to explore only the periphery and to avoid delving into the core area so as not to disturb the Venerable One. Yes, Elder Despair. The denizens of the vast Holy Land urgently called out, "Come and extract me from this chilling place." Lin Fan sat atop a stone in the core region, rubbing his hands together. According to his scant knowledge, this stone he sat upon appeared to be a natural celestial jade, capable of accelerating the cultivation speed of practitioners, a rare treasure. Alas, he lacked even the most fundamental entry-level techniques, rendering his time on this stone akin to merely basking in warmth. Have you made your decision, young one? If you can assist me in recalling past memories, I might just be able to amplify your cultivation tenfold. If tenfold is not enough, then how about 100-fold? Alas, any number multiplied by 0 remains 0. Old codger, do vacate my mind at once. However, prior to that, please expedite my exit from this secret realm. Remaining here any longer will undoubtedly lead to my starvation. While wild grasses line the paths to stave off hunger, their overwhelming spiritual essence poses a grave threat. Consuming even a single stalk could lead to my untimely demise. If Lin Fan were currently a first-level celestial realm expert, devouring all the spiritual herbs here could propel him to at least the 4th level in an instant. Regrettably, even if he were to claim all the cultivation stored in the system, he has yet to achieve even the 1st level of the Earth realm. He certainly does not wish to perish by overindulging in grass. Nonetheless, for Dispai and his companions, such herbs hold significant value, warranting a small harvest. With that thought, Lin Fan retrieved a scythe from his spatial ring, not a high-grade artifact, merely an ordinary scythe. While placing items into the spatial ring is effortless, retrieving them varies in true energy consumption depending on the item. Given the current amount of true energy Lin Fan can manipulate through his spirit summoning technique, he cannot extract any artifact at all. After acquiring the scythe, he immediately commenced a fervent harvest of the surrounding spiritual herbs. Before long, he had cleared a substantial area and tossed all the gathered herbs into his spatial ring. What is this? Before him lay a massive stone, adorned with buttons that shimmered with a metallic luster, the purpose of which was unknown. Unexpectedly, among the spiritual herbs, he stumbled upon an unforeseen treasure. Lin Fan promptly approached and struck one of the buttons with the scythe, surprisingly managing to press it down. He scrutinized the surroundings, yet after several seconds, it appeared that nothing had significantly changed. Was this contraption malfunctioning? Upon entering the secret realm, they initially encountered a mountainous region where Dispai and his companions were preparing for preliminary exploration. Suddenly, a colossal boulder, akin to a towering building, tumbled down the mountainside. Alarmed, they realized that flying was prohibited within the secret realm. Quickly, they took cover. Fortunately, their reaction was swift and no one was harmed. They merely watched as the immense boulder continued to roll forward, hurtling towards the entrance. Phew. Indeed, this secret realm is perilous, everyone. Please stay alert and avoid spreading out too much. At the entrance of the secret realm, witnessing the human faction fully enter, the demon clan, the Cranefeather sect, and the symbol sect could no longer contain their excitement. Each of the three major factions boasted at least one second-level sacred realm expert, sufficient to surmount the initial challenges. Thus, they were unafraid of the secret realm and wished not to miss this splendid opportunity. Song Li wasted no time, enveloping himself in an invisibility spell that rendered him undetectable as he leisurely approached the entrance of the secret realm. Let us proceed. The Crane Saint quickly devised a strategy, instructing that each first-level contestant from the major realms should return home, as they lacked the qualifications to enter. Subsequently, each major realm would form a separate team, entering one by one to minimize the impact of the sword chi. Of course, prior to everything, all treasures surpassing one's own realm must be entrusted to the esteemed Crane Sage for safekeeping. As the sole master of the sacred realm within the Cranefeather sect, the Crane Sage naturally stepped into the secret domain without hesitation. As Song Li observed the Crane Sage entering the gate right behind him, he found himself momentarily bewildered. Not my intention, my friend. I have encountered many rushing to offer gifts, yet never before one hastening towards demise. I did not intend to lead you into danger. You chose to follow. It was evident that the Crane Sage was utterly oblivious to Song Li's presence. He believed that with his Sacred Realm second-layer cultivation and an array of Sacred Realm treasures, he would effortlessly handle what was merely a guarding sword aura. Boom. In that instant, a terrifying sword aura erupted forth. The onlookers outside witnessed a fleeting flash of white light, as if the very heavens and earth were momentarily extinguished. Cavallo began to tremble involuntarily. This is no mere sword aura of the Sacred Realm. Could the Crane Sage be a concealed master capable of unleashing such formidable sword aura? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it as absurd. If the Crane Sage were indeed a hidden expert, he would have effortlessly obliterated everyone present without the need for concealment. Wait, prior to his entry, it seemed that the human race had already ventured in first. Could it be that the legacy left by the human ancestor was not to shield his kin from sword aura, but rather to absorb and store this aura, unleashing it in an explosive moment? Cavallo understood that the sword aura from earlier was extraordinarily terrifying, far beyond his capacity to withstand. Yet, he could not precisely gauge its level of dreadfulness. If it were the accumulation of several hundred Sacred Realm sword auras, perhaps such an effect could be achieved? Then everything would fall into place. Phew, fortunate indeed. I maintained my composure. Otherwise, I would have been the one slain by that sword aura. Generally, the humans venture in first, followed by the demon race, so Cavallo had every reason to believe this was a splendid surprise meticulously crafted by the human ancestor for him. Facing such a cunning adversary, it was wise to remain cautious. Uffed, the Crane Sage spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise from the ground in a pitiful and disheveled state. What a terrifying force that was. A force capable of instantly shredding him to pieces. Had it not been for the rebirth granted by his cultivated technique, the feather transformation art, he would have undoubtedly been annihilated by that sword aura in an instant. Moreover, after his revival, the residual energy from the dissipating sword aura forced him into a severely wounded state once more. Truly terrifying, utterly terrifying. The Crane Sage felt a mix of dread and a semblance of fortune at having survived, hastily patting his chest and lifting his head. To his horror, he beheld a massive boulder rolling directly toward him. Chapter 36, Second Elder. Have I truly failed to comprehend the language of humanity? Boom. A resounding crash echoed. Before the Crane Sage could even muster his energy for defense, he was crushed into a smear of flesh. Who has plotted against me? Dreaming of soaring to new heights through this secret domain, the Crane Sage found himself dead twice upon merely entering. He once again triggered the passive resurrection effect of his cultivation technique, not daring to look back as he dashed into the depths of the secret realm. As for the other members of the Cranefeather sect left behind, well, they would have to fend for themselves. The Ascension technique grants practitioners 3 chances of resurrection at each major stage of cultivation. The previous opportunities had been entirely consumed by the Crane Saint, leaving only the 3 resurrection chances afforded by the Holy Realm. He had initially thought that upon attaining the Holy Realm, he would no longer encounter situations necessitating resurrection. It appeared he had rejoiced too soon. With only 1 resurrection chance remaining, he needed to be frugal with its use. Yet, it seemed that saving it was not entirely within his control. The Crane Saint could not help but feel a twinge of dread. Even though he had not had time to defend himself, the physical prowess of the Holy Realm was formidable, yet he still could not withstand that colossal rock. Clearly, evasion was the only viable option. Direct confrontation was out of the question. This secret realm was far more perilous than he had anticipated. At this moment, Song Li too was cautious, having gleaned from the previous overwhelming surge of holy sect-level sword energy that this secret realm was anything but ordinary. As a cultivator of holy sect level himself, encountering holy sect-level sword energy was a logical expectation. However, if this secret realm truly only contained holy-level threats, it would be impossible for such an attack to manifest. The presence of sword energy of such caliber spoke volumes. If a holy general-level expert were to enter, would they also be subjected to holy general-level attacks? Song Li dared not ponder further, nor could he afford to freely extend his consciousness. He could only tread carefully within the secret realm. Master. The disciples of the Crane Feather sect outside felt utterly bewildered. Their leader had simply vanished? Fortunately, several core elders who practiced the same cultivation technique as the Crane Saint understood that their master still had opportunities for resurrection. However, the decision of whether to enter remained contentious. You all go in first. The one issuing commands was Cavalro. The members of the Crane Feather sect were indignant, yet powerless. Aware that they were being used as cannon fodder, but lacking the strength to resist, they could only advance in despair. Fortunately, this time the sword energy returned to normal, allowing most to enter successfully, which relieved Cavalro. From this point onward, the contention for the secret realm officially commenced. Ah, indeed, labor is a source of joy. Lin Fan had nearly cleared the surrounding spiritual herbs, leaving a barren expanse, with only that peculiar control console remaining conspicuously visible. With these spiritual herbs, the cultivation of several elders at the heavenly realm would advance further. Of course, this was contingent upon his survival in bringing these items out. Lin Fan sat upon a stone, momentarily hesitant to venture outward again. It was common knowledge that the secret realm was teeming with spiritual beasts and demon beasts, any one of which could easily slay him countless times over. Well, young man, have you decided to help me recover my memories? I shall reward you with what you desire. Do you possess any treasures that could allow a mere mortal to slay a holy realm expert? How could such a thing possibly exist? At the very least, it should be a treasure. Are you so lethargic that you no longer wish to wield it? The aged voice seemed to ponder for a few moments before responding slowly. Indeed, there exists a passive defensive talisman that, upon your being attacked, can protect you while simultaneously retaliating against your assailant. As this talisman is activated passively, it requires no conscious initiation from the user, nor does it necessitate the infusion of vital energy. Oh, Lin Fan's eyes brightened at this revelation. If I were to possess a defensive talisman of the Saint Realm, would I not be able to turn the tide against a Saint-level master? Old man, where might one find such an item? If you can present such a thing as a reward, I may just consider aiding you in reclaiming your memories. I had forgotten, you see. My recollections have nearly all slipped away, including the very essence of my existence. Then what was the point of your earlier words, leaving me in vain anticipation? Lin Fan remarked, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Yet the aged voice carried a trace of mirth. If you assist me in recalling my memories, would I not then be capable of helping you procure such an item? That sounds rather like a cunning scheme, does it not? Lin Fan mused. He felt an unsettling intuition that aiding the old man in recovering his memories might not be in his best interest. However, when it came to clever schemes, he considered himself an adept. Ahem, old man, I might be able to assist you in regaining your memories. But you must first provide me with a map of the secret realm to facilitate my search, yes? With a map in hand, I could deftly avoid all perilous areas. Whether it be venturing into a treasure trove or making a hasty exit, it would surely be preferable to lingering here until death claims me. As for helping this fellow retrieve his memories, my capabilities fall short. I am utterly powerless. Given my current state of amnesia, do you truly believe I possess such a thing? What then is your purpose, you ancient rascal? Hey, must you change your tone so swiftly? Where has your respect for the elderly and care for the young vanished to? Lin Fan clapped his hand, inadvertently striking the control panel beside him, seemingly pressing several buttons in succession, though it mattered little, as no changes occurred regardless. Search thoroughly, all of you. Dispai directed his disciples in harvesting the spiritual herbs within the secret realm, but as they were still in the outer region, the quality of the herbs was generally not high. The second elder approached. Did the holy ancestor mention any other plans beforehand? If not, we shall simply be responsible for outer exploration. Dispai considered this, and suddenly, his eyes sparkled with insight. I recalled during the previous meeting, the holy ancestor crossed his legs. It must have been a subtle hint for us. Moreover, this time, the posture was rather extraordinary. Dispai remembered that the holy ancestor had maintained that position for quite some time before casting a glance his way and then setting it down, only to raise it again shortly after. Let me contemplate. What could the holy ancestor be implying? Just as his thoughts wandered further afield, a resounding boom erupted from the ground, revealing a vast chasm within the mountains, its depth unfathomable to the naked eye. The second elder immediately gestured for all elders and disciples to retreat at once, keeping as far away from the perilous abyss as possible. But Despised body suddenly trembled, and he swiftly intervened. I understand the holy ancestor's intention. Quickly, second elder, lead the disciples to leap into the chasm. This is the extraordinary opportunity arranged for us by the holy ancestor. The second elder's mind was somewhat befuddled. He simply could not comprehend how Despai had interpreted the crossed legs as a signal to leap into the abyss. Was there an inherent difference in how they both understood human language? Chapter 37. The Art of Foreknowledge. Despai, evidently unwilling to squander time, directly suggested, "Do you recall the last time the holy ancestor hinted at us with his crossed legs?" The second elder nodded, albeit with a hint of sarcasm. He remembered that the last time, the holy ancestor had pointed one foot towards Despai and the other towards the location of the spy, which prompted them to take action and uncover the traitor. Of course, this was all information they had gleaned from Despai later. At that moment, they had been utterly oblivious. Despai narrowed his eyes, stating, "This time, the holy ancestor's other foot pointed towards the grand elder." The second elder was momentarily startled and quickly began to associate thoughts, only to dismiss the notion as impossible. If the Grand Elder were indeed a spy sent by the demonic faction, their vast sacred land would have long since perished, unable to withstand the holy ancestor's revival. Thus, this scenario was simply implausible. As expected, Despai waved his hand dismissively. "Of course, it cannot be as you surmise. When I first saw it, I too was taken aback, but upon reflection, the holy ancestor must have been using the Grand Elder to signify something else. I had numerous conjectures, yet none were conclusive, which is why I refrained from mentioning it to you until now. At last, I understand what the holy ancestor wishes for us to do." Despai and the second elder simultaneously cast their gazes towards the abyss below. They both distinctly recalled that the Grand Elder's cultivation method was not the ancestral technique of the vast sacred land. Instead, it was an exceedingly extreme practice, far more challenging, fraught with peril, yet capable of bestowing significantly greater combat power among equals. It was rumored that the Grand Elder had once possessed the ability to slay foes beyond his rank. Not merely one rank, but even more. Of course, that was no longer feasible. To surpass that would mean facing the saint level. Should he succeed in transcending, it would surely be a frightful affair. The name of that cultivation method was the Abyss. The second elder suddenly realized. "Are you suggesting that the holy ancestor is alerting us to pay heed to the abyss in this manner?" And when he subsequently uncrossed his legs, it was a hint that we could descend into the abyss if we encountered it? Despai nodded, clearly affirming this supposition. However, I still harbor a semblance of confusion. The second elder displayed a look of perplexity. If the holy ancestor had already discerned this, why did he not simply inform us directly? Is there any merit in this roundabout approach? If he intended for Despai to know, why not choose a secure location to convey this vital information without the risk of eavesdropping? Reflecting on this, the second elder noted that their ancestor often spoke in a rather cryptic manner, opting for subtle hints over straightforward communication for matters that could be directly addressed. Were it not for Despai's interpretation of the signals, their journey would likely not have proceeded so smoothly. Despai, without a moment's contemplation, waved his hand dismissively. "Have you not noticed a particular issue? The holy ancestor has only just awakened and has not yet paved the way for communication. How, then, does he possess foresight of future events? Indeed, everyone assumes that it is only natural for the esteemed holy ancestor to hold such knowledge. Yet, the leader of the demon tribe is also at the third tier of the sacred realm. Why is he unaware? By what means does our holy ancestor acquire these insights? Since ancient times, cultivation has emphasized the balance of yin and yang. Where there is yin, there must be yang." Despai's tone was resolute, asserting that the holy ancestor's primary technique is the celestial concealment art, symbolizing secrecy and the veiling of destiny. Thus, conversely, should the holy ancestor aspire to ascend to higher realms, he must achieve equilibrium between the yin and yang energies within, necessitating the cultivation of a secondary technique capable of discerning the secrets of fate. For instance, most demon tribe cultivation techniques are of a highly destructive nature. Upon truly entering the celestial realm, they must learn a defensive art to harmonize their internal yin and yang energies. This is precisely why demons above the celestial realm are particularly formidable, possessing not only immense destructive power, but also formidable defensive capabilities. Consequently, the holy ancestor wields the extraordinary ability to conceal and seek the secrets of fate. If the method of discerning destiny is equal in power to the celestial concealment art, then foreseeing the future is hardly surprising. Such abilities akin to divination allow the diviner to receive revelations effortlessly, inherently belonging to the realm of foresight. However, conveying detailed information to others constitutes a breach of destiny. The repercussions could range from mere interference to severe backlash. Thus, upon grasping this connection, the enigmatic hints from the holy ancestor finally found a satisfactory explanation. All of this is the price of divination. Indeed, glimpsing the secrets of fate is no simple task. Yet, I remain uncertain. The second elder was clearly hesitant. His doubt did not stem from a lack of faith in the esteemed holy ancestor, but rather from concern that Despi's interpretation might be flawed. After all, this abyss appears to be no trivial matter, and a misjudgment could lead to total annihilation. Despi, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "It is evident that the abyss before us is not a natural occurrence. Rather, it has manifested due to someone's triggering of a mechanism. Since none of us here have interacted with any such mechanism, second elder, who do you suppose activated it? Surely, they already have an answer in mind." The second elder promptly summoned several disciples to form an exploration team, dispatching them immediately into the abyss for preliminary investigation. Due to the uncertainty of the situation, he refrained from sending everyone in together or directly deploying masters from the celestial realm, not out of distrust and despised conjecture, but rather the necessary caution befitting an elder. Were it not for the prudence of each elder, the sacred grounds could never have endured to this day. Despi could not help but sigh. One wonders how much the holy ancestor has done for us in secrecy. I truly hope that one day we can share in his burdens. Damn it, there is nothing I can do. Lin Fan lay languidly upon the spirit stone, feeling a touch of boredom. Having finished harvesting the surrounding spirit herbs, the control panel remained unresponsive no matter how he pressed it, leaving Lin Fan suddenly at leisure. Without a map, he dared not venture forth recklessly, fearing the sudden emergence of a treacherous rat. "Old man, do you recall anything? Perhaps the location of the treasure vault?" He continued to probe, attempting to extract remnants of knowledge from the old man's mind. The aged voice slowly replied, "I know of a place that holds great significance, one that resonates deeply within my memory. Yet, I cannot recall precisely how important it is or what it contains. So, young man, do you have any desire to explore?" Chapter 38. The Abyssal Sword Pavilion. What sort of nonsense is this? To know of a place of great importance, yet be unable to remember it? Does that imply the danger is unknown? But for Lin Fan, the level of danger was inconsequential. Any peril would likely lead to his swift demise. The old man's mention of this matter evoked a sense of conspiracy within Lin Fan, as if he were being lured into a trap for some ulterior motive. However, conversely, if that were indeed the case, Lin Fan might actually encounter little danger, at least in the initial stages, for if he were to perish quickly, the old man would be unable to fulfill his intended purpose. Thus, from this perspective, it seemed worth the risk. The old man's consciousness materialized within Lin Fan's mind. Even if he had not sensed it initially, he would surely recognize now that he was but a mortal. "You must ensure that I do not perish along the way." "Rest assured," came the old man's response, as if he had tacitly acknowledged certain truths. Meanwhile, upon regaining his composure, the crane sage pondered and soon recognized something amiss. The previous flash of sword light had been so terrifying that it had momentarily robbed him of his cognitive faculties. Reflecting upon it now, it seemed utterly illogical. This is not mere metaphysics. Based on my earlier deductions, I should only have been subjected to the sword energy of the saint realm. Yet the ferocity of that power could only be believed to belong to a first-tier saint-level foe. The crane sage mused, his eyes suddenly gleaming with insight. Could it be that this is a sword formation designed to eliminate prodigies? The potency of sword energy does not depend on current strength, but rather on corresponding talent? This line of reasoning clarified much. The previous celestial had only endured attacks from the celestial realm because his talent was limited to that level. Hence, I, the crane sage, am destined to evolve into a figure surpassing the saint realm, thus provoking a backlash from my own talent. Ha ha ha. Having exceptional talent is not always a boon. With his hands on his hips, the crane sage felt an inexplicable joy, brimming with confidence as he envisioned himself overpowering the ancestors of the human race and trampling upon Cavalier. Amidst his elation, he could not ignore a stark reality. He had become entirely separated from the others of the crane feather sect, and he dared not recklessly extend his senses in this unknown realm to search for them. Ah well, if my subordinates have perished, so be it. Should I attain a fortuitous breakthrough to the third tier of the saint realm, I can easily gather as many subordinates as I desire. Clearly, he regarded the lives of his subordinates with indifference, hastening towards the core area with unwavering determination. On the other side, Cavero led the members of the demon clan into the secret realm. However, rather than recklessly advancing towards the core area, he first guided the esteemed elders and disciples of the demon clan to explore the periphery. The reason for avoiding the core area is quite straightforward. To put it eloquently, it is a matter of prudence. Less charitably, it could be seen as timidity. In a secret realm of this caliber, The depths of the core are inevitably fraught with peril. Below the saint realm, self-preservation becomes challenging, and an effective numerical advantage cannot be established. Thus, in such circumstances, should he encounter the opposing saint ancestor, Cavero harbored no doubts that he would be swiftly subdued. Indeed, being the leader of the demon clan is no simple task. Nonetheless, he chuckled to himself, for the human saint ancestor would undoubtedly concentrate all efforts on the core area, paying little heed to the periphery. If Cavero, a master of the saint realm, were to devote his full attention to the outer regions, the opportunities would be abundant. He could easily allow the demon clan to seize the entirety of the outer area's advanced magical artifacts. There even lies the possibility of inflicting a severe blow to the human race. Even a complete annihilation is not beyond the realm of possibility. Cavero's reluctance to directly confront Lin Fan does not imply that he would shy away from other humans in Lin Fan's absence. On the contrary, he eagerly yearned for such an opportunity. Human saint ancestor, having previously employed insidious tactics to decimate a portion of my demon clan's forces, I shall retaliate here by eliminating a part of your living strength, leaving you to return in tears. Cavero believed that once he secured a preliminary victory, he could swiftly return to the demon clan's stronghold, with dozens of heavenly realm masters providing cover, and coupled with the apparent strength of the triple saint realm, the opposition would surely hesitate to confront him directly. Similarly, this is why the demon clan refrains from launching a direct assault on the humans. Both sides are equipped with one triple saint realm expert and a multitude of heavenly realm masters. A direct clash could yield unpredictable outcomes, with the home ground providing a distinct advantage. One of the demons beside him clasped his hands and inquired, "Leader, shall we immediately proceed to ambush the humans?" Not so hasty. The human saint ancestor will undoubtedly spend more time exploring the core area than we will, so it is they who should feel the urgency. Once the humans have gathered the artifacts, we shall reap the rewards uniformly, compelling them to labor for us. Cavero revealed a mischievous, yet somewhat sinister smile. Before that, I must first acquire the most formidable artifact from the entire peripheral region. He opened his palm, revealing a palm-sized dark magical mirror. The surrounding elders recognized this item. It was a relic transformed from the remains of a former leader of the demon clan in the triple saint realm. The leader's cultivation technique was specifically attuned to artifact exploration. This mirror can automatically seek out the most powerful artifacts within a certain range, revealing pertinent information, making it a rare top-tier artifact of the saint realm for treasure hunting. All present leaned closer as the mirror's surface suddenly rippled, revealing a shadowy chamber with eerie radiance swirling around it. Four blood-red characters subsequently emerged. Abyss Sword Pavilion. The name itself resonates with formidable power. At least one sword of Saint Realm caliber must reside within, likely the highest level artifact in the entire peripheral area. Hearing the elders' exclamations of astonishment, Cavero nodded with satisfaction, a confident smile gracing his lips. Even for a formidable power like the Demon Clan, the inventory of Sacred Realm artifacts was limited, rarely exceeding 2 digits. Thus, possessing an additional Sacred Realm artifact truly represented an enhanced assurance. The feeble human clan must still be scouring the ground for treasures. While their ancestor has ventured into the core region, left to their own devices, these fools are likely to uncover only inferior relics. Unlike our sagacious leader, who has long prepared the necessary artifacts, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to seize all the fine treasures upon entering the secret realm, Cavero accepted the flattery from his subordinates, believing that bolstering morale was essential in such circumstances. Yet, abruptly, the expressions of everyone froze in place, for they beheld in the shadowy image the powerful and enigmatic Abyss Sword Pavilion, where several infuriatingly smug human disciples slowly made their entrance. Chapter 39. Enter. The Abyss Sword Pavilion? The name certainly sounds impressive. Undoubtedly, this is a place of fortuitous encounters personally selected by our ancestor. How could it possibly be mundane? The few disciples, who had stepped into the abyss under the direction of the second elder with a resigned acceptance of their doom, found themselves unharmed after several minutes of darkness. Coupled with the prior assurance that this was the ancestor's arrangement, they harbored no doubts and began to explore right then and there, a rather reckless act. Could a location chosen by our ancestor truly bring us harm? Soon, they traversed the depths of the abyss and beheld a grand sign. Abyss Sword Pavilion. Don't just stand there. Quickly use the prepared method to contact the second elder. We must hasten to gather everything here. However, how did our esteemed ancestor discover the existence of a sword pavilion here? It seems the secret realm had never been opened before. The same figures and phrases appeared before the magical mirror in Cavero's possession, leaving the surrounding onlookers from the demon clan awkwardly silent. Cavero was eager to inquire why the human clan had appeared in this place. Just when he had prepared to reap a substantial reward, he discovered that others had already gotten there first. But upon overhearing the disciples' conversation, that familiar name resurfaced in the minds of all the demons like an inescapable shadow, the human ancestor. How much had he anticipated? Not only focusing on the core area, but was he also unwilling to overlook valuable treasures in the peripheral regions? Beside him, a demon spoke with a tremor in his voice. Leader, shall we continue to the Abyss Sword Pavilion? This question seemed rather foolish, as their leader was present. Could they truly fear an ordinary human team? Yet, they had been so unnerved by their opponents that they began to suspect it was a trap set by the human ancestor, specifically designed to ambush their leader. This hypothesis held considerable merit. If the enemy had divined the location of the Abyss Sword Pavilion, why would they not also foresee the subsequent attempt by the demon clan to seize it? It is precisely due to such concerns that all the demon clan members hesitate to advance directly, awaiting the leader's command. Let us proceed. Cavalier's gaze suddenly hardened. For it is entirely possible that the human ancestral being has indeed laid a trap for us. Yet, the target is not I, but rather you. Indeed, this region is merely an outer zone, one of little significance. Even if the human ancestor has devised a trap, it would not extend to the realm of the sacred. After all, in their eyes, Cavalier, as the leader of the demon clan, is bound to participate in the core contention, and thus, the corresponding arrangements will be made in the central area, not in the periphery. The demons suddenly understood. Thus, if the leader intervenes personally, he could counteract the adversary's scheme, and perhaps even annihilate the ambushing forces. At this realization, all the demons displayed expressions of exhilaration. They finally possessed the capability to turn the tide. In the outer region, at the Abyssal Sword Pavilion, following the receipt of safe intelligence from the exploration team ahead, the second elder and Dispay immediately led the remaining human members into the abyss. Arriving successively at the entrance of the Abyssal Sword Pavilion, Dispay appeared contemplative, for the ancestral being had relayed 3 signals while seated casually. In the end, he lowered his leg only to raise it once more. How to interpret this final signal may very well be the key to their conquest of the Abyssal Sword Pavilion. Perhaps we should seek further enlightenment from the ancestral being before proceeding with our next course of action. The second elder retrieved a square spirit stone from his robe, roughly the size of a common mobile phone, its surface remarkably smooth, akin to a mirror. This was a heavenly realm artifact, a communication stone. The contents inscribed on one stone would simultaneously transmit to a corresponding stone, enabling communication between 2 distant entities. Its drawback, however, lies in the noticeable fluctuations of true energy during use, along with the complicated crafting process and the high cost of materials, making them rather scarce. Due to the significant commotion it creates when employed, Dispay had refrained from using this device to contact the ancestral being. During covert operations, ordinary letters devoid of true energy might serve as the best means of communication, for their simplicity renders them unnoticed. Naturally, within the confines of the secret realm, this concern dissipates completely, as all present are allies, and using it openly poses no issue. Due to size constraints, the second elder inscribed merely 4 characters on the stone. We have arrived, indicating their presence at the Abyssal Sword Pavilion. Yet, the true energy fluctuations of the spirit stone remained confined, unable to transmit outward. Is this secret realm inhibiting communication? The second elder sighed. It seems not only they, but even the demon clan's Crane Feather sect could not establish contact within the secret realm. Once separated, they would genuinely be lost. As he pondered this, suddenly, the true energy burst forth, breaking through the limitations and transmitting in the intended direction. The ancestral being has made a move. Truly, what a remarkable ancestral being, capable of overcoming the secret realm's barriers. To what extent does he comprehend this realm? A message on my phone. Lin Fan still habitually referred to this spirit stone as his phone, though it ought to have no signal here. He had already attempted to communicate several times prior. Let us consider this as me doing you a favor. A weary voice echoed in my mind. I can exert a modicum of control over certain matters within the secret realm, though not excessively. Every half hour, I can assist you in receiving and transmitting a message, but I will then require half an hour to regain my strength. If you can aid me in uncovering more memories, this frequency will undoubtedly increase. Lin Fan scoffed at this. Surely, this fellow could facilitate more than just one exchange within half an hour. Such limitations merely serve to lure Lin Fan into assisting him in the quest for memories. Embracing the notion that any small gain is worthwhile, Lin Fan promptly examined the messages transmitted by the spirit stone. We have arrived? Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that the group from Dispay had successfully reached the entrance to the core of the secret realm, preparing to rescue him? Ahem. Rescue is not the appropriate term here. Considering the matter concerning the ancestor, it should rather be termed as a welcoming. Yes, a welcoming. Thus, he immediately halted his steps, momentarily abandoning the thought of seeking that clandestine location, and turned back to await the arrival of Despy and his companions. To this end, Lin Fan resolved to be straightforward, avoiding any unnecessary circumlocution. "Old man, you mentioned that you could send me a message every half hour." He then inscribed a single word upon the spirit stone. "Enter." Chapter 40. The Deadlock? Enter? Upon receiving a clear response, the second elder felt no lingering doubts and immediately commanded the human clan to step into the abyssal sword pavilion. The holy ancestor had responded affirmatively, confirming that their previous assumptions were indeed correct. Truly, communication among intelligent beings is a seamless affair. Mere words suffice to convey mutual understanding. Let us proceed. He was the first to enter the sword pavilion, but as he stepped inside, his expression shifted dramatically, for the surrounding aura was profoundly sinister. It even provoked a sense of resistance within his own cultivation. This sword pavilion seemed to be a treasure trove meticulously crafted for the demonic clan. Just entering made the human clan feel utterly uncomfortable. Why would the holy ancestor assign us to such a place? The treasures here, even if acquired, would largely be unusable by most. Rather, those who could utilize them would be quite suspect. With unwavering trust in the holy ancestor, the second elder continued onward, albeit with a furrowed brow. Despy, closely following behind, wore an equally grim expression, while the disciples behind them were drenched in cold sweat. "Cough, elder. I feel we are approaching our limits. No need for further words. Since the holy ancestor has permitted our entry, we must place our faith in him. Any doubt could jeopardize our own interests." Indeed, the second elder firmly believed that the holy ancestor would not bring them harm, for it was simply illogical. Initially, he held such conviction, but as time passed, the disciples with lower cultivation levels began to exhibit alarming changes. Some even rendered immobile as half their bodies succumbed to the encroaching demonic energy. "Elder, I feel so unwell." The disciples' lamentations echoed in succession. For every sword and every corner of this place was tainted with a chilling demonic aura. To remain untainted was simply impossible. The only distinction lay in the fact that those of higher cultivation were eroded at a slower pace, while the lower ranked were consumed far more swiftly. That was the sole difference. The second elder was utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom that the consequences would be so dire. This revelation deeply unsettled him. Remaining here would result in the gradual erosion of everyone, either death or a descent into the demonic realm. Yet, to leave directly would contradict the command of the holy ancestor. What if this disrupted some of his venerable plans? The second elder persistently attempted to contact the holy ancestor using spirit stones, but since that initial attempt, he could no longer transmit information effectively. The holy ancestor deemed that singular word of warning sufficient. Yet, in my ignorance, I truly do not know what to do now. On one side were the aberrant disciples, and on the other, the command of the ancestor. Just as the second elder was in turmoil, a sudden laugh resonated from behind, sending shivers down his spine. "Ha! I never anticipated this would be a demonic sword lair. That fellow allowed you to enter ahead of time. I assumed there were treasures advantageous to the human race hidden within." The second elder's expression gradually turned to despair, for the newcomer was none other than Cavalro, a formidable figure of the third tier of the Holy Realm from the demonic clan. Cavalro, accompanied by numerous elders of the celestial realm and lower-ranked disciples, emerged grandly within the abyssal sword pavilion. Previously, they had been corroded by demonic energy, and now they were blocked by the demonic clan. Were it not for the fact that the messenger was an unequivocal authority of the human race, the second elder would have suspected treachery. "Holy ancestor, could this also be within your foresight?" The second elder couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He never anticipated that the leader of the demonic clan would willingly forego the contest for core treasures and align himself with the outer exploration teams. Not to mention that most of their number had lost combat capability. Even if they hadn't, they would still be no match for the opponent. Cavalro regarded the second elder with a mocking gaze. "What a pity. Your holy ancestor may possess some intellect, but he is not divine. He is neither omniscient nor omnipotent. While he may perceive the movements of my subordinates, he cannot discern mine." Though Cavalro could currently only wield the power of the second tier of the Holy Realm, his standing in the fabric of destiny remained that of the third tier. This was especially true in the domain of divination. The predictions made by the holy ancestor concerning matters corresponding to Cavalro would inevitably be exceedingly vague, as his primary technique remained the heavenly covering divine art, rather than the art of divination itself. The certainty that the opponent could not accurately grasp his actions was Cavalro's source of confidence. "This move is mine to win." Cavalro was not without awareness of potential traps, but in his view, unless the holy ancestor of the human race personally descended, a multitude of celestial realm tricks would pose no threat to him. "Even in death, I shall take a piece of you with me." The second elder gritted his teeth and immediately summoned his life-bound treasure, adopting a desperate stance, vowing to fight alongside humanity to the bitter end. A tiresome trick. Cavalro merely raised a hand, and due to the vast disparity in their standings, he effortlessly seized all of the second elder's treasures. The chasm between the holy realm and the celestial realm was insurmountable. Even though Cavalro was limited to the power of the second tier of the holy realm due to the erosion of demonic energy, it was more than sufficient to exert absolute dominance over him. In but a fleeting moment, several black swords appeared in Cavalro's hands. Are these the swords you drew from the Abyssal Sword Pavilion? It is evident that they are, for the second elder, intrigued by the peculiarities of this place. Casually drew a few seemingly unique swords for study, seeking to uncover the reason the holy ancestor permitted their entry here. Regrettably, due to the brevity of time and the encroachment of demonic energy, no results have been achieved thus far. Considering the repulsion between humanity and demonic energy, the second elder refrained from carrying too many of these swords and dared not place them within his spatial ring for fear of contaminating his treasures. Leader, the aura of these swords resonates perfectly with us. This chilling demonic energy is toxic to humans, but resembles a warm paradise for the demon race. The expressions of the high-ranking demons behind Cavalro reflected sheer ecstasy as they stepped aside, each brandishing a sword. The swords here are at least of heavenly quality, befitting their status. Moreover, having been nurtured in demonic energy for an extended period, they are indeed rare treasures. One can easily imagine that if the demons present were to obtain such swords, their strength would surge dramatically, granting them an overwhelming advantage in the battles ahead. Please convey my gratitude to the holy ancestor for this exquisite gift. Cavalro chuckled, raising his sword, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the second elder. Yet, his expression suddenly faltered. Wait, are their actions progressing a tad too smoothly? Did the holy ancestor of humanity truly leave no contingency to counter their assault? This peculiar situation left Cavalro bewildered, casting doubt on the unfolding truth. Chapter 41, Abyssal Demon Slash. Cavalro did not believe that those endowed with strength necessarily possessed wisdom. Yet one cannot ascend to the sacred realm without sufficient sagacity. Among the strategists of both the human and demon races, the outcome of their conflict would not seem extraordinary. However, Cavalro was perplexed by one particular point. Where was the holy ancestor's contingency plan? Initially, Cavalro anticipated expending considerable effort to navigate the traps left behind by his opponents and counter their retaliations before achieving victory, a process he expected to be arduous. Yet, their triumph appeared almost too effortless. Could it be that the human holy ancestor had devoted all attention to the core area, neglecting those on the periphery? This was inconceivable, absolutely impossible. Thus, Cavalro's hand, poised to strike, suddenly halted mid-air, his vigilance heightened as he scanned his surroundings. In an instant, he expelled all the other treasures he had seized from the second elder, wary that they might be trap artifacts. However, this was ultimately a futile endeavor. Even if they were indeed trap artifacts, they would not detonate spontaneously without provocation. Cavalro was, to some extent, overly cautious. But when he could find no fault in his surroundings, he resolved to eliminate the enemy before him first. With demonic energy surging forth, the already sinister sword took on an even more ominous hue of purplish black, appearing exceedingly otherworldly. For characters extended from the hilt to the blade's tip, Cavalro pronounced each word with deliberate clarity. Abyssal Demon Slash? Wait, slash what? Why is this clearly a magical sword inscribed with the word slay demons? Is this not a reversal of the heavenly polarities? Cavalro was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. He immediately summoned a vast reservoir of magical energy to shield his body, while simultaneously exerting more power to suppress the reluctant sword in his grasp. A surge of righteous energy erupted from the blade, shattering the encasing magical aura. In that fleeting moment, the discomfort transformed into the embodiment of the sword wielder, Cavalro. It seemed as if the swords within the Abyssal Sword Pavilion resonated in unison, each releasing a similar aura. The weapons held by the demon clan instantly rebelled against their masters. The second elder was rendered speechless by the scene unfolding before him, and in his severely weakened state, he could only watch in silent resignation. Indeed, there was a contingency plan. Instead of feeling despondent, Cavalro was invigorated. Everything unfolded just as he had anticipated. The human race's ancestral guardians were not fools, unwilling to send their subordinates to certain doom. However, the adversary could never have guessed that a formidable expert of the third level of the sacred realm would willingly engage in the outer explorations. Enough is enough. Cavalro resolved to counteract this opposing force, forcibly wielding the unwilling sword to slay the second elder before him. With the remaining strength at his disposal, it would suffice. This meant he could at least eliminate a high-ranking figure of the human race at the 9th level of the heavenly realm, no matter how one looked at it. This was a substantial gain. Should he still possess strength thereafter, eradicating the remaining members of the human race at the heavenly realm would pose no challenge. As for why he refrained from using his own magical artifacts, the answer was simple. Cavalro feared that relinquishing control would lead to unforeseen changes in the sword. Thus, it was better to err on the side of caution. Perish. Cavalro unleashed the sword energy with fervor, enveloping it in a chilling aura of magic as he swept it toward the second elder. With a resounding clang, the sharp, clear sound of the sword echoed, its momentum rivaling that of another blade emerging from the depths of the abyss. The clash of righteous and magical energies triggered a violent explosion. The ancestral guardian of the human race? Cavalro instinctively uttered this name, but instantly felt it was amiss. If the ancestral guardian were truly present, he should not be on equal footing, but rather be overwhelmed. In the next moment, he felt the portal swirl, and he was unceremoniously expelled from the sword pavilion, along with the surrounding demons who experienced the same fate. Most of the demon clan were tainted and rebuffed by the righteous energy, with very few emerging unscathed. And injuries, or even fatalities, were not uncommon. Damn it. Once again, he had been outmaneuvered. Cavalro slammed against the walls of the secret realm, leaving a multitude of cracks in his wake. Within the depths of the abyssal sword pavilion, the second elder struggled to rise again, gazing at the ethereal figure of the elderly man drifting outward, momentarily at a loss for words. Although none recognized the savior, the connection to the ancestral guardian who had allowed their entry, only to be rescued at a critical moment, quickly clarified the unfolding events for the second elder. No wonder the ancestral guardian had not responded. It turned out there was no need to do so. Who are you? I am the guardian of the sword in this realm. The ethereal elder slowly articulated. It has been 38,000 years since I last beheld a living soul. What? 38,000 years. The astonishing number left all present in a state of disbelief. No historical records from any sect could possibly stretch back this far, rendering the events of 38,000 years ago a mystery to all. The guardian of the sword continued to elucidate. Here lie the remnants of the great battle between humans and demons. Each sword buried here has claimed the lives of at least 1,000 demons, resulting in the demonic aura becoming so concentrated on their surfaces that it is unable to dissipate. It was then that the assembled crowd began to comprehend the situation. No wonder the swords were enveloped in a chilling, demonic energy. They were not forged by the demons, but rather saturated with demonic essence from slaying countless foes, making it impossible to cleanse. Furthermore, the Guardian's words revealed previously unknown information. Indeed, a monumental war between humans and demons had occurred 38,000 years prior. Dispai promptly seized the moment, addressing the Guardian. Elder Guardian, our disciples have all been tainted by this demonic aura. Is there any way to save them? The Guardian nodded in response. Let each of them select a sword to forge into a new personal artifact, using the inherent righteousness within to purge the demonic energy. Their recovery is merely a matter of time. Joy erupted among the elders and disciples. This meant not only salvation, but also the acquisition of a powerful personal artifact. Such an opportunity signified a tremendous enhancement to the strength of the human race. Moreover, swords that had slain over 1,000 demons held profound symbolic significance for humanity at that moment. I am pleased to see that there are still members of our race capable of stepping into this place. The Guardian spoke in a seemingly tranquil tone. Therefore, I have driven away the demons here. Yet, with the remnants of my current power, I cannot eradicate them entirely. I am somewhat surprised. How did you discover this place? And what compelled you to venture here? Dispai chuckled awkwardly. Our courage is derived from the wisdom of our revered ancestor. The ancestor you speak of? The Guardian's expression shifted to one of curiosity. Dispai straightened with pride. Indeed, it was the ancestor who opened the abyss and allowed us entry. The Guardian's demeanor suddenly became peculiar. What rank does your ancestor hold? Triple Saint Realm. Despite the fact that their esteemed ancestor had never acknowledged his own cultivation level, Dispai firmly believed it could not be any lower. Triple Saint Realm? The Guardian's expression grew even more perplexed, shaking his head resolutely. That is impossible. Even one who is adept in divination or possesses corresponding artifacts of the Saint Realm could merely perceive the superficial aspects of this place. In other words, your ancestor could only have detected the presence of the chilling demonic energy here. How could he have allowed you to enter this perilous domain filled with such malevolence? It is a place from which one should instinctively flee, not be commanded to enter. There certainly seemed to be inconsistencies. However, as Dispai recalled the ancestor's message, the unwavering determination behind the word advance clearly indicated that the elder had anticipated this situation. The ancestor had discerned the hidden righteousness beneath the demonic aura and had foreseen the guardian's presence, who would offer assistance to humanity. Had it not been for this juncture, given his profound care for his kin, he would never have allowed them to embark on such perilous ventures. Eliminating all impossibilities, the remaining answers, no matter how absurd, must indeed hold truth. Dispai exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that our assessment of the holy ancestor's strength has been fundamentally flawed? Upon reflection, the conclusion of him being at the third level of the sacred realm was merely a figment of our imagination. Perhaps this formidable being has already transcended that greatest threshold. Is he truly at the fourth level of the sacred realm? Undoubtedly, this represents a pivotal transformation. It appears you remain somewhat unfamiliar with your leader, and your understanding of the cultivation hierarchy seems rather tenuous. What is the current state of humanity? The sword guardian pondered aloud. To be precise, the notion of a fourth level in the sacred realm is a misnomer, for the chasm between the third and fourth levels is far greater than that separating the sacred realm from the celestial realm. Moreover, each subsequent level beyond the sacred realm will only widen this disparity further. Thus, beginning from the fourth level of the sacred realm, each tier constitutes a new realm, each of which is further subdivided into 9 ranks. The fourth level of the sacred realm is known as the Holy Disciple Realm. Even in our era, such masters were exceedingly rare. They represented the pinnacle of power beneath ascension. The fifth level of the sacred realm is referred to as the Holy Sect Realm. This stage is also known as the Ascension Realm, and those who reach this level attain the privilege to communicate with the upper realms and unlock the gates of ascension. The sixth level of the sacred realm is termed the Holy General Realm. Our understanding of this tier is limited. We only know its name. Yet one can imagine that such a realm would be renowned even in the upper realms. Dispai was left in a daze. Matters of the upper realms felt too distant to comprehend, and records of ascendance had long since vanished. Are you implying that our holy ancestor is likely a formidable holy disciple? In this current plane, that would render him virtually invincible. The human race possesses a holy disciple, not to mention a mere cavalier. Even if the remaining leaders of the demon race joined forces, they would be swiftly annihilated. Dispai began to reflect on past events. First, the holy ancestor had the uncanny ability to foresee future occurrences without any intelligence. Then, he effortlessly shattered Cavalier's domain. If he were indeed only at the third level of the sacred realm, such ease would have been impossible. How could I have overlooked this at that time? Furthermore, when all others were at a loss, it was the holy ancestor who opened the door to the secret realm. In the core area, not even Cavalier dared to tread, resembling a stray dog, only daring to linger on the periphery. All these scenes coalesced in Dispai's mind, firmly establishing his conviction that the esteemed holy ancestor is undoubtedly a powerhouse of holy disciple caliber. Yet, with such immense strength, why does he not simply crush the demon race outright, instead of resorting to these minor stratagems? Dispai was perplexed, resolving to inquire about this matter the next time he encountered the holy ancestor, and if the opportunity arose, he would return in kind. The sword guardian's expression revealed a trace of relief. It is unexpected that in this age, humanity still possesses masters of holy disciple level. Alas, this tier remains considerably distant from ascension. Now let us discuss more pressing matters. The gaze of the sword keeper suddenly turned grave, causing a palpable tension among all present. Listen well. Within the Abyss Sword Pavilion lies our most formidable treasure, the sword we refer to as the Sword of Salvation. It is said that in humanity's darkest hour, a chosen one will draw forth this sword and lead our kind back to glory. Regrettably, since the moment we discovered this sword, none have succeeded in wielding it. Countless attempts have been made by our illustrious leaders throughout the ages. Even ascended beings have endeavored, yet none could prevail. Clearly, the human race, 38,000 years ago, did not survive its greatest crisis with the aid of this sword of salvation. Otherwise, such a tale would not remain buried here. Contact your ancestral sage. I believe only he possesses the worthiness to draw this sword. I cannot conceive of a more fitting candidate, and even if hope is scarce, we must at least make the attempt. Dispai nodded, but his mind wandered beyond the sword of salvation, reflecting on the hints left by the sage. Achoo! Lin Fan sneezed, wondering if someone was speaking ill of him, then concluded it was merely the oppressive aura of this core realm. He felt deceived, his fragile spirit deeply wounded. The group had assured him they were present, yet upon returning to the core's entrance, not a soul was in sight. Had they not arrived? Were they not there to greet him? Where were they? The pain was unbearable. Lin Fan felt betrayed, helplessly tracing circles on the ground until a sudden epiphany struck him. Could it be that this core realm was sealed by some force? Perhaps a binding or an obstruction akin to the entrance of the realm itself. It was possible that the strength of this seal was so formidable that Dispai and the elders were unable to penetrate the core region to rescue him. No. To welcome him. He decided to wait for half an hour to see what information they would relay next. Lin Fan was indifferent to waiting a little longer. Soon, a brief message arrived via the spirit stone. Everything is as you anticipated. Await your return. What on earth? What does this mean? Lin Fan gazed at the perplexing response. Feeling utterly bewildered, what had he anticipated? The only conclusion he could draw was the seal of the realm, suggesting that they were indeed hindered by the core's confinement, just as the sage had foreseen. Thus, the latter part of the message made sense. Await your return implied, we cannot enter, you must come out yourself. And we shall wait outside. This was infuriating. If he could exit on his own, why would he need them? Congratulations, host. On completing another stage of the task, thwarting the demon clan's treasure-seeking operation, compelling them to abandon their plans regarding the Abyss Sword Pavilion. It was evident that after being expelled from the Abyss Sword Pavilion, Cavalro and his entourage had made several attempts, but ultimately could not breach the door, leading to their inevitable withdrawal. After all, the entire demon clan could not afford to hang their hopes on a single endeavor. It had been a long time since Lin Fan had heard that unfamiliar voice of the system, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the system had already issued a reward. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Lucky amulet. Lucky amulet. Infuse it with true energy to activate, granting you a state of good fortune for half an hour, during which you will experience extraordinary luck. However, once this duration concludes, you will endure a half hour of misfortune. Rest assured, the level of your previous fortune will be matched by the severity of your subsequent misfortune. You cannot voluntarily discard the lucky amulet. Ah, lucky amulet. This time, what he received was not an accumulation of cultivation, but rather an item. Fortunately, it could be triggered simply by infusing it with true energy. With no restrictions on cultivation level, obtaining a lucky effect, this should theoretically be a conceptual ability with the potential for a remarkable turnaround. Yet, Lin Fan felt somewhat embarrassed. The amulet could only provide a stroke of luck without any enhancement to combat strength. The enemies he faced were all at the Saint realm or higher. Could a mere stroke of luck truly bridge the vast chasm between a mortal and a saint? Moreover, there was the looming half-hour of misfortune following its use. Wait a minute, Lin Fan chuckled to himself. He actually did not believe he would survive long enough for the negative effects of the amulet to take hold. He would likely be struck down in an instant by his adversaries. Oh well, let us just put it away for now. It might prove useful someday. Lin Fan stowed the amulet and began to ponder another matter. What were the criteria for the system to issue rewards? Why had he not received any rewards for the previous incident where the secret realm emerged and obliterated the demonic army? The emergence of the secret realm was a natural occurrence, while the demonic army had advanced as a test, leading him to unwittingly trigger a trap. Thus, his strategy of holding back did not create sufficient inducement for the system to consider him involved, resulting in no rewards being granted. From this, he inferred that in order to receive rewards from the system, he must actively contribute to accumulate enough merit. Wait a moment. Does that mean I thwarted the demonic army's treasure hunting plan? At the very least, my commands played a pivotal role. The more Lin Fan thought about it, the more perplexed he became. Since entering the secret realm, he had not even seen a shadow of the demons. The only command he had given was for Disbay and the others to come to the core of the secret realm to welcome him. He tentatively speculated that perhaps the group had inadvertently disrupted the demon scheme on their way to the secret realm. And since the order to enter the core had originated from him, he had inadvertently reaped the rewards. Indeed, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. He was not overly concerned with the process, as long as the outcome was favorable. For now, he decided to set aside thoughts of the demonic army. The immediate priority was to find a way to leave this dreadful place. He certainly did not wish to die inexplicably at the core of the secret realm. He swiftly utilized a spirit stone to send a message, clearly stating that he was currently unable to leave the core of the secret realm and urging others to brainstorm ways to enter. After all, they were all high-ranking members of the Holy Land. It was unlikely that they were all mindless fools. Matters like these were best left to them to resolve. Lin Fan was acutely aware that his cultivation knowledge paled in comparison to that of certain disciples at higher realms. Thus, the intricate matter of how to unlock the sealed secret realm was best left to the second elder, who had attained the 9th level of the celestial realm, to ponder. For now, he awaited the arrival of his devoted subordinates to escort him from the core. The holy ancestor had responded. The second elder, having finally established contact with the holy ancestor, was overwhelmed with excitement, promptly bowing his head to gaze at the spirit stone. I am unable to leave at present. You must find a way to delve deeper. Unable to leave? Disbay interjected, nodding in understanding. The holy ancestor is preoccupied with matters at the core and cannot be disturbed. It is indeed our fault. Yet, to trouble him with such trivialities as peripheral exploration seems excessive. We shall heed the holy ancestor's instructions and first explore the innermost depths of the abyssal sword pavilion to discover other treasures. We must not disturb him at the core before he emerges. Understood. The guardian of the sword felt that the pride of the holy ancestor was rather excessive, as he seemed to regard even the sword of salvation with disdain. Nevertheless, he merely huffed and led the human contingent towards the deepest part of the sword pavilion. Lin Fan sat upon the spirit stone, biding his time while humming a tune. A gentle breeze swept by, and upon turning his head slightly, he noticed a figure kneeling beside him, respectfully clasping their hands in greeting. Greetings, esteemed senior. It was Songli, who had preliminarily completed his reconnaissance of the outer region and found nothing of particular note. Naturally, he intended to explore the core area, but mindful of the formidable presence therein, he prudently chose to report in advance to avoid any displeasure. Ah, it's you. Lin Fan recognized the individual before him as the previously encountered, rather unremarkable junior disciple. However, he wondered why only this one had come. Where were the other elders? Is it only you? Songli was momentarily taken aback by the question. What did it mean that it was just him? Had he not always been alone? Yes. Although he was unsure of the senior's intent, he nodded in affirmation that he was indeed alone. Lin Fan could only suppress a facepalm. How had the weakest one entered? Was he truly the sole one sent in after Dispai and the others' attempts? Or was it precisely because he was the weakest that he had been allowed entry? Unwilling to give up, Lin Fan promptly inquired. Do you know how to leave the core? Songli was once again taken aback, increasingly puzzled by the senior's line of questioning. How does one leave the core? Surely. One simply walks out. Chapter 44. Truly a terrifying senior. Songli found himself increasingly perplexed by the thoughts of the senior before him. Were all strong individuals so eccentric? Just as he was about to rise, his expression suddenly shifted, as though a realization had struck him. Could the senior be offering a hint? He quickly approached the edge of the secret realm's core in hurried strides, where he indeed found a stone wall blocking the way, with tangled spirit herbs sprouting through the crevices. As I previously entered this place, there was clearly no wall here. Songli furrowed his brow, his right fist clenched tightly. He struck out powerfully, yet all his strength was absorbed by the stone wall, as if it were a river flowing into the ocean, disappearing without a trace. How could this be possible? He possessed the cultivation of a fifth-grade saint. A similar attack, if unleashed at the heart of the vast sacred land, would be sufficient to obliterate the entire place. From the status of a saint, each major realm is further dissected into 9 ranks, with the 9th rank being the lowest and the first the highest. As the direct disciple of the Xian Huang Dao Jun, Songli naturally possessed the ability to battle beyond his rank. For this stone wall to completely absorb his full force attack, its defensive power must be at least that of a second-grade saint or higher. No, perhaps this is not even a secret realm of the saint level. Being favored by the formidable Xian Huang Dao Jun, a being of saintly strength, and dispatching a direct disciple to investigate. The level of this secret realm could not possibly be low. He recalled the words of his predecessor. Do you know how to exit? Indeed. He had hastily entered without knowing how to leave, a realization that struck him as recklessly foolish. Turning back, Songli saw Lin Fan's expression of disappointment, which caused him to lower his head in shame, feeling he had brought disgrace to the Xian Huang sect. How utterly weak he was, truly pathetic. Lin Fan had anticipated that this individual would be weak, but he never expected him to be so feeble that he could not even shatter a stone. This was no mere junior disciple of the human realm. He was more akin to a half-baked charlatan who had not even fully stepped into the realm of cultivation. Surely, a martial arts master from the mortal world would surpass him in strength. The only commendable aspect was his decent defense. At least he did not cry out in pain when hitting the stone. Lin Fan no longer held any expectations for this individual. It seemed the members of the discipleship would not be able to enter for some time, and he would have to devise a way to escape on his own. As he pondered the loss of his once proud advantage in strength, Songli began to worry for his safety. Who would have thought he would encounter a life-and-death crisis in the lower realms? This was truly outrageous. Predecessor, do you know how to leave this place? Is such a matter really in need of inquiry? He knew nothing. If he had known, he would have left long ago, rather than remain here. It appeared that this person before him was not only lacking in strength, but also in wit. Suddenly, Songli understood. Did he truly need to ask? The predecessor must indeed know how to exit. Yet, at this moment, he had no desire to leave. Predecessor, may I accompany you? Initially, Songli intended to explore the core area independently after reporting, but the strange occurrences at the edge of the core region made him hesitant to act recklessly. Ultimately, he decided to heed his instincts. It was far safer to accompany a predecessor of formidable strength. After all, his mission in the lower realm was merely to investigate any anomalies, not to plunder treasures, which did not conflict with the predecessor's goals. Was he seeking to cling to a powerful ally? Indeed, for the individual before him was the current leader of the human race, the esteemed Saint Ancestor. Unfortunately, Lin Fan was struggling to ensure his own safety. Should danger arise, he would have little strength left to assist this fellow. Follow me if you wish. I cannot drive you away anyway. Thank you, predecessor. With a spark of excitement, Song Li inquired, shall we commence our exploration of the core area? The idea of venturing into the core area nearly prompted Lin Fan to deliver a sharp reprimand. How could a novice cultivator entertain thoughts of delving into such perilous territory? Was he courting death? Indeed, this exemplified the curious blend of naivety and adventurous spirit that even cultivators could possess. Nevertheless, the audacity of his words ignited a flicker of inspiration within Lin Fan. If they could not discern a means to escape the core area, perhaps a deeper exploration might unveil hidden mechanisms. The enigmatic elder in his mind would likely not allow them to meet their demise so easily, as it would not align with his vested interests. Thus, they enjoyed a modicum of safety, enabling them to explore the core area should they encounter difficulties. Retreating was always an option. Just stay close to me and do not wander off, Lin Fan instructed, nodding in acknowledgement. He then cautioned, the dangers within this realm are beyond what a cultivator of your caliber can handle. While the individual before him displayed some foolishness and lacked charm, he was still a member of the human race, exhibiting a degree of loyalty. Lin Fan believed in saving as many of his kind as possible, never one to abandon them outright. Of course, if anyone chose to court their own demise, he would ensure his escape was swifter than theirs. Not something a cultivator of your level can resolve. Indeed, the peril contained within this secret realm surpassed that of the sacred sect. Song Li nodded gravely, inching closer. Lin Fan then clasped his hands behind his back and proceeded deeper into the abyss, toward the mysterious locale the elder had previously mentioned. As they passed a somewhat dilapidated control console, Song Li could not resist casting a glance. He immediately sensed a surge of spiritual energy emanating outward, saturating the entire secret realm. Was this the console that governed the mechanisms of the outer region? It implied that the elder had been orchestrating the dynamics of the entire peripheral area from this very spot. No wonder other factions appeared so beleaguered, often ensnared by various traps. Clearly, the elder had been manipulating events from the shadows. Song Li surmised that this was the elder's benevolence. Beneath the mechanisms, those individuals still had a chance at survival. Were the elder to intervene directly, they would likely be reduced to mere ashes. The ease with which he had traversed to the core, encountering few traps along the way, initially led him to believe it was solely due to his own prowess. Reflecting now, he wondered if perhaps the elder had been aiding him all along. He pondered how his master had come to know such a formidable elder, feeling that this individual might even surpass his teacher in strength. Guided by Lin Fan, the two journeyed further into the core region. Moments later, a disheveled figure staggered across the boundary of the core, stumbling into the very spot where the two had just stood. This bloodied individual was none other than the revered Crane Saint. Throughout his tumultuous journey, he had encountered an array of traps, suffering significant injuries even as a saint. Having been ensnared so frequently, he began to suspect he might have contracted some foul affliction, as if cursed by an unseen force. Chapter 45. The Proud Genius at Last. The revered Crane Saint had arrived at the core region, releasing a breath of relief. The reason he was willing to undertake such great risks was to acquire even more formidable treasures during the exploration of the secret realm. The Crane Feather sect had only recently risen to prominence, and its accumulation of resources was far inferior to that of the established powers. Even if he could not achieve a breakthrough to the third level of the sacred realm this time, bringing back a few sacred realm artifacts would undoubtedly bolster the sect's strength. Just wait, ancestor of humanity. At this moment, Lin Fan was traversing the path to the enigmatic location alongside Song Li. As he had previously surmised, they encountered no dangers along the way. The information provided by the elder was accurate, at least for now. Song Li, merely following beside him, could distinctly sense Lin Fan's purposeful advance toward a specific direction. Rather than exploring aimlessly, the elder had indeed foreseen something. Gradually, artifacts began to appear scattered along both sides of the path, and Song Li narrowed his eyes, clearly recognizing these treasures. The sky-slaying pot, the thunderbolt staff, and the cloud-swallowing scroll. Such powerful artifacts were no less than those of the sacred sect level. It was hardly surprising to see sacred realm artifacts littering the outer region. The core area housed even more formidable treasures, including those of the saint and sacred sect levels. As a fifth-tier sacred sect member, Song Li felt a twinge of excitement upon seeing these artifacts, but being affiliated with the Xianhuang sect, he merely felt tempted and had no intention of taking action. Since the elder had not moved, he dared not act recklessly. Elder, do you not desire these items? Song Li asked. He certainly did not believe Lin Fan needed such trinkets, But after all, they were sacred sect-level artifacts, whether for sale or as gifts to disciples. It would be valuable to take them along. Lin Fan merely cast a cursory glance at the objects, regarding them with a look of pity. A broken pot, a withered branch, and a piece of tattered paper covered in obscure symbols. Am I a scavenger? Indeed, it seemed he was merely a half-hearted cultivator, incapable of discerning the quality of items, wanting everything in sight. Well, if you wish to take them, you may do so, Lin Fan said. Song Li was taken aback. Clearly, the elder held these worthless items in disdain. Since they would ultimately be collected to reward the disciples, he might as well give them to this junior. Yes, elder. He initially intended to wave his hand to collect them, but considering the elder's presence, he opted to personally approach and pick them up one by one to place them in his spatial ring. He truly is picking up scraps. Lin Fan instinctively stepped back a few paces, pondering whether the lower-tier disciples of the vast sacred land were so impoverished that they could not afford even basic artifacts. Resorting to scavenging for sustenance? Perhaps upon his return, he should draft some regulations to support the disciples? Life for the lower-tier cultivators was indeed harsh. Lin Fan realized he could not maintain an aloof demeanor, so he stepped forward to pat Song Li on the shoulder. It must be difficult for you to rely on such low-tier artifacts. Song Li was momentarily stunned. As a sacred sect member, what was wrong with utilizing artifacts of the same level? Next time, I will procure something even more formidable for you. He instantly felt a surge of excitement. Observing the demeanor of his senior, Lin Fan wondered if he was about to bestow upon him a more formidable artifact. Was it of the sacred general tier, or perhaps the sacred commander tier? Could it possibly be of the sacred sovereign tier? With a sigh, Lin Fan lamented the struggles of the lower-tier disciples. Merely preparing to offer him a slightly more powerful earthly artifact could elicit such joy from him. At that moment, Song Li was filled with delight, but was soon struck by a wave of melancholy. Artifacts of too high a grade would prove of little use to him. He would be unable to unleash their true potential, rendering them mere waste. He awkwardly scratched his head and said, I apologize, senior. But even if such an artifact were given to me, I would be unable to fully wield it. I truly am too weak. Oh, at least you recognize your own weakness, Lin Fan thought, finding some solace in the young man's self-awareness. However, the fact that he could not even channel the most basic earthly artifacts made one ponder just how diminished his capabilities were, comparable to his spirit summoning technique. Lin Fan mused that perhaps this individual should not pursue the path of cultivation. Perhaps he would fare better tending to the fields at home. Yet, Lin Fan felt a pang of empathy, for was he not in a similar plight? As a mere mortal, he scarcely qualified as an earthly being. Yet he struggled amidst a torrent of cultivators, unable to extricate himself. In that instant, he felt an unexpected kinship with the feeble individual before him and patted his shoulder with heartfelt sincerity. We are of the same kind. Song Li nodded in agreement. Both of them hailing from the upper realms, burdened with special missions. Perhaps that was why his senior showed him such care. Do not lose heart. With diligent practice, you will eventually master it. Lin Fan reassured him, noting that as long as one practiced methodically, the initial stages of earthly cultivation were not insurmountable. If one could comprehend the fundamental heart techniques and devote several decades to training, even a pig could reach the third stage of earthly cultivation. Anything would be better than remaining a mere mortal. However, Song Li found himself in a quandary. As a fifth-grade disciple of the sacred sect, even mastering an artifact of the sacred general tier felt somewhat beyond his reach, let alone higher tiers. No, perhaps this is the senior's way of awakening me. If I do not attempt to grasp artifacts of a higher grade and continually challenge my abilities, I will remain an ordinary cultivator for the rest of my life, unworthy of the title of a direct disciple of my master. He recalled the senior's inexplicable disappointment and the echoes of his own weakness. At the Xinhuang sect, he had been nurtured as a genius, relentlessly striving for higher ranks amidst a chorus of praise. Thus, upon entering the lower realms, he had carried a sense of arrogance, seemingly dismissive of all challenges. To his peers, he was a prodigy, a source of pride. Yet in the eyes of his senior, he was merely a weakling, an inadequate product. Currently, I am far from a position deserving of pride. Perhaps this is the true purpose of my master sending me to the lower realms. Perhaps this is why he wished for me to find this senior. The transformation in his mindset suddenly illuminated many matters for Song Li, even causing subtle changes within his own vital energy. In the next moment, he exhaled deeply. Breakthrough. Fourth grade of the sacred sect. Truly, his senior was remarkable. With just a few words, he propelled him to a new level, a feat even his master could not accomplish in such a brief period of acquaintance. Has he already discerned the pride that lies within me? Song Li immediately clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, esteemed elder. Should there be any tasks I can assist with, I am at your service. Is it merely a matter of bestowing a personal treasure? Why the grand display? This young lad truly has never encountered anything of worth. Lin Fan found himself in a state of bemusement. It is but a trivial matter, hardly worthy of concern. Chapter 46. Do not approach. As for enlisting the assistance of this individual before him, a mere smile would suffice. What could a half-hearted cultivator possibly contribute? Merely not being a hindrance would be a stroke of fortune. Indeed, esteemed elder, Song Li's initial joy quickly faded. For his ascension from the 5th to the 4th grade of the sacred sect did not fundamentally alter the circumstances of this exploration. There was scarcely any difference. He remained woefully inadequate. His abilities were far too meager to capture the elder's attention. Before long, they arrived at a peculiar gate imbued with an eerie aura. Lin Fan, however, chose to ignore the scattered opportunities along the way. Truth be told, he did not regard those dilapidated items as opportunities. Song Li, in a state of constant astonishment, could hardly believe the plethora of treasures buried deep within the core of this secret realm. The subsequent discoveries were no less impressive than the initial three. Observing the elder, who had not claimed a single item and was instead regarding him with a look of pity, Song Li felt somewhat embarrassed to take anything for himself. Yet, his hands remained honest and true. As for stuffing trash into his pockets, his spatial ring could indeed accommodate a great deal. Could it be that he had sacrificed all his wealth to acquire such a ring? Lin Fan mentally scoffed, casting a slightly dubious glance at Song Li. Their direct journey had brought them here in no time. During the trip, Lin Fan inquired once more through a spirit stone about the status of Dis and his companions. How goes the progress? We are still in the process of attempting. Realizing that this group would likely not breach the core of the secret realm anytime soon, Lin Fan decided not to wait for them any longer. Enter, young man. Within lies a grand opportunity beyond your wildest imagination. One capable of propelling you to great heights. The aged voice echoed once more in his mind, laden with temptation. A grand opportunity? To hell with that notion. Lin Fan was acutely aware of the old man's duplicitous nature. Within this place could very well lie what the old man truly desired, not merely the retrieval of memories. Once inside, avoid touching anything that is not meant for you. If necessary, it is permissible to remain here. Lin Fan imparted a final warning to Song Li. Is it truly that perilous? Song Li nodded, as even the uncanny aura emanating from the entrance made him tremble. It was unfathomable what might exist within. Their gazes shifted, soon alighting upon a bookshelf at the entrance. Lin Fan retrieved the only ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age, upon which were inscribed the 4 characters, Technique of Star Shifting. Remarkable. After traversing this secret realm for so long, filled with nothing but detritus, he finally beheld a worthy item. He eagerly opened the book to its first page, where several conspicuous words caught his eye. To practice teach, Lin Fan's lips twitched slightly as he continued to leaf through the pages. For those who have undergone self-castration, if one has not reached the sacred realm, this method cannot be cultivated. Those in the sacred realm may disregard the first caution. But what, one might ponder, is the true significance of self-castration? Lin Fan, in a fit of frustration, tossed the prankish tome aside, deeming it a waste of his expressions. After all, even if it were indeed possible to practice, one would still need to attain the sacred realm. If he could truly reach that level, would he still require this absurd object? Observing Lin Fan casually discard the book as if it were refuse, Song Li paid little heed and followed him into this enigmatic place. Upon entering the grand hall, Lin Fan's first impression was one of stark emptiness. Is it not exceedingly desolate? He mused, scanning the area, but finding nothing of interest. Advance, young one, an aged voice urged with a hint of impatience. As Lin Fan stepped forward, his curiosity piqued. He scrutinized his surroundings, yet discovered nothing. Just as Song Li intended to follow, he took a single step and was suddenly beset by a crushing weight. The oppressive force bore down upon him, nearly shattering his body into fragments. A muffled groan escaped his lips as he coughed up blood. Even retreating proved futile against this relentless pressure, compelling him to kneel, struggling to maintain his composure. What afflicts you? Lin Fan inquired, noticing the feeble disciple behind him suddenly spewing blood. He felt nothing amiss. How could the other have collapsed into such a state? There is a formidable pressure. Song Li managed to stammer, recognizing the sensation that was all too familiar, reminiscent of a testing ground within his own sect. He recalled that in that testing ground, all entrants faced a pressure double their cultivation level, designed to temper both will and body. The higher one's cultivation, the more arduous the experience. He knew of several sacred generals and commanders who couldn't endure even a single day there. Yet here, the pressure was quintuple his own level. If my senior brother of sacred commander rank were to arrive, he would scarcely last a minute. Pressure? Lin Fan glanced down at his attire, relieved to find a treasure that mitigated such oppressive forces. No wonder he felt nothing at all. As for the individual before him, the fact that he had not perished suggested that the pressure was not insurmountable. It likely resembled that of the first or second layer of human realms. Remain here for now. Let me see if I can assist in alleviating this predicament, Lin Fan thought, hastening deeper into the hall in search of mechanisms. Running? Under quintuple the pressure, you can still move? Song Li was utterly bewildered. He acknowledged the senior's formidable prowess, yet under such circumstances, should not a stronger cultivation result in a more dire situation? Could the elder withstand quintuple the pressure of his own level? At least 5 times that of a sacred lord? No, it appeared far from a mere act of endurance. This was beyond comprehension. Song Li felt his worldview shatter under the weight of this revelation. Could it be that this was not truly quintuple the pressure of his own cultivation, but merely quintuple the pressure of a 4th-grade sacred sect? This cannot be. If I cannot find the mechanism, it could cost lives. Observing Song Li, who seemed on the verge of collapse, Lin Fan was reluctant to let him perish so easily. After all, he was a disciple of their human race. Perhaps he could lend him his garment? No, that would not suffice. I am but a mere mortal. Should I offer him my garments? The pressure of his presence could very well lead to my demise. Lin Fan pondered, while Song Li gritted his teeth in determination, his vision growing increasingly blurred. It seems we have no choice. Lin Fan unfastened his belt, resolving that the two of them must huddle together, sharing the artifact's power, prioritizing survival before anything else. As Lin Fan approached, Song Li was startled. Under such circumstances, any contact between them would mean a shared burden of pressure. They would essentially divide the total pressure between them. If Song Li's surmises were correct, Lin Fan's approach would mean he would have to endure the 5-fold pressure of a saint-level being. No, please. Senior, I am not ready. Do not be shy. Let us squeeze together. Were it not for you, I would not bother to come over. Chapter 47. I am no longer who I once was. Please, Senior, do not come closer. If we make contact, we will share the pressure. Song Li nearly lost his composure, momentarily forgetting that such a formidable figure as the senior could possibly lack such basic awareness, almost exclaiming, "What? Share pressure?" Lin Fan saw no issue with this. After all, it was merely the pressure of the 1st or 2nd tier, easily mitigated by an artifact. Sharing it was not a significant concern. Enough with the chatter. I will shield you from the pressure. What? The senior claims he will shield me? Song Li could not suppress his excitement, overwhelmed by gratitude for the senior's unwavering support. Even as he bore the 5-fold pressure himself, willing to assist him as well. At last, it seems we might survive. However, why is the senior removing his clothing? Surely he does not possess such peculiar inclinations? Song Li found himself contemplating a philosophical question, which is of greater importance, life or dignity. Just as the two were about to make contact, the door was suddenly thrust open with a resounding bang, their gazes drawn simultaneously to the entrance. My journey to uncover the footprints of predecessors has not been in vain. I have finally discovered such a treasure. The voice of the crane saint echoed from the doorway, leaving both men feeling rather perplexed. How did he end up here? Clearly, upon reaching the core area, the crane saint had not wandered aimlessly like a headless fly. Instead, he had followed the footprints left behind, closely trailing their steps. Rather than recklessly triggering more formidable traps, he preferred the path already explored by others. Yet, since Song Li had thoroughly scavenged the artifacts along the way, he was left with nothing of value, compelled to press onward. Humanity's Saint Ancestor. Wait, what are you two doing? The crane saint observed the two men in a compromising position, one of whom was crouched down. He almost uttered a polite apology for the interruption, before recalling his purpose of seizing treasures. Instantly, he burst into laughter. What a coincidence. I never expected this so-called pioneer explorer to be the humanity's Saint Ancestor. This deduction was easily reached, though the crane saint was reluctant to admit it. Upon the arrival of the crane saint, Lin Fan's heart raced uncontrollably. What is happening? His own status as a saint was merely a facade, while the one opposite him was undoubtedly genuine. If a confrontation ensued, would he not be instantly obliterated? Beside him stood only a rather feeble and inept individual, incapable even of standing upright. Song Li merely curled his lip, regarding this mere 2nd-tier saint with disdain. Under normal circumstances, he would not even spare a glance. Even in this dire situation, with a flick of his wrist, he could dispatch his opponent effortlessly. Yet he refrained from taking action, for the presence of his senior made such a move seem rather discourteous. Furthermore, as a being from the upper realms, to actively slay a prominent figure from the lower realms would likely attract the attention of the enforcement squad, leading to dire consequences. In this regard, the major powers and the enforcement squad shared an unspoken understanding. Minor infractions might go unnoticed, but any serious act of violence would not be overlooked. Song Li mused that this might explain why a senior had opted to toy with these individuals using mechanisms rather than resorting to outright murder. Of course, had he inquired about the deeds of the human race's saint ancestor beforehand, he would likely have harbored a different perspective. Lin Fan silently prayed that his reputation would be enough to deter the individual before him, for he wished to avoid a confrontation at all costs. Song Li scoffed. Upon meeting my esteemed elder, why do you not kneel and pay your respects? As a fifth-grade saint of the sacred sect, I must show utmost reverence in the presence of an elder, yet you, a mere second-tier saint, dare to scowl? Are you not afraid of being swiftly dispatched? Lin Fan shuddered in response, thinking to himself, oh, dear ancestor, please do not provoke him. The crane saint, appearing rather dim-witted, might very well act on impulse if roused. Being mocked by a disciple who could hardly stand sent the crane saint into a furious countenance. However, recalling the immense fortune he had recently acquired, he suddenly felt emboldened. Just moments ago, upon arriving at the entrance, he had immediately noticed the tome on the stellar shifting technique. Instead of starting from the beginning, he flipped straight to the section detailing the technique. It promised the ability to reverse attacks, redirecting an enemy's assault back upon themselves. Such a skill was nothing short of miraculous. The technique's effectiveness was limited to a single major realm, meaning that within the confines of the saint realm, mastering it would render him nearly invincible. The crane saint let out 3 wild laughs, opening the first page, ready to formally embark on the cultivation of this formidable secret art. Yet, to practice this technique, one must first undergo castration. His brow furrowed. Yet he steeled his resolve. How could such a trivial matter obstruct his quest for enlightenment? With a decisive motion, he severed that part of himself. And to prevent the regenerative properties of his saintly flesh from hindering his cultivation, he placed an immense seal upon that area to forestall any regrowth. He then turned to the second page. The crane saint's gaze froze. Who on earth was the author of this book? Overwhelmed with despair, he channeled his sorrow into motivation for cultivation. Fortunately, the stellar shifting technique was merely a divine art, not a full-fledged cultivation method. With his saintly experience, a single reading would suffice for him to grasp the basics. Armed with this trump card, even if you were a third-tier saint, you would not stand a chance against me, human race saint ancestor. Envisioning himself as invincible within the saint realm, the crane saint could not help but imagine the glorious scene of sweeping through the human race and trampling the demon race, ultimately becoming the sovereign of the celestial domain. From this day forth, there shall be but one great power in the celestial domain, and that is our crane feather sect. He stepped forward, officially entering the grand hall. In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended upon him, a weight 5 times that of the second tier of the sacred realm. The crane sage let out a muffled groan, feeling the heaviness on his shoulders and the weakness in his legs, struggling to stand. Even taking a step forward was exceedingly difficult. Cough, cough. Is this the pressure of the human race's sacred ancestor? Truly worthy of the third tier of the sacred realm. Hey. Is this fellow really considering making a move? Lin Fan lightly coughed, feigning an air of inscrutability as he spoke. I have no desire to take your life. Withdraw at once, for you are no match for me. Indeed, the elder did not wish to escalate matters. Song Li similarly nodded discreetly, abandoning his intention to assist the elder in dealing with this disrespectful individual, opting instead to observe quietly, resolutely refraining from intervening. How arrogant, the human race's sacred ancestor. The crane sage roared defiantly against the pressure. Yet alas, I am no longer the same as before. Even you are not my equal. He grasped his feather fan with hands veined and strained, forcefully unleashing a whirlwind compressed to its utmost limits. This was the full power strike of the second tier of the sacred realm. Despite enduring the pressure, the crane sage remained a formidable force of the second tier. The inferior bloodline of humanity should not exist in this world. In my youth, it was this inferior bloodline that brought me discrimination. The crane sage's eyes reddened, clearly filled with unfounded hatred, all directed at you. Because of my inept mother, had she belonged to the innate spirit race, I would not have faced the near fate of abandonment from the very beginning, nor would I have had to endure a life of humiliation as a near slave. The innate spirit race inherently looks down upon humanity, even discriminating against beings with human bloodlines, regardless of the fact that half of their lineage derives from themselves. The various tribulations faced by the crane sage in his early years sowed the seeds of hatred for humanity deep within his heart. This animosity was not solely directed at his mother, but at the entire human race. Even now, as he stands esteemed in the sacred realm, he cannot forget those arduous years. He believes that all the tragedies were brought upon him by the human bloodline. Chapter 48. You are indeed not of the sacred realm. Lin Fan made no move, for he could not discern the actions of his opponent. From the moment the crane sage launched his attack to the instant the whirlwind shredded him into fragments, it was but a fleeting moment for Lin Fan. let alone having time to react physically. He did not even have a moment to contemplate. Yet, in the eyes of the crane sage and Song Li, during the slow-motion analysis of that technique, Lin Fan appeared remarkably calm, with not a single change in his expression. He simply stood there, not utilizing any defensive maneuvers, as if all these attacks were utterly inconsequential to him. Song Li was not the least bit surprised. The elder was a master of the sacred monarch level, and even standing still, his physical form was more than sufficient to withstand such an assault. However, in the crane sage's perspective, things were far from simple. He intends to withstand my attack with mere flesh? How could that be possible? The first 3 tiers of the sacred realm have yet to reach a qualitative change, and the disparity between them is not insurmountably vast. A few masters of the second tier of the sacred realm, if united in purpose, could indeed grievously injure or even slay a practitioner of the third tier. The third level of the sacred realm does not possess absolute suppressive power. Rather, it serves as a pivotal element in maintaining equilibrium among the prevailing forces. Thus, should one claim that the human race's holy ancestor could mount a full defense to withstand the onslaught of the crane saint, it would evoke no surprise. However, to be entirely unguarded, how could one possibly endure an attack from the second level of the sacred realm? Even if one were to escape serious injury, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Could this individual truly be so arrogant? No, it is inconceivable that a leader of such stature would maintain such hubris. Otherwise, the human race would have faced extinction countless times over. The crane saint instinctively dismissed this notion, leading to the conclusion that the human race's holy ancestor must possess absolute confidence. What means could exist to counter his assault without relying on defense? Suddenly, the crane saint recalled something significant. The stellar transference technique was openly displayed, accessible for all to observe and learn, as it was not a martial art, but rather a divine ability. It would not conflict with one's internal techniques and would not occupy the primary or secondary positions of one's mental disciplines. No one would resent having an abundance of divine abilities. Furthermore, it was a remarkably potent technique, and the human race's holy ancestor had certainly mastered it. Was he attempting to redirect my attack at the last moment, turning it upon myself? To have his own strike obliterate him? Such a response is indeed profoundly insulting. Truly, the human race's holy ancestor possesses a dark heart. Alas, I too command the same divine ability. Let him pay the price for his arrogance. At the very moment the tempest was about to strike, the crane saint swiftly employed the stellar transference technique to alter the trajectory of the attack. Boom. Lin Fan, still in a state of bewilderment, witnessed a fierce whirlwind erupting around the crane saint, leaving the second-level sacred realm expert utterly dumbfounded. What is this fellow doing? Is he hurling explosives at himself over a mere disagreement? He was perplexed but soon regained his composure, activating the lucky talisman upon his person, though its efficacy was uncertain. Other means of self-preservation proved even less useful. Better to rely on this artifact. A desperate measure indeed. Coughing up blood, the crane saint exclaimed, "Damn it! Are you plotting against me? Huh? Are you referring to me?" Lin Fan replied, exasperation etched across his face. "When did I ever scheme against you? You, sir, should refrain from making baseless accusations. Is this fellow truly attempting to feign a grievance?" Undoubtedly, Song Li, observing in secret astonishment, had intended to witness the combat style of his elder, to discern the extent of their terrifying prowess. He had not even caught a glimpse of how the opponent struck. Yet the crane saint's attack could not have simply vanished into thin air. Not only was the execution of the strike obscured, but the fluctuations of true energy were also imperceptible. Indeed, he was a formidable being of the saint monarch level. The same tactic could only deceive me once. Gritting his teeth, the crane saint prepared to charge forward, yet he seemed to have forgotten that under the influence of the oppressive force, his already injured body faltered, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. In a moment of distraction, his body rolled twice upon the ground, and he suddenly felt his right hand make contact with something. Indeed, it was Song Li. In an instant, the terrifying pressure of the fourth grade of the holy sect descended with overwhelming force. Even when shared between them, the crane saint was instantly crushed into a mist of blood, his body exploding into oblivion. Seizing the opportunity when the oppressive force was diminished, Song Li promptly regained his mobility and stepped out of the grand hall, at last liberated from the terrifying pressure. What a relief it was. Lin Fan stood there, utterly bewildered. How could the crane saint suddenly perish? It seemed Song Li was indeed capable of movement. Why, then, had he not exited sooner, instead waiting until now? Could someone elucidate this for him? What was the true nature of that formidable power? The figure of the crane saint re-emerged, yet his injuries had miraculously healed, thanks to the unique revitalization technique he possessed. At this point, all chances of revival had been exhausted. Should he meet his demise again, it would be irrevocable. He stood trembling, not from the lingering pressure, but from the pervasive fear that surged within him, compelling him to flee. Was that terrifying force the genuine might of the human race's ancestor? It was an unassailable power, capable of obliterating any adversary in an instant. Having lived for so many years, he had sparred with masters of the third tier of the Saint realm, yet none exhibited such overwhelming strength. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, realizing with the reappearance of the Crane Saint and Scathe that he had uncovered the truth. Indeed, that so-called self-detonation had merely been a manifestation of some supernatural ability, its actual purpose being the instantaneous healing of his wounds. Consequently, Song Li, who had been in close proximity, also benefited from this restorative effect, allowing him the chance to escape the hall. Thus, the earlier near-death experience was nothing more than a provocative display, a means to intimidate his foes. The message conveyed was unmistakably clear: you cannot harm me. Was this the true essence of the Saint realm? It was indeed terrifying. The Crane Saint quivered as he raised his right hand. You, the human race's ancestor, you are not of the third tier of the Saint realm. You have deceived us all. Indeed, Lin Fan sighed, recognizing that such a superficial guise could not fool a genuine master of the Saint realm. A mere probing would reveal his true capabilities. With this understanding, there was no longer any need for concealment. You are correct. I am not of the Saint realm. You admit it. The Crane Saint's tone grew increasingly frantic. You liar, a deceiver of us all. How could I have believed your deceit? The implication behind the ancestor's declaration, that he was not of the Saint realm, rather than not of the third tier, was a secret that sent shivers down the spine. Chapter 49. The Cunning Crane Saint. The Crane Saint possessed limited knowledge of higher cultivation realms, having only vaguely heard rumors. It seemed that the vast categorization of the Saint realm was not delineated by the 9 tiers. Thus, there could be a 4th, 5th, or even 6th tier. And beyond this level lay the next grand realm. The ancestor's claim of not being of the Saint realm indicated that he had transcended its confines and ascended to a higher echelon. No wonder. The Crane Saint had previously believed that the backlash from his attack was a consequence of the ancestor's schemes. Now it appeared that the reality was far more complex. The star-shifting technique is effective solely against individuals of the same grand realm. Thus, when the human race's holy master redirected his assault, the technique rendered itself utterly useless. From beginning to end, he resembled a mere jester, with his fate firmly grasped by his adversary. Lin Fan sighed inwardly, since the secret had been uncovered. His fate appeared to be sealed, rendering further struggle unnecessary. He resolved to close his eyes and await death. However, he did not anticipate an attack. The mental defenses of the Crane Saint Master finally crumbled. His once proud star-shifting technique proved ineffectual, leaving him utterly deflated. We have all been deceived by the human race's holy ancestor. He is not a holy realm expert at all. He fled in a hurry, terrified that lingering too long would leave him with nothing. Meanwhile, he sprinted away, shouting, entirely devoid of the demeanor befitting a holy realm master. Wait, he has fled? Lin Fan was perplexed by the other's actions. Should he not have struck decisively to eliminate him and seize the treasures of the core domain? Could it be that the lucky talisman had activated? Yet, no amount of fortune could compel a holy realm master to flee in such a manner. Lin Fan fell into a brief contemplation, then clapped his hands, finally grasping the truth. Truly, the Crane Saint Master, a cunning and seasoned holy realm powerhouse. If he were to kill me, he would face a retaliatory strike from the remaining forces of the human race, resulting in severe losses for his sect. After all, a dead camel is larger than a horse. His astute decision was to propagate the notion that I am not a holy realm expert. Thus, the demon race would naturally take it upon themselves to eliminate me, ensuring that the source of their enmity would not fall upon him. These ancient beings, having lived for thousands of years, are indeed cunning old foxes, capable of devising such intricate schemes. Never mind. If the secret is out, so be it. It was bound to be revealed eventually, and I know it cannot be concealed. Lin Fan had come to terms with this. Living another minute was a gain. Furthermore, there might still be an opportunity for a comeback. He vividly recalled the ancient voice in his mind mentioning the Holy Realm counterattack talisman, a powerful artifact capable of turning the tables against Holy Realm experts. If he could locate it within the secret realm, perhaps a reversal was not beyond reach. Lin Fan gazed at Song Li with a somewhat complex expression. You must have heard what he said just now. The esteemed ancestor is, in fact, a mere impostor. This disciple ought to cease following him, correct? Song Li was taken aback, then replied with utmost respect. I shall keep this secret for my senior. Lin Fan nodded with a sense of relief. This was true loyalty in adversity. The individual before him had not abandoned him, but was instead willing to safeguard his secret. It must be acknowledged, though weaker, he is undoubtedly a good person. Rest assured, while I may not be a true figure of great stature, leveraging the resources at my disposal, facilitating your ascension to a grand realm shall not pose a challenge. Such loyal confidants deserve careful cultivation. Lin Fan resolved that if he could survive this ordeal, he would use elixirs to elevate this fellow to the earth realm and make him a close aid. After all, with the resources he could command, such feats were remarkably effortless. What? Song Li was still marveling at Lin Fan's extraordinary humility, as he had just claimed he was no significant figure when he heard the latter's subsequent remark, to elevate oneself to a higher realm? Goodness! He was already at the 4th rank of the Saint sect, and should he ascend to a greater level, he would reach the Saint General tier. At such a stage, the assistance from pills and rare treasures was minimal, merely accelerating cultivation speed. It was inconceivable that he could leap to a higher realm in one bound. Such a feat was beyond even his master, Xian Huang Daojun. After all, he was merely 2,000 years old. Originally, it was anticipated that he would require at least another 1,000 years to break through to the Saint General level. If he were to achieve that now, goodness gracious. A Saint General just over 2,000 years of age would be an unprecedented rarity within the entire Xianhuang sect. Even his master had hardly been so remarkable at that age. Song Li expressed his gratitude to the elder, yet insisted that this matter should not be forced upon him, urging the elder to consider it judiciously and not to expend too much for an outsider like him. He was a member of the Xianhuang sect. Regardless of the elder's identity, it was clear he did not belong to their sect, and he truly could not bear such a generous gift. Was he worried that he might destabilize the foundations of the sect with excessive spending? Lin Fan couldn't help but smile at the thought. This was hardly a troublesome matter. And as for being an outsider, just because one was not his personal disciple did not render them foreign. After all, they were all from the Tsang Mang sacred land, and he could consider them his disciples in a sense. What was wrong with looking after one's own? Song Li felt his eyes moisten. Behold the elder, who truly possessed a grand vision. Was he trying to convey that despite the differences in their sects, they were all part of the human race? As members of the same lineage, how could one be deemed an outsider? Reflecting on the conflicts between the various human sects in the upper realm, and then comparing them to this elder, the disparity in mindset was staggering. Yes, esteemed elder, I am currently unable to withstand the oppressive aura within the hall, so I shall wait outside. Please proceed with the exploration on your own. This was indeed an unavoidable situation, and Lin Fan could only nod in resignation, allowing him to remain outside. Please guard the door for me, and try to prevent any dangerous individuals from entering. Of course, if true peril arises, you are free to flee. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, realizing that if danger truly came, this fellow might not be able to stop it anyway. So he did not take this admonition too seriously. By the way, you should refrain from practicing that manual outside. Your level has not yet reached that standard. After all, it is a divine art of the saint realm, and a half-baked practitioner should avoid it, lest they find themselves in a predicament when they discover they cannot practice it. Wouldn't that lead to a shattered mindset? Understood. Lin Fan turned and walked slowly toward the innermost part of the hall, hoping that the remaining time of his lucky talisman would grant him the protection needed to achieve his final objective. Song Li respectfully closed the door and stood watch outside, his gaze involuntarily fixating on the star-shifting technique. Chapter 50. Collaboration. The elder mentioned that this manual was beyond my current level of cultivation, suggesting it must be a divine art of at least the Saint General tier. How could it be carelessly discarded here? The elder merely stated it could not be cultivated, not that it could not be observed. I'm curious to see what this intriguing item entails. The art of celestial movement left Song Li shivering upon reading the chilling precept that one must first undergo self-castration to master such a technique. With the warning from a senior lingering in his mind, he was resolutely disinclined to pursue this path, a sentiment that only grew stronger. Yet, as he delved deeper into the text, his expression morphed into one of peculiar intrigue. It dawned on him that attaining the holy realm could exempt one from such a dire prerequisite, and the effects of this divine art were nothing short of astonishing. Why then, he pondered, should he refrain from its practice? Previously, he had assumed that the level of divine arts was restricted to that of a holy general, thus deeming it unattainable. However, it now appeared that this cultivation level was merely that of the holy realm. Something felt amiss. How could an art of such a humble tier wield effects so overwhelmingly powerful? Its capacity to reverse any assault seemed to surpass even some elite divine arts of the Xianhuang sect. As for the limitation against transcending realms in battle, did other divine arts truly possess the means to enable such audacity? It was preposterous. Song Li deemed this restriction not only trivial, but excessively lenient. This implied that a holy sovereign of the 9th grade, upon mastering this technique, could even retaliate against a holy sovereign of the 1st grade. The disparity in both strength and status was astronomical. Under normal circumstances, victory could never be reversed. Such anomalies surely hinted at hidden dangers. Immediately, Song Li commenced an in-depth study of the specific activation methods of this divine art. He soon uncovered several aspects of the vital energies operation that blatantly contradicted established norms. Should one dare to practice this method, it would likely yield unforeseen adverse effects not documented in any scripture. Was this the very reason for the senior's caution? Yet, with my limited understanding, I could not fathom what these negative consequences might entail. As Song Li was engrossed in contemplation, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. He sensed a stirring presence approaching, a man clad in a yellow Taoist robe. The Celestial Rune Sect, the Celestial Rune Holy Sovereign. A practitioner of the second layer of the Holy Realm. Song Li cast but a fleeting glance at him, dismissing the individual entirely. Such a minor figure was hardly worthy of his attention. He surmised that the real threats lay hidden deep within the secret realms, not among these feeble Holy Realm practitioners. The Celestial Rune Holy Sovereign, feeling slighted, scrutinized this young man before him, only to discover that he was merely at the first layer of the Earth Realm. Clearly, Song Li had no desire to draw attention to himself, opting not to fully conceal his cultivation, thus presenting himself as an ordinary individual. It was well known that ordinary people could not enter such a place. Maintaining one's cultivation at the level of an ordinary person was, in reality, a rather ostentatious display. Only a senior could afford to act so boldly, for they feared nothing. Song Li deliberately chose the first layer of the Earth Realm, a level neither high nor low, placing him in the middle tier of a sect. In the context of such a secret realm, he represented the least conspicuous category of individuals. Did your elders fail to instruct you on the fundamental courtesies owed to others? In prominent factions, unless confronted by adversarial forces, it was customary for disciples to pay their respects upon encountering other Holy Realm practitioners. The Celestial Rune Sect was neither an ally nor an enemy of humanity. Yet the Celestial Rune Holy Sovereign was incensed by the blatant disregard shown by a mere disciple of the human race. How could he not be enraged? However, possessing the demeanor of a master, he could not possibly resort to violence against a mere junior disciple. He merely wished to impart a few words to compel the other to bow in submission. Courtesy, too, depends on the individual. Song Li chuckled softly, isn't that so? Go to hell. As a distinguished disciple of the Xian Huang Dao Jun, a fourth-tier expert of the Holy Sect, am I to bow to a feeble being of the Holy Realm? Such news would surely become fodder for ridicule among my fellow disciples for millennia. Is this how the holy ancestor of the human race educates his subordinates? The Tianfu Saint Lord snorted coldly, feeling that the recent arrogance of the human race as holy ancestor had become too pronounced, leaving the entire race somewhat disoriented and exhibiting an air of haughtiness. Enough. I shall not stoop to quarreling with someone of your insignificant stature. Pray tell, what tome do you possess? Let me see it. And what if I refuse? Song Li was acutely aware that the manual in his possession bore certain issues. Should he recklessly allow another to practice from it, it could very well provoke unnecessary disturbances. He had no desire to stir up trouble in the lower realms and attract the attention of the law enforcement squad. Then I shall teach you a lesson in humility. The Tianfu Saint Lord suddenly extended his right hand, emanating a forceful pull, attempting to seize the tome from the disciple's grasp. Yet, this force dissipated into the void. As if it had sunk into the depths of the ocean, the disciple appeared to be shielded by some mysterious power, remaining steadfast and utterly unaffected. I am here under the orders of my esteemed predecessor to guard this place, ensuring no one disturbs his affairs. Is the holy ancestor of the human race truly present here? No wonder I find myself at a loss with you. Humph. Does every disciple of humanity wield such a facade of authority? Song Li shrugged, disinterested in further debate. He sensed that this individual harbored no significant malice. Rather, he exhibited the common flaws of those in positions of power. Had the Tianfu Saint Lord truly meant harm, he would have dispatched the disciple with lethal force long ago, rather than resorting to theft. I have come to discuss a collaboration with your holy ancestor. The Tianfu Saint Lord coughed lightly. You must be aware of the clandestine ties between the He Yu sect and the demon clan. Thus, to maintain balance, we must ally with the human race. Just a mere clown, unable to stir any substantial tempest, Song Li could not help but scoff. What can a third-tier demon and a second-tier hybrid accomplish together? Can they withstand an elder of the Saint Lord level? Observing Song Li's attitude, the Tianfu Saint Lord began to glean the hidden strengths of the human race. The other party seemed capable of managing the alliance of two great powers. Truly, the once most formidable race possessed formidable resources. Initially, Song Li had not regarded this individual with much seriousness, but upon reflection, he realized that the elder had been masquerading as the holy ancestor of the human race precisely to avoid exposure. If he continued to obstruct this person, would it not compromise the facade and risk revealing the elder's identity, thereby attracting the law enforcement squad? Indeed, in the lower realms, secrecy was of utmost importance. The elder had refrained from taking lives, and he, too, must not disrupt the elder's plans. Ahem. Song stepped aside. All right, you may enter. The elder merely instructed me to oversee this entrance, ensuring that no dangerous individuals are allowed inside. This fellow is merely a third-tier saint, hardly a threat, just an inconsequential character. Regardless, even if he were to scheme, the elder could resolve it with a mere wave of his hand, so there is no need for concern. Very well. The celestial sovereign nodded slightly, then moved past Song Li and walked straight into the interior. Just moments before, I had been unable to shake that disciple in the slightest. Chapter 51. The distinction is clear. As soon as he stepped into the grand hall, the celestial sovereign felt the overwhelming pressure descending upon him, an oppressive force equivalent to 5 times that of a second-tier saint. Although he was unprepared mentally, his instinctive vigilance caused his body to enter a state of alertness, preventing him from being immediately overwhelmed. Were one to suddenly bear such an intense pressure without warning, the consequences would be unimaginable. He took each step forward with great difficulty and slowness, finally catching sight of a figure clad in the iconic robes, radiating a distinctive aura. This person had lacked any cultivation. In such a perilous place, a lack of cultivation had become a hallmark for certain individuals, a stark contrast to the prevailing grandeur. It was the human race's saint ancestor. To his eyes, that figure strolled through the hall with an air of nonchalance, as if the surrounding pressure was non-existent. He could not detect even the slightest sign of resistance from the other party. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Fan turned in astonishment, only to behold a familiar face, one he knew all too well. The individual was the second-tier saint powerhouse, the leader of the symbol sect, the celestial sovereign. Goodness! Are saint-level experts sprouting like cabbages lately, one after another? First, it was the crane saint, and now the celestial sovereign has found his way here. Is this what luck talismans bring? But then again, this is the core of the secret realm, where even the likes of Dispy and other heaven-tier experts cannot enter. Thus, those who appear here must be saint-level experts, excluding the unexpected weakling that got sent here. Ahem, I refer to Song Li. What brings you here? Have you encountered the crane saint? Lin Fan quickly posed 2 questions, eager to seize the initiative, as this was the only area where he could assert control. The celestial sovereign spoke with difficulty under the immense pressure. My purpose for entering, of course, is to obtain a treasure, but I also seek to find you. Find him. Lin Fan instinctively became wary. What could he want with him? Was it to kill him and seize his treasures? Becoming vigilant seemed futile, as this was not an opponent one could face merely with caution. As for the crane saint, I have not encountered him. He may be with Cavero, but I am uncertain. The celestial sovereign slightly shook his head, his teeth clenched, clearly struggling under the pressure. Even the simplest act of speaking seemed painful. He had not seen the crane saint. Lin Fan felt a slight sense of relief. If this individual had not met the crane saint, then he likely remained unaware of Lin Fan's secrets and would continue to regard him as a third-tier saint. Thus, as long as he did not take the initiative to attack, there should not be any immediate danger. I hope to establish a temporary alliance with your people, the celestial sovereign stated, clearly unwilling to engage in further conversation. So he went straight to the point. This would benefit both you and me. Cavero and the crane saint would undoubtedly not relinquish their quest for the treasures of the core region. You are a rival of equal standing to Cavero. I can guarantee that while you restrain him, you will not fall victim to a surprise attack from the crane saint. The meaning of the heavenly symbol sage is quite straightforward. The current situation is clear. Each side possesses one individual at the 3rd level of the sacred realm and one at the 2nd level, which is the key to maintaining balance. Lin Fan's lips twitched. Who would restrain Cavero? Him? In truth, such a measure is unnecessary. The crane sage already knows his greatest secret. If revealed, Cavero could strike at any moment, and Lin Fan would be powerless to resist. Furthermore, the addition of a heavenly symbol sage would not alter the course of the battle. For this individual is merely at the 2nd level of the sacred realm, lacking the decisive power to change the tide. It is best to forego collaboration. I have no need for your strength. I will not compete with you for treasures, as I have more pressing matters to attend to. Of course, should you insist on following me, I cannot simply cast you aside. My more pressing concern is locating the sacred realm counterattack talisman mentioned by the old man. That is his sole hope for a comeback. No need, the heavenly symbol sage responded, somewhat taken aback, only to realize how familiar this attitude seemed. No wonder the disciple guarding the entrance was so arrogant. It appears this sense of superiority is a tradition passed down between master and disciple. Furthermore, he detected a hint of disappointment on the other's face, accompanied by a touch of disdain, as if Lin Fan were too weak. Thank you for your kindness, but it is unnecessary. Lin Fan shrugged in resignation. In truth, regardless of which side one chooses to assist, the outcome of the battle will remain unchanged. How arrogant of the human race's sage. Does he truly believe he can contend with an individual at the third level of the sacred realm, supported by two at the second level? No, perhaps it is indeed possible. The heavenly symbol sage recalled the formidable power he had encountered while probing the other disciple earlier, an unshakable force. Undoubtedly, that power belongs to the human race's sage before him. Otherwise, how could a mere disciple withstand such plunder? The heavenly symbol sage swallowed hard, observing that Lin Fan no longer wished to engage in conversation. Instead, turning and proceeding forward, seemingly unfazed by the oppressive atmosphere. In contrast, with every step he took, the sage felt his own bones creak. Moving as slowly as an elderly man, even struggling with the manipulation of his vital energy. The disparity between the two was glaringly evident. In such an environment, even if he unleashed all his strength, it would likely amount to only about 60% of his original power, perhaps leaving behind some form of aftereffect. The proud heavenly symbol sage lowered his head, quietly trailing behind Lin Fan, eager to witness what this exceedingly confident human race sage sought in the core area. Upon reaching the end of the hall, Lin Fan felt a twinge of confusion. Had the old man lured him into a dead end? His fingers lightly traced the wall, stirring up glimmers of radiant light, as though inadvertently triggering some mechanism. It is only at such moments that Lin Fan could perceive the fortuitous energy enveloping him. Otherwise, he might have thought the talisman of fortune had not activated at all. The heavenly symbol sage raised his head to see the wall before them thunderously parting to the sides, revealing a profound darkness within, laced with a subtle and eerie power that began to seep outward. In an instant, he beheld countless terrifying sword energies emanating from the crevices, enveloping him from all directions, instantly sealing off every possible retreat. How would he respond to such a dreadful assault? Indeed, every avenue of escape had been barred for Lin Fan. Yet he did not falter. Lin Fan stood bewildered, feeling the sword energies that seemed capable of annihilating everything surging around him. Just as he processed the situation, the attack of the sword energies came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 52. The sword of the setting sun. Is this what they refer to as the notion that if I do not evade, your predictions are rendered futile? The heavenly talisman saint slowly approached, supporting himself. It appears to be a form of passive defense, albeit a one-time use. You had no intention of defending? How did you foresee the trajectory of the sword energies? No, I truly had no idea. You are far too modest. Indeed, it makes sense. Such a trump card is not something you could divulge. The heavenly talisman saint shook his head, offering a bittersweet smile. The opponent possessed the heavenly veil technique, perhaps having enacted some covert defensive measures, yet he could not detect any fluctuations in their vital energy, leading him to mistakenly believe that none had been employed. Truly, a person shrouded in mystery. Lin Fan did not ponder extensively. He merely considered it the effect of a fortunate talisman. The talisman's duration was still in effect, and he needed to hasten towards his objective. Before formally entering, he took out a spirit stone and solemnly cautioned his fellow humans. Beware of the crane sage. The crane sage was now fully aware that he was not a saint realm practitioner, and thus no longer felt any trepidation towards the human race. This signified that he might very well target the human expedition team in his quest for treasure. This was a genuine master of the saint realm, and moreover, a second-tier saint realm expert. Certainly not a foe that could be subdued by sheer numbers in the heavenly realm. With a sigh, he hoped for his own safety and wished the same for them. Carrying this last flicker of hope, Lin Fan officially stepped into the innermost chamber of the hall. He was met with a room cloaked in dust, a cramped yet expansive space. In the center of the room lay a pile of rubble, upon which rested an ancient and exquisitely crafted short sword. This blade exhibited a mesmerizing blend of azure and pink hues, seemingly shrouded in mist, while the hilt bore the striking inscription, Setting Sun. This was indeed the Setting Sun sword, which Lady Sun had explicitly requested during the Bagua gathering. At last, the ancestor had sent word. The second elder was filled with excitement. During this period, they had continued their exploration of the Abyssal Sword Pavilion, with each member diligently testing their swords in search of the perfect, innate treasure. This had significantly enhanced the strength of their expedition team, with several individuals even elevating their cultivation levels due to their affinity with their innate treasures. Naturally, many had attempted to draw forth the sword of salvation, but none had succeeded, a fact that was hardly surprising and warranted no despondency. After all, their greatest being had yet to arrive and attempt it. This sword seemed custom-made for him, unfit for the touch of others. What news has the ancestor conveyed? Disbay exhaled a cloud of murky air. A broken longsword floating before him, yet faint echoes of a dragon's roar emanated from it, a surge of righteous energy continuously flowing forth. This was undeniably a sacred artifact. He had now ascended to the 8th level of the celestial realm, after being stuck at the 7th level for over a century. Disbay had finally taken a step forward with the acquisition of a new personal artifact. The replacement of a personal artifact is no trivial matter in the short term. Disbay could not unleash the full potential of his new weapon, and logically, his strength should have diminished slightly. However, the elevation in rank, combined with the formidable nature of this sacred-level artifact, allowed his power to not merely remain steady, but to actually increase. There remained even greater potential for enhancement. The second elder could only look on enviously. He had already reached the 9th level of the celestial realm, and advancing further would prove exceedingly difficult. The warning from the sacred ancestor regarding the crane sage? This news cast a shadow of gravity over the faces of all who heard it. The very fact that the sacred ancestor had issued such a caution indicated that the crane sage was undoubtedly a threat to their safety. Why would the sacred ancestor emphasize caution against the crane sage? A disciple of the human realm scratched his head in confusion. The crane sage was already a figure of the sacred realm, a target of caution without needing further emphasis. Indeed, if emphasis were necessary, why did the celestial talisman's lord not warrant the same attention, given that he too was at the 2nd level of the sacred realm? Shouldn't the most significant concern be the demon clan leader, Cavero, who stood at the 3rd level of the sacred realm? Disbay furrowed his brow. Regardless, since the sacred ancestor underscored this, we must treat it with utmost seriousness. The crane sage shall be regarded as our primary object of vigilance. However, even so, it seems we lack the strength to contend with him. Enough pondering, let us press onward. The second elder approached the deepest part of the abyssal sword pavilion, gazing upwards. There, a long sword rested, its rank indiscernible even to the second elder, who could only vaguely sense that it seemed to transcend the level of the sacred realm. The sword guardian drifted closer. This was the sword wielded by our leader during the human-demon war. It is the only high-tier spiritual sword that remained unbroken in that cataclysmic battle. Our leader had already attained the level of a saint at that time. And this sword's rank is even loftier still. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. If what the sword guardian said was true, this could very well be a treasure of the sacred sect, an artifact they could not hope to wield. Disbay stepped forward, feeling an inexplicable pull towards the sword, as if it were beckoning him to draw it forth. Could he truly be the protagonist of some grand tale, capable of wielding a treasure of the sacred sect with his celestial realm cultivation? Disbay's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the sword before him, rendering him unable to look away. He took slow, deliberate steps forward, his right hand inching closer until he finally grasped the entire hilt. The second elder wished to offer a warning, but was halted by the sword guardian. It is improbable that he will succeed anyway. Letting him understand the disparity between realms is not without merit. The sword belonging to the leader is not one that just anyone can draw. Disbay was oblivious to any words spoken, as if his spirit and soul were ensnared, compelling him to slowly raise his right hand and draw the sword from its sheath. At the same moment, Lin Fan's right hand grasped the hilt of the falling sunset sword. The gaze of the heavenly symbol Saint Lord sharpened, exclaiming in astonishment, "This is not merely a treasure of the holy realm. No wonder. This is indeed the true aim of the human ancestor. Only a treasure of such caliber could warrant the scheming of someone like him. Not of the holy realm." Lin Fan sensed something amiss. According to Lady Sun, this sword should merely be an ordinary artifact of the holy realm. Why did I refer to it as ordinary? It's all that high-end gathering's fault. It twisted his thoughts. The vague sense of unease dissuaded Lin Fan from drawing the falling sunset sword immediately. Instead, he exhibited a tendency to release it. An aged voice then resonated. "Draw it, young man. Is this not the very purpose that guided you here? You have not truly lost most of your memories, as you claimed." Lin Fan chuckled with a knowing smile. Although he lacked cultivation, he was not devoid of intellect. The intentions expressed by this ancient voice were all too evident. Anyone could discern it. "If I draw this sword, you shall gain some advantage?" Simultaneously, Lin Fan could not help but recall another matter. This falling sunset sword was a task specifically proposed by Lady Sun, who was even willing to offer a Saint Lord level artifact as remuneration. Lin Fan was unsure of the exact elevation of a Saint Lord, but it was undeniably superior to the holy realm. It belonged to a cultivation system of the upper realms, far beyond the reach of the lower realms. Thus, was her goal truly to obtain this sword itself, or did she merely desire someone to draw it? A glimmer of insight illuminated Lin Fan's mind. Perhaps he could leverage this situation as a means of escape. After all, his predicament was dire. The Crane Saint Lord could expose all his secrets at any moment, rendering everyone his adversary, including the heavenly symbol Saint Lord behind him. A being who possessed the highest resources of humanity but lacked any cultivation would undoubtedly become a hunted target. Anyone could strike him down if they were willing to endure humanity's vengeance. However, the current state of humanity lacked the strength to retaliate against such individuals. If you wish for me to draw this sword, Lin Fan began to communicate slowly with the voice in his mind. You must first provide me with the Holy Realm's counterattack talisman. Without it, this matter is off the table. There is no such item here. The ancient voice chuckled. But if you draw this sword, I shall grant you protection, allowing you to truly possess the power to confront the Holy Realm. Is this not what you desire most? Lin Fan exhaled deeply, seemingly devoid of options. The Crane Saint Lord had already torn apart his disguise, and the demon race could launch a genocidal war against humanity at any moment. The Crane Saint Lord and the demon race harbored absolute malice towards humanity, intent on its annihilation. Meanwhile, this unknown entity's stance remained ambiguous. The choice appeared to require little contemplation. If both options were perilous, one must certainly avoid the more dangerous path. For one on the verge of drowning, every straw is worth clinging to. He gripped the hilt of his sword with fervor. And at that very moment, within the confines of the sword pavilion, Despise seemed to be ensnared by an invisible force, instinctively mimicking the motion of drawing his sword. The heavenly talisman sovereign first wore a mask of confusion, which soon morphed into an expression of profound terror, his outstretched fingers trembling uncontrollably. What do you intend to do? He stammered, overwhelmed by an overwhelming and sinister power emanating from the continuously unsheathed blade. The sheer magnitude of this terrifying force extinguished any spark of defiance within him. Though he could not discern the source of this power, one certainty gripped him. The human race's holy ancestor was unleashing a dread entity, one that likely harbored malevolence towards all other forms of life in the world. Is this the true purpose of your arrival? The gaze of the heavenly talisman's sovereign hardened, scrutinizing the figure before him with hostility. No wonder. Everything coalesced in his mind, tying together the myriad inconsistencies. The ninth holy ancestor of humanity had not been a renowned pinnacle of strength, merely a first-layer sage, hardly considered among the elite combatants of the time. Thus, during the several fierce confrontations with the demon race, he had never truly stepped onto the battlefield of life and death, instead preserving his strength while covertly seeking a breakthrough. Yet, after this recent breaking of barriers, he had surged forth as a top-tier expert of the third layer of sage, leading humanity to a resounding counteroffensive against the demon race, undefeated to this day. Indeed, this individual had succumbed to darkness. He had embraced the powers of the malevolent, transforming into a tainted, evil entity in exchange for immense strength. A wave of despair washed over the heavenly talisman's sovereign as he realized he was utterly powerless to halt this unfolding calamity. As the blade was gradually drawn, a shadow began to coalesce, its countenance twisted into a grotesque sneer, exuding a palpable mockery. After being sealed here for over 100,000 years, who would have thought that I, the celestial demon of the abyss, would once again see the light of day? 100 millennia ago, the realms had not yet been divided. Even beings of the Holy General or Holy Commander caliber roamed this earth freely. The celestial demon of the abyss was a being of 8th-tier Holy Commander status, yet had been vanquished by a mightier foe, resulting in his remnant soul being imprisoned here. After the passage of numerous eons, as the lower realms were severed from the higher, the strong had nearly vanished. He had subtly exuded power to influence reality, enticing others to liberate him. However, this endeavor was thwarted by that accursed leader of the humans, who, wielding his life-bound treasure, the falling sunset sword, further sealed him away, extinguishing any hope of reemergence. Later, the last leader of the ancient human race extracted half of his remnant soul, sealing it within a new sword and casting it into the abyss sword pavilion. The reinforced seal required both swords to be drawn simultaneously to truly liberate his spirit. Over the course of time, the abyss sword pavilion had been gradually tainted by his essence, allowing the demonic energy, though merely crystallized upon the surface of the blade, to endure for such a protracted duration. Thus, by manipulating the corrupting force within, he could subtly coax Despise into unsheathing the corresponding sword. The real challenge lay in the falling sunset sword, which possessed a modicum of sentience. The stronger the wielder, the more vehemently it resisted unsealing, escalating the struggle against its release. Instead, it is those of lesser cultivation who do not trigger such stress responses. However, the residual energies from the previous battle lay strewn about outside, and individuals of lower cultivation are utterly unqualified to enter this place. Encountering even the slightest mechanism along the path could lead to instant demise. Fortunately, ample time granted him the opportunity to infiltrate the secret realm, allowing him to exert some influence. Yet, what truly astonished him was the audacity of an ordinary person daring to explore such a secret realm, which instantly provided him with a chance. Even in the realm of mortals, there exists a possibility of failure. If failure were to occur here while the sword was drawn on the other side, all would be for naught. Thankfully, destiny seemed to favor him. He desperately needed a mortal, and lo and behold, one had indeed been delivered to him. Lin Fan raised his arm and completely extracted the falling sunset sword. However, the expression of the abyssal demon was frozen in shock. He sensed no indication that the other sword had been drawn. Disbai released his grip on the sword's hilt, refraining from attempting to draw it. This was because he recalled the final hint from the holy ancestor. The holy ancestor had crossed and uncrossed his legs, a gesture whose meaning I had struggled to comprehend until now. Upon reflection, perhaps the crossing of his legs was not the true hint. After the legs were crossed again, there was a slight movement of his toes. That was a reminder for me to abstain. Chapter 54. The gap between us is too great. Indeed, this supposition was somewhat vague. Even he himself could not be certain. Yet, in matters such as this, mere suspicion was enough to warrant caution. Disbai suddenly regained clarity, carefully contemplating the earlier irregular actions, growing increasingly convinced that the sword before him harbored some issue, regardless of its nature, until the holy ancestor returned. No one should approach this sword again. Deep within the secret chamber, the abyssal demon had only coalesced half of his residual soul. Unable to sense the existence of the other half, he felt an overwhelming void, an immense suffering. The remaining connection had now truly severed. His soul had been irrevocably divided. He could no longer reclaim his full power, destined to wander in a state of residual essence. Hearing the heart-wrenching cries, the celestial symbol Saint King opened his eyes once more, witnessing a scene he would never forget. The human race's holy ancestor bore a solemn expression, sword in hand, as if he had just executed a strike. The malevolent entity before him had already lost half of its soul. Only remnants of power remained, incessantly wailing, articulating its endless agony. The celestial symbol Saint King felt a surge of joy in his heart, immediately overturning his previous conjectures. He had not unleashed this malevolent entity to wreak havoc upon the world, but rather to eliminate it completely. Indeed, this was the only explanation. If these two beings were of the same faction, the holy ancestor of the human race would have no reason to strike against him. To sever half a soul in one fell swoop was an injury that could never be healed in a lifetime. Such realism in a ruse was unthinkable. I shall assist you. The celestial symbol Saint King immediately summoned his most potent divine abilities, conjuring an ethereal thunder talisman in his hand, and with a swift motion, unleashed a bolt of thunder towards the abyssal demon before him. Boom! Amidst the resounding thunderclap, the celestial demon emerged unscathed, yet he himself was left grievously injured, collapsing to the ground with great difficulty even in attempting to rise. His adversary did not retaliate, nor did they even put up a defense. Merely a single offensive gesture had nearly brought him to the brink of death. A profound terror gripped the heart of the celestial saint, leaving him reluctant to fathom the true rank of the malevolent entity before him. If such a formidable being was so difficult to contend with, how powerful must the ancestral human sage be, who could sever half of his soul with a mere stroke of the sword? He had long acknowledged the disparity between himself and his opponent, yet he never anticipated the chasm would be so vast, rendering any hope of proximity utterly futile. No, I cannot exist in this state within the external realm. I must seek a host, one at least of the sacred realm. The celestial demon whispered in agony, his gaze fixating on the celestial saint, then glancing at the sword of falling sunset nearby. Deciding it prudent to keep his distance from such an object during his parasitic endeavor to avoid any unforeseen mishaps, in an instant, his form vanished, transforming into a stream of black light that surged outward. He sought a sacred realm master, one that was both close by yet sufficiently distanced from the sword of falling sunset to serve as his vessel. Fleeing? Lin Fan finally exhaled in relief. At least he was not dead, indicating that matters had not yet escalated to a dire extremity. The celestial saint coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion exceedingly pale, and he felt no surprise at the celestial demon's retreat. After all, there remained a terrifying presence capable of severing half of a soul with a single sword strike. It was entirely reasonable to flee in fear. He sighed wryly. You are indeed not of the sacred realm. You have concealed yourself quite deeply. Lin Fan, momentarily taken aback by this revelation, soon shared a bittersweet smile. Indeed, one cannot underestimate the keen perception of a sacred realm expert. It is true. I am not of the sacred realm. The celestial saint seemed to ponder something, unwilling to relent, and pressed further. You are not the original ninth ancestor of the human race. From whence do you hail? Having his secrets unraveled one after another, Lin Fan was no longer surprised. Given the circumstances had seemingly deteriorated to the utmost dire state, there was little need for further concealment. You may find it hard to believe, but I do not originate from this world. How could I not believe it? That is precisely what is most credible. The celestial saint finally grasped the entirety of the truth. The being before him was a formidable presence from the upper realm. masquerading as a human ancestor to disguise their true identity. The genuine aim of this existence was likely to address the malevolent force clearly unfit for this lower realm, striving to establish some equilibrium and prevent the inexplicable annihilation of the lower realm. I can scarcely believe our disparity is so vast. Indeed, the chasm between us is immense. Both uttered their sentiments in unison. The celestial saint coughed deeply twice. He has escaped. You must swiftly attend to this matter. Otherwise, even a remnant of his soul is not something others can contend with. What? Who is to handle this matter? Lin Fan understood the celestial saint's words well. In the latter's eyes, this predicament was born from his own actions, and thus it was his responsibility to resolve it. He did not shirk his responsibilities. I will mobilize all the strength at my disposal to address this matter. However, even the esteemed celestial sovereign of the second heaven was severely wounded in a single strike. What impact could my available power have? At the very least, I should publicize this incident to afford others a chance to escape. The celestial sovereign nodded, for he perceived that the adversary must be employing certain methods brought down from the higher realms. This indicated that the malevolent entity would soon be dealt with, thus rendering further concern unnecessary. He observed Lin Fan standing motionless, seemingly lost in contemplation. Indeed, it is prudent to deliberate thoroughly before taking action. He is certainly a cautious individual. While he expressed the intent to disseminate this matter, the challenge lies in how he could depart from the core area. He was entirely trapped here. His sole ally was grievously injured and utterly unreliable. Without the old man's assistance to establish contact, Lin Fan's communication with the outside world had been entirely severed. It appeared he had no opportunity for even the slightest struggle. He could only hope that a modicum of fortune might come into play. Lin Fan reached into his pocket, only to be taken aback, for he felt no presence of the lucky talisman. Had he truly misplaced it? No, this cannot be. According to the talisman's nature, he should not have been able to discard such an item intentionally. Moreover, the time for luck was swiftly approaching, and soon it would be replaced by its ominous counterpart. In a shadowy corner, the crane saint's bones creaked, exuding a faintly sinister aura. Fortunately, a fool was wandering within the core of the secret realm, serving as a perfect vessel for my parasitism. The hellish demon of the abyss laughed heartily, then opened his palm to reveal a talisman lying quietly within. It seems that mortals possess some fine treasures after all, as this rules-based artifact is quite remarkable. Although I cannot ascertain its specific effects, I can sense that it will bestow upon me a considerable amount of fortune. Chapter 55. Beware of the Crane Saint. The requisite luck could provide a safeguard for my endeavors. The hellish demon of the abyss did not perceive these individuals as a threat. Rather, he was wary of whether any contingencies had been left behind in the secret realm, specifically designed to counter him. First, he must absorb some nutrients to temporarily restore his strength. It was evident that only those of at least the Saint realm would qualify to serve as his sustenance. Anyone of lesser cultivation was unworthy, merely akin to impurities. Such is the harsh reality of the cultivation world. Without sufficient prowess, one is deemed unfit even to serve as food. Yet, this is not necessarily a disadvantage. Let us first capture that trifling ant of the third Saint realm as an appetizer. Once enough power has been amassed, this place can serve as a covert stronghold, gradually infiltrating the outside world. The hellish demon of the abyss clearly retained his wits. If he were to create sufficient uproar in the lower realm, there would undoubtedly be individuals dispatched to deal with him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dispale, who had not truly garnered a response from the ancestor, set down the spirit stones with a hint of disappointment and addressed the crowd. It seems the ancestor will not arrive anytime soon, and we cannot remain stagnant here. Most had already acquired new innate treasures, while others were unwilling to replace their existing treasures that resonated so perfectly with them, thus opting not to refine. Certainly, one can possess only a single destined artifact, yet this does not imply that one is limited to but a solitary treasure. Appropriately acquiring a sword can also yield substantial rewards. At most, it may not be as seamless or powerful as one's destined artifact, yet it remains a notable enhancement to one's combat prowess. The second elder nodded, acknowledging that the Abyssal Sword Pavilion had nearly exhausted its potential for their advancement, rendering further stay devoid of value. At worst, should the venerable ancestor desire to wield the Sword of Salvation, they could always return. Let us depart from this place and continue our exploration of the outer regions in search of new discoveries. Under the guidance of the second elder, the group joyfully exited the abyss, each one filled with hope and anticipation. Just as the last disciple was departing, the ground suddenly illuminated with dark purple runes. Boundless demonic energy surged from the periphery towards the center. This was indeed a capturing array of the demon race. The fiends had not yet retreated. The second elder had foreseen such a scenario, yet the aura had been obscured by the power of the holy realm, indicating that Cavalro had not left. He remained here. No one could have anticipated that this formidable demon, a third-level expert of the Holy Realm, had forsaken the struggle for the core area, even relinquishing claims to other peripheral zones, to guard them here. Cavalro had discerned the true nature of the swords within the Abyssal Sword Pavilion. These artifacts were not suitable for demon use, rendering any attempt at theft unnecessary. This implies that the fundamental objective of their current endeavor was retribution rather than the acquisition of valuable treasures. The other elders and disciples from the Symbol Gate and Crane Feather sect were also exploring the outer regions, and the demon's presence here effectively surrendered numerous treasures. This was a wholly self-destructive act. The second elder could hardly fathom that the usually sagacious Cavalro would make such a decision. This is not your style, Cavalro. How audacious to call the leader by name. Before Cavalro could speak, a demon from the heavenly realm leapt forward, suggesting they ponder what type of wood to use for their coffins. Cavalro gazed quietly ahead. Indeed, his current choice did not align with the demon's interests. It seemed as though he was acting purely out of spite towards the human race, inadvertently benefiting others. Ultimately, their fate could very well result in neither acquiring anything from the core area nor retaining most resources from the peripheral zones. Yet Cavalro had to proceed thus. Time and again, they had been vanquished by the humans, turned against by them. Recently, they had even been ensnared without the direct intervention of the human ancestor. Gradually, the demons might come to believe that the human ancestor is invincible and their schemes inscrutable. If such thoughts take root, the demon race would be doomed. Currently, the setbacks the demons faced were insufficient to inflict severe damage. Their overall strength still surpassed that of the humans. Cavalro's concern lay in their waning courage to confront the humans. Thus, he must now convey to his subordinates that they too possess the capability to retaliate against the humans, that they too can annihilate human forces. Cavalro gazed intently at the second elder. In the recent encounter at the Abyss Sword Pavilion, his injuries had worsened, while his opponent's strength had notably increased. This indicated that he could no longer easily plunder all of his adversary's magical artifacts. However, this was of little consequence. The chasm between the sacred realm and the heavenly realm was equally vast. The mere possession of sacred realm artifacts would not turn the tide, for Cavalro had an abundance of similar treasures at his disposal. Surely your sacred ancestor remains entangled in the struggle for the core area and cannot afford to intervene. So you may as well wait for him to return to collect your remains. As Cavalro's demonic energy surged forth, the second elder and Disbay stood together with other heavenly realm experts of the human race, preparing to form a battle array to resist him. At that moment, another figure abruptly entered the fray. It was the bloodied Crane Sage, though his eyes now bore a significant change, seemingly betraying a hint of malevolent energy. The Crane Sage? Cavalro felt a surge of confidence, for the enmity the Crane Sage harbored against humanity made him a potential ally of the demon race. Both had long established an unspoken understanding in such matters. Indeed, Cavalro had always regarded the Crane Sage as a subordinate, and due to certain reasons concerning factions and resources, the latter had never opposed this perception. Assist me. Boom. Just as Cavalro was preparing to enlist the Crane Sage's aid against humanity to mitigate his own losses, he witnessed a sphere of black light expanding ominously. The Crane Sage, without uttering a word, launched an attack directly at him. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Disbay nearly believed the Crane Sage had been subverted by the sacred ancestor to join forces against the demon race. However, he quickly recalled the sacred ancestor's solemn warning. Beware the Crane Sage. Beware the Crane Sage. Beware the Crane Sage. This was dire. The Crane Sage had likely been tainted by some malign force, resulting in a transformation. He was certainly no ally. It would be prudent to distance themselves as much as possible. In a flash, Disbay adjusted his strategy, seizing the moment while Cavalro and the demons were still in shock to forcibly lead his disciples to break through the unguarded formation and return to the abyss. Even if the sacred ancestor could not return immediately, at least there was a swordsman there who harbored goodwill towards humanity. This was the best hiding place he could conceive. Chapter 56, A Ray of Hope. The instant the Crane Sage struck, Cavalro sensed something was amiss. One's appearance can be deceiving, and even one's temperament can be feigned, yet the innate power one possesses is exceedingly difficult to counterfeit. Even two individuals practicing the same cultivation method would not necessarily manifest identical powers. Cavalro was acutely familiar with the Crane Sage's techniques and attack patterns. This was certainly not the essence of the myriad peculiar forces he wielded. Who are you truly? Fortunately, he had maintained his vigilance. Even though the newcomer was the Crane Sage, perhaps it was due to his never having fully trusted the individual. Instinctively, Cavalro raised his defenses. Yet he was still hurled backward, rolling helplessly on the ground, barely managing to preserve his life. The demons behind him were thus directly crushed, resulting in the demise of several. The remaining individuals bore expressions of shock that gradually morphed into terror. What had they witnessed? Their formidable leader had been subdued in a single move. Even in a severely injured state, Cavero was indeed a genuine master of the sacred realm. This was no mere roadside combatant. He represented the pinnacle of a powerful faction. The Crane Saint licked his lips. Were it not for the inadequacy of this vessel, you would have perished moments ago. The body of the Crane Saint could not withstand the power of a saint-level force. Should it erupt, it would lead to complete collapse. The demon of the abyss did not wish for this temporary body to be destroyed, thus he could only temper his strength, unleashing at most the peak power of the third level of the sacred realm, which was already sufficient to overwhelm Cavero. He had initially anticipated a struggle, yet he found that the demon leader before him, while appearing to be at the third level of the sacred realm, could barely muster the combat prowess of the early second level, if not less. This rendered their battle exceptionally straightforward. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, releasing an ancient entity and severely injuring the demon leader. Reward earned, a one-time teleportation scroll. Please continue your efforts to inflict further damage on the demon clan to secure additional rewards. Lin Fan stood in a daze, uncertain of his next move, when suddenly a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Cavero had been grievously injured, and he had received a reward, indicating that this event was orchestrated by him. Was it that malevolent spirit he had unleashed? Had that creature truly inflicted such damage upon Cavero? Lin Fan did not feel elated. Instead, anxiety surged within him. That entity was clearly no benevolent force, and its intentions toward Cavero were far from altruistic. Once it had annihilated the demon clan, it might very well turn its sights on exterminating humanity. Indeed, Lin Fan harbored a desire to eradicate the demon clan. They were the arch-enemies of humankind, having caused countless deaths over millennia, and the enmity between the two sides had reached an irreconcilable peak. However, if the emergence of such an entity could spell doom for both humanity and the demon clan, that was clearly not the outcome he desired. Initially, Lin Fan contemplated fleeing and casting aside this burden, but at that moment, he could no longer turn a blind eye to the suffering and death of others. Rather than seek mutual destruction, he preferred to maintain a stalemate. In his mind, the survival of humanity took precedence. The annihilation of the demon clan could wait a while longer. The appearance of the malevolent spirit had indeed resolved Lin Fan's previous predicament, aligning with his earlier thoughts, but simultaneously introducing new challenges. At the very least, he needed to ensure they had time to evacuate. Lin Fan's gaze solidified with determination. He lacked profound cultivation, powerful artifacts, and had even lost his only lucky talisman. Yet, he possessed a unique advantage unknown to all others: the ability to establish contact with the higher realms. First, he would relay this information to Despy and his companions, then arrange for humanity's retreat, finding a place to hide for a year. He would subsequently use the Bagua gathering to inform others and summon assistance from the higher realms to deal with the malevolent spirit. Lin Fan hoisted the fallen Tianfu saint beside him and activated the teleportation scroll bestowed by the system, locking the destination next to Despy. In the next instant, the two figures vanished, appearing within the Abyss Sword Pavilion. A fleeting thought crossed my mind. Had I forgotten something? No matter, I must first address the most pressing matters, and the rest can be contemplated later. At this moment, outside the Grand Hall, Songli sat by the entrance, idly toying with a spirit herb. Feeling a twinge of boredom, the elder had entrusted me with the responsibility of guarding this place. I must not allow any perilous entities to enter. However, I sensed a peculiar force emanating moments ago. Since the elder did not intervene, it must be part of his plan, not something I should concern myself with. As the two figures materialized, the surrounding human populace gasped in astonishment, quickly adopting expressions of reverence and joy as they bowed in greeting. Lin Fan cast aside the gravely wounded heavenly symbol saint and hastened to inquire about the current condition of the second elder. Despy's gaze shifted slightly, landing on the prostrate heavenly symbol saint, and he couldn't help but grimace. Who could have reduced this formidable figure, a second-stage saint, to such a state? The heavenly symbol saint seemed to sense his scrutiny and managed a wry smile, not concealing the truth. I have provoked an entity I should not have, and thus I find myself in this predicament. How foolish to have dared disturb the sacred ancestor. Despy's mind raced with thoughts, harboring no doubts about the sacred ancestor's ability to effortlessly vanquish the heavenly symbol saint. After all, they had deduced that the sacred ancestor was a master of the saintly realm. Not even the combined efforts of the heavenly symbol saint and Cavero would pose a threat. Lin Fan diligently sifted through the multitude of information relayed by the second elder, dismissing any notions of the sacred ancestor being unbeatable. Are you suggesting that there exists a sword of salvation here? A glimmer of hope flickered within him. The sword guardian nodded affirmatively. It is said that when all hope is lost, a chosen one will draw forth this sword of salvation to rescue this land. Lin Fan pressed further. But what if a person of low cultivation attempts to draw the sword? They would be incapable of wielding it, correct? The sword guardian instinctively wished to refute this, asserting that someone lacking the requisite cultivation could never assume the mantle of a savior. Yet, he recalled the identity of the person before him, the current leader of the human race, a master of the saintly realm, who remained an enigma in terms of his own cultivation. Could a person of low cultivation truly draw the sword of salvation? Perhaps the whims of fate are indeed as wondrous as they seem. He pondered for a moment before responding, somewhat uncertain. I cannot say for certain. But if it is indeed the savior who draws the sword, they will undoubtedly gain the power of salvation. Perhaps the one who wields this sword will receive a corresponding strength, at least a portion of power sufficient to resolve the current predicament. Chapter 57. The glory of humanity bestowed by humanity. What? Drawing this sword grants one immediate access to corresponding power? Not necessarily all, but at least the strength to overcome the present crisis? This is nothing short of perfect service. It was so ideal that Lin Fan felt a pang of sarcasm bubbling up within him. Very well. Lin Fan promptly followed the sword guardian's guidance, making his way toward the sword of salvation. This sword imposed no prerequisites. Anyone could attempt to draw it, relying solely on fate to select its wielder, rather than their cultivation. Lin Fan found himself lost in thought. Upon arriving in this realm, he first awakened a system, only to be inexplicably regarded as an ancestor by the human race. Moreover, he had inadvertently thwarted the schemes of the demon clan time and again. All these occurrences led him to ponder whether he might indeed be the fabled chosen one. After all, the mere act of traversing worlds is not something just anyone could achieve. According to the law that dictates that all travelers must be protagonists, it seems only fitting that the protagonist would draw forth the sword of the savior. However, lacking his lucky talisman left Lin Fan feeling somewhat insecure. Yet, upon reflection, it was perhaps for the best that it was not in his possession, as the time for calamity had likely arrived. With a long sigh of relief, he grasped the hilt of the sword of salvation and pulled upwards with all his might. He pulled. He strained. Yet, despite exerting every ounce of strength, he could not lift the sword even an inch from its sheath. It remained steadfastly embedded, just as it had for all those who came before him. The guardian of the sword shook his head in resignation. This signifies your failure, but it is quite normal. Even among the many heroes of our time, none have succeeded in drawing it. He did not appear particularly regretful. After witnessing countless failures, drawing the sword had become an almost unattainable task for the guardian. It was merely the addition of another failure to the long list. With a bittersweet sigh, Lin Fan released his grip and shook his head in return. His dreams had ultimately shattered, perhaps forcing him to confront the harshness of reality. He was not a savior, nor was he the chosen one, let alone the destined redeemer of humanity. He was merely a hapless traveler, inexplicably thrust into this world, with a system that proved to be of little utility. The rewards it offered paled in comparison to the dire straits faced by humanity. He was an ordinary, albeit unfortunate, individual. Is he truly a phony? A disciple murmured. The holy ancestor could not draw forth this sword. In the eyes of the disciples, the holy ancestor was synonymous with omnipotence. Everything that others could not achieve, he would effortlessly accomplish. Thus, if humanity were to have a savior, it could only be him. Yet, the sword of salvation did not acknowledge his status as savior. Could it be a counterfeit? Doubts echoed in Lin Fan's ears. Indeed, he was merely an impersonator, a false holy ancestor. Truly, just an ordinary weakling devoid of any remarkable qualities. The revered crane sage was aware of his secret. The celestial rune sovereign knew his truth, and soon everyone would uncover his secret. The dream of the strong must awaken. It was time for Lin Fan to confront the cold and merciless reality. He suddenly turned around, only to be met by the resolute gazes of the disciples. Indeed, a counterfeit, they proclaimed. This sword is undoubtedly a fake. Dispai took the lead, wearing a look of disdain, asserting that if even the holy ancestor could not unsheath the sword, how could it be considered the sword of salvation? Exactly. Another elder from the celestial realm countered the guardian. Isn't it said that only the savior can draw forth the sword? Now that the savior has arrived, yet the sword remains undrawn, it can only mean there is something wrong with the sword. Not only Lin Fan, but even the guardian was left utterly bewildered by this assertion. Hold on. The notion that the sword of salvation solely selects the savior is utterly fallacious. His anger was palpable, his beard bristling and eyes afire, as if the steadfastness of 38,000 years had been desecrated. Observing the mounting awkwardness of the situation, Lin Fan hastily intervened, attempting to mediate. Look, this sword has never been drawn by anyone, has it? His implication was clear, since no one had ever drawn it. it was perfectly reasonable that he could not do so either. And there was no need for such a debate. Yet, before he could articulate the remainder of his thoughts, Despai's eyes gleamed with fervor as he interjected. The holy ancestor is indeed correct. This sword has never been drawn by anyone, which signifies that its blade has not been tainted by even a single drop of demonic blood. It has never slain a single demon. This sword has not contributed anything to humanity, yet it remains here, comfortably enjoying the reverence of the human race, regarded as a supreme treasure. Does it deserve such honor? The other disciples and elders rallied behind Despai, escalating the fervor of their voices. Every sword here is of greater nobility. They have fought alongside our ancestral kin, leaving behind illustrious legacies. Thus, it is not that this sword has failed to recognize our holy ancestor. Rather, it is our holy ancestor who has not recognized it. Despai's gaze shifted forward, his tone taking on a solemnity. Since this sword refuses to emerge, let it remain here in eternal silence. The glory of humanity does not require the endorsement of a mere sword. The guardian of the sword found himself momentarily at a loss for words, standing dumbfounded for a full half-minute before finally responding. This is the sword of salvation. It is still awaiting the true savior. I know not what criteria this sword employs to define its savior. Despai stepped forward, accompanied by all the disciples and elders who advanced with him. All I know is that our holy ancestor saved the human race from impending extinction, preserving the last sanctuary. He is our savior. I know that throughout history, whether known or forgotten, generations of our ancestors have sacrificed their lives for our kin. Each and every one of them was a savior. Despai extended his right hand, pointing directly at the sword of salvation, questioning whether their collective efforts should be dismissed merely because they could not draw this sword. The significance of the sword is bestowed by humanity. The worth of humanity should not be dictated by a sword. The guardian of the sword furrowed his brow. Even if what you say is true, I have sensed an incredibly sinister force outside. What do you intend to do about it? Lin Fan felt a surge of energy, finally steering the conversation towards the matter at hand. Each person present possessed greater experience and deeper understanding of cultivation than he did, and he yearned to hear the opinions of these experts. With so many minds gathered, surely they could devise an appropriate plan. At the very least, they could enhance the chances of escape. A smile crept onto Despai's lips. It is merely a corrupted crane sage. We have our methods to deal with it. What? He has a method to resolve it? Lin Fan was bewildered. When had Despai become so formidable? Chapter 58. This is undoubtedly a curse. Wait. Lin Fan suddenly felt an ominous premonition. He seemed to have discerned the source of Despai's confidence. Despai turned with a smile, casting his gaze upon him. Elder ancestor, you are not truly of the holy realm. Are you? What of it? Lin Fan, having been exposed too many times, subconsciously refrained from denial, only to realize the implications of this admission before the gathered disciples. Alas, to openly acknowledge such a truth might extinguish their fighting spirit entirely. Indeed, the mere confirmation from the holy ancestor ignited a surge of excitement within Despai. The holy ancestor is indeed a master of the saint realm. That simplifies matters. With his intervention, any malevolent entities shall surely perish. Despai waved his hand dismissively, as if this was a trivial matter for the esteemed holy ancestor. The troubling hints regarding the crane sage had originated from the holy ancestor himself. Thus he must possess a well-formed strategy, leaving no need for others to fret. What is the saint realm? Lin Fan found himself momentarily befuddled. Just a moment ago, he believed Despai had uncovered the truth of his cultivation, only to now be confronted with an entirely unfamiliar level of mastery. Did these individuals truly perceive him as transcending the holy realm? No. If this continued, they might push him forth to confront that malevolent spirit. Lin Fan's greatest apprehension was that Despai and the others would, emboldened by an unfounded confidence, recklessly seek out the malevolent spirit, resulting in their utter annihilation. Rather than charge headlong into danger, it would be far wiser to understand his secret and make a hasty retreat together. No, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Lin Fan endeavored to salvage his reputation. No need for concealment. The celestial symbol Holy Monarch coughed heavily twice, stating, I am aware of the true cultivation of your holy ancestor, and I can vouch for him. Lin Fan suddenly regained clarity. Indeed, the celestial symbol Holy Monarch recognized him as merely a mortal, having seen through his facade previously. Thus, if the celestial symbol Holy Monarch were to stand as a witness, asserting that he was not a master beyond the holy realm, then the others would not harbor unwarranted confidence, allowing for an expedient escape. Yes, the celestial symbol can attest to my innocence. Indeed, your holy ancestor is indeed a master beyond the holy realm. The celestial symbol Holy Monarch, somewhat reluctantly stroking his beard, added, I understand you wish to conceal your abilities for certain purposes. Yet, given the dire circumstances, it is prudent for everyone to be aware of this. At worst, you may later employ certain divine arts to erase our memories. What a ridiculous notion. Is that truly your form of testimony? The disciples of the human race gazed upon them with increasing reverence, causing Lin Fan to awkwardly turn away. It seems the title of master cannot be shed. But wait. This is hardly a fortuitous development. Lin Fan found himself pondering the motives behind the celestial symbol Holy Monarch's actions. Surely he had discerned the issues Lin Fan faced. Indeed, revealing his true strength could facilitate a quicker escape for all, but it would also incite panic and despair, detrimental to their collective survival. The celestial symbol Holy Monarch, true to his status as a master of the Holy Realm, had indeed thought this through, skillfully leveraging Lin Fan's feigned prowess to instill calm among them all. Lin Fan's expression turned serious. Today, he was determined to make every effort to break free from the secret realm and escape alive. At worst, he could hide for a year after getting out. Unless the beings from the upper realm were utterly incompetent, the problems below would eventually be resolved by someone. He need not worry excessively. Listen to my commands, he instructed. Except for the guardian swordsman who intended to remain here, everyone else, including the celestial rune sovereign, displayed expressions of compliance. Lin Fan discreetly cast a glance at the celestial rune sovereign. He was quite the actor, indeed. What a pity he wasn't pursuing a career in performance. First, we must leave this place, then exert all our strength to escape the secret realm. Is that understood? Are you suggesting that this level of combat is beyond our reach? Shall we depart to avoid interfering with your esteemed self? Consider it that way, Lin Fan replied, uninterested in further explanations. Although flying was prohibited within the secret realm, the upper and lower regions of the abyss remained unaffected. Otherwise, they would never be able to return to the surface. As the group emerged back onto the ground, they were momentarily taken aback by the horrific scene before them. Countless remnants of the demon race lay strewn across the ground, with scarcely any living demons in sight, and their leader, Cavalro, had long since vanished. Although the celestial demons held little regard for devouring cultivators below the sacred realm, this did not imply they would hesitate to eliminate these insignificant beings. The crane sovereign knelt on the ground, his visage twisted in anguish, clawing at his hair as if attempting to peel off his scalp. He felt as though he had fallen victim to some curse. His luck had inexplicably soured for quite some time. To contend with a severely injured sacred realm opponent, it was simply unacceptable that he had allowed the enemy to escape using a series of substitution techniques. In the final moments, although the celestial demon had completely seized control of the crane sovereign's body, the latter's consciousness had inexplicably resurfaced, resulting in a duality of souls and a fractured personality. The celestial demon attempted to annihilate the crane sovereign's spirit directly, but found itself unable to fully occupy a single body due to the latter's incomplete spiritual form. After extinguishing half of the soul, it was forced to halt. This left the celestial demon as a patchwork of half celestial demon and half crane sovereign, a fused soul with two personalities vying for control, making even the simplest actions excruciatingly difficult. Given his power, the likelihood of such an event occurring was less than 1%, despite the fortune bestowed by a lucky charm. He found himself ensnared in such misfortune. It was truly the worst luck imaginable. This must be a curse left upon me by those wretched human beings. The celestial demon struggled to lift his head. He desperately needed to devour a cultivator of at least the sacred realm to replenish his energy, yet Cavalro had fled. In the next moment, his eyes sparkled with intensity as he spotted another weakened sacred realm presence, none other than the celestial rune sovereign. To him, this was akin to a delectable feast delivered right to his doorstep. This would significantly restore his strength, and even offer the chance to completely subdue the crane sovereign's soul. Having barely regained some mobility during a brief respite, the celestial rune sovereign turned pale upon seeing the malevolent spirit. He could only hope that the ancestral power of humanity would possess the absolute strength to resolve this abomination. Lin Fan was acutely aware of his own capabilities. So as soon as he returned to the ground, he promptly issued the most urgent command to everyone. Run. Chapter 59. Is this possible? Run. But where to? The demon of heaven, with a sinister smile, reached out to forcibly draw the heavenly talisman, Saint Monarch, towards him. Yet, at that very moment, he stumbled over a stone on the ground. What on earth? He was utterly bewildered, even if he could not exert the peak power of a saint commander. Being tripped by a stone was simply absurd. For an entity of such malevolence to be thwarted by something so trivial was, in itself, profoundly unscientific. Indeed, it bordered on the mystical. Clearing his throat, the heavenly talisman Saint Monarch bellowed, "Do not forsake the opportunity our ancestral beings have created for us. Swiftly evacuate the battlefield." Clearly, Only one individual present possessed the ability to employ such conceptual tactics. With doubts dispelled, everyone hastened toward the exit to teleport away. Previously, they had refrained from teleporting within the secret realm due to fears of encountering insurmountable dangers, as no one could ascertain the safety of the destination or the potential hidden perils. However, if the destination lay beyond the secret realm, such concerns naturally dissipated, allowing for a confident transference. In an instant, all had teleported away, leaving Lin Fan, the only one unable to teleport, in a state of bewildered shock. Even the gravely injured heavenly talisman Saint Monarch was whisked away by despair. "Hey, someone, take me with you. You lot are despicable." The demon of heaven found himself momentarily dazed, failing to intervene, and upon regaining his senses, he discovered he was left alone. Indeed, possessing only half a soul made him particularly susceptible to curses. Uncertain of the curse's origin, he noted that its effects had only manifested after he had usurped the body of the Crane Saint. Thus, he began to inspect his belongings, discarding nearly all his artifacts until only one remained. Indeed, he retained the lucky amulet. Fortunately, he had an artifact capable of enhancing luck to counterbalance his misfortune. Otherwise, should this curse of ill fate fully manifest, who knew how disastrous his circumstances might become? The demon of heaven silently rejoiced, praising his astute decision to seize the lucky amulet. Lin Fan swallowed hard, realizing he now had to confront this malevolent spirit that transcended the realm of saints. What a joke! At that moment, at the exit of the secret realm, the second elder began to account for all the disciples of the human race. Upon confirming there were no casualties, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, the ancestor did not emerge after all. He ultimately chose to face the formidable enemy alone. The heavenly talisman Saint Monarch nodded in agreement. This is the true demeanor of a strong individual. One who, instead of recklessly wielding their immense power, actively protects the weaker. Such a level of conflict was beyond their intervention. They could only pray that their ancestor would be able to resolve the matter. Despair smiled faintly. Rest assured, the ancestor's strength will far exceed your imagination. In the core of the secret realm, Song Li sensed an eerie aura and promptly rose to report to his elder, seeking guidance on the next course of action. Out of fear of the oppressive atmosphere, he dared not enter the hall directly, instead choosing to scan the entrance with his gaze. Yet he found no trace of any soul. He could not sense the presence of any living being within. While it was true that the elder's concealment could elude me, there was also a feeble saintly presence that had entered. Surely, where there is life, one must eventually encounter a person, and where there is death, a corpse must remain. Thus, the conclusion became painfully clear. The elder had long since departed. Perhaps it was the emergence of that eerie aura that lured the elder away. Song Li recalled the task assigned by his master to investigate the anomalies of this secret realm, and indeed, this was the most peculiar situation, considering the elder had mentioned providing him with a more formidable artifact to aid in his ascension to the next level. Song Li naturally believed that the elder had no intention of abandoning him. Rather, the circumstances were urgent, leaving no time for communication. A being of such stature would never utter a falsehood. After all, if the elder had wished to, he could have made no promises at all. Having made a promise, he would certainly fulfill it. Song Li could not afford to miss this most critical event, and thus prepared to teleport to the strange location at the periphery of the secret realm. Yet, for safety's sake, he deliberately shifted a short distance to the side. This would effectively allow him to approach the source of the strangeness while avoiding the most perilous of encounters. Truth be told, had the elder not departed first, he might have already reached that place, and given his cautious nature, it was likely he would not have resorted to teleportation. The scene before him flickered, and in the next moment, he found himself within the abyssal sword pavilion. There, embedded in front of him, was the sword of salvation. As Song Li gazed at the seemingly ordinary sword, he momentarily lost himself in thought, for even through the eyes of one from the higher realms, he could not discern the rank of this blade. This was the sword of salvation. The guardian of the sword, upon seeing another visitor, casually explained that the human saint ancestor had previously attempted to draw it, but alas, was unable to do so, and thus it awaited the next fated individual. The human saint ancestor? Wasn't he that the elder's incarnation in this realm? Even the elder could not extract this sword? Awaiting the next fated one, Song Li murmured. The elder could not have failed to draw it. He had purposely left this sword here. But for whom was it intended? Recalling the elder's earlier words, the answer became all too apparent. This was intentionally left for me. Is this the better weapon he promised to procure for me? He then remembered another crucial detail. The core of the secret realm had been sealed by some powerful force, rendering escape impossible. Now that he could teleport out, it indicated that this barrier had been lifted by some force. Who else but the elder could achieve such a feat? A surge of excitement coursed through Song Li as he grasped the hilt of the sword with his right hand and pulled upward with all his might. Yet, the sword remained utterly unmoved, showing no sign of yielding to his strength. In the next moment, all of Song Li's cultivation at the fourth rank of the holy sect erupted, leaving the guardian of the sword astonished, prompting him to hastily retreat. However, under such overwhelming pressure of cultivation, the sword still did not budge. The artifact the elder left for me, and I cannot even draw it. A wave of disappointment washed over Song Li. Could it be that he would think me utterly useless for failing such a fundamental test? The guardian of the sword yearned to express that being unable to draw the blade was entirely normal, yet the overwhelming pressure he felt compelled him to remain silent. As a disciple of his master, he could not allow the elder to think less of him. It would be a disgrace to the entire Ingenious sect. Thus, Song Li resolved that, come what may, he would confront this sword today. The most significant distinction between humans and animals lies in humanity's capacity for reasoned action. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration surged within him. Forming his right hand into a blade-like shape, he unleashed the power of a fourth-ranked sacred sect cultivator, shattering the rocks encasing the sword of salvation into fragments. Consequently, although he still could not withdraw the blade itself, the entire sword, along with its sheath, fell into his grasp. The guardian of the sword's face twitched in disbelief. He had never anticipated such an approach. They may have all misunderstood a crucial point. Drawing the sword and seizing it were not necessarily the same endeavor. Chapter 60. You should not have come here. Sensing the strength coursing through his hand, Song Li closed his eyes. The aura of the sword of salvation, previously dispersed among the surrounding stones, now flowed into his body. Third rank sacred sect. Second rank. First rank. Upon reopening his eyes, golden light danced within his pupils. He had ascended to the level of a ninth-rank sacred general. Had he truly accomplished this? The promise made by the elder to provide him with a superior artifact, thereby elevating him to the next tier, was realized with such astonishing ease. As he regained his composure and gazed at the sword in his hand, his expression shifted from elation to a tinge of trepidation. Merely the dispersing aura had propelled him to a significant realm. What level of power did this artifact itself possess? Such a treasure would surely attract the envy of even the most venerable sacred monarch. Why then would it be entrusted to him? Song Li resolved to seek clarity on this matter, for he would be restless otherwise. Contemplating this, he attempted to activate the artifact in his hand, only to discover that he could not wield it at all. It seemed that before it could be drawn, it was little more than an elongated brick. Yet, a brick that could not be destroyed still held some value, did it not? Song Li soared into the air, departing from the abyssal sword pavilion. The celestial demon, realizing something was amiss, turned to Lin Fan, perplexed at how he could have emerged from within. He recalled that Lin Fan should still be within the core of the secret realm. How could he suddenly appear here? Before Lin Fan could respond, the celestial demon gestured, performing a simple divination with ease befitting his stature. Even without the corresponding supernatural abilities or mental techniques, one could glean insights from their rank. You were teleported? The celestial demon stood frozen, momentarily dumbfounded. How could a mere mortal be teleported? When he had stealthily taken the lucky talisman from Lin Fan, he had verified that the man possessed no useful items, not even within his ring. The heavenly talisman's sacred monarch was gravely injured and likewise could not utilize teleportation. There was something amiss, something gravely wrong. His pupils widened in realization as he recalled numerous details. Why would a mere mortal possess the audacity to approach the gates of the secret realm with such confidence? Why is it that an ordinary mortal can so effortlessly access the core chamber, despite his evident ignorance of the mechanisms? Why, at the critical moment, did the opposing party's despair suddenly relinquish his sword, rendering his soul incapable of reuniting? What audacity does this mere mortal possess to command others to depart, while he remains behind to stand guard alone? His sudden enlightenment resembled a forgotten revelation springing forth unexpectedly. But who imparted such wisdom to him? The celestial demon narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the figure of Lin Fan before him, a presence that still failed to exude any semblance of cultivation, yet inexplicably bore an unusual aura. Is it you? Who exactly are you? That question you are not entitled to know. A voice emerged from the abyss, followed closely by a figure soaring forth, landing precisely beside Lin Fan. Song Li clasped his hands in salute, bowing respectfully. Senior, I have arrived. Lin Fan regarded him in bewilderment. How did this fellow come to be here? With such a feeble appearance, has he come to court death? You should not have come. Should he not have come? Song Li paused, casting another glance at the malevolent spirit, locking eyes with its gaze imbued with strange power. A celestial demon? Is there truly a celestial demon clan in the lower realms? As one hailing from the upper realms, Song Li was acutely aware of the terror that celestial demons invoke. Yet, Had not the celestial demons of the lower realms already been eradicated long ago? Is this the hidden secret of the senior? The celestial demon scanned Song Li with suspicion. There is something amiss about this fellow's aura. No. I had previously monitored his anomalous behavior within the secret realm, yet I dismissed it without due concern. Why did I disregard it? Was my judgment deliberately influenced by some external force? The more the celestial demon pondered, the more alarmed he became. Basic anti-scrying techniques merely conceal one's cultivation, failing to mask actions. It was evident that a being of earthly realm cultivation could not flit about the secret realm without raising suspicions and revealing anomalies. In contrast, advanced anti-scrying techniques can subtly influence the psyche of the observer, implanting powerful psychological suggestions that render everything seemingly reasonable, causing one to subconsciously overlook all irregularities. Naturally, such stratagems are solely effective against scrying. Their capacity for concealment during direct interaction is minimal, if not non-existent. This level of psychological suggestion could only be left by a being of the Saint Monarch tier. Furthermore, even among the forces possessing Saint Monarchs, only the direct disciples might enjoy such privileges. Within the grand powers of the upper realms, the Saint Monarchs often employ this method to prevent their direct disciples from being surveilled during their travels, as higher-tier conflicts rarely permit the physical presence of powerful beings. Most prefer to observe through their divine consciousness, with physical manifestation signifying an intention to engage. Thus, upon encountering Song Li, the celestial demon instantly recognized the abnormal fluctuations in his cultivation, which were certainly not of the earthly realm. He is allied with that mortal. That mortal feigned being lured by me, deliberately unsealing part of the barrier to entice me out and annihilate me completely. In truth, these two are direct disciples of a significant figure from the upper realms. With the imprint of Saint Monarch-level anti-scrying, I was rendered incapable of detecting the anomaly, thus falling into their trap. The celestial demon erupted in fury. He relinquished the body of the crane saint and transformed into a remnant soul, launching a full-fledged assault towards Song Li. Now devoid of the crane saint's corporeal form, he would no longer be constrained by the limitations of the sacred realm. Although this state was uncomfortable, it represented his final opportunity. Realizing that Lin Fan's mortal guise was merely a facade, he prepared himself for a desperate struggle. For he could discern that Song Li's fluctuations in cultivation were problematic, yet he could not detect any anomalies in Lin Fan's energy. This indicated that the seemingly ordinary individual would prove far more formidable. No, he must not frighten himself. If the opponent truly possessed overwhelming power, there would be no need for such petty tricks. He could simply obliterate him. Thus, his actual cultivation level could not be vastly superior to his own. Perhaps he merely specialized in concealed techniques, which meant there was still a glimmer of hope. Nevertheless, he was merely a remnant soul, long sealed away. Even the strength of a peak sacred commander, let alone that of a sacred general, was difficult to manifest. Thus, in facing two unknown adversaries, he instinctively chose to confront the seemingly more manageable Song Li, abandoning Lin Fan, who was regarded as a senior and evidently possessed greater cultivation. Chapter 61. Are you ascending? The Demon Clan, since you are not yet extinguished, allow me to escort you to your end. Song Li thrust the sword of salvation forward as a shield, and then drew forth his innate magical artifact from the void, wielding it with great fervor. At that moment, a deluge of sword light obliterated everything ahead. Such was the terrifying might of a 9th-rank sacred general. Even a newly ascended 9th-rank sacred general, still stabilizing their breath, remained a formidable presence. At this moment, all those outside the secret realm lifted their gazes. Cavalro, who was in disarray yet had not truly departed, also raised his head. They beheld a surge of radiant sword light shattering the barrier above the secret realm, the overwhelming aura causing them to kneel, their hearts devoid of any notion of resistance. Was this the true power of the human ancestor? Cavalro's complexion turned pale, and in that instant, he finally grasped the vast chasm between himself and the other. Yet, almost immediately, a cold smile crept upon his lips. As the leader of the demon clan, he was no fool. On the contrary, he possessed a measure of understanding regarding the upper realm. In a flash, numerous realizations flooded his mind. No wonder the previously inconspicuous 9th human ancestor had suddenly transformed into an unparalleled master. It all made sense now. This was a disguise from someone of the upper realm. This was a manifestation of power from above, which they could not hope to withstand. However, this could be easily resolved. Should the aura of a transcendent sacred realm erupt in the lower realm, it would likely attract the attention of the upper realm's enforcement team. At that time, Cavalro need only await the punishment of the human ancestor, allowing the demon clan to reap the fruits of victory. Song Li exhaled deeply, and upon probing again, he found that the aura of the demon had vanished. To ensure the kill, he had concentrated all his power into a single point, leaving the surrounding areas unscathed, including the still-living Crane Saint. Lin Fan, bewildered, could hardly comprehend how this individual, who had previously been a mediocre practitioner, had suddenly become so formidable. As his gaze shifted, he spotted the sword of salvation in Song Li's hand, instantly unraveling the entire truth. Once the sword is drawn, one truly gains the corresponding power. This individual must have stumbled upon incredible fortune. Merely drawing the sword transforms a mere novice into an unknown level of strength. It defies all logic, indeed. The chosen one seemed to possess some form of divine advantage. Yet, on another note, Lin Fan could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the one who drew the sword was Song Li, and he arrived just in time. Otherwise, Lin Fan would likely have been killed by that malevolent spirit, leaving him no chance of survival. Now that humanity has acquired a genuine expert, could he not retire honorably and enjoy a life of ease? Allowing this individual to protect humanity? A beautiful life beckons him. After all, with the savior having emerged, it is only natural for the protagonist to take the stage. Song Li, filled with countless questions, promptly turned to Lin Fan. Senior, I have a question I wish to ask you. Behold, this is the true model of humanity. Lin Fan was nearly moved to tears by this young man before him. Even after becoming the savior, he still addressed him as senior. Such a disciple is rare to find in a lifetime, truly deserving of his deepest loyalty. Perhaps it is precisely due to such character that he was chosen by the sword of salvation to become the savior. Ask away, though I cannot guarantee an answer. Lin Fan replied, still dazed and oblivious to many things. If the inquiry pertains to cultivation knowledge, it would be wiser to consult anyone else. Cannot guarantee an answer? Song Li felt a pang of bitterness. Indeed, the senior harbored secrets he could not disclose, and his own level was still too low. What exactly transpired earlier? Lin Fan had no intention of concealing the truth. I released that malevolent spirit, and as you can see, if it weren't for your intervention, everything might have turned out quite differently. Had you not slain that spirit, I might not have witnessed the dawn of tomorrow. You released that malevolent spirit on purpose? Song Li was taken aback, connecting it to Lin Fan's earlier statement about how everything could have been different had he not intervened. Could it be that he disrupted the senior's plans? After all, the senior had actively released the spirit and had been entangled with it until now, which surely meant he did not intend to eradicate it outright. Otherwise, he would have acted sooner. Moreover, considering Lin Fan's remark that he should not have come, along with the fact that the senior had not informed him to follow, it implied that his involvement was entirely unnecessary. His hasty action might have jeopardized significant matters. At this point, beads of cold sweat formed on Song Li's forehead. Senior, what secrets does this malevolent spirit entail? The remnants of the demon clans still exist in the lower realms. This is no trivial matter. Lin Fan shook his head, indicating he was equally in the dark. Song Li could only sigh. Indeed, this was a secret beyond his understanding. Senior, this sword he extended the sword of salvation. For the artifact's level was far too high for him to bear, and he did not dare to keep it. When one grasps an artifact that is entirely incongruous with their level, it not only fails to provide assistance, but also invites untold calamities. As he watched Song Li offer up the sword of salvation, Lin Fan was nearly moved to tears. What a truly good person he was. Even contemplating surrendering the precious artifact for the benefit of humanity. Indeed, a paragon among disciples, a model for the human race. However, this object can only be wielded by its rightful owner. For anyone else, it would be as useless as a mere stick. Ahem. What you have drawn forth is yours alone. There is no need to offer it to me. Song Li felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It indeed appeared that this item was intentionally left for him by his esteemed predecessor. Yet, having been entrusted with it, he could only accept it. Perhaps the elder intended for him to pass this sword on to his master. He would have to return and seek the wisdom of his venerable mentor. He dared not brandish such a thing carelessly in public. A shiver ran down Song Li's spine as he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "Esteemed elder, I must apologize, but I must depart for the upper realm immediately." He needed to inform his master of the anomalies within the secret realm, for that was his mission in descending to this world. Moreover, the arcane arts they had employed would not allow him to linger here for long. Time was of the essence, and it would be prudent to return without unnecessary complications. Lin Fan was taken aback. You are leaving for the upper realm? Upon reflection, it was indeed true. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, one could ascend to the upper realm, a well-known fact that had not been realized for millennia. But he still needed this disciple to protect humanity. Why was he suddenly preparing to ascend? How could Lin Fan continue his role as a hands-off overseer under such circumstances? A being of such commendable character and strength was the ideal candidate to save humanity. Yet, Just as he had finally emerged, he was set to ascend? Chapter 62. A silent conclusion. Songly nodded. My time is running short. He was even more concerned that remaining here might hinder the elder's other plans, especially with a mysterious artifact in his possession. It would be best to return home as soon as possible. Lin Fan could only sigh. It seemed those who had reached a certain level of cultivation were directly summoned to the upper realm, compelled to ascend after a brief stay. It appeared this individual would not be able to assist the lower realm any longer. He would have to rely on himself. Very well, Lin Fan thought. I can only hope you fulfill your duty to humanity. The implication was clear. Hurry and develop in the upper realm. In due course, he could send a few subordinates down to eradicate the demon race, and everything would be well. Indeed. Song Li nodded earnestly, recognizing the elder's vision. He was leagues apart from those hypocrites who incessantly boasted of their own sects. He then took his leave, his figure vanishing in an instant. Wait, he is leaving just like that? Has he forgotten something? Lin Fan stood in bewilderment, gazing at the spot where Song Li had departed, then turned to glance at the barely alive Crane Saint. His confusion deepened. Surely, before departing, he should have dealt with this individual. What was the sense in leaving a boss behind? The Crane Saint, having been forcibly occupied and subsequently expelled, was gravely injured, his spirit waning. Evidently, on the brink of death. Yet, no matter how close to death he was, as long as he could move a finger, dispatching Lin Fan would be but a breath away. Coughing, the revered Crane Saint, his aura diminished, crouched upon the ground, seemingly unable to rise. As he drowsily opened his eyes and discerned the identity of the person before him, disappointment washed over him, and he let his hands fall. The ancestral figure of humanity, a master surpassing the sacred realm. His desperate struggle bore no fruit. It would only lead to his own demise, and this individual harbored enmity towards him, making rescue an impossibility. The human race, he mused, truly seems to be inborn adversaries with me. With a sense of disarray, the Crane Saint shifted his position slightly, reflecting on the vile bloodline that he could never cleanse throughout his life. Vile bloodline, Lin Fan interjected, furrowing his brow. Does the human race cast such a long shadow over you? Since he could not overcome his adversary, he decided to abandon all restraint, deeming it unnecessary to hold back. Perhaps engaging in conversation with this individual might delay his demise, or even provoke him to death. What a fortuitous outcome that would be. It was precisely due to his mixed bloodline that his innate talents had always paled in comparison to those of his kin. The Crane Saint clenched his teeth. They all labeled him a hybrid. Despite his relentless ascent, crushing one genius after another beneath his feet, even having attained the sacred realm, he could not shed the stigma of that inferior bloodline. If only he were a true member of the primordial spirit race, rather than a mixed blood, his achievements would undoubtedly surpass his current standing. The primordial spirit race possessed unparalleled advantages in cultivation compared to the human race, with almost all of its members being practitioners from birth, while the proportion of mortal humans reached a staggering 99. Consequently, every individual within the primordial spirit race held themselves in high regard, fracturing into dozens, if not hundreds, of factions, making unity a formidable challenge. Lin Fan, however, perceived that this individual before him might not be of sound mind. Coming from humble beginnings, he had clawed his way up, ultimately trampling all beneath him to become the leader of a great power, a true master of the sacred realm. Was this not the archetype of a triumphant protagonist? What was there to feel ashamed of? If he were Lin Fan, he would gladly broadcast his past exploits, showcasing just how formidable he was, emerging victorious from such dire circumstances. Thus, he pondered whether the Crane Saint's thought process deviated from that of a normal individual. He cast a gaze of incredulity upon the Crane Saint, which evoked a sensation of disdain within him. The figure in white remained silent, simply standing there, exuding an air of calmness. In that moment, the Crane Saint seemed to comprehend the unspoken words of his opponent. You regard the human bloodline as inferior. Yet I am of that lineage, and I am stronger than you. The harshness of reality often delivers a more profound blow than mere words. The Crane Saint found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. In that instant, it felt as if a long-held belief within him shattered. The true vileness did not lie within the bloodline. It was not blood that constrained one's achievements. At that moment, the Crane Saint's mind wandered to many memories, reflecting on the initial moments of bullying he and his mother endured within their clan, attributing all misfortune to her and the human bloodline she bestowed upon him. Yet, by the time he achieved success and recognition, his mother had long since turned to dust. The esteemed Crane Sage recalled the moment he truly transcended the sacred realm. His foremost thought was the joy it would bring his mother to witness that, despite the ignoble bloodline she bestowed upon him, he could reach such heights. To show her that even though she had brought him misfortune, he could struggle valiantly to break free from the torrents of adversity. The Crane Sage devoted his entire life to shedding the inherent sense of inferiority stemming from his half-human lineage, yet upon reflection, he realized he had long since become a figure of great significance in the world. It seemed he was no longer inferior. As he collapsed to the ground, his breath faded entirely. This master of the second tier of the sacred realm, leader of the Crane Feather sect, had reached the end of his life. At last, he was dead. Lin Fan exhaled in relief, only to discover that his back was drenched in cold sweat. Life was truly arduous. He stepped forward and noticed the lucky talisman still hanging from the Crane Sage's body. Considering that the effects of misfortune had likely not yet expired, it was unwise to retrieve it immediately. Hence, he dragged the Crane Sage's corpse step by step toward the exit of the secret realm. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, eliminating the demon clan's covert partner, the Crane Sage, thereby eradicating a significant threat. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, repelling the demon clan's ambush on the sacred land. Both tasks accumulated cultivation, and together they had allowed Lin Fan stored cultivation within the system space to reach the 5th tier of the Earth realm. This meant that, should he desire, he could instantly become an expert of the Earth realm. Of course, the Earth realm was insufficient to safeguard the entire sacred land. Claiming the reward now would be akin to courting death. Lin Fan decided to accumulate it until he reached the sacred realm before claiming it all at once. However, when did I ever repel the demon clan's ambush on the sacred land? I never even left the secret realm. Under the midday sun, Disbay awaited eagerly, finally spotting a figure emerging from the exit of the secret realm. Under the gaze of all, Lin Fan strolled out leisurely, dragging the Crane Sage's corpse behind him, silently proclaiming the final outcome. Chapter 63. Something is amiss. At that moment, everyone swallowed hard, including the earlier deaths of the Heavenly Mechanism and the Dragon Emperor. This marked the 3rd sacred realm expert slain by the human race's ancestor. Such beings were not mere trifles. Every sacred realm expert represented a formidable force, wielding substantial influence wherever they went. The demise of such figures was a rarity, often spanning centuries. Yet, within such a brief span, 3 had fallen, all at the hands of a single individual. The Heavenly Talisman Sage silently lamented, relieved that he had approached the human race with goodwill and a spirit of cooperation. Otherwise, another corpse would likely have been added to the secret realm. He turned to the surviving disciples of the Talisman sect and cautioned, remember, do not provoke the human race. However, do not align with them directly either. If the human race's ancestor were a peak expert of the 3rd tier of the sacred realm, or a genuine local expert who had broken through to the sanctified realm, the Heavenly Talisman Sage would undoubtedly lead the entire Talisman sect to ally with humanity. Yet he has now come to realize that the ancestor of humanity is a visitor from the upper realm, a status that is rather delicate. The fate of the ancestor of humanity can culminate in only 2 outcomes, either accomplishing his true purpose and returning to the upper realm, or lingering in the lower realm until discovered by the upper realm, ultimately leading to his execution. The existence of a method to connect the 2 realms, alongside the absence of numerous formidable beings from the upper realm in the lower realm, speaks volumes. The Saint Lord of Heavenly Talismans could easily deduce certain matters. Therefore, under the inevitable circumstance that humanity will eventually lose its protection, he does not wish to immediately align himself with them. For currently, aside from the ancestor, there are no genuinely formidable figures among the human race. Before long, the news of the ancestor of humanity achieving a cultivation level surpassing the Saint realm, effortlessly seizing the secret realm, and slaying the Saint of Cranes spread throughout the immortal domain, instilling terror in all. Surprisingly, it was the demon clan leader, Cavalro, who disseminated and fervently promoted this information. His intentions appear to be quite clear. The demon clan has completely withdrawn, showing no inclination to advance. A decision stemming both from a desire to avoid confrontation and the significant losses they previously suffered. Lin Fan remains unaware of these developments and promptly leads the elders and disciples back to the vast sacred land, bringing along the falling sunset sword. Although he cannot wield it, he hopes to exchange it with Lady Sun for some truly valuable treasures at the gathering a year later, while also uncovering why she insists on drawing this sword. The ancestor is indeed sagacious. Shortly after the team departed, the demon clan, in alliance with the Crane Feather sect, launched a surprise assault on our vast sacred land. Fortunately, the ancestor had preemptively left a Saint Realm puppet within the sacred land, which enabled us to severely wound and repel them. As a result, we have seized several heavenly artifacts. Here is the detailed inventory for the ancestor's perusal. Upon returning to the vast sacred land, Lin Fan finds an overwhelming pile of unresolved matters awaiting his attention. He realizes that leading a faction is no simple endeavor. Even for a cultivator, one cannot escape this cycle. Indeed, In those fantastical tales of his previous life, the ancestors all secluded themselves in cultivation, while a relatively unremarkable sect leader was thrust into the limelight, functioning merely as a heartless administrative machine. Thankfully, the demon clan is unlikely to cause further disturbances in the near future, allowing him a brief respite. After delegating most trivial matters to his subordinates, Lin Fan formally embarks on the most crucial task, sleeping. If subordinates are not utilized for exploitation, they serve little purpose. In the upper realm, at the Xianhuang sect, the Taoist of Xianhuang opens his eyes, sensing a familiar aura returning. It is none other than his cherished disciple, Song Li. Master, Song Li greets with reverence, his gaze now tempered with composure and steadiness, lacking the arrogance he once bore upon his departure. The Taoist of Xianhuang instinctively responds, only to feel something amiss in his disciple's aura, prompting his astonished inquiry. You have attained the Saint General rank? For the Xianhuang sect, a top-tier force among humanity, a Saint General is not a cause for alarm. One could find many within the core of the sect. However, the Taoist of Xianhuang understands the age of his disciple and his cultivation level prior to departure. Such rapid advancement in power, unless through an extraordinary fortuity, must surely indicate an encounter with soul possession. In an instant, the terrifying pressure of a Saint King enveloped the entire room. The Xianhuang Daojun grew increasingly perplexed as he scrutinized his disciple, for he found no trace of anything amiss, save for a somewhat enigmatic sword at his side. Quickly recount your encounter to me, and remember, omit not a single detail. Naturally, Song Li, eager to seek his master's counsel, left nothing unsaid, relaying all that had transpired and the conjectures swirling in his mind. Is the Wanfadeogen searching for remnants of the heavenly demons in the lower realms? Upon hearing this, Xianhuang Daojun abruptly rose to his feet, for the term heavenly demon was one recognized by all. He grasped the sword of salvation from Song Li's hand, attempting to draw it forth, but found it immovable, thus returning it. I too cannot wield it. Either this artifact is sealed with an extraordinarily severe restriction, or its rank far surpasses that of a Saint King. In either case, it ought not to exist in the lower realms. Song Li, taken aback, retrieved the sword. If even his master could not wield it, why had the elder entrusted it to him? Xianhuang Daojun paced restlessly, furrowing his brow deeper with each step. The lower realm concealed such treasures, and remnants of the heavenly demons still existed. How could Wanfadeogen have come to know of these matters? It seemed that his previous assertions regarding the lower realm were entirely deceptive. A sense of urgency swelled within him. Xianhuang Daojun, a pinnacle expert among the Saint Kings, was nearly invincible within his tier. Hence, in his past camaraderie with Wanfadeogen, he had regarded himself as superior. Yet now, the knowledge possessed by Wanfadeogen eluded him entirely. He had to rely on his own disciple to relay it. No, Wanfadeogen was certainly not an adversary. He sought to inform me of the emergence of the heavenly demon remnants, which could spell calamity for humanity as a whole. Although a twinge of jealousy flickered within Xianhuang Daojun, he was, after all, a top-tier human warrior, possessing the grace not to be petty. Understanding that some matters held paramount importance. Something was amiss, extremely so. According to your description, the remaining power of that heavenly demon was such that even you could easily dispatch it. And yet a multitude of upper realm artifacts lay scattered within the outer secret realm. This was rather illogical. Why would the ancient human race choose the secret realm as the final resting place for their burial sword? That too lacked logic. As he analyzed the situation, Xianhuang Daojun gradually discerned that the heavenly demon seemed to be somewhat out of place within the entire secret realm. His pupils widened in realization. Chapter 64, An Urgent Assembly. He immediately conceived a possibility that heavenly demon was merely a decoy, a bait cast to conceal deeper secrets. Thus, it was easily vanquished by you. Its purpose to obscure something far more profound. If it were merely a temporary squad dispatched from the upper realm to execute a task in the lower realm, they would likely believe that all latent threats had been eradicated after eliminating the visible heavenly demon. Xianhuang Daojun furrowed his brow, saying, You still cannot remain calm. You have truly jeopardized a significant matter. The Lord of 10,000 Laws deliberately spared that celestial demon, undoubtedly intending to uncover further clues and unveil the secrets hidden in the depths of the secret realm. However, with this lead severed, delving deeper has become increasingly arduous. Song Li lowered his head in shame, acknowledging, I was too reckless. Yet, having discovered traces of the celestial demon within the secret realm, why not directly inform the enforcement team, allowing the true elite forces to descend and eradicate the threat entirely? This action could be colloquially described as raising the alarm. After all, even the demon race, which is at odds with humanity, is viewed as a mortal enemy by the celestial demons. The celestial demons harbor an equal disdain for all other races, and vice versa. Therefore, the enforcement teams, present in all major races, would indeed serve as the most effective allies in exterminating the celestial demons. Why then, act covertly and circumvent them? The expression on Lord Xianhuang's face was complex. If it were truly that simple, you would not have had to personally descend, dear Senior Wanfang. The enforcement team, after so much time, has rotted from within and is no longer a trustworthy organization. Remember, we must ensure that the enforcement team never uncovers any evidence of our actions. This would be a leverage point, a dagger that would inevitably pierce your heart from behind. He believed that Lord Wanfang had already seen through this, preferring to act independently rather than involve any official powers. The reason I chose to befriend him was not solely due to his formidable strength, but also because of his far-sighted vision. Song Li nodded. Indeed, your foresight is remarkable, Senior. I truly feel it. Lord Xianhuang gently tapped the young man's head. You seem to have forgotten your master in your admiration for your senior. Now, go and stabilize your rank at the Saint General level. Yes. After Song Li departed, Lord Xianhuang sighed deeply, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a Bagua token. Indeed, the next Bagua gathering was not scheduled to occur for quite some time. As the perception of time for cultivators differs from that of mortals, an annual gathering is already considered frequent. However, the recent disturbances in the lower realms compelled Lord Xianhuang to take it seriously. Besides mobilizing the strength of the Xianhuang sect, he must also rely on the other 7 unparalleled masters situated across various locations. Thus, the second Bagua gathering was hastily convened under the auspices of Lord Xianhuang. Codenamed Xian. Who am I? Where am I? Lin Fan, who had just been lost in a beautiful dream, suddenly awakened to find himself seated at the familiar Bagua round table, precisely representing the Kuan hexagram. Is this the Bagua gathering? Was it not agreed to hold it once a year? Moreover, I had tossed that token under my bed. How could they forcibly draw me into this? He felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that the convener had discovered his imposter identity and intended to purge him publicly. Since everyone was forcibly summoned to the gathering this time, the other 6 participants expressed their dissatisfaction, prompting Lord Xianhuang to immediately clarify. I do not wish to trouble you all, but the situation is urgent. Listen to me, and you will understand. Lin Fan shrugged, reasoning that, regardless of the urgency, it likely pertained to matters of the upper realms, of which he had no part. He settled into his seat, adopting a relaxed posture, much like he did during the previous gathering, content to observe quietly. Xianhuang Daojun, observing the carefree demeanor of the individual before him, instinctively let out a sigh of relief, believing that the state of affairs in the lower realms had not deteriorated as severely as previously anticipated. At the very least, the concerned party appeared remarkably unperturbed. I have collaborated with Taoist Kuan, he stated. With whom? Taoist Kuan? Lin Fan, who moments ago had feigned indifference, suddenly realized that Kuan was indeed his own alias. When had he entered into a partnership with this person? It then dawned on Lin Fan that he was attending this gathering under the guise of Wanfa Daojun, and it was evident that the other party recognized him in that capacity. Ah yes, perhaps I should make a hasty exit. He felt an unsettling sense of danger in remaining at this gathering, fearing his true identity might be exposed. Madame Sun also turned her gaze towards him, inquiring, Taoist Kuan, have you procured the falling sunset sword that I require? Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. The conversation had finally shifted to a different topic. He promptly nodded. Indeed. It is currently in my possession. The other 6 individuals present exhibited expressions of mild astonishment. It had been but a short time since the last gathering, and he had remarkably completed the commission so swiftly. Although Madame Sun had described the sword as merely an ordinary sacred artifact, the willingness to exchange a sacred monarch-level artifact for it suggested it could not possibly be commonplace. If acquiring such an item were truly so simple, one could easily dispatch their own disciples to retrieve it, rather than expending a sacred monarch-level artifact to hire someone else. Consequently, nearly everyone simultaneously entertained the same thought. Taoist Kuan was a person of remarkable initiative and capability. Should future needs arise, he would serve as an excellent candidate for commissions. However, Lin Fan seized the opportunity to voice his confusion. But this sword is not the sacred artifact you mentioned. It is, a seal. A seal? All brows furrowed, including that of Madame Sun. Xianhuang Daojun was equally taken aback. Song Li had not witnessed Lin Fan draw the falling sunset sword. Thus he was unaware of how the seal of the celestial demon had been unraveled, and naturally had not relayed the pertinent details to his master. The falling sunset sword was an object of the celestial demon's seal, yet the one commissioning its extraction was none other than the 100 Flowers Fairy. The 100 Flowers, or the gathering member known as Sun. Xianhuang Daojun recognized that she was a genuine sacred monarch-level expert. Not the leader of her faction, but certainly a top-tier powerhouse with significant influence within the cultivation world. He immediately cleared his throat to capture everyone's attention. In collaboration with Taoist Kuan, we undertook an exploration of the sacred sword's secret realm in the lower realms, where we discovered traces of the celestial demon. Lin Fan was astonished. Did this imply that the true Wanfa Daojun had inspected the sacred sword's secret realm? Truly, he was a top-tier expert from the upper realm, as his presence had gone entirely unnoticed, as though he had never been there at all. Chapter 65. Your Affairs. My assurance upon hearing Xianhuang Daojun's succinct account. All eyes turned towards Madame Sun, the 100 Flowers Fairy. Someone was daring enough to attempt to break a seal of a celestial demon. This was no trivial matter. The 8 individuals present were not necessarily all of the human race, yet it was evident that none among them could possibly be celestial demons. Xianhuang Daojun was not foolish enough to reach such a conclusion. If Bai Hua sought to lift the seal to eliminate the imprisoned celestial demon, she could have easily disclosed this matter in advance, allowing everyone to prepare accordingly. Furthermore, withholding information about the demon's whereabouts equated to aiding the adversary in concealment. And should this be discovered, it would undoubtedly be considered a grave offense, irrespective of the race in question. The reason they refrained from confronting Bai Hua immediately was quite straightforward. It simply defied logic. If Bai Hua genuinely wished to serve the celestial demon, why would she naively propose a commission at a gathering? Those who had attained the level of Saint Monarch were, without exception, individuals who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Although their minds might often be dormant, this did not imply they were devoid of intelligence. Bai Hua was evidently aware of the intentions of the crowd and hastily began to elucidate. To be candid, the earlier assertion was indeed a fabrication on my part. The reason I seek this sword is quite simple. Another individual approached me, offering a Saint King pill as remuneration, requesting that I utilize my connections to procure this sword from the lower realms. That individual has also sought out many others. A brief inquiry would reveal that I am not lying. Bai Hua harbored no fear of her true identity being exposed, for as she stated, the number of individuals accepting this commission was considerable, albeit most had yet to act overtly. Xianhuang Daojun's eyelids twitched. Saint King pill? Above the Saint Monarch lies the Saint King. In the hierarchy of cultivation in the upper realms, the Saint disciples correspond to the 4th level of the Saint realm. The Saint sect corresponds to the 5th, the Saint generals to the 6th, the Saint commanders to the 7th, the Saint lords to the 8th, and the Saint monarchs to the 9th. Thus, the leap from Saint general to Saint commander represents a significant divide, essentially signifying a transition from mid-tier to high-tier power. By such delineation, it becomes apparent that the realm of Saint King does not strictly belong to the 9th tier of the Saint realm. It constitutes an entirely new echelon, one of qualitative transformation. For a peak 1st-tier Saint Monarch to ascend to the rank of Saint King, not only must one's cultivation reach the requisite standard, but they must also endure harrowing tribulations, supplemented by certain aids. The most optimal of these aids, naturally, is the Saint King pill. Consuming a Saint King pill can notably enhance the success rate of advancement by approximately 5%. While this may seem a negligible difference, a minor deviation can lead to monumental consequences. Such a pill even ignited a flicker of greed within Xianhuang Daojun himself. Hence it is no wonder that so many would accept this commission, for the reward was truly bountiful. Expressions among the others became somewhat peculiar. Previously, when Bai Hua was willing to exchange a Saint Monarch level artifact with Lin Fan, they speculated whether she was simply a fool with an abundance of wealth. In retrospect, trading a Saint Monarch level artifact for a Saint King pill seemed an extraordinary bargain, akin to acquiring immense wealth without effort. While the others were engulfed in astonishment, Lin Fan remained nonchalant, as he had no understanding of what a Saint King pill truly entailed. He pointedly inquired, "Who was it that commissioned you?" Upon hearing this question, the others gradually regained their composure, glancing at Lin Fan, who appeared utterly indifferent to the Saint King pill, and could not help but speculate among themselves. The myriad flowers understand that the essential matters take precedence. I am unaware of his identity. His aura is well concealed, rendering me unable to discern his race. The only certainty is that his cultivation is undoubtedly on par with mine, if not superior. Furthermore, he is not a known saint-level expert within my acquaintance. The emergence of an inexplicable saint-level being from nowhere is indeed a matter of great significance in the upper realm. The Lord of Xianhuang exhaled deeply. Continue to pursue the leads we have. It is imperative that we uncover this individual, for he poses a considerable threat. However, refrain from notifying the law enforcement team, and ensure that this information does not circulate. To avoid alarming the serpent, it must remain our secret. This time, we owe our gratitude to friend Kuan for his support in the lower realm. Otherwise, we could have faced a catastrophe. Lin Fan chuckled awkwardly. Am I truly to be credited? Perhaps so, but I wonder how the situation in the secret realm stands now. Reflecting on the matter, although he was uncertain of what the true Lord of 10,000 Methods had discovered, he was indeed one of the involved parties and could hardly remain silent. He recalled that the malevolent spirits within had seemingly been utterly eradicated, or perhaps shattered before his very eyes. Thus, he nodded nonchalantly. There are no significant issues. It has been mostly resolved. The Lord of Xianhuang had braced himself for unwelcome tidings, yet Lin Fan's response took him completely by surprise. Mostly resolved? He pondered once more upon the annihilated malevolent spirits and nodded resolutely. Yes, although there were minor complications, that entity was ultimately dealt with. At this revelation, the Lord of Xianhuang was genuinely astonished. He was aware that the celestial demon thrust into the limelight was merely a decoy. The true peril lay deeper still, and the Lord of 10,000 Methods could not possibly be oblivious to this. Did the minor complications refer to Song Li's interference with his plans? Even so, he managed to resolve it? How little time had passed. The adversary had already addressed the most profound threat based on scant clues. A level of decisiveness that left him astounded. Even he could not have so swiftly neutralized an unknown foe. He could only manage a strained smile. You are indeed remarkable. With this, the situation had become considerably easier. The core threat had been addressed by the Lord of 10,000 Methods. They merely needed to follow the leads in the upper realm to apprehend those who had issued the commissions and uncover the truth of the matter. The Lord of Xianhuang could not help but ease his vigilance regarding this affair, acknowledging that having a reliable ally indeed alleviates many burdens. Very well, friend Kuan. We shall collaborate to investigate the leads in the upper realm, while you will be responsible for all matters in the lower realm. Should you make any additional discoveries, please be sure to inform us. Handing it all over to him? Are you certain? Lin Fan harbored little confidence in this arrangement. Yet, considering that the most perilous malevolent spirits had already been dealt with, it seemed that the secret realm itself posed no substantial danger. He could simply assign a few disciples to guard the entrance and refrain from entering. I will dispatch individuals to keep watch. The Lord of Xianhuang displayed a sincere smile. With you at the helm, I am at ease. Chapter 66. Abyss of Nihility. The Lord of all laws instructed his subordinates to remain vigilant. Those he dispatched, even if not a saint sovereign, must at the very least be a saint commander. It appears that he possesses additional assistance in the lower realms, alleviating our concerns. Lin Fan recalled the falling sunset sword still in his possession. It served him no purpose. Even exchanging it for a few spirit stones would be preferable to allowing it to gather dust in storage. After all, since his loyal confidant ascended, no one in the vast sacred land could wield this sword. No matter how exquisite the treasure, if no one can utilize it, it is as good as a mere firewood stick. Ahem, Miss Sun, do you still desire this sword? Bai Hua spoke. Since I have made a promise and you have fulfilled the commission, I cannot go back on my word. However, this sword may involve other hidden dangers and cannot be taken directly to the upper realm. Let it remain with you for the time being, and I shall still compensate you with a Saint Monarch level magical artifact. Furthermore, as additional compensation for the risk you are assuming, I can provide you with another artifact. Do you have any specific needs in mind? If the sword were to stay with him, it would be akin to acquiring 2 magical artifacts without any cost. What a benevolent individual. Lin Fan instinctively disregarded the Saint Monarch level artifact, as it was useless to him, but he would not refuse it. Who knows when it might come in handy? He could forego its use, but he could not forego its possession. Next came the decision regarding the second artifact. What kind of artifact should he request? Considering the current combat capabilities of the vast sacred land, he ought to ask for an artifact suitable for the early stages of the Saint Realm, which could be entrusted to the Grand Elder. However, as this thought materialized, Lin Fan instinctively dismissed it. Firstly, he could not utilize it himself. Secondly, the vast sacred land did not lack for artifacts at the Saint Realm level, at least. There were enough qualified individuals to wield one. After all, those at the peak of the 9th heaven were not easily found, and gathering a multitude was nearly tantamount to summoning the pinnacle of power beneath the ancestral level of a major faction. Thirdly, requesting a Saint Realm artifact at such a gathering could be perceived as overly ostentatious, potentially exposing his identity. Lin Fan carefully considered his current situation and needs, weighing his words. Do you possess any artifacts that require minimal true energy to activate? Bai Hua nodded. I happen to have a few. They were crafted by the Qi sect using special methods, and can achieve Saint Monarch level effects with just the infusion of Saint Commander level true energy, making them particularly suitable for subterfuge. Of course, to truly attain the effects of a Saint Monarch, the user must reach that level of cultivation. Otherwise, the efficacy would diminish according to the disparity in cultivation levels. Lin Fan's lips twitched slightly. Only requiring Saint Commander level true energy, He was entirely unaware of the precise implications of that level. Ahem. Lin Fan decided to seek further clarification. Are there any artifacts that could be utilized by half-baked cultivators who have not fully entered the human realm? Or even by mere mortals? Ideally, the resulting power should reach the saint realm level. As he concluded, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. How awkward. In that moment, he suddenly recalled that seeking such a treasure would inevitably expose his true nature, akin to requesting a sacred artifact directly. Who among the esteemed masters would have the leisure to collect artifacts intended for mere mortals? He cast a somewhat guilty glance at Lady Sun, and beneath her indistinct visage, he sensed a shift in her expression. Oh no, had he truly revealed his secrets? In the next instant, he heard Lady Sun speak with an air of urgency. Have you perhaps located the abyss of nihility? The abyss of nihility? What on earth is that? Lin Fan stood frozen, yet to her, his silence seemed like acquiescence. The abyss of nihility had long been the subject of rumors, with countless souls in pursuit. Yet after millennia, none had ever uncovered its whereabouts. Perhaps everyone overlooked one crucial detail. The abyss of nihility may not reside within the upper realm. After all, when the legends first circulated, the realms had yet to be fully divided. Is that so? He replied, utterly ignorant of what the abyss of nihility truly entailed and disinterested in finding out. However, according to her implication, venturing to this place seemed to require gathering some artifacts that even mortals could wield, which piqued his interest. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, Lady Sun shook her head emphatically. Regardless of whether you have genuinely located the abyss of nihility, I advise against entering it directly. The veracity of the current rumors is dubious at best. Regardless of whether anyone has entered the abyss, I have yet to hear of anyone emerging from it alive. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. All right, I understand. In any case, he had no intention of going there. Whatever may come of it, he was unconcerned. Oh wait, is this even a matter of going or not? It's a matter of being unable to find it at all. These individuals surely overestimate his capabilities. Thank you for your kindness, but I still desire powerful artifacts that mere mortals can wield. Whatever the abyss of nihility may be, I must secure those artifacts first. If Lin Fan could indeed acquire a sacred artifact that mere mortals could activate, it would elevate the combat prowess of the entire human race to unprecedented heights. It seems you are quite resolute in your intentions, so I shall refrain from further persuasion. Bai Hua's face betrayed a hint of regret, yet she was inwardly astonished. She did not believe he was unaware of the abyss's dangers. Even so, his insistence on exploration indicated a profound confidence in his own abilities. At present, I do not possess such artifacts, but I will make every effort to procure them for you. Nevertheless, it will require some time. Very well. Lin Fan was uncertain whether to feel elated or despondent. The good news was that he finally had a lead on such artifacts, which offered a glimmer of hope. The bad news was the uncertainty of how long he would have to wait to acquire them. As the conversation between Xian Huang and Dao Jun concluded, he spoke again. Kuan, your recent activities in the lower realm have attracted considerable attention. I suggest you assume a different identity and maintain a low profile. Be wary of the enforcement squad. The other 6 individuals pondered silently, realizing that Kuan's commotion in the lower realm might lead to the discovery of his true identity. Lin Fan waved his hand nonchalantly. Let them come. If they can uncover anything, it will be my defeat. What does their pursuit of Wanfa Daojun have to do with me, Lin Fan? He is merely an ordinary man, untroubled by the perils that await him. Surely, the enforcement team cannot extract anything substantial from him. The Lord of the Xianhuang nodded. It appears your preparations are indeed quite thorough, so I shall refrain from further concern. Considering the possibility that the celestial demons may possess additional strength, we must all remain vigilant, as this pertains to each of our interests. Henceforth, our gatherings will transition from once a year to once a month, allowing for increased exchange of intelligence. Should any urgent matters arise, I will convene an emergency meeting, just as I have today. Chapter 67. A calm sea. Though such was the declaration, it was evident that the assembly did not take this matter to heart. Primarily, this occurrence transpired in the lower realms, and Lin Fan, codenamed Kuan, had already indicated that the situation was nearing resolution, thus rendering it of little consequence to them. And naturally, they exhibited a lack of enthusiasm. Furthermore, this was merely the second gathering, aside from the convener, Lord Xianhuang. The attendees were largely unfamiliar with one another's identities, and trust was still lacking, making genuine collaboration unattainable. Even if they were to mount an operation against the remnants of the celestial demons, their focus would undoubtedly remain on their own factions rather than this casual assembly. Consequently, the meeting swiftly approached its conclusion. Although it appeared that much was discussed, the actual exchange of ideas was limited. Lord Xianhuang sensed this, but could only sigh inwardly. After all, The gathering he had convened was fundamentally a platform for transactions rather than an organization, and thus its members would lack any sense of belonging. All of this would require time to cultivate. In his perspective, however, such time would require at least a millennium to develop. Once the situation with the celestial demons was resolved, the gatherings would revert to an annual frequency. For them, meeting once a year was already quite frequent. Lin Fan awoke in a state of confusion, recalling the events that had transpired and feeling a twinge of apprehension. What should he do? The frequency of the gatherings was increasing, and his actions within them could not be reconciled with the realities of the Lord of 10,000 laws. He would surely soon be discovered. How could he address this dilemma? Should he divulge the truth to them? Yet, he currently had no means of locating the true Lord of 10,000 laws to explain the circumstances. Furthermore, apart from the gossip gatherings, he lacked any other means to contact Lord Xianwang. This meant that if he wished to disclose the matter, he would have to do so face-to-face at next month's gathering. Lin Fan deemed this an unwise course of action, fearing he might be struck down on the spot. However, as he pondered, a sense of righteousness began to swell within him. After all, it was not he who had deceived them. It was that individual who had drawn him into the gathering, and he had never explicitly acknowledged himself as the Lord of 10,000 laws. The blunder had originated with them, so why should he feel perplexed? This was hardly Lin Fan's fault. Resolving to let the matter unfold when trouble inevitably approached, he reassured himself that the responsibility lay with them, and they should bear the consequences. Having come to this conclusion, Lin Fan felt emboldened and promptly returned to sleep. Curse this accursed dream gathering for disturbing his pleasant slumber. During this period of unparalleled tranquility, it was evident that Lin Fan's formidable presence within the Sacred Sword's secret realm had instilled a profound sense of trepidation among various factions, particularly the demonic forces. They appeared to have completely retreated into their metaphorical shells, adopting a purely defensive posture, refraining from any offensive maneuvers, or even daring to step beyond their established territories. This newfound sense of security emboldened the disciples of the human race, who fervently petitioned for Lin Fan to lead the human army in a counteroffensive against the demons, aspiring to reclaim the 8 sacred sites that had been usurped. If circumstances permitted, they envisioned a campaign that would march straight to the heart of the demon stronghold, annihilating them entirely. At this moment, the proponents of war within the sacred grounds were filled with a renewed vigor. However, they were perplexed by the lack of response from the sacred ancestor, who seemed disinclined to initiate any counterattack. The most he would do was send forth a few small teams for minor skirmishes, continually advising his disciples to prioritize their own safety, even at the cost of inaction. As for himself, he steadfastly refrained from direct engagement. The sacred ancestor, undeniably a transcendent master beyond the sacred realm, was unparalleled throughout the celestial domain. The annihilation of the demon race was but a mere gesture away, so why, then, did he remain inactive? Such bewilderment was not confined to the human race alone. Even the nearby powerful factions observing the situation shared similar sentiments. No one dared to question the strength of the human sacred ancestor. Yet this enigmatic master's seemingly illogical conduct raised eyebrows. Only the heavenly symbol Saint Monarch discerned the truth, speculating that the sacred ancestor was indeed a visitor from a higher realm. Engaging in battles within the confines of the secret realm was one thing, but venturing to confront the demons at their doorstep could invite retribution from the higher planes. The sacred ancestor's current actions aligned with this understanding. Lin Fan, observing the influx of battle requests, could not help but inwardly chastise his subordinates for their overzealousness. One particular request boldly proclaimed a desire to slay Cavalro and present his head before the sacred ancestor. One might assume it was penned by a formidable master. Yet upon closer inspection, it bore the signature of a mere third-tier Earth Realm steward, destined to become cannon fodder on the battlefield. By the heavens, if a conflict were to erupt, each of them would be eagerly anticipating my intervention against Cavalro. Did they truly believe I was unaware of their intentions? Indeed, after Lin Fan entrusted the spatial ring to Despair and retrieved a vast array of spiritual herbs, a portion of his disciples experienced significant advancements in their cultivation. Even Yun Yan, the alchemist who had been stagnating at the 3rd tier of the celestial realm, seized the opportunity to successfully break through to the 4th tier. The transition from the 3rd to the 4th tier marked a qualitative leap, a commendable achievement for an alchemist. Despair had already identified the opportunity to ascend to the 9th tier of the celestial realm, with only the final step remaining. Additionally, numerous celestial realm experts had ascended 1 or 2 tiers. Consequently, the overall strength of the human race had risen, which might explain their buoyant spirits. However, in comparison to the demons, they still seemed wanting. While the quality of their celestial realm experts appeared to have caught up, Lin Fan had to reassess the true elite fighting power possessed by the human faction beyond mere appearances. What elite fighting power could they truly claim? After careful consideration, it appears that there exists but a single puppet of the first level of the sacred realm. Should Lin Fan fully harness the fifth level of the Earth realm's power, he might be capable of controlling such a creation. Yet, what purpose would that serve? Before the third level of the sacred realm, Cavalro, would it not be effortlessly vanquished with a mere swipe of his hand? Therefore, should a full-scale war with the demon race commence, there may be an initial advantage. But once the higher-tiered combatants of the sacred realm join the fray, their true forms would be swiftly revealed. Alas, it seems prudent to refrain from such actions. With a sigh, Lin Fan pushed aside the petitions for battle, leaning dejectedly upon the table. Over a month had passed since the conclusion of the Sacred Sword's secret realm, during which even the Bagua conference had reconvened. The good news was that he had not been exposed as an impostor, while the bad news was that Miss Sun had yet to uncover the treasured artifact he sought, necessitating further patience. The demon race had remained silent for a month. Could they be plotting something monumental? Chapter 68, Arrival of the Law Enforcement Team. After more than a month of silence, Cavalro finally awaited the arrival of the individual he had long anticipated. A swirling mass of dark demonic energy descended upon the demon race's secret chamber, causing the elders of the heavenly realm to tremble in fear, even daring not to gaze directly upon the entity. Cavalro, too, was drenched in cold sweat, yet, to uphold the dignity of his position, he forced himself to remain steadfast, despite his quaking form. Nevertheless, his heart swelled with uncontainable joy. If humanity existed not solely in the lower realms, then surely, as a race of considerable numbers, the demon race would not fumble in the upper realms. You may refer to me as master of the demon sect. The demonic energy gradually coalesced into human form, revealing a remarkably youthful man clad in a black robe adorned with purple patterns, a short axe slung across his back, which seemed somewhat incongruous with his overall demeanor. Indeed, master of the demon sect, Cavalro could finally exhale in relief. Their demon race now boasted a formidable expert from the upper realms, allowing them to stand tall against humanity. No longer relegated to the status of a timid turtle, this individual was a master of the sacred sect level, hence the title bestowed upon him. Of course, within his own faction, he was merely an ordinary disciple, and the reason for his descent to the lower realms was simply that no one else wished to undertake the journey. However, this did not imply he could not exert his influence and revel in the pleasures of life among the demon race in the lower realms. Indeed, that was the primary purpose of his expedition. Addressing the demon race's predicament was merely an ancillary concern. The true aim was to flaunt his superiority and indulge in life's luxuries, for otherwise, his descent to the lower realms would be for naught. Are you certain that individual is truly a master beyond the sacred realm? He sought confirmation from Cavalro, who nodded emphatically. I witnessed the immense fluctuations of true energy with my own eyes. Could there be any doubt? If you venture into that secret realm, you shall behold the terrifying remnants of battle left in its wake. In retrospect, Cavalro felt a twinge of fear, grateful he had fled early. Otherwise, he might have found himself buried beneath some grave. Very well. The master of the demon sect inclined his head slightly. If your assertions hold true, then you may now sit here and await news of that individual's demise. The act of individuals from the upper realm stealthily descending into the lower realm is strictly forbidden by decree. Naturally, if one conducts themselves with sufficient discretion, the enforcement team typically refrains from probing too deeply. Those individuals are unlikely to occupy themselves unnecessarily. Thus, as long as one does not overstep, many infractions are often overlooked. However, the consequences of venturing into the lower realm are not trivial. It is far from being akin to casually visiting one's own backyard at will. Nonetheless, those who, like you mentioned, brazenly expose their existence, once apprehended by the enforcement team, will undoubtedly face execution without mercy. Really, the elders of the demon clan are elated. If the human saint were to perish at this very moment, it would be exquisite news for them. Indeed, the demon sect leader patted his chest and candidly revealed. Upon receiving your earlier transmission, I directly reported that individual to the enforcement team. Now, it is highly likely that the enforcement team has already arrived at his doorstep. Cavalro finally exhaled a long sigh of relief, and upon meeting the avaricious gaze of the demon sect leader, he instantly understood the implication. Esteemed demon sect leader, fine wine, delectable cuisine, and beautiful companions are all prepared. We await your esteemed presence. These three indulgences may not be essential for cultivators. Yet even the most formidable practitioners must concede that mortals possess a superior understanding of enjoyment. The demon sect leader revealed a meaningful smile, not rejecting Cavalro's generous offer. However, once this fellow departed with the other elders from the secret chamber, Cavalro's smile vanished from his countenance. A person devoid of ambition, merely subsisting day by day. Even such a waste can attain such a rank in the upper realm. It truly is a wondrous place. If only one day. Cavero sighed deeply, reflecting on how even the most insignificant individual sent from the upper realm could dominate before him, evoking a profound sense of disparity within him. The strongest leader of the demon clan. Are those from the lower realm genuinely born inferior? Simultaneously, within the vast sacred land, two beings clad in azure robes hovered in the void, their forms concealed. Not a single disciple below could perceive their presence, despite their elevation. It is more accurate to describe them as beings rather than mere individuals, for their appearances are indeed peculiar. The figure on the left resembles a distorted octopus, with countless slippery tentacles protruding from its sleeves instead of hands, and its face, shrouded beneath a wide-brimmed hat, is entirely featureless. The figure on the right is covered in fur, boasting 6 arms and 4 legs, with pure white wings sprouting from its back, and its visage leans more towards that of a beast than a human. The members of the enforcement team encompass nearly all races, excluding the celestial demons, representing the most formidable and comprehensive force in the upper realm, declaring themselves as absolutely neutral. Consequently, it is entirely reasonable that, to avoid any semblance of bias, both parties dispatched 2 members of the enforcement team who are neither human nor demon to investigate the situation. Is this the very location where the individual who slipped into the lower realm is concealed? Humph, to choose a clan leader as their disguise and act so ostentatiously. Do they truly believe we are oblivious? The tentacled member on the left appeared to have hastily condemned Lin Fan, having made a judgment before even beginning to investigate, firmly asserting that the other was a transgressor from the lower realms. His words dripped with disdain, a sentiment fueled by the fact that both he and his companion had attained the revered rank of Saint General, an echelon far above mere ordinary team members. Even in the higher realms, here, with but a single breath, they could effortlessly obliterate an entire major power, rendering their arrogance almost brazenly apparent. Opting for such a conspicuous identity as a disguise suggested that their adversary lacked experience and likely had not advanced significantly in cultivation. Let us confront him directly. The half-orc on the right nodded, eager to resolve the matter swiftly. With this contribution, I shall finally acquire that coveted artifact. Both were disinclined to delay. In a flash, they teleported to the entrance of Lin Fan's abode, their gazes penetrating inward, seeking to discern the true depth of his cultivation. Such a clumsy pretender, let us unmask him. Shall we? Their eyes momentarily froze, then turned to regard one another, as if both had encountered a cascade of questioning thoughts floating above their heads. Lin Fan sat quietly, feigning to peruse documents, though in truth, he was propped up on his hand, nearly succumbing to slumber. There is absolutely no aura. This is the essence of a mere mortal. Chapter 69, False Alarm? How can this be anything resembling a master from the upper realms? He is, without a doubt, an exceedingly ordinary individual. The 2 law enforcement officers were so intimidated by the thought of their own breath potentially extinguishing him that they could discern no semblance of mastery in their opponent. Thus, a shared notion swiftly arose within both of their minds. Cursed demon race, how dare they raise a false alarm? The law enforcement squad placed significant emphasis on maintaining order between the realms. Hence, any report would invariably lead to an investigation. At least, that was the official stance. However, the time of each law enforcement officer was precious, as their responsibilities extended beyond the lower realms to encompass various disputes in the upper realms. They had little time to squander, especially when their own cultivation awaited. Therefore, when a report was found to be false, the officers would often turn their punitive measures against the informant, seeking to extract some form of recompense as a reward for their diligence. Let us find that individual and demand an explanation. In an instant, the figures of the 2 law enforcement officers vanished, and Lin Fan, unable to maintain his composure any longer, collapsed onto the table. Under the gentle morning sunlight, it was indeed easy to succumb to drowsiness. In the very next moment, the 2 figures reappeared at the front lines of the demon race. For those of Saint General rank, the constraints of the lower realms were far less restrictive than those of the upper realms. Thus, the distance traversed during teleportation here was at least 100-fold, if not 1,000-fold, greater than in the higher realms. This was the true essence of indulgence. The demon sect reclined comfortably in a plush chair, consuming the rare spirit wine hoarded by the Cavalloro as if it were mere water, a variety of exquisite ingredients spread out beside him, and in his embrace, a stunning demoness nestled closely. While nearly 90% of cultivators pursued the path of attaining greater power as their primary objective, the demon race, being an intelligent species, often found themselves with a multitude of unconventional individuals among their ranks. Upon realizing his own lack of aptitude and the futility of advancement, he shifted his focus towards indulgence. After all, Reaching the level of Saint Sovereign makes it increasingly improbable to perish from natural causes. Thus, seizing the opportunity to savor the prolonged existence seemed the wisest course. In truth, the lifespan of a saint-level cultivator already exceeds 10,000 years, while that of a Saint Sovereign is measured in tens of thousands. Should one ascend further to the rank of Saint General, death from old age becomes virtually impossible. Yet, beginning at the Saint Sovereign tier, cultivators must confront a tribulation known as the calamity of fate at regular intervals. The intensity of this calamity does not hinge upon the current cultivation level, but rather on the number of times it has been faced. In other words, the power of the calamity escalates with each triggering. Successfully overcoming one calamity signifies that the subsequent one will be considerably more formidable. This phenomenon explains why the upper realms do not witness a scenario wherein Saint Sovereigns are as common as dogs, and Saint Generals abound, even amidst an eternally unimpeded timeline. Even the lowliest beings can unleash extraordinary talents. The sole method of countering this adversity is through continuous self-improvement, enhancing one's cultivation to withstand the calamity. If one's current level cannot endure the impending calamity's might, the only recourse is to elevate their cultivation. Failure to do so results in being struck down by divine retribution, leaving no room for blame. The calamity arises from the heart and is summoned from within, impervious to any external forces. This predicament elucidates why there exists a plethora of saints in the upper realms, yet the numbers dwindle sharply at the Saint Sovereign level. Many are reluctant to confront the calamity, thereby choosing to remain at the saint level for their lifetimes. However, in the upper realms, the saint level is fundamentally insufficient, relegating its practitioners to the status of low-tier disciples within various sections. Below this level lies the ordinary saint realm. Given the unique environment of the upper realms, the existence of the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity can only be likened to that of children. Any adult must commence their journey as a saint, lest they be deemed worthless. Thus, nearly all ascenders experience a rapid surge in cultivation upon reaching the upper realms, a consequence of their innate talents receiving ample true energy. The demon sect is aware of this. There was once an ascender from their ranks who, upon arriving in the upper realms as a mere 9th-tier Saint Sovereign, ascended to the 3rd tier of Saint General within a year. This record dates back 2 millennia, and the current status of that individual is beyond what he dares to contemplate. His choice to transcend the Saint Sovereign level, rather than remain a lifetime among the saints, was undoubtedly motivated by the desire for enhanced privileges through cultivation, enabling a more fulfilling existence. Life as a saint is not as enviable as many presume. They dwell at the base of sect hierarchies, frequently assigned to perilous tasks, resulting in few reaching the end of their days in peace. In summary, this descent into the lower realms must be relished. Upon returning to the sect, obtaining such treatment at his status would be far more challenging. After all, there are no mortal nations in the upper realms, only a multitude of sects standing tall. Just as he was about to savor a ripe fruit, he suddenly sensed 2 terrifying auras approaching, causing him to choke slightly and open his eyes in alarm. At this moment, the 2 law enforcement officers were fuming with indignation, though they lacked any semblance of facial hair. The individual who had made a false report had coerced them into performing menial labor, while he reclined here in comfort, seemingly enjoying himself. Was there anything amiss? The sorcerer was utterly perplexed. As the one who had summoned the authorities, his presence in the mortal realm was somewhat justifiable. Yet he had not engaged in any wrongdoing. There was no reason for them to target him. Had they executed that human on the spot and come to report to me? Wait, such news hardly warranted my notification. Are you truly certain that the information you provided is accurate? One of the tentacled officers stepped forward, his expression decidedly displeased, though, technically, he had no face. Is there an issue? The sorcerer replied with an air of uncertainty, as he had not verified the truth of the matter himself. He had merely taken the word of Cavalro, and now, faced with direct inquiry, he found himself unable to assert anything with confidence. Hearing his dubious tone only intensified the ire of the 2 law enforcement officers. We require you to accompany us. We have substantial grounds to suspect that you have deceived the enforcement team out of personal grievances with the human race. Should you fail to provide adequate evidence, you shall bear the consequences. The sorcerer was taken aback, his legs trembling under the oppressive aura of the 2 powerful beings. Yet he remained oblivious to the true nature of the situation. May I inquire about one matter? What precisely have you discovered? The half-orc officer advanced a step. We have conducted a thorough investigation into the target you reported. Indeed, an exceedingly meticulous one, considering we merely glanced from afar. However, we have ascertained that his cultivation level is that of an ordinary mortal, not even a practitioner. How could he possibly be a fugitive from the upper realm? An ordinary mortal? The sorcerer felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, struggling to comprehend the assertions of the 2 before him. He had anticipated they would claim that the ancestral figure of the human race was a local expert who had cultivated in the lower realm, not a criminal fleeing from the upper realm. He was taken aback to receive such a definitive statement of ordinariness. Are you suggesting that an ordinary mortal commanded a band of weaklings to subdue the demon race, even causing the leader of the lower realm's sanctum to flee in terror? What a farce. Surely you jest. Gentlemen, you truly cannot be mistaken, can you? The two law enforcement officers raised their eyebrows, despite the fact that for them, the concept of eyebrows was rather abstract. Are you implying that we are deceiving you? Not at all. However, this is quite perplexing. Just as the sorcerer grappled with how to respond, Cavalro finally sensed the immense energy fluctuations in the vicinity and hurriedly approached, fearing that the being from the upper realm might cause trouble. And who might these two be? They are esteemed law enforcement officers. The sorcerer seized the opportunity to deflect responsibility, his eyes gleaming with hope. Our intelligence originates from this individual. Allow him to elucidate the particulars. He is the party involved. He presented Cavalro as the scapegoat, leaving Cavalro bewildered, forced to turn towards the two law enforcement officers, who appeared to possess considerable power. May I inquire about the situation at hand? The individual you reported possesses merely the attributes of a mortal, and we have not detected any signs of cultivation or the unique aura associated with the higher realms. It seems that, after repeated explanations, the two law enforcement officers have grown somewhat impatient, causing Cavalro to break into a cold sweat. Just a mortal? The ancestor of humanity is merely a mortal. Impossible. This is utterly inconceivable. Cavalro distinctly remembers how effortlessly the other party shattered his domain, as well as the explosive surge of true energy that followed. All of this was witnessed firsthand. There can be no deception. Thus, he promptly dismissed the notion that the ancestor of humanity is truly just an ordinary mortal. The only plausible explanation is that the opponent has concealed their aura, evading detection by the two officers. As far as I am aware, the cultivation technique practiced by the ancestor of humanity is known as the veiling heaven divine skill. Once mastered, this technique allows one to completely obscure their aura, rendering them undetectable by others. Cavalro immediately articulated this common knowledge, yet upon finishing his statement, he fell into a moment of astonishment. The name of the veiling heaven divine skill was a piece of information deliberately released by the ninth ancestor of humanity before entering seclusion. At that time, Cavalro had not believed that such a technique existed, considering it merely a smokescreen concocted by his adversary. However, to his astonishment, it seemed that the opponent had indeed mastered it. Yet, upon further reflection, the preceding deductions appeared contradictory. If the current ancestor of humanity is a visitor from the higher realms, it would imply that the original ninth ancestor of humanity may have perished or, at the very least, is confined. Therefore, this individual could hardly possess the veiling heaven divine skill. Their ability to mask their aura must stem solely from a suppression of cultivation. Continuing with this conjecture, Cavalro felt an increasing chill down his spine as he could not suppress a gulp. As expected, he soon heard the two officers scoff. Have you lost your wits? Attempting to concoct a flimsy excuse to deceive us? We have seen much in the higher realms, and are familiar with various mainstream techniques, even some obscure ones. Yet we have never encountered any technique known as the veiling heaven divine skill, let alone one that can completely obscure a person's aura. How can this be possible? It is essential to understand that a cultivation technique is merely the foundation for a practitioner. The true measure of strength lies in the practitioner's own cultivation level. For instance, some techniques claim to possess devastating combat power, yet in reality, such power is only directed toward those of lesser cultivation. Translated into pragmatic terms, it merely indicates a slight advantage in combat within the same realm. Therefore, a technique capable of completely masking one's aura, such as the veiling heaven divine skill, cannot possibly exist. At most, it could prevent detection by those of the same realm or one rank higher. Beyond that, the suppression of cultivation cannot be compensated for by any technique. Thus, the two law enforcement officers, well versed in the fundamental rules of cultivation, naturally would not believe Cavalro's fabrications. Nor would they accept the existence of such an extraordinary technique as the veiling heaven divine skill. Cavalro was drenched in cold sweat. He understood that if he did not clarify the matter today, it was likely that by tomorrow, the demon race would have a new leader. This esteemed lord of the demon sect, having descended from the upper realm, probably would not return to that realm. The two of you may accompany me to explore the inner sanctum of the Holy Sword. Within, there exist traces of battle left by the ancestors of humanity. I am certain that with your discerning eyes, you will be able to ascertain the true cultivation level of that individual. The two law enforcers exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. One of them grasped Cavalro's shoulder, and in an instant, they teleported to hover above the Holy Sword's secret realm. Fortunately, the two law enforcers that Cavero encountered were not entirely malevolent. They displayed a commendable sense of duty. Otherwise, had they harbored ill intentions, they would have simply returned and reported the task completed without further investigation. Gentlemen, Cavero, drawing upon his experience, explained. Entering the secret realm would expose one to sword energy attacks. The higher one's cultivation, the more potent the sword energy. One of them waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Do you think we cannot withstand the trifling sword energy of this lower realm? No, I merely wish for you to proceed without me. Of course, Cavero refrained from voicing this thought, instead retreating a step to gesture for them to go ahead. With an air of confidence, the two enforcers stepped through the threshold of the secret realm. Boom. A terrifying wave of sword energy at the level of a holy general erupted instantaneously, engulfing their figures. Cavero could even faintly hear muffled groans. Could it be that these two were eliminated outright? Would they pin the blame for the murder of the upper realm's envoy on him, Cavero? Hey! Cavero's eyelids twitched. He sensed that something ominous was about to occur. Yet, he soon heard a feeble voice calling, "Cough, cough, inhabitants of the lower realm, come in." He exhaled deeply. It seemed that neither of the enforcers possessed the lowest cultivation level corresponding to their realm, as they had not been immediately slain by the sword energy. However, he then felt a pang of anxiety. Given his current injured state, if he were to force his way through the sword array, the outcome would likely not be favorable. Damn it! For the future of the demon race, I must press on. A scream echoed from the entrance of the secret realm. Chapter 71. A little bug has slipped in. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Inflict injury upon the demon leader Cavero with sword energy. Please continue to strive and deliver an even heavier blow to the demon race. Accumulate more rewards. What in the world? Lin Fan awoke bewildered from his slumber, startled by the system notification. This bewildering timing came with an equally perplexing reward. Injured by sword energy? When did that fellow get hurt? If he received a system reward, it must mean that this endeavor was somehow connected to him. Could it be that he harbored a grudge against me and returned to the secret realm? What a deep-seated enmity this must be. Yet, it must be said, this was indeed fortuitous for Lin Fan. His accumulated cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the Earth realm. This did not imply that the rewards were diminishing. Rather, as one ascended through the ranks, the required cultivation increased, resulting in slower progress. After all, traversing the threshold from the 6th to the 7th level of the Earth realm could be considered a modest barrier, not easily overcome. On the other side, Cavero, clutching his grievously injured body, trembled slightly as he followed the two members of the enforcement team, noticing that their complexions were hardly any better. In his prime, as a triple-tiered sage, he would have effortlessly withstood the onslaught of the sage's sword energy. But in his current, severely wounded state, he had barely survived the sword's assault. The pallor of the two enforcement officers suggested that their levels of cultivation were not particularly impressive, likely only at the 2nd tier of their corresponding realm, 8th grade. Unfamiliar with the hierarchical classifications of the upper realm, Cavero instinctively guessed their ranks by tier. Please follow me. The traces of battle lie just ahead. The grim expressions of the two enforcement officers were not solely due to their own injuries. In their minds, the lower realm was a savage land. The common folk of the upper realm, who were often seen as mere mortals, were regarded as overlords here, hardly worthy of mention. Yet now, they had encountered sword energy capable of injuring them in this lower realm. They were not fools, and thus understood that the secret realm before them was undoubtedly extraordinary. How could such a wondrous place exist in the lower realm, of which they had never heard before? It seemed that their colleagues who had previously descended on missions had never mentioned it either. Was it a deliberate concealment, or had they simply never encountered it themselves? With such doubts lingering, the two followed Cavero's lead until they arrived at the very spot where the crane sage had met his demise. The evidence here was unmistakable. With a vast fissure above, still faintly exuding remnants of dissipating true chi, as if narrating the might of the destroyer, the tentacled enforcer squinted his non-existent eyes, remarking, "This aura appears to belong to a sage general of the 9th tier, slightly weaker than the two of us, but in such a wild land as this lower realm, it is sufficient to wield power." Cavero inwardly sighed. The enforcer's description of merely being slightly weaker indicated that he believed their adversary was at least of the same grand tier, differing only in specific rank. The fact that the human sage ancestor was such a formidable being rendered the defeat of their demon clan unsurprising. Indeed, if Cavero managed to retain even a shred of life, it could only be attributed to the adversary's extreme mercy. However, all that transpired before him allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. At last, he had discovered evidence to substantiate the prowess of the human sage ancestor. Surely, the two enforcement officers could no longer place the blame on his demon clan. This could only indicate that a sage general-level expert had indeed roamed the lower realm. The half-orc officer spoke again, dousing Cavero with a bucket of cold water, but that does not prove this sage general is the very individual you reported. If the human sage ancestor truly was a sage general-level expert, then the two of them would undoubtedly have uncovered some clues during their investigation. As members of the enforcement team assigned to such investigative tasks, they naturally possessed probing artifacts that exceeded their own levels of cultivation. Even if their opponent were a sage commander, it would be impossible for them to entirely conceal their aura under such artifacts, let alone a mere 9th-tier sage general. Surely, there could not exist some absurd technique that could mask everything so completely. Let us investigate once more, this time activating the artifact to its maximum power. If there are still no gains, then report truthfully to the higher-ups and conclude this task. The two agents grasped Cavero by either shoulder, and in an instant, they teleported to the hall where Lin Fan resided, simultaneously concealing Cavero's presence. Sandwiched between these two formidable experts, for reasons unknown, Cavero found himself devoid of confidence. The three of them simultaneously fixed their gaze on Lin Fan, as if attempting to pierce through his very essence. Yet, despite their fervent stares, they discerned no fluctuations of power at all. Should we test him? Nonsense. What if he truly is a mere mortal? After all, he is currently the leader of the human race from the lower realm. Recklessly slaying such a figure would undoubtedly lead to our execution upon returning to the law enforcement team. As the leader of the demon race from the lower realm, why don't you take the initiative to test him? Cavero awkwardly took a step back, his reason being clear. He feared being killed on the spot. Although the human ancestor would be exposed should he retaliate, Cavero evidently did not wish to sacrifice his life for the annihilation of another. Just as the two agents were on the verge of abandoning the mission, Lin Fan suddenly raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on the pillar behind the three. There, a black spider scurried up and down, weaving a web in the crevices, causing Lin Fan to furrow his brow. How did a small insect manage to sneak in? Had he been too lenient, rendering the servants responsible for cleaning the hall somewhat disoriented? After all, since he ascended to the position of leader, he had scarcely imposed any severe punishments on the servants within the celestial sect. Perhaps it was because he himself was a mortal that he did not wish to make things difficult for those mundane beings toiling in the celestial realm. However, this could not serve as an excuse for their lack of diligence. The three, poised to leave, were suddenly taken aback. Cavero instinctively met Lin Fan's gaze, but immediately averted his eyes in trepidation. Despite being in a concealed state, he felt as though he were stark naked in someone else's abode, utterly devoid of any sense of secrecy. Should I impose some punishment? Lin Fan pondered that it was imperative to re-establish his authority as an ancestor. As the supreme leader, such measures were indeed necessary. Cavero broke into a cold sweat, instinctively turning to seek assistance, only to find that the expressions of the two law enforcement agents were hardly reassuring. In their eyes, Lin Fan remained devoid of any discernible aura. The hearts of the two agents chilled to the bone. Deeply regretting having heeded that foolish demon's advice to return and take a look, for now, they had uncovered the situation. Assuming there were no extraordinary divine abilities at play, and considering they possessed high-level probing artifacts, if the Lin Fan before them truly descended from the upper realm and could conceal his aura from them, it could only mean one thing. His cultivation vastly exceeded theirs. A saint? Or perhaps a sacred monarch? Undoubtedly, regardless of which, neither was a foe they could contend with. The other party could effortlessly annihilate them, leaving not a trace behind. In the mysterious realm, the aura of a saint general lingers, suggesting the possibility that its master may not be the only saint general present. Perhaps such power is merely sufficient to confront a particular adversary. Thus, upon hearing the word punishment uttered by the opposing party, both individuals felt a tightening in their chests, with their only source of reassurance being their identities as law enforcement officers. While two saint generals could be easily extinguished with a mere wave of a hand, they represented the authority of the enforcement team, and none dared to openly provoke its majesty. At that moment, Lin Fan altered his posture, appearing increasingly nonchalant. Alas, it was but a minor infraction, not warranting any severe repercussions. After all, it was merely an oversight involving a single insect. A slight deduction from wages would suffice as a warning, ensuring it was not overly harsh, for even the menial workers must sustain their livelihoods. As Lin Fan pondered how to maintain his ancestral authority without imposing excessive punishment, he fell into deep contemplation. The two law enforcement officers finally exhaled in relief. Indeed, they were merely executing their orders and had no intention of inciting the other party's ire, which hardly constituted a grave error. Nevertheless, some form of punishment was still requisite. Their hearts sank once more, yet they hesitated to disclose their presence or inquire further, leaving them in a state of acute anxiety. It seemed that this esteemed senior desired them to convey a token of acknowledgement. The tentacled officer was the first to react, unfastening the jade pendant from his waist and gently placing it in a corner of the hall. The half-orc officer quickly followed suit, plucking one of his feathers, infusing it with vital energy, and placing it beside the jade pendant. A spark of inspiration struck Lin Fan, as he seemingly devised an excellent solution. He gently clenched his fist, a smile gracing his lips. This would suffice. The two officers, feeling a weight lifted from their shoulders, offered a respectful farewell and swiftly seized Cavalro, their figures vanishing in an instant. Lin Fan soared forward, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the corner, where he spotted the jade pendant and feather resting. These attendants were becoming increasingly negligent. I could overlook a small insect, but how could they miss such a significant object? A mere stone and a feather. Such blatant refuse piled in the corner indicated that a rectification of discipline was indeed imperative. Upon reappearing in the demon camp, Cavalro seemed to awaken from a dream. He had been mistaken, profoundly so. The saint ancestor of the human race was not merely an entity transcending the sacred realm. His cultivation had reached an unpredictable level. He had not been masquerading as he had imagined, even daring to reveal his identity before them. He was utterly unafraid of the so-called law enforcement team. At that moment, the two law enforcement officers were also drenched in cold sweat, instinctively wiping the beads of perspiration from their foreheads. In my estimation, this esteemed senior was at least at the saint respect level, if not the saint monarch level. How could such a figure possibly appear here? What could his intentions be? Did they pertain to significant matters influencing both realms? As they deliberated, Cavalro could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Gentlemen, does the law enforcement team truly intend to remain indifferent? Since you are both entirely certain of this individual strength, why not report it upwards? Surely, there must exist a significant figure capable of resolving this matter." After hearing Cavalro's words, the two fell into a contemplative silence. After a long pause, one of them finally spoke. Indeed, he did not shy away from the specific issues, but rather boldly intimidated us. However, from beginning to end, it was merely intimidation, confined to words, devoid of any palpable pressure or presence. In other words, we possess no evidence to substantiate his prowess at the upper realm. All our conclusions are based solely on conjecture. This predicament tormented the duo, as the law enforcement team, being the most formidable neutral institution in the upper realm, undoubtedly harbored formidable beings of the Saint Lord or even Saint King caliber. Such powerful entities could effortlessly eradicate the concealed human ancestor lurking in the lower realm. Yet, the dilemma lies in how to summon such high-ranking individuals to take action, following the standard protocol for reporting tasks, without concrete evidence. It is unlikely that even a Saint Lord would intervene, let alone a Saint Venerable. No individual in a high position would squander their time on potentially erroneous intelligence. If Lin Fan is a concealed powerhouse, the lack of evidence renders any action against him futile. Acting independently would merely invite disaster. Conversely, if Lin Fan is not a hidden strongman, there is even less justification for taking action against him. Therefore, in either scenario, the wisest course of action is to immediately terminate this mission. Although the two law enforcers maintained a sense of professionalism, they were reluctant to invite unnecessary trouble upon themselves. The half-orc law enforcer spoke. "There is not entirely no way. You have witnessed that senior in action with your own eyes. Let us extract your memories to create a visual record, which would serve as compelling evidence. However, this may inflict some damage upon your soul, though not fatal. It is up to you to decide." How could Cavalro possibly refuse? Trading a wound to his soul for the fall of the strongest among the human race was undoubtedly a lucrative bargain. Yet, he soon found himself frozen in place. Upon reflection, he realized that when the human ancestor eradicated the malevolent spirit, he stood outside the secret realm and did not witness it firsthand. Furthermore, during the prior incident when the human ancestor breached his domain, he could barely discern the presence of the opponent. Coupled with the fact that this time the human ancestor demonstrated intimidation without revealing any vulnerabilities, Cavalro came to a sorrowful realization. The human ancestor, while seemingly ostentatious and unreserved, was, in truth, meticulous and left no stone unturned. He had left no substantial evidence whatsoever. In that moment, Cavalro profoundly grasped the wisdom, strategies, and tactics of this terrifying entity. He had not genuinely witnessed the use of powers beyond the saint realm. Thus, there was no recourse. The law enforcement team could no longer offer you protection, and the mission concludes here. We will report truthfully. Chapter 73. Cavalro's frustration. Cavalro gritted his teeth. With such a powerful figure present in the lower realm, is there truly no method to contend with him? The only one who has seen the human ancestor in action is the Saint Crane, yet he too has perished, leaving no trace of evidence. As he pondered, Cavaro felt a chill creeping down his spine. It seemed he had unraveled the true cause of the Saint Crane's demise. One of his comrades shrugged, stating, "We have maintained a constant, albeit not meticulous, observation of the lower realm. Thus, if you can provoke the opponent to reveal their extraordinary combat prowess in broad daylight, we can still hold them accountable." His two companions shared a sense of helplessness. Typically, few were inclined to venture into the lower realm. The scarcity of resources and the arduous nature of cultivation rendered the artifacts found there almost worthless in their eyes. Consequently, only those with aspirations beyond their reach would consider descending to such a barren land, those unable to thrive in the upper realm, seeking to wield power over a lesser plane. Yet, such individuals often lacked strength and status, struggling to grasp the secret arts of the lower realm, let alone take the first step into it. Those with both motive and mastery of such secrets were exceedingly rare, and given the multitude of celestial domains in the lower realm, it was improbable for runaways to congregate in a single location. Furthermore, those who descended typically remained discreet, resulting in an apparent absence of individuals fleeing the lower realm. Any occasional discoveries were swiftly dealt with by the enforcement team. Thus, the presence of a formidable figure of at least the saint level in such a place astounded the two enforcement officers. At that moment, they found themselves at a loss for action, ultimately deciding to conclude their mission and bid farewell to Cavaro before hastily returning to the upper realm. Let us consider the silver lining. At least we have confirmed that our adversary is a master from the upper realm, which implies they will not launch a large-scale assault against our demon clan. Another figure approached from behind, placing a reassuring hand on Cavaro's shoulder, attempting to console him as he seemed lost in thought. This was another surviving leader of the demon clan, known as Deducing, who had only recently arrived at the front lines. The peculiar naming convention appeared to be a tradition passed down within the demon clan, as they held little regard for familial lineage or heritage, resulting in a culture devoid of surnames. Although his cultivation fell short of Cavaro's, being merely at the first level of the saint realm, even that was a significant tier beyond the reach of mere celestial beings. Despite the human race seemingly eager for battle, their strength derived from that fearsome ancestral saint. Should that saint refrain from intervening, Cavaro could still easily handle the lesser adversaries. It was evident that both humans and demons would remain in a prolonged standoff for the foreseeable future, with neither side daring to instigate a large-scale offensive. Sighing, Cavaro turned to Deducing, suggesting, "Why not provoke them? If the human saint were to intervene and eliminate you, we would have grounds to request retribution from the upper realm. After all, if a celestial being were sent to instigate a confrontation, the humans could merely send forth their celestial beings in response. Only a provocation from the saint level would carry any weight." Deducing grimaced slightly, responding, "Perhaps not. I have an elderly mother aged 80 and a 12-year-old daughter to consider." Cavaro retorted incredulously, "You're over 3,000 years old. Where do you get an 80-year-old mother from? Wasn't your wife deceased for over 2 millennia? And how could you possibly have a 12-year-old daughter?" Cavaro was undoubtedly jesting. He would never allow his brother to face death. However, the fellow's response was rather dismissive, prompting an urge to strike him. Alas, it is best to observe the unfolding events patiently. If the adversary accomplishes their objectives in the lower realm and returns to the higher realm without further interference, it would be the most favorable outcome. Given the formidable strategies displayed by the holy ancestor of humanity, the likelihood of him inadvertently revealing his hand is virtually non-existent. The following day, Lin Fan found himself once again seated in the council chamber of the sect, though this time, the number of elders attending the meeting had significantly dwindled. This was not due to a lack of obedience to Lin Fan's commands. Rather, all the elders had retreated into seclusion. In the preceding period, the existential threat posed by the demon clan had kept everyone on high alert, leaving no room for meditation. They had scarcely dared to leave their posts, wishing instead to remain vigilant around the clock. The subsequent series of eruptive events had necessitated frequent high-level meetings within the vast sacred land, further curtailing any opportunity for solitary cultivation. It seemed everyone had forgotten that it is quite normal for cultivators to seclude themselves for decades, or even centuries. Under such pressing circumstances, they were forcibly relegated to the rhythm of mortals. Now, with the great holy ancestor providing oversight and the threat from the demon clan alleviated, there was no immediate intent for counterattack, allowing a multitude of elders to find themselves momentarily unoccupied. Thus, these individuals finally returned to their foundational practice, retreating into their respective chambers for meditation. They even solemnly bid farewell to the ancestor, promising to reconvene in a few hundred years. Lin Fan could only chuckle, wishing he could tell them a final goodbye. When they emerge after centuries, they might only be greeted by his ashes. Of course, this was merely jest. Should Lin Fan's lifespan reach its limit, he could effortlessly reclaim the cultivation stored within the system to prolong his life. ensuring he would not perish after just a few decades. In summary, the vast sacred land had finally transitioned from a state of wartime alertness to a normal rhythm befitting a sect of cultivators. Under such circumstances, it was improbable that meetings would occur as frequently as before. Even a single gathering within a year would be considered commonplace. Now, seated in the conference room, the attendees had convened for urgent matters. Lin Fan occupied the main seat, quietly reflecting on his meeting principles. 1. One must not cross their legs during meetings, otherwise, one might unwittingly issue some ludicrous command. 2. Avoid casting wandering glances, otherwise, some individuals may misconstrue your gaze as a signal, leading to the inadvertent issuance of absurd commands. 3. It is advisable to speak as little as possible. If one must speak, let it be in a manner that is enigmatic. Less talk, less error. Silence is often preferable. Indeed, ancient wisdom is rich in such maxims. 4. While adhering to the aforementioned principles, extra caution must be exercised around this fellow, Dispay. Holy ancestor. Dispay rose to his feet. We have received joint intelligence from multiple races. Chapter 74. The realm of mortals. It is unclear when exactly Dispay's standing within the sect began to ascend, yet he has been designated as the spokesperson for the ancestor. Albeit the ancestor himself has not acknowledged this. His prowess now approaches the 9th heaven, yet he still fails to rank among the top 10 within the vast sacred land. Nevertheless, his current stature warrants a modicum of respect even from the Grand Elder, which is why he has been entrusted with the role of the primary announcer during meetings. In truth, the elders who have weathered numerous trials harbor little animosity towards one another, at least in Lin Fan's eyes, while a few elders may possess somewhat eccentric temperaments. They ultimately share a genuine concern for the well-being of humanity. Over the course of millennia, as humanity suffered relentless defeats, numerous mortal kingdoms have gravitated towards the demon race, severing ties with many once allied races and factions. Yet, in recent days, we have received a succession of cordial letters from several prominent figures, expressing a desire to re-establish alliances with humanity, including, but not limited to, the Spirit Clan and the Beast Tribe. Additionally, several mortal kingdoms still under the dominion of the demon race, yet geographically closer to us, have discreetly sent missives, seeking our support to overthrow the demon's rule. As Dispay continued to relay the intelligence gathered, genuine smiles emerged on the faces of the elders. Under the auspices of the sacred ancestor, might we finally reclaim all that was lost? They bore no ill will towards these races or nations, recognizing their choices as entirely reasonable. They understood a fundamental truth. In this world, only power commands respect. Without power, there are no allies, no vassals. With strength, allies and vassals will willingly embrace you. It is a stark yet undeniable reality. Lin Fan pondered for a few moments, deciding to inform the other major powers that have expressed goodwill towards us that we could temporarily forge a superficial alliance. However, he advised against engaging in any profound collaboration for the time being. Complete trust in them had yet to be established. This caveat need not be communicated, of course. After all, the leaders of these great factions and races are seasoned individuals who have lived for millennia. Lin Fan would not be so presumptuous as to believe that his strategies could easily outmaneuver them, knowing full well the potential for treachery. The elders, however, deemed the sacred ancestor overly cautious. With his formidable strength, what need was there for concern over a mere saint-level Karami? Indeed, as for those other nations, let us respond perfunctorily for now. I have no immediate intention of assisting them in seizing power. Lin Fan reflected on the state of the mortal kingdoms in this world. Previously, he had not paid much attention to such matters. The term mortals encompasses all humanoid species devoid of cultivation, not solely humanity. Though humanity is the most populous intelligent race in this realm, there are indeed numerous other intelligent species, such as the demon race. The demon race is also a vast entity, with countless mortals among them, whose worldview does not harbor the profound enmity that exists between humans and demons, largely due to their fleeting lifespans. In a nation where diverse intelligent races coexist, whether led by humans, demons, or other entities, it is quite commonplace. Cultivation sects exert control over the mortal realms, offering protection while simultaneously receiving tributes from the common folk. Moreover, with cultivators backing them, it is exceedingly difficult for the mortal realms to be overthrown by uprisings. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for a dynasty to endure for thousands of years. Despite the brief lifespan of mortals, grassroots movements devoid of cultivator support, even if they muster an army of tens of thousands, would be swiftly quelled by cultivators, unable to gain any significant momentum. Therefore, the transition of dynasties inevitably signifies issues with the supporting cultivators. Mere mortals, no matter how they struggle, cannot create substantial waves. Cough. Cough. It seems somewhat awkward for Lin Fan to articulate this notion. For the time being, he does not wish to engage in a direct confrontation with the demon race. The current state of stalemate suits him perfectly, especially since he possesses a system that allows for gradual development. Although his system is notoriously frugal and cannot be compared to those that are overpowered, it remains more reliable than spending thousands of years on personal cultivation. Lin Fan yearned to spread his arms and proclaim, "Our sect is flourishing." Nevertheless, the elders remained oblivious to why Lin Fan consistently refrained from taking action, even against the mortal realms, yet they chose to comply with his directives. Furthermore, the time for talent assessment among the mortals in the several realms under their control was approaching. Selecting individuals with cultivation potential from the mortal realms to join the sect is a common practice among all factions, serving to infuse the sect with fresh blood. Although it may be challenging to find even one such individual in a single city, when considering multiple nations, a considerable number can be identified each year. These individuals will enter the sect, and whether they become mere disciples or future luminaries will depend entirely on their own fortunes. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he involuntarily coughed. Cough, cough. I will personally attend this talent selection. These days, he had grown rather idle in the sect. Having explored nearly every corner of the sect, he felt he had gleaned sufficient knowledge, and he dared not venture into the alchemy chambers for fear of being dragged by that old rascal Yun into another demonstration of alchemy. He had entrusted most affairs to his subordinates, as they were more experienced in handling trivial matters, while critical issues were reported directly by individuals like Dispay, ensuring no errors occurred. Consequently, the entire sect was permeated with a sense of ennui. Occasionally, Lin Fan wished to indulge in some amusement, but found himself at a loss for activities, especially in an era devoid of smartphones or computers. He certainly could not go hunting birds with a bunch of children. Moreover, the available food was quite unpalatable. Lin Fan could guarantee that if he dared to taste any of the delectable spiritual fruits or celestial dishes, he would immediately meet his demise. At this moment, the opportunity to venture into the mortal realm was not to be missed. He longed to witness the myriad of novelties that the people of this era had to offer and the culinary delights they could create. Regarding concerns for safety, there is no need for him to worry at all. Even a few disciples of the earthly realm could easily clear a path from the streets straight to the palace. What? The ancestor wishes to attend in person? Despair's eyelids flickered. He sensed an inexplicable aura of secrecy. Chapter 75. Lord Xinyu in the Mortal Realm. The selection of talent had not been a matter of great significance for quite some time. The core of the Holy Land primarily nurtured its successors through the direct disciples of the elders, while casting a wide net in the mortal realm merely served to ensure that no prodigious talent was overlooked. However, due to the relentless pressure from the demonic race, the human side could scarcely afford to wait for future geniuses to mature. A seed of the Holy Realm, at certain moments, was of no use without a truly capable expert of the earthly realm to guide it. The journey to attain the Holy Realm requires time and the tempering of experience. Regardless of one's innate talent, and humanity likely lacked the luxury of time for their growth. A seed of the Holy Realm that has not matured is merely a somewhat gifted weakling. The ancestor intends to attend in person? This is extraordinary. The occasions that necessitate his presence are certainly not trivial. Even during the prior seizure of the Crimson Flame Paper Man, the ancestor merely observed from the shadows, never intervening openly. Hence, whatever compels the ancestor to appear in person must transcend the mere selection of mortal talents. He undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. Could it be that there lies a monumental treasure within the mortal realm that necessitates the ancestor's personal involvement? Despair instinctively glanced downward, only to find Lin Fan not reclining casually, which left him somewhat disheartened. The ancestor's recent directives had become rather ambiguous. Other elders, though surprised, did not dwell on it too much. After all, the human race had fully risen again, and there was no longer a need to fret about the younger generation's growth. Ah, ancestor, the Grand Elder suddenly spoke. You currently have no direct disciples under your command. As the leader of our sect, it is imperative that you ponder this matter seriously. Lin Fan felt a flush of embarrassment. With his current level, teaching disciples would only hinder their progress. Those individuals would likely learn far more on their own than they would under his tutelage. Ahem, there is no rush regarding this matter. I will consider it. Sigh. The Grand Elder exhaled. I understand that your vision is remarkably high, ancestor, and that you generally disdain ordinary talent, yet we require an exemplar at this moment. Why not find someone to represent us for now? What do you mean? Can a direct disciple merely be found to fill in? Is that an option? The Grand Elder's concerns were not unfounded. A clan leader without direct disciples would inevitably evoke a sense of emptiness, suggesting a lack of successors. As the holy ancestor of the human race, a beacon for the entire clan, Lin Fan's direct disciples would serve as a standard, as well as a source of encouragement. As long as your disciple can glean even a fraction of your wisdom, that would be commendable. Haha, the key is that he hasn't even grasped the slightest insight. Lin Fan momentarily deflected this topic, turning his attention to the arrangements for the journey to the mortal realm, which would commence in accordance with traditional dates. Set to begin in half a month's time. During this period, another gossip gathering was convened. Clearly, due to the frequency of these meetings, enthusiasm among the participants waned, with the member codenamed Can even opting to forego attendance, declaring a self-imposed retreat for the next 500 years. For cultivators, 500 years is but a fleeting moment, especially for those of the Saint Monarch rank, whose tribulations occur only once every several millennia. A 500-year seclusion is akin to the mere snap of one's fingers. Ms. Sun continues her pursuit of information regarding the task assigner, yet thus far, her efforts have borne no fruit, as the individual remains exceedingly cautious. As per usual, the Xianhuang Daojun raises the demand for Saint King pills, but, as customary, no one engages in trade with him, making it a fixed part of the gathering's opening routine. It seems that the Demon Lord is unlikely to make an appearance anytime soon. The man codenamed Li spoke slowly. Holding a gathering once a month is excessively frequent. To facilitate the exchange of information, we are unable to engage in short-term retreats, which is truly counterproductive. The Xianhuang Daojun nodded in agreement. If we still do not uncover any information regarding the Demon Lord within the next 3 months, we shall adjust our gathering frequency to once a year. Lin Fan found delight in this prospect, yet he harbored some doubts. After attending so many gatherings, how had his true identity not been revealed? Could it be that the esteemed Wanfadeajan had already discerned his secret, but chose not to expose it? Li suddenly turned his gaze toward Lin Fan. Daoist Kuan, to my knowledge, the law enforcement team has dispatched 2 intermediate members to the lower realm to investigate matters pertaining to the Sacred Sword secret realm and its powerful beings. All eyes turned toward him, as they were already aware of Kuan's activities in the lower realm. Yet they were uncertain of the exact celestial domain in which he was involved. However, they all understood that the location provided by Ms. Sun was indeed the Sacred Sword's secret realm, which undoubtedly connected to Lin Fan. Simultaneously, they were astonished by Li's identity. Knowing that information regarding the internal workings of the law enforcement team was not easily accessible. Members of the law enforcement team are descending? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, then dismissively waved his hand, indicating they could investigate as they pleased. What did he have to fear, being devoid of any significant cultivation? If they could uncover anything, it would indeed be peculiar. The gathering then shifted to discussions surrounding the trade of magical artifacts and elixirs, even delving into the intricacies of qi circulation within the Dantian, of which Lin Fan understood not a single word. He felt quite confident, for according to the current timeline, those 2 should be returning soon. Within a grand palace, a man clad in a pale blue robe, adorned with a Xian jade pendant sword, set down the gossip talisman and stepped outside, one deliberate stride at a time. In the upper realm, at the Xianling mountain branch of the law enforcement team, 2 figures appeared before the mountain gate, entering after the identity verification. Finally, they were free from that chaotic mess. These 2 were the previously dispatched tentacle monster and half-beast. It was only upon returning to their doorstep that they felt truly at ease, anxious that the mysterious expert could chase after them at any moment. This time, they planned to retreat for a period of 300 years. As they returned to the hall to report, they noticed a figure in a green robe swiftly approaching them. Upon recognizing the individual, they hurriedly bowed in respect. We pay our respects to the Xian Jade Daojun. The 2 individuals were somewhat apprehensive. Before them stood the esteemed Lord Xuanyu, the chief authority of the entire Xianshan branch, a true master of the saint level. Upon reaching the esteemed rank of saint, practitioners typically acquire a unique title, such as a certain Taoist or saint, and addressing individuals of this stature by their given names is considered exceedingly disrespectful. The 2 pondered in vain as to why such a distinguished figure would suddenly seek them out. Lord Xuanyu displayed a faint smile. I have heard that you recently descended to the mortal realm to handle a case related to the Sacred Sword's secret realm. I wish to delve into the details. Chapter 76, The End of the World? The 2 were perplexed. While it was customary to report on tasks, the usual procedure involved submitting documentation. Never had they encountered a situation where such a high-ranking individual personally inquired. However, feeling the weight of his status and recognizing the matter was not detrimental, they relayed the events truthfully. Lord Xuanyu nodded, instructing, You are not to submit this task. Let it remain active, but you 2 need not concern yourselves further. I shall take over from here. What? The 2 were utterly astonished. Did this eminent figure intend to personally descend and confront the mysterious expert? Yet it seemed illogical. As a member of the human race, a fact well known to all law enforcement officers, even if the enigmatic figure in the mortal world was genuine, he would likely feign ignorance. Such tacit agreements were understood among them. It was rare for one of their own to descend upon another of their kind. The two dared not inquire further, nor voice their dissent, and only exhaled in relief once Lord Xuanyu departed. The thoughts of these high-ranking individuals were indeed enigmatic. Perhaps he merely sought an excuse to descend into the mortal realm, but that was of little concern to them. The half-orc revealed a smile, and then produced a tome from behind him. Long before entering the sacred sword's secret realm, he had utilized his spiritual sense to sweep across the entire domain, and indeed, he had discovered something remarkable, which he then extracted from the void. The stellar transformation technique. Though it appeared to have negative effects, it could indeed be entirely avoided. The ability to directly reverse an opponent's attack trajectory among those of the same rank was an extraordinary and unparalleled skill, although the two were merely 8th-tier saints. Mastering this technique would grant them the strength to contend against even 1st-tier saints. It seemed the two brothers were destined for great heights. They silently began to cultivate the technique, but unbeknownst to them, a wisp of dark energy was surreptitiously emerging from a concealed location within the sacred sword's secret realm, accompanied by an ancient voice that emitted an unnoticed chuckle. No one was aware. With 3 days remaining before his journey to the mortal kingdom, Lin Fan had already prepared his spatial ring, determined to thoroughly indulge in the culinary delights of the mortal realm this time. The spatial ring, in order to retrieve items from within, was contingent upon the status of the items, yet it was evident that mortal food bore no status whatsoever, allowing for easy access. Thus, in Lin Fan's hands, the spatial ring served as a pro-max refrigerator, a capacious storage facility that preserved freshness, a truly delightful prospect. He perused some intriguing information regarding the demon race, eagerly anticipating his journey to the realm of mortals in 3 days. However, unbeknownst to him, seated opposite his desk was a man clad in a blue robe, equally captivated as he scrutinized him. This was the ancestor of the human race. He must be Taoist Kuan. Xianyu Daojun offered a slight smile. Though he had not dispelled his concealment, he believed that, given the other's prowess, he would undoubtedly perceive his arrival. Indeed, there was no hint of cultivation detectable. It would be impolite to probe directly into the other's abilities. Yet, the absence of any discernible aura in the other's demeanor already signified his strength. He had no intention of discussing identities the moment he decided to pay a visit. That resolution was made. He approached in the guise of a representative from the Bagua gathering, rather than as the head of the law enforcement division at Xianling Mountain. And he was not prepared to reveal the latter identity. To intrude uninvited was a breach of etiquette. I am Li, and we might consider ourselves, in a sense, old acquaintances. Have there been any recent developments with the celestial demons? Lin Fan surveyed the documents in his hand. These demons had recently adopted a decidedly reclusive stance, refraining from showing themselves, much to his relief, as he preferred to avoid any significant conflict with them. Ah, how splendid it is to remain still. It is a contest of endurance. Indeed, there had been no news from the celestial demons. They continued to remain inactive. Xianyu Daojun fell into contemplation, noting that Cohen seemed rather pleased with this state of affairs. What was he preparing? What strategies did he possess to deal with the celestial demons? Xianyu Daojun resolved to inquire further. Taoist Cohen, I wish to understand what you continue to prepare for in the lower realms. Lin Fan set aside the documents, revealing a smile tinged with deeper meaning, before retrieving a tribute presented by a disciple to serve as his lunch for the day. He had previously hinted that they should prepare something novel. He hoped not to be disappointed this time. These disciples frequently provided tributes. Yet it seemed that each time it was merely a flaky pastry, and he was beginning to feel nauseated by them. Thus, he subtly indicated to these young ones to prepare something different. He hoped these youngsters, aged several decades to 100 years, would grasp his meaning. Novelty? Xianyu Daojun pondered. Did this imply that our previous methods against the celestial demons were too cliched, even leading him to feel disappointment? Indeed, we had persistently attacked the celestial demons, but if our efforts had truly been effective, we would not still be struggling to eradicate their remnants completely. Lin Fan took a bite of the newly delivered delicacy, only to have his expression shift dramatically. Something was amiss. Why was this so spicy? It was mustard. For heaven's sake. A glance revealed that some wretched soul had squeezed a copious amount of mustard into it. Was this the so-called novelty? He vowed to find out which mischievous brat was responsible. What? The end of the world? Xianyu Daojun gasped in astonishment. He indeed sought to inquire about the intelligence regarding the celestial demons, yet he was utterly unprepared for such astonishing news. Although remnants of the celestial demons still lingered, and their past actions had nearly wrought annihilation upon other races, that was a tale from countless years ago. Presently, the celestial demons were barely surviving under the onslaught from various races. How could they possibly pose a threat? How could the apocalypse truly come to pass? The Lord of Xuanyu instinctively doubted this information. Kun, are you certain? This is no jest. However, he noticed that Lin Fan did not respond. Yet the gravity etched upon his face, even slightly flushed, indicated the seriousness of the matter. These youngsters were far too careless. After casting this remark, Lin Fan hastily flew out of the cave, needing to find a source of water that wouldn't lead to his demise upon consumption. The clear spring in the back mountain seemed a splendid choice. The Lord of Xuanyu stood frozen in place, his thoughts lingering for an extended moment. Chapter 77. The Birth of the Savior. Far too careless? The Lord of Xuanyu remained lost in thought until he finally realized that Lin Fan's figure had completely vanished. With his prowess, he could easily scan the entire sect with his divine sense and locate Lin Fan. Yet such an action would be exceedingly impolite and likely provoke disdain from the other party. What did the talk of the apocalypse and our negligence truly mean? He suddenly recognized that even upon hearing the term apocalypse from his own ears, even when uttered by someone of considerable weight, he still harbored skepticism. This implied that even if the news were to spread, most would likely dismiss it as a mere jest, disregarding it entirely and questioning the sanity of the messenger. If this news were indeed a jest, that would be one matter. However, if it were true, it would signify that people, even if forewarned, would fail to prepare in advance, helplessly watching as the apocalypse approached to engulf all. Cold sweat trickled down the Lord of Xuanyu's back, as he also discerned another profoundly astonishing matter. Had Kun truly just flown past him? Even while employing true energy to fly, he had emitted not a whisper of aura. This was not merely explicable by one's cultivation level. An inkling of fear began to take root within the Lord of Xuanyu. If he could not discern the other's cultivation even while using true energy, the individual must either be a master of the Holy King level or someone who had cultivated an exceptionally advanced concealment technique. Even in the latter case, it would likely indicate that the other's prowess surpassed his own. It is crucial to note that the Lord of Xuanyu was already a third-tier holy monarch, and those stronger than him were few and far between. If it were the former, it was truly unfathomable to consider what a holy king-level expert might seek in descending to the mortal realm. Could it truly be the apocalypse? A shiver coursed through the Lord of Xuanyu. He had not felt such a sensation in millennia. Initially intending to visit a friend, he now found himself confronted with such a dire situation. This cannot be ignored. It is better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it. An investigation into the matter is imperative. He swiftly teleported to the outskirts of the Sacred Sword's secret realm, and with his formidable cultivation, he charged straight through the entrance without a moment's hesitation. Boom! The overwhelming sword energy of the Saint Lord level surged forth, instantly altering the expression of the Xianyu Daojun. Despite his third-tier Saint Lord strength, which allowed him to effortlessly withstand such an attack, this incident underscored a crucial point. This secret realm possessed a Saint Lord level of intensity. How could there be a Saint Lord level secret realm in the lower realm? Why had no information about it ever circulated within the enforcement team? No, it should not merely be termed a Saint Lord level secret realm. It should be considered at least a Saint Lord level secret realm. Such a realm, even in the upper heavens, is a rare occurrence that could incite fierce competition among various powerhouses. Its emergence in the lower realm utterly shattered Xianyu Daojuan's current worldview. Wait. A question suddenly struck him. Why had the two individuals not explicitly mentioned this secret realm in their report? Even if they could not directly ascertain that it was at least a Saint Lord level, their strength should have allowed them to recognize it as a Saint General level realm. Such a phenomenon would be sufficiently suspicious in the lower realm, warranting an upward report. Xianyu Daojuan's expression darkened slightly, considering two possibilities. Either the two had chosen to conceal the truth for some reason, or their perceptions and memories had been erased. Regardless of which scenario it was evidently dire. He did not proceed directly to the core area, for he resolved to approach the situation with an unconventional mindset. Everyone knows that the most crucial elements of a secret realm are concealed within the core area, leading many to overlook the peripheral regions. This could be a tactic employed by the realm's designer to hide the truly significant treasures. Xianyu Daojun soon discovered the Abyssal Sword Pavilion. Although its exterior did not exude malevolence, he instantly discerned its true essence, recognizing that these blades were infused with pure righteousness. Regrettably, the quality of these swords was rather low. Otherwise, he could have taken them back to enhance his sword array. With a sense of lingering regret, he continued onward and soon encountered the guardian of the swords. This ancient soul, albeit somewhat decrepit, was lost in thought beside a pile of rubble. As if sensing another's presence, the guardian turned slightly, perceiving that the individual before him bore no trace of cultivation, appearing just like an ordinary mortal. Of course, a mere mortal could not have ventured this far. The guardian quickly realized that this individual was likely a formidable practitioner whose true strength he could not even ascertain. It seemed that a sword once resided here. Xianyu Daojun made this judgment with a mere glance at the rubble. As a genuine sword cultivator, his primary cultivation method was the path of the sword god, and his innate weapon was a Saint Lord level sword. At the Saint Lord tier, his understanding of the sword path was undoubtedly at a masterful level, making it difficult to find anyone more versed in swordsmanship than him. This is the sword of salvation, the Guardian explained. It can only be drawn when the world faces a true crisis of annihilation. Likewise, the one who draws it will be the savior of the world. Xianyu Daojun quietly sensed the residual power lingering upon the stone, faintly perceiving the terrifying prestige once held by the sword that dwelt here. At that moment, he found himself giving slight credence to the words of the sword guardian. Was it truly the case that this sword could only be drawn in the face of the world's annihilation, serving as the weapon for salvation? The absence of the sword from its resting place implied that it had been taken away. Could it be that the apocalyptic scenario described by his friend Kuan was indeed imminent? A sudden wave of urgency surged from his heart, causing him to feel an undeniable anxiety, yet he soon recalled something and relaxed slightly. The removal of the sword not only signified the approach of doom, but also heralded the advent of the savior destined to rescue the world. It seemed there was little need for conjecture regarding who in the lower realm possessed the qualifications to wield this sword. With a tone laden with both doubt and certainty, Xianyu Daojun questioned, Kuan, has the ancestral sage of humanity been here? The sword guardian offered no elaborate response, merely nodding in affirmation. So it was true? Xianyu Daojun found himself at a loss for words, uncertain whether to rejoice or lament, and thus probed further. Did he say anything? Those individuals are quite peculiar. The sword guardian could no longer contain his critique. They speak only of fallacious reasoning. They claim that the sword's glory is bestowed by humanity, that the sword itself possesses no intrinsic meaning. Is that not a most heretical theory? Chapter 78, The Way of the Sword. The sword's glory is conferred by mankind. Xianyu Daojun murmured to himself, contemplating that if such words had been uttered by an ordinary disciple, he would have dismissed them with a mere smile. However, these words were spoken by a savior of unfathomable cultivation, compelling him into deep reflection. He was not a product of the law enforcement team. Rather, he joined after attaining the status of a saint-level powerhouse, utilizing the resources of the team to spend millennia finally breaking through to become a saint monarch. Therefore, long before he assumed the role of the head of the law enforcement division, he had already made a name for himself, previously belonging to the Sword Spirit sect. Xianyu Daojun still vividly recalled how the Sword Spirit sect would insert one high-grade spirit sword after another into their scabbards, allowing one talented individual after another to draw the sword. The spirit swords would acknowledge those of higher talent, recognizing those who were more attuned to them. Such individuals would become the focus of the sect's nurturing. Xianyu Daojun was the most gifted among his cohort, having earned the recognition of the strongest spirit sword. With each subsequent breakthrough, the most powerful spirit sword corresponding to his level would become his new magical artifact. Look, that is the genius acknowledged by the spirit sword. Look, that is the one chosen by the sword. Amidst such accolades, he ascended step by step, ultimately surpassing the sect master, exceeding even the elder statesman, and transcending the entirety of the sword spirit sect before departing in search of higher realms. I am the genius chosen by the sword. It has bestowed upon me my glory. Until now, this had been his unwavering belief. Yet, just moments ago, he had encountered an entirely different perspective. The sword itself bore no glory. Glory belonged to its wielder. The sword was forged by man and subsequently wielded by man. It was but one of the most commonplace tools among many. Xianyu Daojun vividly recalled the time when his former disciples were deemed worthless for their inability to unsheath the spirit sword. It raises a profound question. Are humans the masters of their swords, or do swords hold dominion over their wielders? He clutched his head, instinctively rejecting such a notion. For every sword cultivator, the sword is paramount. How could it merely be a mundane tool? Yet, those who feared him did so for his prowess, not for his sword. There exist formidable masters in this world who wield strength without a blade. The question remains, is it the sword that holds supremacy, or is it the wielder himself? With a deep exhale, Xianyu Daojun felt a clarity of mind, as if the barriers obstructing his perception had crumbled, revealing a new path in the way of the sword, one that diverges from the conventional. He was astonished by the depth of understanding his friend Kuan possessed regarding the sword path. His mastery was likely far beyond Xianyu's own. Perhaps it was time to cease referring to him as a friend and instead honor him as a senior. Laughing heartily, he realized that what he once clung to now seemed utterly ludicrous. Xianyu Daojun could sense that the shackles binding him in swordsmanship were beginning to loosen. Yet he remained unable to take that crucial step forward. Given the presence of a senior with such profound expertise, why not seek his counsel? In the realm of cultivation, It is an age-old truth that the accomplished serve as mentors. Indeed, this was someone worthy of the recognition of the Savior's sword. No, it was not that he had earned the sword's acknowledgement. Rather, he had chosen the Savior's sword. The hope of salvation lies with the Savior, not the sword itself. It was only at this moment that Xian Yudao Jun truly grasped this concept. As he watched the figure before him fade away, the guardian of the sword couldn't help but twitch his lips. Why do they all speak so eccentrically? Does greater strength lead to greater mental turmoil? Report to the holy ancestor. There has been no movement from the demon clan. We can confirm that the journey is safe, and we are ready to depart. Lin Fan not only took it upon himself to lead the expedition, but also brought along the disciples and an elder of the ninth heavenly realm, accompanied by 5 ordinary heavenly realm cultivators, as well as a number of earth and human realm practitioners. Leaving the holy realm puppets to guard their base should pose no significant problem, as those entities represent the true pinnacle of strength in the vast holy land. Finally, they were able to venture forth, hoping that nothing untoward would occur this time. Meanwhile, the sight of Lin Fan's 10 fingers adorned with spatial rings made the disciples' eyelids twitch. They wondered what grand scheme the holy ancestor was planning. Lin Fan initially assumed that his grand entourage would take several days to reach their destination, but to his surprise, several teleportation arrays later, they arrived on the same day with only slight delays along the way. Indeed, cultivators are often unreasonable. Upon arriving at the first mortal kingdom, they discovered that the current emperor was of the human race, entirely devoid of cultivation and a true mortal. This reflects an unwritten rule between cultivators and royalty. The emperor must never be a practitioner, while the emperor is the ostensible ruler of the kingdom. The true power always lies with the cultivators behind the scenes. The nation's military forces are sparse, for these armies, composed of mere mortals, prove to be of little utility. The emperor only requires a handful of powerful cultivators within the palace, who are far more effective than tens of thousands of soldiers. These cultivators are often sent by their respective sects as watchers, and they also serve as enforcers of order. Lin Fan has been assigned to the most opulent palace. Yet he has not been granted an audience with the emperor of this realm, as these mortal rulers lack the qualifications to meet the venerable ancestors of the sacred ground. They are even unworthy of an audience with any expert of the celestial realm. Any steward of the terrestrial realm who passes by must be addressed as a mortal sir. As Lin Fan discreetly transferred most of the exquisite dishes brought to him into his spatial ring, he reclined on the grand bed of the palace, contemplating how much more comfortable this was compared to that dilapidated cave dwelling. Were it not for a myriad of troublesome matters, he would have relished the idea of concealing his identity and living as a leisurely prince among mortals, enjoying life to the fullest. Holy ancestor, may I enter? Upon hearing the voice of Dispai, Lin Fan promptly ceased his actions of stowing away food and, after a brief tidying, permitted the visitor to enter. Dispai, gazing at the barren table, remarked, "These mortals are utterly ignorant of etiquette. Although we disdain their earthly fare, the least they could do is make some preparations. Is it not time to replace this current emperor?" Yet, he secretly found the mortal cuisine rather agreeable. Lin Fan offered an awkward smile. "I believe it may not be necessary. If the emperor were to discover he could be unseated for such trivial reasons, he might well suffer a fatal blow to his head in despair. This palace, devoid of any spiritual energy, would have to suffice for now." Dispai seated himself across from Lin Fan, expressing, "Please, holy ancestor, endure this harsh environment a little longer. We shall return promptly once our business is concluded. In truth, I could linger here a bit longer, truly," he replied, clearing his throat. "I am not particularly averse to such austere surroundings. If possible, I would even consider relocating this bed back to my own cave dwelling." Chapter 79, A Genius Resides Within. Dispai could only lament how the holy ancestor remained excessively benevolent towards these mortals, yet he chose not to elaborate further. The preferences of great figures are their own concern. However, should one speak excessively, it becomes their issue. I hope there exists a sufficiently brilliant genius among mortals this time, one who may become your direct disciple. Haha. Let us hope so. Lin Fan mused. Learning cultivation from him would be akin to learning football from Hawking. He felt it best to refrain from leading the youth astray, lest he find himself confronted by a disciple seeking guidance, only to reply, "Are you familiar with the system? That contraption is far superior to any mental methods." Lin Fan cleared his throat and swiftly changed the subject. "What are the others occupied with at present?" "The elders above the celestial realm are resting in their chambers, while those of the terrestrial realm and below, along with the disciples, are attending the emperor's banquet within the palace." "What on earth? They are all indulging in a feast?" Lin Fan felt a surge of indignation. This group of rascals were enjoying themselves without inviting him, their venerable ancestor. Moreover, the emperor displayed a complete lack of discernment, inviting only a few lowly stewards and disciples, neglecting even his rightful superior. However, he soon comprehended the underlying reasons. Sending a few individuals of the earthly realm was already a significant concession, not a matter of the emperor's desire to exclude him, but rather a matter of fear and lack of qualification to extend an invitation to such an esteemed ancestor. What could a mere mortal emperor hope to gain by inviting a revered ancestor from a sacred land, other than to be deemed utterly deranged, ultimately facing the disgrace of being ousted and branded as arrogant and ignorant? Ahem, take me to the banquet. Lin Fan resolved that having made the arduous journey to the mortal realm, he must witness firsthand the lavish lifestyle of these feudal aristocrats, as in his previous life. He could only glean such insights from history textbooks, never having the opportunity to behold it himself. Desperio hesitated momentarily. Saint Ancestor, what merit is there in observing a mortal banquet? If you are inclined, perhaps I could summon a few elders to accompany you for a drink? Drink that sort of spirit brew you've prepared? Am I to explode from such indulgence? Do not concern yourself. I have my own motives. Through prolonged interactions with these fellows, Lin Fan had firmly established one certainty. His formidable image was deeply ingrained in their minds. Initially, he feared that any irrational actions might incite suspicion about his true identity. But now he no longer felt the need to dwell on such concerns. When he first arrived, he may have been met with skepticism. But if he were still doubted now, it would render his time as an ancestor utterly futile. Very well, I shall accompany you. Desperio had suspected from the outset that the Saint Ancestor's purpose for visiting the mortal realm extended beyond merely selecting prodigies. Thus, should the other party engage in any seemingly irrational behavior, it would appear entirely normal in his eyes. What could the Saint Ancestor be contemplating? Surely, the palace banquet would feature elegant dancers? The two pondered separately as they departed the room, one following the other. Regrettably, they arrived too late. The banquet nearly at its conclusion. Lin Fan sighed softly, causing the emperor to tremble in fear, nearly prostrating himself in a plea for mercy. Immortal, I beseech your forgiveness. I beseech your forgiveness. Although he was unaware of Lin Fan's true identity, he perceived him as far more formidable than anyone he had encountered before. When a mortal angers a cultivator, even an emperor is expendable. Observing the old fellow weep and wail, almost attempting to cling to his leg, Lin Fan quickly withdrew his limb. Enough, enough. I never said I would punish you. Why such agitation? The emperor hastily rose, arranging for the two to be provided with a private room, complete with the most sumptuous delicacies. While termed a private room, it was, in fact, exceedingly spacious, resembling a grand, enclosed courtyard. How noisy! Desperio could not help but shake his head. Indeed, he still could not acclimate to the excessive warmth of mortals, preferring the tranquil ambience of the sect. Ancestor, there is truly no need for you to partake in the offerings here, as you owe no courtesy to anyone present. Just as Lin Fan had taken a bite of some unknown meat, he nearly choked, managing only to return an awkward smile to his companion. Since the banquet has been set, let us not waste the food. To be honest, the delicacies of the palace are not as delectable as one might imagine. The spices of this era are evidently less refined than those of my previous life. Nevertheless, they far surpass the offerings provided by the disciples of the sect. I must take back a substantial amount of food, ensuring that I need not worry about provisions for at least the next few months. Two esteemed immortals. The emperor entered with a sycophantic smile. I understand that our humble fare may not suit your refined palates, so I have arranged some entertainment. Bring those wretches up here. Quickly, one by one, shackled and barely adolescent children were dragged forth. The emperor commanded his subordinates to remove their handcuffs and distribute weapons, ordering them to fight for their lives. Only one of you shall survive. Whoever pleases the immortals shall dine well tonight, so get moving. Both Lin Fan and Despai furrowed their brows simultaneously, clearly unsettled by the emperor's idea of a banquet, which had taken a grotesque turn. Despai interjected. Are you planning to have them fight to the death here? Indeed. The emperor replied eagerly, much like a cricket fight. Who can predict the victor? Isn't that delightful? I do not wish to witness bloodshed while dining. Lin Fan waved his hand. Leave these few with me. You may go. The emperor nodded hastily, understanding that some immortals possess peculiar tastes, and dared not inquire further, promptly exiting the room. These mortal royals live in such comfort, Despai remarked, astonished. Such matters are clearly not of recent study for them, indicating that in humanity's direst moments, these creatures are still occupied with the torment of their own kind. What else could they do? Serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield? Lin Fan fell into a brief contemplation. Indeed, he could easily save these pitiable children before him. It would be a mere trifling effort for him. However, he could not rescue every unfortunate soul in the world. So he could only sigh and return to his own affairs, having long surpassed the naive fervor of being a self-righteous hero. Just as he intended to assign these individuals as menial workers in the vast sacred land, a sudden inspiration struck him. Wait a moment. An unparalleled ancestor discovers a downcast youth. This is precisely the quintessential beginning of a thrilling tale. According to the conventions of such narratives, there must be a protagonist among them. And surely a genius must be present too. Chapter 80. A deformed civilization. I will take these individuals back for further examination. You may return first. Lin Fan instructed Dispai to leave. Dispai, with a look of suspicion, approached the door and gestured towards the shadows, instantly summoning a subordinate from the lower realms. Elder D, what are your orders? Investigate the backgrounds of these young slaves. Leave no detail unexamined. Understood. Could those who attract the attention of a revered ancestor truly be mere commoners? Dispai even speculated that the elders' purpose for being here tonight was to seek out these very individuals. They were well aware that the great sage monarch possessed an extraordinary gift of foresight, making his ability to predict events entirely reasonable. Furthermore, due to the necessity of concealing celestial secrets, it was considered standard procedure not to disclose this information to him. However, this did not preclude him from seeking the truth himself. Meanwhile, Lin Fan discreetly stowed away all the food within his spatial ring, casually pocketing several bottles of fine wine as well. To these unfortunate little beings, their minds were not particularly occupied. They merely found the celestial powers to be astonishing, capable of making so many items vanish into thin air. Follow me, Lin Fan said, longing to emulate the lofty seniors who could effortlessly grasp the shoulders of these little ones and perform a collective teleportation. Alas, he himself was still a novice, and such grandiose displays remained but a fleeting thought. The trembling youngsters trailed behind him, their faces marked with trepidation. They dared neither to flee nor to ingratiate themselves. It was well understood among them that celestial beings could extinguish the lives of commoners without reason, and sometimes, merely uttering a sound could provoke the ire of such divine beings. They clearly grasped this truth. Perhaps sensing the atmosphere was somewhat stifling, Lin Fan glanced around and, not seeing anyone else, feigned indifference as he inquired, "How did you all come to be here?" It was imperative to ascertain the background of a protagonist. Drawing from Lin Fan's experiences in various tales of the past, he knew that an individual's talents often inversely correlated with the survival of their family. Those orphaned or whose entire lineage had perished were particularly valued in the realm of cultivation. The little ones trailing behind him were evidently taken aback by his question. Should not celestial beings be aloof? Why would they concern themselves with the lives of commoners? Yet, out of fear of the celestial being, they dared not remain silent. The boldest among them gradually spoke, his voice trembling violently, rendering his words disjointed and tinged with a soft, childlike tone, though it was unclear whether his unclear articulation stemmed from fear or malnourishment. We are all captives, taken as prisoners of war. Prisoners of war. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned, even slowing his pace, which frightened those behind him, fearing they might be executed on the spot. However, Lin Fan was lost in thought. As the surrounding nations were currently under human dominion, making civil strife unlikely, where, then, could these prisoners have been captured? Moreover, the oldest among these children appeared to be no more than 13 or 14 years old, with the youngest not yet of school age. It was indeed difficult for him to reconcile the notion of these children with the term prisoners of war. Clarify a bit more, cough. Do not be afraid. I shall not suddenly sever your heads. The child reiterated. It is because the emperor wishes to expand his harem. He seeks those who are already married. Goodness. This emperor certainly bore a resemblance to the notorious Cao Cao. Through Lin Fan's persistent questioning, the children gradually pieced together the narrative, albeit with great effort. This emperor is evidently not a wise ruler. On the contrary, he is exceedingly debauched and tyrannical. Not only is he a foolish monarch, but he is also a despotic one. The abduction of common women is merely one of the relatively normal facets of his sordid antics. This sovereign has nearly plunged the entire nation into chaos based solely on his whims. Countless lives have been brutally extinguished for various reasons, with many becoming mere playthings for the royal elites. Such actions have undeniably incited resistance across the land, and soon, insurrectionists have risen up, even dragging innocent children into the fray in their quest to overthrow the emperor's regime. Alas, the formidable might of the cultivators has shattered the aspirations of the rebels. Although this emperor possesses no governance skills, he excels in one particular area, fervently appeasing the reclusive cultivators behind him. Much like his prior ease in assembling a group of slaves for the entertainment of the nobility, his adept demeanor suggests that this is not his first endeavor. What leads him to conclude that immortals delight in such displays? The answer appears to be rather simple. In this moment, Lin Fan has truly grasped the underlying rules of this world. The emperor need not possess the ability to govern nor command a powerful army. as long as he can curry favor with the sects of immortal practitioners behind him, no matter how much he devastates the nation or indulges in folly and tyranny. The dynasty can continue through the ages. The cultivators wield immense magical power, capable of soaring through the skies, sending messages over vast distances, obliterating cities with a mere gesture, and scanning extensive areas with their divine awareness. Meanwhile, the impoverished commoners may not even afford the most rudimentary oil lamps, and a single unintentional misstep could lead to broken limbs or starvation in some shadowy corner. The juxtaposition of prosperity and destitution weaves a grotesque tapestry of civilization. The stark contrast between the upper and lower echelons creates this distorted world, where the cultivator's strength is so overwhelming that mortals can scarcely resist, thus precluding the emergence of a new order. You few shall remain by my side as attendants, Lin Fan mused. While it is effortless to save a handful of individuals, can he rescue an entire nation? Can he save all the denizens of the immortal realm? What about the entirety of the lower realm? And beyond that, can he transform the upper realms? Tragedy is an ever-present specter, yet one need not anguish over its ineluctability, nor should one overlook the beauty that exists beyond such tragedies. Every fragment of goodness is worth creating with one's own hands. Is that truly the case? The children appear somewhat apprehensive in their eyes. Being an attendant to an immortal is hardly a privilege. Constantly being in proximity to a celestial being signifies the potential for incurring their wrath over the slightest transgression. And the immortals need no justification to slay the common folk. Yet they dare not voice their concerns, silently trailing behind. Not everyone's fate is within their own grasp. At the dim end of the corridor, the Xian Yu Dao Jun, clad in a blue robe, leans against the wall. His gaze calmly fixed upon the direction Lin Fan departed. His presence is void of any discernible aura, as if he has melded seamlessly with the profound darkness. He remained silent for a long time, uttering not a single word. He seemed to gently flick his sword, yet at the very moment it was drawn from its sheath, he pressed it back down. This night, like many others, remained uneventful. Chapter 81. To avoid detection. I became the leader. Disbay furrowed his brow as he examined the report in his hand. These individuals were war captives abducted by the emperor, apparently taken from the same location. A multitude of rebels had been incited, only to be buried by the cultivators behind the emperor. The emperor had dispatched troops to clear the bodies, yet no one knew how they were disposed of. Surprisingly, the higher echelons of the rebel forces had been nearly annihilated, while the initial instigators remained elusive, their whereabouts still unknown. According to later accounts, the emperor had captured numerous mortal women to fill his harem. But after indulging a select few, he ceased to take any interest, neglecting to provide sustenance, leaving them to perish in the cold palace. Such outrageous actions from a tyrannical and foolish emperor were hardly surprising, yet Disbay's relentless investigation continually pointed towards this very emperor, plunging him into deep contemplation. What exactly is the holy ancestor contemplating? He has yet to take action against this emperor, even choosing to attend banquets, indicating that it is not yet the opportune moment for confrontation. After instructing his subordinates to delve deeper into the investigation, Disbay wrapped his forehead and shifted his focus to another matter: the upcoming genius selection. This selection could potentially yield a direct disciple of the holy ancestor. Such an event demanded his utmost attention. The holy ancestor must be deeply invested in securing a worthy disciple. At this moment, Lin Fan was masquerading as a mortal while attending the marketplace in the capital, having long forgotten about the matters of direct discipleship. Ahem, it seemed he was not merely pretending to be a mortal. He was, in fact, a mortal. To avoid any unnecessary troubles, he had disguised himself as the son of an ordinary wealthy family in the capital, flanked by two unremarkable bodyguards. Of course, these two bodyguards were genuinely powerful at the Earth realm, possibly older than the very history of this nation. The holy ancestor was truly magnificent, personally venturing out to gather intelligence. Indeed, only our holy ancestor from the vast sacred land could be so approachable among the leaders of great powers. The two bodyguards thought to themselves, closely trailing behind Lin Fan. With such devastating powers serving as his protectors, Lin Fan was utterly unperturbed. The entertainment industry in this era was far from developed. Indeed, for the lower-class commoners, merely surviving was a challenge, let alone having spare coins for entertainment. As Lin Fan strolled through the marketplace, he suddenly spotted a man clad in a black robe with purple patterns seated in a small pavilion by a pond. The man took a delicate sip of the tea before casting his gaze upon Lin Fan. Dressed like that, what is he up to? It's as if he has "I am the villain" written across his face. Lin Fan couldn't help but scoff, though he found himself intrigued. With two formidable Earth realm experts at his back, he approached without trepidation. It seems you were waiting for me. Do we know each other? Lin Fan sat opposite without any pretense, flanked by two towering guards, who scrutinized the man before them with a blend of vigilance and disdain. "We are certainly acquainted. Or perhaps not entirely." The man in the black robe began slowly. "I am one of the leaders of the demon clan, Drelson. I believe the esteemed holy ancestor has heard my name." Fortunately, Drelson did not pour Lin Fan a cup of tea beforehand. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly spat it out in shock. What on earth was happening? Who could enlighten him about this situation? How was it possible to casually encounter the leader of the demon clan in the mortal realm? What a gonorrhea! Was his luck truly this abysmal? The two guards immediately changed color, poised to draw their artifacts for an attack, only to find themselves utterly immobilized. This was the insurmountable chasm created by a vast disparity in realms. Yet, they did not succumb to panic, for they both realized who sat before them. That was the holy ancestor of the human race, a master who transcended the sacred realm. Observing the holy ancestor seated calmly, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of the demon clan leader, was immensely reassuring, allowing the guards' hearts to settle. Lin Fan found himself utterly bewildered. Hey. How should one retaliate upon encountering the leader of the demon clan? Urgently waiting for advice. The atmosphere in the room appeared to freeze for a second or two, before Drelson's expression fell dramatically. "Holy ancestor, you do not remember me? Before your slumber, you assigned me as an undercover agent within the demon clan. However, I lost contact with you and had no other operatives to relay information. To avoid exposure, I could only train in silence. And who would have guessed that I would inadvertently break through to the sacred realm and become a leader? But that is no longer important. Upon hearing of your emergence, I have sought an opportunity to visit you, and finally found a suitable excuse to approach the front lines and ascertain your whereabouts." Lin Fan's lips twitched. Hey. Is my location something one can casually inquire about? How ostentatious are these people? Wait, the crux of the matter is not here. In other words, the true ninth holy ancestor of humanity had arranged for an operative to infiltrate the demon clan before his slumber, and this operative had now ascended to a leadership position? What a bizarre turn of events. Was it truly necessary for this to be so ridiculous? Yet, upon further contemplation, it did seem rather plausible. Numerous high-ranking officials among the humans were indeed demon spies. He had inadvertently exposed some of them earlier. It was unreasonable to assume that the demon clan lacked human infiltrators at the upper echelons. Throughout the 8,000-year-long war between humans and demons, if the humans had failed to penetrate at such a level, they would have been utterly annihilated long ago and would not have persisted until now. Thus, while the number of spies among the demons might be fewer than their counterparts, it was inconceivable that there were none, or that not a single high-ranking official was absent. Considering this, the notion of one of their upper echelons breaking through to the sacred realm through some fortuitous circumstance, while still astonishing, began to seem rather reasonable. The gaze of the two great guards was filled with reverence. It turned out that the revered ancestor had made such arrangements long before entering seclusion. Truly, he is remarkable. These foolish demons were still laboring to develop human elders as spies, unaware that their own leader had become one. Behold, this is the disparity of ranks. Ha. Lin Fan displayed a hint of an awkward smile. The individual before him was evidently dispatched by the revered ancestor himself, yet this impostor lacked any relevant memories. He was oblivious to the specific handover signals and the tasks assigned to the counterpart, and even his mannerisms were riddled with flaws. This was clearly not good news. Chapter 82. The actions of the 25th subordinate, a spy of the sacred realm level, is indeed a rarity in all recorded history. At this moment, Lin Fan held deep admiration for the now-departed ninth revered ancestor of humanity. That individual was truly exceptional. Such a spy would undoubtedly be advantageous for humanity. But for Lin Fan, it was not necessarily so. If his identity were to be exposed, certain existing balances could collapse in an instant. Cough. You are not truly the ninth revered ancestor who assigned me this task, are you? Perhaps we should have an open discussion. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Had this fool directly exposed his identity? Oh, but the two guards behind him seemed entirely oblivious, indicating that this person was using mental communication, and the situation had not yet deteriorated to the worst possible outcome. Considering that the two formidable individuals behind him appeared to offer no real protective function, he waved his hand to dismiss them. They naturally saw nothing amiss, after all. With the revered ancestor present, who could possibly harm him? Once they were alone, Lin Fan slowly began. It seems you possess quite a keen perception. He was no fool. Based on the respectful language used by the other and their consistently displayed attitude, he seemed to grasp a certain truth. Discovering that he was not the original revered ancestor, and realizing he was merely a mortal without any cultivation were two distinct matters. Just because one was discovered did not mean the other would be revealed simultaneously. Clearly, the fool before him had made some unnecessary associations, The outcome appeared rather favorable? Indeed. Dressen nodded in response. One can easily draw this conclusion by observing the details. Easily. The conclusion he reached was undoubtedly due to information gleaned from Cavero. You seem to be faring well. Lin Fan adopted a relaxed demeanor, though he was curious about how a demon like him had been swayed by the previous individual. Perhaps you are mistaken. Dressen's tone wavered slightly, but he continued, thousands of years ago, I was not of the demon race. Not of the demon race. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. If Dressen were not a demon, his cultivation to the sacred realm would not be too astonishing. But how could a non-demon be allowed to serve as one of the leaders of the demon race? Initially, in order to infiltrate the demonic realm, I practiced the arcane techniques of the demons, disguising myself with their malevolent energy. This ruse, of course, could only deceive those of lesser cultivation, a tactic commonly employed by spies. However, as my connection with that individual faded and I found myself devoid of further covert resources, I was compelled to fully embrace the demonic arts, enhancing my powers to appear more authentically demonic, thus evading detection. Dressen shrugged, his expression tinged with resignation. As you can see, I have now become a true member of the demon race. I even experience a visceral aversion to righteousness. Lin Fan was rendered speechless. In this brief exchange, he seemed to grasp a rather absurd reality. In the perception of all, humanity and demons are two races that, while superficially similar, are fundamentally distinct. Yet, how is it that a human can entirely transform into a demon after practicing demonic arts? If demons were to dare to cultivate human techniques, could they, over the course of millennia, genuinely become human? The secrets between these two races appeared astonishingly vast, leaving Lin Fan momentarily bewildered. Yet, he was acutely aware of another fact. Throughout the countless millennia of history, had no one ever uncovered this truth? It was certain that no one had ever revealed it. I understand now, Dressen added, not elaborating further, merely cradling his chin with his hands. I have one more question. After joining the demon side, I perused extensive records, but could never comprehend one fundamental issue. Why have humanity and demons become mortal enemies? What ignited our conflict? In the annals of history, I found no reference to this. The war between humans and demons that erupted 8,000 years ago marked the beginning of their enmity. Yet to this day, it seems no one knows what truly instigated this conflict. The lifespan of an ordinary sage undoubtedly does not exceed 8,000 years. Thus, the current leaders of both races, including Cavero, are not among the original participants of that war. The 10 demon lords and the 9 revered ancestors of humanity have, for a considerable duration, had some members existing only as spirit tablets, awaiting successors. I shall endeavor to uncover the truth, Dressen concluded, stating that he would relay any significant discoveries to Lin Fan. He promised to deliver all the vital intelligence he had gathered over the past few millennia, even if some of it might be outdated. Lin Fan nodded, not rejecting the most formidable undercover agent in history. He could discern the subtle motives of his interlocutor. Had Dressen truly wished to defect, he would have returned to humanity with information the moment he first appeared. Yet it was only after humanity had gained the upper hand that this foremost spy presented himself. Both were astute individuals, and many matters need not be articulated. Dressen could serve as a human spy or a demon leader. Millennia are sufficient to alter one's essence, including loyalty. The only constant is self-interest. For instance, recently, numerous demons have secretly communicated with humans, seeking to switch their allegiance to humanity. Lin Fan had already received intelligence from several undercover agents and was currently in the process of verifying its authenticity. I eagerly anticipate our next meeting. The figure of Dresden vanished as he teleported away. Shortly thereafter, Dresden strolled through the temporary encampment of the demons, observing the bustling activity around him, and exhaled a long, weary sigh. In these times, being an undercover agent is no easy feat. One of the demons fixed his gaze upon Dresden's retreating silhouette, then swiftly sidled into a nearby room, promptly shutting the door behind him. This demon first scanned the surroundings, then produced paper and pen. Great and revered ancestor. Today I noticed the demon leader Dresden behaving somewhat suspiciously. I am uncertain of his intentions, but you must exercise caution and remain vigilant. After completing the missive, he hastily tucked it away and stealthily exited the room, only to collide headlong with another individual due to his inattentiveness. How unfortunate. Both fell to the ground, startled, fearing exposure, and quickly glanced down to retrieve the 2 letters. Wait, why are there 2 letters? They exchanged a glance, the air thick with awkwardness. Indeed, being an undercover agent in these times is fraught with difficulty. Chapter 83. It is decided, you shall be the chosen disciple. Today marks a significant occasion. It is the day of the first selection of talents by the illustrious Kangmang Sacred Land. This event holds a meaning distinct from those of previous years. Once, The Kangmang's sacred land was barely able to safeguard itself, and entering it often meant becoming cannon fodder, with a bleak future ahead. However, the situation has transformed. Under the guidance of the wise and mighty ancestor, the Kangmang's sacred land is flourishing. If one does not join now, when will they? Observing the emperor directing his subordinates in a flurry to prepare the venue, Lin Fan cast a disgruntled glance at the man. Though he may not wield great influence in this world, usurping a new emperor is a trivial matter. Yet, there is no rush. He must first extract the last vestiges of value from this fellow. Disbay leapt into the palace, also casting a glance at the emperor, who resembled a mere servant, and then clasped his hands in salute to Lin Fan to report, "Ancestor, all preliminary preparations are complete. You may make your appearance." Simultaneously, he leaned in closer and murmured, "I hope you will find a disciple worthy of your attention." Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Why does the matter of selecting a disciple seem so insurmountable? Perhaps he could simply choose someone to satisfy the requirement, as they are merely there to serve as a facade. It seems both he, the ancestor, and his disciples are merely playing roles in this charade. Pushing open the grand hall's doors, Lin Fan beheld an assembly of nearly 1,000 individuals standing outside, all of whom had passed the initial scrutiny and exhibited at least a glimmer of potential. Although Lin Fan previously believed that as long as one could comprehend the foundational mental techniques, even a pig could attain the third level of human realm, the reality is far less optimistic. Firstly, the inscriptions on the mental techniques are not merely simplistic characters. They cannot be understood through mere sight alone. Grasping their essence requires profound insight. Therefore, those standing before the grand hall must meet two criteria. First, they must be able to comprehend the foundational mental techniques, not necessarily to the extent of executing them within their bodies, but at least to understand what is inscribed therein. To gain entry into the royal palace and partake in the rigorous selection process, one must possess a certain status. Otherwise, they are utterly unqualified. Indeed, while this may be an extensive search for talent, the harsh reality remains that true prodigies may have perished in some alley, never having had the opportunity to present themselves before the esteemed practitioners. Disbay leaned in once more. "Saint Ancestor, have you discerned any individual among them with remarkable talent?" Lin Fan glanced around, utterly bewildered. He could hardly discern anything. To him, they all appeared as mere mortals. What truly distinguished one from another? By what means could one ascertain the quality of another's innate abilities? Wait, that individual over there, summon him to me. Lin Fan's gaze swept the crowd and suddenly landed upon a particularly striking figure, clad in a robe of azure and white, with a long sword adorned with intricate, albeit incomprehensible, engravings at his waist. This person exuded an impressive aura. Moreover, he was rather handsome, perhaps only slightly inferior to Lin Fan himself. Such a presence rendered him conspicuously out of place amidst the throng. It would be difficult for anyone to overlook him. Indeed, Lin Fan had an epiphany. Since he needed merely a figurehead, why set the standard so high? Finding someone truly gifted might only hinder them. Instead, it would be wiser to select someone who could project an air of superiority, someone who could impress. Look at this fellow, dressed like a celestial being, clearly adept at the art of pretense. If not for Lin Fan learning from Disbay that this person possessed no cultivation, one might easily mistake him for an extraordinary master. "Yes, Saint Ancestor." Disbay observed the figure in the azure robe. Admittedly, he sensed no cultivation talent in the individual, yet since the Saint Ancestor had spoken, all would undoubtedly proceed without issue. With a sudden movement, he appeared beside the figure and, with a slight smile, remarked, "The Saint Ancestor wishes to meet you. Whether you can seize this opportunity rests solely upon you." The crowd stirred with a mix of envious and jealous glances, yet the azure-clad figure merely nodded with calm composure. Showing no signs of disarray, Lin Fan could not help but silently commend him. This individual was indeed skilled at maintaining an air of sophistication. How splendid! Such a professional persona was precisely what the vast and desolate Holy Land required. "Senior, you have indeed summoned me personally." The Xinyu Daoist, having discerned the unique understanding of swordsmanship possessed by the other, hurriedly sought him out, once again witnessing the depth of his empathy. He had come to a profound realization that the other's cultivation and mindset far surpassed his own. Calling him senior was hardly an exaggeration. Thus, he resolved to abandon his previous attempts at concealment and any impolite behavior, opting instead to approach in earnest to seek guidance on matters of swordsmanship. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself ushered into the group and brought to this place. The sensation of mingling with these commoners was profoundly uncomfortable, even making the Xinyu Daoist feel as though he were being desecrated. Nevertheless, he recalled Lin Fan's actions from that fateful night. Those children, clearly far more unkempt, had not been dismissed. Perhaps it is the body that is tainted, while the soul remains eternally pure. Is it the profound intention of that venerable senior to arrange for him to stay among this group of worldly mortals for such an extended period? The Taoist Lord Xian Yu sensed a subtle shift. The shackles that had troubled him for many years seemed to be loosening. He merely required an opportunity, a breakthrough. Senior. The two exchanged gazes, and he offered a slight bow. To him, such a gesture posed no issue. After all, he was a dignified saint-level master. Even when paying respects to a senior, there was no need to overly diminish his stature. However, the nearby cultivators regarded him as excessively arrogant. How could a mere mortal, in the presence of a saint ancestor, fail to perform a kneeling salute? Nevertheless, Lin Fan gazed contentedly at the individual before him. This was indeed a professional capable of withstanding the trials of grand occasions, truly worthy of his expertise, seamlessly immersing himself in the role. Would you be willing to become my direct disciple? In that instant, astonishment enveloped everyone, including Taoist Lord Xian Yu himself. He had merely sought guidance regarding swordsmanship. Seeking a teacher was acceptable, but to be directly designated as a disciple? Such a thing had never been heard of with someone of the saint level. After all, they were already at a level of establishing their own sects. The disciple murmured in disbelief. How could such an impudent fool be favored by the saint ancestor? Personally appointed as a direct disciple? This. Cough, cough. One must not question the decisions of the saint ancestor. A question mark gradually formed on Taoist Lord Xian Yu's forehead. What does this mean? Chapter 84. Exceeding Talent. Should I become the senior's direct disciple? Wait. Perhaps I am overthinking this matter. Taoist Lord Xian Yu reconsidered. The current senior, operating under the guise of the human race as saint ancestor, was an identity that was fundamentally illusory. Thus, the disciples gathered under this false identity were likewise mere phantoms, serving merely as a convenient means for interaction and activity. Indeed, the senior had thoughtfully prepared an identity for him to engage in the lower realms. Taoist Lord Xian Yu nodded earnestly and performed a gesture of respect. Disciple pays respects to the teacher. To be frank, to others, this gesture seemed exceedingly disrespectful. As a direct disciple, he ought to address the saint ancestor as master or respected teacher at the very least. What was teacher? The weight of the two titles was entirely different. Yet, since Lin Fan himself had not voiced any concerns, those around them refrained from speaking. Though their impression of this newly appointed direct disciple was not particularly favorable, Lin Fan nodded and casually inquired, "What is your name?" A name? This question truly caught Taoist Lord Xian Yu off guard. Ever since his elevation to the saint level, he had exclusively used his Taoist title for communication and had not uttered his name in eons. He had not recalled his name for tens of thousands of years. Those who once knew it had mostly perished in the annals of history, leaving only a scant few, all of whom were renowned figures. "I am called Qi Ling." Taoist Lord Xian Yu replied, unsure whether this was his true name or a spontaneous fabrication. In any case, he was Qi Ling now. The Qilin? The young man certainly knows how to put on a facade, even bestowing upon himself such an impressive moniker. Remarkable, indeed, how swiftly he has immersed himself in the role. He could prove to be of great use. From this moment forth, you shall be my cherished disciple. Indeed, Qi Ling remained slightly bowing, maintaining a demeanor that was neither overly familiar nor distant. Lin Fan had no objections, yet the nearby disciple couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The act of the holy ancestor accepting a personal disciple should inherently be a moment of utmost sanctity and solemnity, yet the atmosphere felt oddly askew. The throng of over 1,000 individuals below did not exhibit the reverence one might expect. Rather, they stirred with confusion and jealousy. In an instant, disciple grasped the underlying cause. The lad named Qilin had not displayed any compelling prowess nor revealed an extraordinary talent. Perhaps the holy ancestor possessed an astute eye, capable of discerning genius amidst the masses, but the common folk remained oblivious. They could only surmise that they too could achieve such a status. Determined to salvage the sacred and solemn ceremony, disciple conceived a clever strategy. If this young man had been chosen by the holy ancestor due to his concealed talents, then revealing those talents would surely silence all doubters. Ahem. Everyone, please quiet down. With a beaming smile, disciple reached into the void, and in an instant, a somewhat rounded spirit stone appeared in his hand. Next, we shall employ the most impartial method to assess everyone's talents, beginning with our young friend Qilin. What is this? A talent test? Lin Fan was instantly bewildered. Why hadn't anyone informed him of such a procedure beforehand? What mischief was disciple up to now? This fellow possessed no remarkable talents. He was merely a random choice, as it mattered little whether this individual had any true gift. It was enough for others to believe he did. He had already devised an elaborate series of ostentatious displays for his personal disciple. And now it seemed his grand plans might be abruptly thwarted. Ahem. Lin Fan frantically gestured to disciple, urging him not to undermine the situation. This was not how one conducted affairs. Dispai had accurately received the holy ancestor's directive. Excellent. I shall utilize the most radiant and precise spirit stone to test the talents of your first personal disciple, revealing your keen insight to all. Alas, this was disastrous. His illustrious reputation was about to be tarnished by this individual. At Dispai's behest, Qi Ling stepped forward, her gaze lightly sweeping over the testing spirit stone. It could only be said that it was indeed a product of the lower realms, rather poorly made. The so-called talent test was merely a rudimentary procedure, insufficient to uncover truly hidden abilities. Unbeknownst to him, this was already the finest testing stone in Dispai's possession. It would be difficult to find one of a higher caliber within the entire lower realm. It was prudent not to draw too much attention. A touch of restraint was advisable. Qi Ling placed her hand upon the spirit stone. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the stone remained inert, emitting not a glimmer of light, signifying a complete lack of talent. In the past, individuals of such a low caliber would not even qualify to be a servant disciple. Lin Fan immediately resolved to withhold 50 years' worth of wages from Dispai. Then, with a resounding crack, a fissure began to spread downwards from the top of the spirit stone. And before the astonished gaze of all present, this top-tier magical artifact shattered into countless fragments. Lin Fan was left bewildered. Could it be that this individual's talent was so pitiably inferior that even the spirit stone could not withstand it? Dispai took a step back, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. The spirit stone's assessment was straightforward, displaying colors ranging from white to green, blue, purple, black, gold, and finally red. In ascending order of talent, white denoted the lowest level of aptitude, barely qualifying one to become a formal cultivator, though their ultimate achievements were unlikely to reach great heights. Red signified the highest talent, often referred to as the seeds of the sacred realm, typically groomed as direct disciples of the leaders of various factions, destined to become the next generation of leaders. Of course, talent assessments were not absolute. There had been instances of individuals with white talent breaking through to the realm of the extraordinary. Conversely, it was also quite common for those with red talent to perish before they could fully develop their potential. Ultimately, one's talent merely represented a more advantageous starting point. Yet the journey to the finish line remained fraught with uncertainties. Having lived for so long, Dispai had encountered more than one individual with red talent. But this was the first time he had witnessed someone who could shatter the spirit stone. This indicated that the subject's talent had exceeded the limits that the spirit stone could bear, rendering it incapable of displaying the corresponding color, resulting in its self-destruction. If red represented the seeds of the sacred realm, then a higher level loomed beyond. Dispai came to a terrifying realization. This junior before him, if not interrupted prematurely, would likely ascend to become a figure surpassing the sacred realm. Truly, such talent was worthy of being a direct disciple of the esteemed ancestor. Chapter 85. Finding You the Best Teacher. At that moment, the audience was struck silent. They finally grasped the truth that questioning the decisions of such a magnificent being was foolish. It had become evident that perspectives varied greatly among individuals. Was this artifact so fragile? Qi Ling's lips twitched slightly. He had exerted considerable effort to restrain himself, but fortunately, the situation had not spiraled out of control, and the outcome seemed relatively favorable. Soon after, the remaining individuals began to test their own talents under the guidance of an official from the Earth realm. Here, all worldly power held no sway. Ability was the sole determinant, whether one was the son of a noble or the offspring of an emperor. Everything was dictated by the color of one's talent. Those who tested white talent fell into deep contemplation, pondering whether it was better to ascend in the secular world or to embrace a lower status within the celestial gates. Meanwhile, those with green talent and above entered the celestial realm without hesitation. Every genius possessing black talent or higher would be meticulously recorded, and these lists would be forwarded to the elders of the sacred grounds. Lin Fan had not forgotten the few young attendants he had previously gathered, for he suspected that one among them was destined for greatness. However, he did not publicly showcase the talents of these individuals, but discreetly retained a testing spirit stone. After all, the art of pretense requires finesse. A truly skilled pretender would never engage in ostentation without preparation. Clearly, the narrative of casually discovering unparalleled geniuses did not unfold, and Lin Fan once again felt that he was not the favored child of destiny. Among the 7 children rescued, 5 possessed no cultivation aptitude whatsoever. Without the enhancement of special herbs or elixirs, it seemed unlikely they could ever breach the threshold of cultivation. The 2 who did exhibit some talent were by no means extraordinary. Their abilities were merely the most commonplace white aptitude. Well, since I promised to have you as my attendants, I shall not go back on my word. The Holy Land is vast, and having a few more to share meals with is of little consequence. Lin Fan gazed at the now cleaned little ones, finally perceiving some semblance of humanity in them. To his surprise, he had initially assumed these were 7 boys, only to find amongst them a girl, the very one who had previously been quick to answer questions. But that was of little importance. Lin Fan redirected his attention to the most significant individual, the newly recruited disciple. Though he could not fathom why an ordinary person would be deemed a super genius, he resolutely accepted this reality. After all, he had encountered enough absurdities to grow accustomed to them. All right, a super genius is at hand, but how does one instruct such an individual? Disbai believed that a talent transcending common understanding should be guided by a master who is equally extraordinary. Clearly, beyond the great holy ancestor, no one in the vast Holy Land was qualified to mentor this prodigy. Lin Fan understood that questioning this individual would yield no fruitful answers. If Qi Ling was merely a master of pretense, he would not mind playing along, but the fact remained that this person was indeed an extraordinary genius. Would accompanying him lead to his own obscurity? The two exchanged awkward glances, neither knowing how to break the silence until Qi Ling could no longer contain himself and took the initiative to bow respectfully. Teacher, this marks our first formal meeting. Wasn't he that just stating the obvious? Lin Fan nearly struggled to comprehend. He suddenly wondered if this genius disciple had suffered a head injury as a child, leaving him somewhat incoherent. I have come to seek your guidance, hoping to advance further in the sword path, Qi Ling declared, removing his sword from his waist but not drawing it. To be honest, I have been stuck at a certain bottleneck for quite some time. Lin Fan pondered. It seemed this fellow had previously been a swordsman, yet he was utterly ignorant of swordsmanship. How could he teach him? Wait. Lin Fan realized he had entered a mental trap. Why must he be the one to teach? As the holy ancestor, he could easily summon numerous individuals who were otherwise unattainable. In other words, if this young one wished to learn the sword, why not simply bring forth the strongest swordsmanship master from the mortal realm? It was as simple as uttering a command. First, lay a solid foundation for this individual's sword cultivation, then provide him with several advanced techniques for him to comprehend independently. After all, he is a genius and should possess sufficient self-learning capabilities, shouldn't he? Ahem. Lin Fan smiled faintly and decided, in that case, to find him the finest swordsmanship teacher. Qi Ling could not help but reveal a hint of joy. To be referred to as the best swordsmanship teacher by this esteemed senior surely meant that the individual must be a peak Saint Lord or even a Saint King level expert. A peak Saint Lord specializing in swordsmanship indeed has the qualifications to guide him. If it were a Saint King, that goes without saying. However, he couldn't help but feel perplexed. When did the lower realm become inundated with such an abundance of exceptional talents? Is the atmosphere somewhat askew? Following the teacher's instructions, he was left wondering who this eminent figure might be. Lin Fan wore an enigmatic smile and then waved his hand to summon a young attendant behind him. Send someone to notify the emperor to summon the best swordsmanship master in the country for me. No delays, the sooner, the better. Yes, my lord. A soft and delicate voice came from behind, as the boldest girl among the group promptly dashed out. Although she possessed no cultivation, her physique remained frail, and not long ago, she was merely a commoner. She represented Lin Fan. And even the emperor of the nation must bow his head and respectfully accept her command. The finest swordsmanship master in the country? Qi Ling appeared bewildered, muttering Lin Fan's words under his breath, seemingly in disbelief. What do you mean by the strongest swordsmanship master in the realm? After all, he is still a mortal. Why would this esteemed senior allow a mere mortal to instruct him? This is nothing short of a blatant insult. A mortal teaching a Saint Lord level swordsman is indeed preposterous, let alone it actually happening. It was unheard of until now. Observing his disciple's changing expression, Lin Fan confidently lifted his chin. Look, with just one call, the best swordsmanship master in the nation is summoned as your teacher. You should revel in your good fortune. Yet, is this fellow's reaction a bit excessive? Is he truly that agitated? Could it be that the illustrious title of the nation's strongest swordsmanship master has instilled a sense of inferiority in this mortal disciple? Chapter 86. Utter defeat indeed. This individual is merely an extraordinary talent, yet possesses no cultivation and remains a mortal, which is bound to evoke a sense of inadequacy. Lin Fan pondered this and then reassured him. The disparity in identity and strength is of little consequence. The disparity in identity and strength is of little consequence? Upon hearing the senior's words, Qi Ling finally managed to calm his emotions temporarily, yet he still doubted that a mortal could impart any knowledge to him. He was inclined to believe that this was merely a test from the senior, the specific assessment method being unpredictable, but for now, he decided to observe the unfolding events. Due to the Saint Ancestor's decree, this news reached not only the emperor's ears, but also the ears of those managing the land affairs. The emperor swiftly located the esteemed master of swordsmanship and the gathering of cultivators promptly utilized the teleportation array to bring the bewildered individual before them. Lin Fan had anticipated a wait of several days, yet he found himself face-to-face with the illustrious sword master that very day. Admittedly, this reputation was predominantly confined to the mortal realm. The master, a man in his 50s, could easily be regarded as an elder in the human world. Evidently, his status as a swordsmanship master afforded him a life of considerable dignity, far removed from the struggles of the impoverished. He was clad in light, casual attire, with a conical hat slung over his back and a long sword hanging at his waist, embodying Lin Fan's image of a martial arts expert. "May I inquire as to your purpose in seeking me?" The sword master adopted a humble demeanor, fully aware of the vast disparity in status between them. He recognized that the individual before him was likely the highest-ranking person he would ever encounter in his lifetime. "I wish for you to teach him swordsmanship. Rest assured, I will compensate you handsomely," Lin Fan stated directly, eschewing any frivolous pleasantries. "He possesses no cultivation, so do remember to temper your strength." "Understood." Both Qi Ling and the sword master responded almost in unison, though Qi Ling's tone was tinged with confusion while the master's was entirely composed. The sword master unwrapped the bindings of his sword and drew forth a blade forged from ordinary steel. "Young man, draw your sword." The essence of instruction lies in the clash of blades, not in mere words. Qi Ling's expression grew peculiar as he pondered the request. Was he truly to engage in combat? What could the elder possibly mean by summoning a mortal as a sparring partner and specifically instructing him to hold back? Even if he suppressed his cultivation, a single strike could obliterate the opponent entirely. What value could such a practice hold? Observing his seemingly daft disciple frozen in place, Lin Fan sighed inwardly at his lack of wit and offered a gentle nudge. "Don't just stand there. Engage with your swordsmanship. It will be beneficial for you." "With swordsmanship?" Qi Ling suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing that the elder had always referred to swordsmanship, not the path of the sword, without any cultivation or divine abilities. And even foregoing the most fundamental application of true qi, was he truly to engage with the most primitive and fundamental form of swordsmanship? Was that the elder's intention? Gradually, Qi Ling drew forth the sword from his waist, still unable to shake the bizarre sensation of drawing a weapon against a mortal for the first time. The moment the sword was unsheathed, Lin Fan was taken aback. The blade was not crafted from steel, but sculpted from jade. There was no discernible edge. The tip was exceedingly smooth, and it could easily be handled as a trinket. Was this truly a weapon? It resembled more of a plaything. "Are you certain this is acceptable?" "Absolutely." Although Qi Ling was uncertain of the elder's intent behind the question, he answered without hesitation and raised the jade sword high. As the predecessors have articulated, he did not exert a modicum of genuine energy, nor did he intend to activate any swordsmanship techniques, deliberately restraining his speed to that of an ordinary mortal. He aimed to gauge the caliber of that mundane master through the most unadulterated form of swordplay. The blade sliced through the air as Qi Ling's hand flicked, the verdant jade blade darting in the ether with a series of rapid thrusts. This was the manifestation of his prowess as a practitioner of the sword path. Yet, to his astonishment, this self-assured strike failed to connect with the tangible form of his opponent, who evaded his assault with an almost ethereal grace. In an instant, the sword master countered with thrusts from various cunning angles. Qi Ling, possessing extraordinary perceptive acuity, meticulously observed and responded to each maneuver. "What technique is this? Why have I never witnessed it before?" Gradually, Qi Ling discerned that this encounter lacked the overwhelming dominance he had initially anticipated. He realized he could liberate a fraction of his strength to instantaneously vanquish his adversary, yet defeating a mere mortal held no allure for him. He found such an act beneath his dignity. He was taken aback, for even without employing his cultivation, he was among the foremost sword practitioners of his age. How could he possibly falter against a mere mortal? Qi Ling sought to turn the tide, only to confront a disheartening reality. Thus far, his ability to parry his opponent's strikes had been solely due to his remarkable reflexes and acute perception, allowing him to contend with the onslaught despite maintaining a mortal's pace. This prowess stemmed from his innate constitution as a cultivator and bore no relation to his swordsmanship. In essence, if the contest were purely one of skill, a venerable master of the Saint Monarch level might indeed be surpassed by an ordinary man. A heaviness settled in Qi Ling's heart. He could scarcely fathom that his swordplay had regressed to such a state. Yet, a sudden realization washed over him. He had not truly regressed at all. For in the span of millennia, he had seemingly never engaged with genuine swordsmanship. The sword path he had long revered drew its true destructive power from his formidable cultivation. From the boundless might of sword techniques, from the ability to cleave mountains as if they were mere clay. A true master of the sword could raise a city with a single stroke, leaving enemies in utter ruin. On such a foundation, who would concern themselves with elaborate swordplay? The might of those formidable sword cultivators lay in their ability to compress their terrifying cultivation into their sword energy, unleashing even more dreadful techniques. Their sword energy sweeping across 30,000 miles, littering the landscape with the bones of foes. Yet, at its core, they merely lifted their swords and swung them. There were no further complexities involved. The sword path is the overwhelming romance of the cultivator. Swordsmanship is the ultimate art of the ordinary man. Ling beheld the elder before him, while past 50, raising his sword, his steps harmonizing with the blade's movements, concealing true lethality within the illusory openings. That was the culmination of decades of dedication, of relentless honing. In that moment, sword and wielder became nearly indistinguishable, a glimpse of unity Ling had yet to witness in any other sword practitioner. Then, he gently shifted the blade of his sword, effortlessly deflecting the elder's attack, a motion so instinctive it seemed almost automatic. In terms of physical prowess, the elder could never hope to surpass him. Yet, in the art of swordsmanship, he was utterly defeated. Chapter 87. Specialization in one's craft. Clang. A sharp metallic sound echoed as Ling instinctively glanced forward, only to find the elder's expression one of astonishment. His sword had shattered. It was at this moment that Ling recalled the jade sword in his possession was crafted from the divine jade of the upper realm. Even without the infusion of true energy, its inherent hardness was undeniable. As for why the sword lacked a true edge, did it truly matter when engaging in combat? Rather than a sword, it could be more aptly described as an indestructible club. The elder had indeed been swift, but his excessive force had led to the shattering of his own weapon. However, this did not signify Ling's victory, for he had yet to best the mortal before him with his own swordsmanship. In this instant, he grasped why the elder had previously harbored doubts regarding his possession of this sword. Had he unknowingly relied on an external force? Truly astonishing. The elder finally spoke. Your reflexes surpass nearly everyone I have encountered. Had you undergone formal sword training, I would have certainly been defeated long ago. Ling's lips twitched. As a distinguished sword cultivator, to be deemed untrained in orthodox swordsmanship was a bitter pill to swallow. What had he been doing all those years in the sword spirit sect? Yet, he also began to understand that the sword path he had previously envisioned was fundamentally different from the swordsmanship articulated by the elder. Your swordsmanship is indeed exquisite, Ling sincerely remarked. To be honest, I had not anticipated this at all. But your sword is now broken. Let today's training conclude here. No, we shall continue. The elder raised the hilt of his broken sword. A true master can wield even a broken sword to lethal effect. Ling exhaled deeply and made a resolute decision. He suppressed most of his perceptions, intentionally limiting his reflexes, reducing these nearly supernatural attributes to that of an ordinary person. He wished to ascertain how long he could endure against the elder under such conditions. The wind from the sword howled, and before Ling could fully react, the elder's broken sword was already poised at his throat. Astonishing, Ling was momentarily dumbfounded. The battle concluded, and the master of swordsmanship took his leave, needing to settle in the palace before commencing his formal instruction in sword techniques the following day. This bout was merely to demonstrate his qualification as a teacher. Had he failed, his presence here would have been unwarranted. Truly, a genius, capable of enduring against the nation's strongest swordmaster for such a duration. Lin Fan silently marveled. And soon Ling approached with a complex expression. Former teacher, I still have one question. Although you are the strongest sword cultivator here, why seek a mortal to instruct me? Ling acknowledged that perhaps the old man's mastery in swordsmanship was indeed exquisite. However, what a sword cultivator truly requires is a far greater understanding of the sword's profound mysteries. Is the pursuit of swordsmanship by mortals genuinely necessary in the battles of cultivators? Upon hearing his query, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this child had become foolishly enamored with sword practice? When did he ascend to the status of the mightiest sword cultivator here? He had never even wielded a sword. Is it not the common perception that all cultivators are sword users? Lin Fan longed to express his ignorance of swordsmanship, although he had considerable insight into the art of disdain. Yet, such admissions would tarnish his lofty image. Thus, he resorted to weaving grandiloquent theories instead. Sometimes, your words need not possess genuine wisdom. They merely need to resonate with the listener. This was one of the insights he had gleaned during his recent experiences. Now, two individuals stand before you, one a cultivator, the other a scholar. Which would you choose as your companion? Without hesitation, Ling answered, the cultivator. For at their core, mortals and cultivators are fundamentally distinct. It matters not if one is but a scholar, a general, or even an emperor. Upon encountering a cultivator, they must bow in deference or even kneel in respect. But what if I were to have your companion teach? Ling found himself momentarily perplexed, seemingly struggling to grasp the elder's meaning. Thus, Lin Fan approached the lad and gently patted his shoulder, explaining that cultivators are not omnipotent. They are not all-knowing and all-capable and possess both strengths and weaknesses. Despite his own lack of expertise in virtually all areas, he continued, "You cannot expect to learn everything you desire from me. Specialization exists. Even cultivators have their limitations. According to this principle, cultivators and ordinary individuals are not inherently superior or inferior. Rather, they simply excel in different domains." Were these words to escape the lips of an ordinary person, Qi Ling would have swiftly delivered a sword strike, deeming it a blasphemy against the path of cultivation. Yet, these sentiments emerged from the mouth of a profoundly skilled cultivator, compelling him to ponder deeply. Throughout his millennia of existence, Qi Ling had often traversed the realms of the weak, even extending his hand to assist them. He was not a cultivator entirely isolated from the world. In his view, these weaker beings were pitiable and deserving of aid, but they were not worthy of reverence, nor of emulation, nor was there any necessity to engage with them. Only mortals may glean wisdom from cultivators, embarking upon the path of the extraordinary. Where is the rationale for cultivators to learn from mortals? Follow that esteemed master. You shall gain immeasurable benefits. After all, in the realm of mortals, one could scarcely find a stronger individual. Lin Fan resolved that upon returning to his sect, he would seek out a formidable sword cultivator of heavenly stature to thoroughly instruct his cherished disciple. How could such a prominent master of celestial prowess not utterly astound him? Alas, I am indeed a diligent and devoted mentor. As Qi Ling gently made his way back to the sanctuary prepared for him, he found himself reflecting on the battles he had previously fought. After all, what was a mere mortal's swordplay worth? No matter how ornate the moves, they held no significance. His pace gradually quickened, yet after just a few steps, he abruptly halted. Indeed, the swordplay of an ordinary person bore no efficacy, but what if he had faced an expert of equal caliber? What then would have transpired? The following day, the elder arrived as promised, wielding a new sword. Qi Ling, too, relinquished his jade sword in favor of a humble iron blade. He realized a profound truth. He had been erroneously separating the swordsmanship of mortals from the divine sword arts of cultivators. In reality, these two realms seemed not to conflict. He appeared to have discovered an unconventional yet potent path to enhance his abilities. Youth, what do you perceive a sword to be? The sword embodies my path, my conviction. Nay, the sword is merely a tool. The elder slowly unsheathed his sword. The greatest distinction between humans and animals lies in our ability to utilize tools. What you must do is master this tool. That constitutes my first lesson to you. Days passed, and Qi Ling earnestly embraced the role of a swordsmanship apprentice, seemingly forgetting his own cultivation level and identity, wholly immersing himself in the practice. Fortunately, the longevity of cultivators allowed him the luxury of extended retreat. For a being of his stature, secluding oneself for decades or even centuries was commonplace. Thus, even in his prolonged absence from the enforcement team, others would manage his affairs. His formidable cultivation also permitted him to linger longer in the mortal realm, unburdened by the temporal constraints faced by others like Song Li. Undoubtedly, Qi Ling's innate talent for swordsmanship was nothing short of extraordinary. Within scarcely a week, the master swordsman found himself with little left to teach. Indeed, you are someone chosen by the celestial beings. I have encountered many prodigies, but only now do I believe I have met a true genius. Nay, I should be the one admiring you. Qi Ling remarked sincerely as he sat beside the elder, marveling at how one could hone their swordsmanship to such heights over decades. The elder appeared to reminisce, a thoughtful expression gracing his features. I began practicing at 6, earned the title of master by 16, and at 20, I vanquished all challengers across the nation, revered as the strongest swordsman of my generation. Intrigued, Qi Ling pressed, and then? The elder's expression turned peculiar as he gave a wry smile. Then, I encountered a first-level cultivator. Qi Ling fell silent. I have little left to impart, the elder stated, rising slowly and making his way towards the door, the setting sun casting an elongated shadow of him against the window. Those noble immortals likely do not regard individuals such as us at all. You truly ought not to learn the art of swordsmanship from me. It is utterly futile. Instead, you should seek guidance from the immortals, for therein lies the essence of truth in this world. Qi Ling fell silent once more. The selection of prodigies at the vast sacred grounds was finally drawing to a close. Regrettably, not a single individual with a crimson talent emerged from the entire kingdom this time. The elders remained exuberant, however, for they had discovered a genius far more formidable than any with red talent. This revelation cast a shadow over all others present. As the moment of departure approached, Lin Fan summoned Dispai once again. The young girl behind him promptly presented tea, though it was evident that Dispai had no intention of partaking. Holy ancestor, what commands do you have? Despai's heart raced. He understood that the holy ancestor had come to the mortal realm for a significant purpose, and yet, until their imminent departure, the holy ancestor had yet to take action. The very act of summoning him now must pertain to this monumental task. Lin Fan glanced at the young girl beside him, a playful smile gracing his lips. It appears this nation is in need of a new emperor. Despai's expression reflected an understanding of this implication. The holy ancestor indeed intended to take action against the current ruler, which did not surprise him. He had long since dispatched individuals to investigate this tyrant and had uncovered various dubious aspects. The intelligence gathered thus far indicated that this emperor was seemingly amassing a vast number of corpses. Yet, deeper inquiries had yet to yield further revelations. Indeed, the fact that no further information had been uncovered was itself a substantial enigma. Despai, a pinnacle expert of the Eighth Realm, found it astonishing that there remained undiscovered elements surrounding the misdeeds of a mere mortal emperor. What force was aiding this emperor in concealing his actions? And the concealment itself hinted at numerous issues. This suggested that the opposing force preferred to allow us to sense something amiss rather than revealing their secrets directly. Despai immediately clasped his hands in reverence. Yes, holy ancestor, shall you take action personally? Or should I gather a few other elders to join the endeavor? Lin Fan was utterly bewildered. What could possibly necessitate his personal involvement, and why should all the elders be mobilized? Surely, the sect could replace a mortal emperor with but a word. What was the need for such a grand display? Did they truly have such a tenuous grip on this nation that the entire family needed to be involved to establish control? Handle it as you see fit, he conveyed, suggesting that Despai might utilize all known resources. Despai immediately adopted a serious demeanor, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. However, as it was the holy ancestor's command, he would undoubtedly execute it without hesitation. Understood. No, judging by your expression, you seem not to comprehend at all, Lin Fan remarked, his face darkening. Yet, he reasoned that it was merely a matter of dealing with a mortal emperor. Such a straightforward task seemed unlikely to be mishandled by Despai, allowing him to relax. The young girl behind them listened wide-eyed to their conversation, eventually grasping the context, and nervously tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve. The elders need not go to such extremes. It seems somewhat out of order. After all, this emperor has dutifully served this group of celestial beings from beginning to end. If Lin Fan, the venerable ancestor, were to harbor any desire to extinguish his opponent, it would seemingly only be due to the trivial grievances of these insignificant figures. Out of order? Lin Fan crossed his legs and smiled slightly, declaring, I am the very embodiment of order. Nevertheless, it must be noted that I have adhered to the rules of the game. If the emperor can whimsically execute commoners, then it is quite reasonable for me, a celestial being, to whimsically eliminate an emperor in turn. Is this not precisely what he has previously done? While Lin Fan cannot save every soul in this world, having witnessed the unfolding events, he can only offer an apology. Finally, as if he realized something, he glanced at his crossed legs and then at the eager-eyed Despai. Firstly, the newly appointed emperor may lack capability, but he must at least be compliant. In this era, an emperor who does not instigate trouble is already superior to 90 of his peers. Secondly, this time, my crossed legs carry no hidden implications, nor will they in the future. Let this be firmly remembered. Chapter 89. Taking Risks. The void abyss. Dresden has recently been feeling rather unsettled. He gazed out the window towards the distant mortal town, sensing that something significant was about to transpire. As a former human, his chosen method of cultivation differed from many in the demon clan. His approach leaned more towards functionality and included a capacity for foresight. In the past, whenever he experienced such ominous premonitions, they invariably heralded significant, often unfavorable events for him. Could it be that his communication with the human ancestral saint was too reckless, exposing certain issues? Suddenly, he felt a chilling aura behind him and turned to see the familiar demonic energy and the seemingly innocuous smile of Cavero. His heart skipped a beat, yet he managed to maintain his composure. Are you contemplating something that could startle you so? Cavero chuckled nonchalantly, dragging a chair from the side and seating himself. Only then did Dresden release a breath of relief, interpreting the action as a sign that his undercover identity had not been discovered. Your strength has returned? Merely restored to the second level of the sacred realm through certain means. However, this makes little difference. Cavero gradually wiped the smile from his face. I have come to discuss a matter with you. I have gleaned some information from that demonic sect. What information? Dresden's brow furrowed. His earlier foreboding led him to suspect that this news would not be favorable. A secret realm known as the Void Abyss, Cavero explained. According to his description, I found a location that oddly aligns with these details. At that time, I was not yet at the sacred realm, engaged in a mission to infiltrate the human domain, and that place was merely a desolate wasteland. Subsequently, mortals established a kingdom upon it. A simple reminder made it clear to Dresden the purpose of Cavero's visit. That kingdom, founded upon the void abyss, was now perilously close at hand. Dresden furrowed his brow, as Cavero's words were rife with illogicalities, presenting an absurdity that was hard to comprehend. Are you truly considering venturing inside? This realm, steeped in peril according to legends from the upper realm, could spell our demise. No, Cavero replied, shaking his head. Within the abyss of void lies a peculiar force capable of erasing the cultivation of all who enter. In essence, we would be reduced to mere mortals. The scarcity of artifacts that can be wielded by ordinary beings means that even the slightest hint of danger would render us helpless. This encapsulates the true peril of the abyss of void. It is not the magnitude of the dangers within that poses the threat, but rather our diminished strength, which is nearly non-existent. A sudden smile graced Cavero's lips. Yet such peril is not insurmountable. This treacherous sanctuary may harbor elements that could grant me access to the realm of ascension. At last, Dresden comprehended the motivation behind Cavero's reckless ambition. Gradually encountering the powers possessed by those from the upper realm, he found himself overshadowed by individuals of lesser innate talent, yet possessing astounding cultivation. This revelation was nearly shattering for Cavero's confidence. Over the millennia, the leader of the demon clan had never yearned for ascension as fervently as he did now. The fate of the demon race rested solely in the hands of the human ancestors, and he loathed the notion of relinquishing his destiny to others. The only means to contend against the powers of the upper realm lay in obtaining it from there. He had never doubted his own potential. He merely lacked the opportunity, the chance for ascension. Dresden perceived a fervent flame of zeal reflected in Cavero's eyes. The sacred realm or the celestial realm were the optimal candidates for this undertaking, for higher levels of cultivation would serve little purpose. In contrast to those of lower cultivation, we possessed greater experience and insight, enabling us to navigate the vast majority of crises. Dresden was inclined to decline this mission, yet he understood that Cavero's resolve would remain unshaken. Just then, another demon entered, a high-ranking member of the celestial realm at the 9th level. This individual was a close confidant of Cavero. Not only was he the most promising talent for breaking into the sacred realm in recent years, but he was also the most loyal member of the Elder Council. In addition to the 3 of us, I shall summon 10 more members from the celestial realm to partake in this mission. However, I will refrain from disclosing this information to them until the task is officially underway. It seemed that there were still quite a few internal pests within the demon clan. Dresden thought, endeavoring to maintain a neutral expression. Trouble loomed. As a competent informant, it was imperative to report such a significant operation to the human ancestors. Yet, only 3 individuals were present. Cavero himself could not be the informant, nor could his confidant. If the information were to leak, it would not take much to deduce the source. We shall depart in 1 week. With that proclamation, Cavero's figure vanished instantaneously, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. The celestial realm demon merely nodded at Dresden, who sensed an appraising gaze upon him. Had he already aroused suspicion? With a heart laden with trepidation, Dresden concluded the silent confrontation of gazes with a subtle nod before exiting the room. He even forgot that this was his own room. He should not have left at all. Now, how would the news be conveyed? The gaze of the demon from the realm of heaven followed Dresden's footsteps until the latter's figure completely vanished. Only then did he close the door and pull out a piece of stationery. Esteemed ancestor, a confidential letter was delivered into Lin Fan's hands. An urgent missive that seemed to have been expedited by some means to reach him as swiftly as possible. The informant from the demon's side appeared to be the strongest among those who had surrendered. Well, if we do not count Dresden, that is. A realm that could erase the cultivation of all who entered? No wonder they associated it with the abyss of nihility when I mentioned that even mortals could wield such treasures. The demons had located the abyss of nihility? It made sense. The denizens of the higher realm had searched for so long without success, so it was only logical that the abyss resided in the lower realm. Lin Fan did not pay much heed to the first half of the letter, as he was not particularly inclined to interfere with the demon's actions at the moment. In fact, he would rather that Cavero led his entire team into the abyss of nihility. The likelihood of that occurring was not negligible at all. Let me see. The precise coordinates possessed by the demons are. Upon reaching this point, Lin Fan was utterly bewildered. The coordinates pointed to the Imperial Palace, the residence of the Emperor. Chapter 90. Why is the Imperial banner emitting black mist? The Emperor's residence is the very location of the abyss of nihility? Lin Fan recalled that Dispai had just set off to handle the matter of replacing the Emperor after making all necessary preparations. He might already be at the Emperor's location. This nation had endured for thousands of years without issue. It was improbable that trouble would arise just because we arrived. That said, he felt it necessary to alert Dispai. Lin Fan promptly retrieved the communication spirit stone he referred to as a telephone, intending to inform Dispai of the developments regarding the abyss of nihility. Regardless of whether trouble would ensue, it would be prudent to issue a warning. Why was he unable to connect? Was it proximity to the abyss causing interference with the spirit stone's communication, or was some other force obstructing the signal? Lin Fan immediately rose and swiftly flew in Dispai's direction. Although this fellow occasionally undermined him, Lin Fan could not bear to see him in danger. Wait for me. My lord. The young female attendant, confused by Lin Fan's sudden departure, understood that she could not leave her master without permission, so she exerted all her effort to follow him. Yet, how could she possibly keep pace with Lin Fan's speed? Within seconds, she was left far behind, anxiously staring into the distance. What is it, little girl? Qi Ling happened to approach from another direction and, noticing the anxious young girl, inquired with mild surprise. My lord hurried off in that direction. It seems something important has come up, but I cannot keep up with him. What is this important matter? Qi Ling instinctively furrowed his brow. The matter that could draw the attention of a formidable elder must surely be linked to the celestial demons. He immediately realized the gravity of the situation and resolved to have the little girl wait here while he rushed to provide assistance. However, he soon considered that if celestial demons truly were causing havoc, leaving the innocent girl alone would be exceedingly perilous. In fact, remaining by their side would afford her a modicum of safety. If the crisis were not so dire, then the little girl's presence beside him would be undeniably secure. For his saintly cultivation level was no jest. He could disregard other mortals, but this girl was, after all, a follower of his mentor, making her akin to kin, deserving of his protection. With my prowess, I should be able to safeguard her. Perhaps even he was unaware that his perspectives had subtly shifted over these past few days. Qi Ling promptly lifted the little girl into his arms and shed his mortal guise, pursuing the direction in which Lin Fan had departed. The replacement of an emperor was typically a matter of a mere phrase within the realms of cultivation, yet the disciples gathered 5 elders of the heavenly realm, treating the situation with utmost gravity to confront the emperor in person. Halt! The disciples paused before the emperor's palace, the air thick with the stench of blood and decay, so palpable that it was almost unmasked, indicating that their adversary was already aware of their movements. It appears you have taken notice. A somewhat hoarse voice emanated from within the palace. We could have lived in peace. I am merely eliminating a few mortals. It does not infringe upon your sect's interests. After all, these mortals are like wheat. Harvest one batch, and another will grow. What is the issue? It was astonishing that cultivators, who typically disregarded mortal lives, would trouble themselves over such trivial matters. Have you all developed a flaw in your reasoning through your cultivation? There is no need for further dialogue. The disciples drew forth their innate treasures, among which was the saintly broken sword, acquired from the abyssal sword pavilion. Utilizing an abundance of death energy to practice a certain dark art, you have clearly transgressed the taboos against mortals engaging in cultivation. It is only just that we eliminate you. Indeed, the emperor's practice of dark arts was an undeniable truth, and his status as emperor forbade such involvement. Coupled with the heinous act of slaughtering innocents, it was sufficient to warrant a death sentence. If you choose to depart now, we might pretend nothing has transpired and continue our prior relations. That is impossible. The disciples swung their blades, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that instantly obliterated the palace. What followed was a sight they would never forget. A massive, grotesque mass of flesh and bone lay collapsed on the ground, resembling a yet. Everyone is well aware that he is none other than the recently illustrious emperor. Why would he choose to do this? Dispai voiced his confusion, questioning why, after our departure, he would still be the emperor above all, yet he has subjected himself to such a grotesque state. The emperor's voice dripped with venom as he retorted. I am the emperor, the sovereign of this land. I am meant to be the highest in status, deserving of universal submission. Yet, why are there those who can rise above me? Why are there those who can command me? I refuse to accept this. When imperial authority loses its sanctity, chaos shall inevitably ensue. He brandished a black banner, the mud upon his visage swirling into a sinister smile. Fortunately, I have my subjects. My people contribute their own strength to my imperial banner. The true emperor is about to be born, and I shall become the rightful ruler of this land. As he gazed upon the ominous banner emanating dark energy, Dispai felt an unsettling aura that even made him, a master of the celestial realm, shudder with trepidation. Had it not been for the ancestors' decree to eradicate this individual, given him a few more years, what terrifying monstrosity might he have become? Resolving his thoughts, Dispai no longer hesitated and raised the broken sword high. Who taught you this dark sorcery? Was it the demon clan? The emperor remained silent, and Dispai's patience finally waned as he unleashed a concentrated sword aura, dragon slashing. This was a formidable sword technique of the pinnacle celestial realm. Countless demons had perished under its might during the war between humans and demons. In the distance, a figure approached rapidly. Dispi, beware of the void abyss. Chapter 91, A Deadly Danger. The ancestor? Upon seeing Lin Fan arrive, Dispi initially felt a sense of relief, only to be struck by confusion. What was this void abyss? Following closely behind was another streak of light as Qi Ling carried a young girl, his expression one of astonishment, clearly having overheard Lin Fan's words. The void abyss? He recalled that during a previous gossip gathering, a teacher codenamed Cohen had mentioned a need for a treasure that even mortals or those of low cultivation could wield. At that time, speculation arose that he would venture to the void abyss, and the teacher had not opposed it. Yet, Qi Ling had never anticipated that this day would come so swiftly. Indeed, for someone like the teacher, each personal intervention was undoubtedly for significant matters. Just as with the last time regarding the Sacred Sword's secret realm, his descent this time surely could not be merely for gathering talent. After Lin Fan spoke, he turned his attention to the situation before him, only to be utterly bewildered. Who could explain what this grotesque entity was? And what was that ominous figure exuding dark energy? Upon hearing the words void abyss, the emperor suddenly bore an expression of heightened terror, the blood-soiled mud on his face contorting into a horrifying visage. In the next moment, an overwhelming force of suction suddenly enveloped the air. As if some ancient seal had received a signal to activate, countless cold and sinister energies surged forth, while everything else was violently drawn inward. In an instant, before anyone could fully comprehend what was happening, a tremendous sense of spatial disorientation overtook them, and they were forcibly dragged into the abyss. Coughing lightly, Lin Fan opened his eyes once more, only to find that the scene before him had transformed dramatically. No longer did he behold the ruins of the sleeping quarters. Instead, they appeared to be in a secret realm, a deep underground passage illuminated by an ethereal glow emitted by some unknown algae clinging to the walls. Was this the abyss of nothingness? Qi Ling gently set the young girl down and stared blankly at his own hands, feeling utterly bewildered. No matter how he squeezed, he could no longer sense a trace of true energy within him. In the abyss of nothingness, regardless of one's formidable cultivation, all power would be instantaneously nullified. Here, everyone was rendered as mere mortals. This was all so sudden. Their teacher had not afforded them any time to prepare. Could it be that he had not anticipated this? No, that was impossible. As Qi Ling pondered, he deduced that Lin Fan's utterance of the phrase abyss of nothingness had triggered the seal, implying that the other party must have been entirely confident in their choice to enter this place. Yet, Daoist Sun had not discovered any artifacts that could be wielded by mortals. Was it possible that the teacher had procured such items himself? What was happening? Why had they all lost their cultivation? Even a seasoned warrior like Qi Ling, familiar with the intricacies of this realm, managed to maintain his composure. However, the several elders who had been drawn into this place found their mental fortitude fracturing. As masters of the celestial realm, their cultivation was their greatest reliance. Now that it was stripped away, panic would seize anyone. Dispi experienced a fleeting moment of disarray, yet he quickly regained his composure upon witnessing Lin Fan's steadfast demeanor, which in turn steadied his own heart. Seeing the saint ancestor so unfazed, it was clear that he had his own designs. Perhaps entering this secret realm was a fortuitous opportunity for them. Truth be told, Lin Fan felt no sensation of lost cultivation, for he had never possessed any to begin with. Observing the reactions of others, an ominous premonition washed over him. Goodness! Did this mean they were all without any cultivators now? Who would safeguard their safety? No, they must remain calm. Lin Fan immediately spoke up. Do not panic. This is a normal occurrence. Once we leave this place, our cultivation will be restored. Can you find any weapons among you? Even without our powers. If we can procure a few weapons, we should at least be able to defend ourselves. Then, Lin Fan noticed Dispi drawing forth his broken sword, Qi Ling unsheathing his jade sword, and the young girl producing a scratching tool from behind. What on earth was that? Did none among them possess a proper weapon? The other elders could only shake their heads in bitter resignation, while they had brought an abundance of artifacts. Their loss of cultivation rendered them unable to retrieve anything from their spatial rings. Lin Fan expressed profound concern regarding the prospects of this team. Dispi immediately turned back to inspect and, indeed, discovered that there was no path of escape, whether seeking fortune within or attempting to find a way out. It seemed that they could only venture forward. The emperor was not with them, yet it was implausible that he had not been drawn into this place. Hence, they must exercise caution. Lin Fan could only sigh, pondering the absurdity of the situation. How could he possibly encounter such bizarre occurrences? Perhaps he should consider purchasing a lottery ticket. Fortunately, he was not defenseless. He still bore the falling twilight sword at his waist. Aware that stowing it in his spatial ring would render it inaccessible, he had kept it on his person. though he could not wield it. It could at least serve as a symbol of prestige. In the current predicament, the sword's utility was becoming evident. It was at least a proper weapon, far sharper and more resilient than a mere iron sword. Well, at least there were a few divine weapons among them. Even when facing an enemy, they could still muster some fighting capability. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from ahead, startling Lin Fan. "Hey, I was merely contemplating. Please do not let an enemy actually appear." Qi Ling grasped the unsharpened jade sword, vigilantly watching the path ahead, while Lin Fan harbored doubts about whether this sword possessed any lethality. A low, guttural roar emanated from the front, and after a brief 3 seconds, a misshapen, diminutive creature crawled forth, bearing a humanoid structure, yet possessing an exceedingly grotesque visage. The monster that appeared here would also be subject to the influence of the rules, lacking any cultivation. At most, it would be a beast of the mortal realm. This spy rapidly assessed the situation. Mortal beast level? Lin Fan felt like cursing. They could hardly manage a mere mortal beast. Did they truly believe everyone was as formidable as Wusong? Given their current state of frailty and sickness, even a lion or tiger could easily dispatch them. The misshapen creature opened its blood-red eyes, and a wave of dread washed over the group. Their greatest fear had materialized. This monster was not merely wandering. It possessed a fierce aggression. In the external world, it would be a trivial creature easily dealt with, but here, it posed a lethal threat. Chapter 92. Have you ever heard of a strike descending from the heavens as the creature charged forward? The elders furrowed their brows and shielded Lin Fan behind them. "Saint Ancestor, it is up to you." Lin Fan nearly turned around to give each of these fellows a sword strike. However, these individuals were entirely unarmed. Devoid of any cultivation, resembling nothing more than unarmed mortals, even a moderately strong blacksmith could likely handle them all. Thus, relying on these fellows for assistance was utterly futile. Lin Fan drew the falling twilight sword, and with it, an air of chilling momentum enveloped him, as if an infinite sword intent were about to surge forth and obliterate the adversary before him. All of the above existed solely in his imagination. What a joke! Such a ridiculous scenario of sudden, explosive power in the face of danger could not possibly occur. Lin Fan's lips twitched incessantly as he witnessed the monstrous creature rapidly approaching. The narrow passages on either side left him no room for escape, and behind him, the group of elder rabbits blocked his retreat. Was he truly to engage in a life-and-death struggle with such a ghastly entity? What a preposterous notion. Surely he would be obliterated in an instant. He would undoubtedly be annihilated. With a terrifying roar reverberating through the air, Lin Fan felt a jolt of adrenaline surge through him, prompting an instinctive leap upward. To his astonishment, he found himself suspended in midair. Of course, he possessed a magical artifact that required only a minuscule amount of true energy to activate. It suddenly dawned on him that his ability to soar was entirely unrelated to his cultivation level. It was solely reliant on the spirit summoning technique, which drew true energy from within his robes and directed it to the wind control leaf. This entire process bore no connection to his cultivation level, and the true energy wouldn't even traverse through his dantian. Everyone's cultivation had been suppressed to that of mere mortals. Yet this did not seem to affect the inherent true energy within the magical artifact, nor did it hinder the wind control leaf, which was merely an object. Thus, Lin Fan ascended, soaring through the astonished gazes of all present. The monster seemed to be momentarily perplexed, pondering the sudden disappearance of its prey. However, with its underdeveloped brain and utterly unrefined intellect, it could not possibly comprehend the sequence of events, and thus it swiftly redirected its attention to another target. At that instant, not only Lin Fan, but everyone else was equally bewildered. Though they recognized the Saint Ancestor's formidable prowess, they were left questioning how he managed to fly without any cultivation. This defied all logic. It wasn't merely metaphysical. Truly, the Saint Ancestor was astonishing. They had previously believed that the Saint Ancestor's might was confined within the bounds of cultivation rules, yet now it appeared he had transcended even those limitations. Qi Ling was equally astounded, acutely aware that his own cultivation had been entirely erased, leaving not a trace behind. In such stark contrast, he could better perceive the terror of his opponent. As a Saint Monarch-level powerhouse, he found himself entirely unable to harness even a modicum of true energy. Not only could he not fly, but he could not even perform basic applications. Yet his adversary could soar. It was no wonder that the teacher dared to venture into the abyss of nothingness. Perhaps my previous estimations had not just been overly optimistic, but rather woefully underestimated his capabilities. Qi Ling contemplated a possibility, a potential means to break free from the suppression. The abyss of nothingness was known to erase the cultivation of those who entered, a fact acknowledged by many, yet every secret realm possesses its own limits of capability. The formation of a secret realm is not without basis, nor does it materialize out of thin air. A Saint King level power creates a Saint King secret realm, while a Saint Monarch level power forms a Saint Monarch secret realm. Each secret realm is defined by specific levels of strength. Could it be possible that the abyss of nothingness is, in fact, a Saint King level secret realm? The reason everyone previously claimed that entering here would result in the loss of cultivation is that no Saint King level experts had ever ventured into this domain. Because no such experts had entered, all who did lost their cultivation, thus giving rise to this prevailing rumor. As the teacher, a master of the Saint King level, faced the suppression of the same level secret realm, he was not entirely immune but still managed to retain a portion of his strength, preventing him from being reduced to the status of a mere mortal. Indeed, unbeknownst to him, Qi Ling had completely regarded Lin Fan as a formidable expert of the Saint King caliber. For Qi Ling, being at the Saint Lord level, he had no qualification to resist here. This was an undeniable fact that clearly indicated Lin Fan and he were not of the same rank. It was no wonder that the teacher had previously requested artifacts that could be activated by mortals or those of extremely low cultivation, rather than demanding artifacts that could only be used by ordinary people. As expected, he possessed the confidence to retain some of his cultivation in such a secret realm. Although flying is a fundamental application of true energy for cultivators, it is not without its thresholds. Those at the first 3 levels of the human realm lack the ability to fly, while those at the 4th level can begin to fly with external assistance, such as riding a sword. It is only after reaching the 7th level of the human realm, having thoroughly crossed the 2nd threshold, that a cultivator truly gains the ability to soar through the skies. Thus, the teacher's cultivation must be at least at the 7th level of the human realm, a power that could likely sweep across the entire void abyss. Realizing this, Qi Ling felt a wave of reassurance. It was no wonder that the teacher dared to brazenly enter the void abyss, for he certainly had the capital to be audacious. Immediately, he bellowed, "Everyone, step back. Allow the teacher to handle this monster alone. You are not yet qualified to intervene in this battle." What was this? After only a few days of entry, they were already selling out their master? Lin Fan felt that the moral standards of his direct disciples needed elevation. What on earth was this? Yet, he had to admit that Qi Ling's commanding shout snapped the bewildered elders back to their senses, prompting them to swiftly evade the monster's attack, thus avoiding being taken down by a single swipe. Their gazes turned toward Lin Fan, filled with a pitiful expression, as if pleading for their revered ancestor to cease flying and come down to save them. Save them? Nonsense. The good news was that he could fly. The bad news was that flying was all he could do. At this moment, Lin Fan possessed no special abilities apart from floating in the air. Thus, he could at best ensure his own survival, while the fate of others remained uncertain. No, if he wished to participate in the battle, he would have to take up his sword and engage, but getting too close risked being counterattacked. After all, while this creature could not fly, it certainly could leap. Recklessly descending could lead to dire consequences. Was there any way to ensure his own safety while being able to strike from a distance? Wait. Perhaps there was indeed a solution. A mischievous smile crept across Lin Fan's face, and in the next moment, a massive soup pot appeared in his hands. His 10 fingers adorned with spatial rings were filled to the brim with food collected from the palace, along with various peculiar items. Have you ever heard of the mushroom soup descending from the heavens? The other elders could not retrieve artifacts from their spatial rings, because those artifacts were of a high level and could not be summoned without the activation of true energy. Thus, it was not that their spatial rings were sealed, but rather that they were incapable of accessing their artifacts due to the loss of their cultivation. However, Lin Fan's spatial ring contained hardly any artifacts at all. Within it lay the trifles of mere mortals, and extracting these objects required no cultivation whatsoever. He could not help but express gratitude towards the opulent palace, where even an ordinary soup basin was adorned with an abundance of gemstones, its weight astonishingly heavy, crafted from an unknown material. Consequently, he found himself unable to sustain its weight for long, resorting instead to hurling it down with great force. Bang! The enormous soup basin struck the creature's head with a resounding thud, spilling mushroom soup everywhere, leaving the monster dazed and unable to rise immediately. Indeed, these beings possessed no cultivation, their combat prowess at best akin to that of wild beasts. Their skulls were not forged of iron. And who could act as if nothing had happened after such a brutal blow? Witnessing the creature's momentary incapacitation, Dispai promptly seized the opportunity to draw his broken sword and sever the monster's neck. Even without the infusion of cultivation, this sword remained a sacred artifact, signifying its formidable hardness and sharpness. Furthermore, there exists a fundamental distinction between the denizens of the lower realms and those from the higher realms. They are not born as cultivators nor endowed with extraordinary powers from birth. Prior to becoming cultivators, they too were mortals, and many during this period managed to achieve a certain level of martial prowess. Dispai was indeed a genius of the sword, possessing a unique theoretical framework of swordsmanship, even earning the recognition of a sacred sword, a testament to his remarkable talent. Prior to his ascension as a cultivator, he was already a swordsman. This ensured that even in the absence of all his cultivation, he still wielded a combat capability that could be classified as that of a martial arts master. After vanquishing the creature, he cast a glance at the spilled mushroom soup on the ground, uncertain of what expression to wear at that moment. I previously pondered why the holy ancestor had amassed so many mundane artifacts. It was evident he had prepared for this. Yet, was the manner of this preparation not rather peculiar? Even wielding a brick to strike would be far superior to smashing a soup basin atop someone's head. Qi Ling also twitched at the corners of his mouth, having initially expected his master to effortlessly dispatch the creature with a stroke of sword energy. Why then did he hurl a basin of mushroom soup? This was not the image of a formidable being he had envisioned. Ahem. Perhaps his master wished to conceal his true power before these weaklings, or perhaps he aimed to temper them. In any case, the thoughts of the mighty eluded him. Undoubtedly, more monsters awaited ahead. Yet, the group brimmed with confidence, for as long as the great holy ancestor stood among them, all would be well. After all, their great holy ancestor could effortlessly transform into a merciless mushroom soup bombardier. Wait, did a rather unsettling thought flicker through their minds? The happenings within the sleeping quarters had stirred no ripples. Dispai had forewarned others prior to his actions that they would undertake a perilous mission, instructing them to maintain a safe distance for the time being. As for what constituted a brief moment in the understanding of cultivators, that was not so easily defined. The vanished emperor had failed to draw anyone's attention, for in the eyes of a tyrant and a fool, any action deemed excessive was commonplace. Do not suggest their disappearance is surprising. Even their demise would elicit no astonishment. Indeed, death may be preferable. Yet the palace remains restless today. Cavero stands atop the roof, gazing at the place where many have vanished. Unlike his customary striking purple and black robes, today he is clad in unremarkable gray attire. However, this proves inconsequential, for beside him stands an individual even more conspicuous than the former Cavero. This man, adorned in opulent garments and wearing an expression of disdain, might as well have "I am formidable" inscribed upon his visage. Indeed, this is the esteemed lord of the demon sect, still lingering in the mortal realm. Logically, the duration of his clandestine arts should have expired, yet he inexplicably remains. It appears your so-called covert actions have already been divulged to the adversary. The demon sect leader gazes at Cavero with a hint of mockery. Your supposedly loyal subordinate seems rather disloyal, does he not? If you truly intend to embark on your exploration a week hence, I dare say there will be naught left for you. Cavero stands with hands clasped behind his back, his expression inscrutable. My most loyal subordinate would never betray me. Yet, he has indeed betrayed you, has he not? How else could the human ancestor have acquired the precise coordinates of the abyss of nihility? Perhaps you have misconstrued a matter, esteemed lord of the demon sect. Cavero suddenly turns, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I merely informed the human ancestor of the abyss of nihility's coordinates. What inherent connection does that have to betrayal? The smile vanished from the demon sect leader's countenance, and it seemed that, at that moment, he began to genuinely scrutinize the demon clan chief he had previously scorned. Was that letter of yours? Cavero refrained from providing a direct response, and instead remarked, You have previously stated that the abyss of nihility is fraught with peril, and its opportunities are inscrutable. Even if I were to seize the greatest opportunity therein, with my current cultivation, it may ultimately be of no consequence. Thus, Cavero's true scheme does not revolve around utilizing the opportunities within the abyss of nihility to ascend. To vanquish humanity, one must first dismantle the human ancestor. Clearly, given the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, engaging in direct combat would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, resulting in instantaneous obliteration. But what if that chasm could be bridged? What if both could exist within the same realm? Cavero clenches his fist. I have never been defeated by an opponent of equal standing, nor will I ever be. The demon sect leader gulps. You are truly mad. Have you considered that executing such a plan, even if it culminates in your opportunity to slay the human ancestor, carries a significant probability of your own demise within the abyss of nihility? He cannot comprehend, cannot fathom why one would willingly sacrifice their life to confront an enemy. For cultivators, is self-preservation not paramount? Cavero smiles softly. The demon clan chief fears not death. We only dread meaningless demise. The plan is advanced, hastened to this moment, without the need to inform anyone else. A risk-taker is sufficient in my singular presence. Chapter 94. Humanity shall endure forever. Time is of the essence. Lingering any longer may lead to irretrievable consequences. Cavaro gently patted the shoulder of the sorcerer beside him, urging, "Let us proceed." "Wait, us?" The sorcerer looked bewildered. "Indeed." Cavaro affirmed with a nod. "We shall enter together." The sorcerer instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, "What are you playing at? Just moments ago, you claimed that a single adventurer was sufficient. Now, you wish to drag me into this? Do you not find that rather amusing? I refuse. No matter what you say, I will not go. Yet," he added with a hint of assurance, "rest assured, I will ensure your demise is conveyed back to the demon clan. Every year during Qingming festival, I shall burn paper for you." Cavaro's expression darkened. He was not yet deceased. "Accompany me just once. It could prove advantageous for you." Risk and opportunity are often intertwined. It became evident that although the sorcerer possessed greater strength than Cavaro, his intellect was not as sharp as one might presume. Under Cavaro's persuasion, the sorcerer transitioned from fear to skepticism, and unexpectedly, a newfound confidence surged within him, leading to his reluctant agreement. Cavaro had no doubt that, should he continue to persuade this fellow for a few more hours, he might well convince him to become a willing accomplice, even assisting in counting the spoils. Recruiting this sorcerer had been Cavaro's plan from the outset. Firstly, the sorcerer would eventually return to the upper realm and was unlikely to exert influence in the lower realm. Rendering him a waste of resources, even if he perished, his demise would not diminish the combat capacity of their lower realm demon clan. Secondly, despite his apparent ineptitude, once they entered the abyss of nihility, his singular advantage would be lost. However, being from the upper realm, his understanding of the abyss would certainly surpass Cavaro's. Thirdly, should the situation escalate to perilous extremes, Cavaro preferred having a scapegoat nearby. Then let us proceed. With a resounding clang, a blade cleaved through the air, sending yet another monster's head soaring. The bloodied remnants stained the severed sword of Disbay, whose face beamed with satisfaction. Clearly, yet another creature had succumbed to their prowess. Lin Fan had finally developed his inaugural self-created divine art, the Great Dizziness Technique. This formidable technique could forcibly induce a brief state of disorientation in others. Those with insufficient fortitude might even succumb to unconsciousness. The method was simple. From an elevated position, one would hurl an object heavier than a brick downward with vigor. Requiring no essence, it was an essential skill for both home and travel. It was difficult to fathom that this was the fabled abyss of nihility. Qi Ling even entertained the notion that they were on an excursion. Lin Fan was responsible for the strikes, while Disbay harvested the rewards, with the others merely applauding, unaware of how far they had traversed. Yet, the path ahead extended endlessly, devoid of visible terminus, and no exit could be found. Should they fail to locate a route out, even if the monsters within posed no threat, they would be eternally trapped here, a fate no different from death. As they continued onward, an elder suddenly leaned against the wall, appearing feeble and clutching his abdomen. "I am gradually losing strength. My body feels increasingly frail. Is there some vile toxin permeating the air in this cursed place?" Upon hearing his words, the other elders were immediately engulfed in a sense of dread. For they shared the same unsettling sensation. Their strength was waning. Qi Ling, who had previously been oblivious to this fact, now assessed his own condition and discovered, much to his dismay, that he was physically exhausted, far weaker than when he first arrived in this realm. How infuriating! Were they truly destined to perish here? One elder sank to the ground, and a low growl emanated from his stomach. Lin Fan wore a look of exasperation. Of course. After walking for so long without a break, your energy would be depleted. It's been ages since you last had a meal, hasn't it? Oh, it seems it's been a millennium since you last ate. Lin Fan covered his face in disbelief. These individuals, once exalted practitioners, had long since transcended the need for sustenance, having cultivated to the point where food was unnecessary for their bodily functions. However, now that their cultivation had vanished, their bodies reverted to that of mere mortals. If they continued to neglect nourishment, they would indeed starve to death. The elders were momentarily taken aback, so they were not afflicted by some dreadful toxin, but simply suffering from hunger? Yet, as seasoned cultivators, their rings contained no provisions, not even a morsel of dried rations. They were already feeling parched, and if they did not receive water and food within days, they would become yet another corpse in this mysterious domain. All right, I truly cannot fathom your predicament," Lin Fan exclaimed, retrieving a grand table from his ring. In an instant, a lavish feast appeared before them, brimming with sumptuous delicacies that starkly contrasted the austere surroundings of the realm. At that moment, they finally comprehended why Lin Fan had amassed such a vast array of food for use as weaponry. What they initially presumed were mere projectiles could indeed be consumed. Truly, he was a sage, demonstrating remarkable foresight. Qi Ling felt a twinge of shame. He had only considered the dangers posed by the loss of their cultivation, neglecting the crucial issue of sustenance. How many formidable cultivators, brave enough to explore the void abyss, had ultimately succumbed to starvation within its depths? Indeed, there was much yet to learn. Considering their dwindling strength, the group resolved to rest in place. Qi Ling began to explore the vicinity, pondering many unsettling anomalies. They were certainly not the first to enter the void abyss. What had become of the bodies of previous explorers? Even if they had been devoured by monsters, remnants should remain. Surely, spatial rings or other artifacts would not simply vanish. This phenomenon unsettled him, as the scenarios he could conceive were all ominous. Either the expanse of the void abyss was so vast that even a few scattered corpses could go unnoticed, which would complicate their search for an exit, or they had yet to enter the truly perilous regions, where prior explorers had successfully navigated the initial monstrous territory but perished thereafter in even more treacherous zones. The void abyss, capable of consuming countless powerful cultivators, was undoubtedly far more tumultuous than its current facade suggested. Qi Ling reached out to part the plants that clung to the wall. What began as an instinctive search unexpectedly led him to discover certain unusual markings etched into the surface. Upon hearing the commotion, everyone turned their gaze in his direction. There, on the wall, a crooked line of script emerged, imbued with the essence of time and history. No one could fathom the age of these inscriptions. Remnants left behind countless millennia ago. Humanity is destined to endure eternally.